Yeah, they're telling me that. They got this. You don't have that mic yet. He's got the wrong mic. Yeah, you got the wrong mic.
We're getting Grid's audio on that yours.
Gibbs audio is what we're getting. Sorry, chat. Bear with us one moment, chat. We are having a tech issue. We've had a few of them, but we're going to knock it out right now. That's.
They're seeing you, but they're not hearing
We're going to redo that first intro, guys. I apologize, chat. Comedy errors. The first debate's always got a little problem. Don't worry. Papa Gibbs will take care of you in a brief moment. I can sing y'all in the intro if you want. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do that. You have to pay for that. Or come out and drink with me. That's the secret. Yes. So, Chad, it is hot outside. I don't know if you know this, boys. It is 1,000 degrees. I apologize once again for our tech issues, but we are resolving them as we speak.
What about me? Okay, hold on. We just tried to troubleshoot the audio. Gibbs, shut up. All right, how about now? Can we hear me? Can we hear me? All right, there we go. Sorry, Wally, get your ass back over here. We had some technical difficulties. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a one-man band. I can't be everywhere, but I'm here. All right, so let's go ahead. Actually, both of you debaters come up here this time. Let's get both of you guys here. Let me get one on the side of me because I need to keep you guys, not to fight each other here. All right, closer in the frame. Closer in the frame. All right, there we go. All right, you guys. So you guys are debating NATO. Is whether or not is NATO good, right? Or should we abolish NATO?
NATO should be abolished.
So what do you think is the weakness in his argument?
Well, in particular, I mean, Russia today still is seen as a threat. Also, European security is still very much of utmost importance. I could even say, insofar as if we want to get rid of the United States for European independence with respect to security, I mean, we don't need to abolish NATO. It's obvious that it's pretty important to European security, especially in the near term with Russia, long term with China. So.
Okay, what do you have to say about that, Wally?
I think if NATO was worth the paper it was fucking printed on, any one of these countries would have invoked Article 5 over stray Russian missile fire if we're really concerned about more Russia.
All right, you guys. You gentlemen get over to the debate stage. All right, we're about to get into it. So stay tuned, you guys. The debaters are headed to the debate stage right now. We are about to get it on. So if you are watching at home, make sure you like, subscribe, hit the notification for these fine people that are streaming, and also send in your super chats. Send in your super chats because we will ask the debaters your questions at the end. All right, over to you, fellow.
All right. Welcome in, boys. My name is Admiral Gibbs. I'm going to be your moderator for the shows today. We're going to have some good stuff, as y'all have already heard. We're going to be talking about in this first debate whether or not we should abolish NATO. Let me just go over the rules real quick as I went with them in the back. We're going to be doing a modified version of my debate championship series debates. What we're going to be doing is a 5 to 7 minute intro for each person, starting with the after, then the neg. Then what we're going to do is we have about 10 to 15 minute open. Then we're going to go to super chats, another 10 to 15 minute open. Super chats again, 8 minutes open, and then we're going to go to closings, 4 minutes each, starting with the neg, ending with the affirmative. All right, let's get this going. Wally, are you ready?
I am ready.
All right, are you ready? All right, and it's time, boys. All right, let's start it off. Go ahead, Wally. Whenever you're ready, give us your intro.
All right, so the question before us is, should we abolish NATO? And the answer is that as it currently stands, we absolutely should. Now, do I care about collective security or defense agreements in particular? No, I think countries can form them as much as they please. There's plenty of collective security agreements that exist aside from NATO, about 10 to 12. Nobody's probably ever heard of them because they weren't formed on the pretext of instigating and maintaining conflict with a foreign adversary. If NATO was actually intended to be something to help establish peaceful relations, then we don't seem to ever want to engage in conversations with Russia about joining NATO and bringing Russia into the wider European and Western world diplomatically. We would rather just apparently poke at them and then go, but you can't touch any of these small countries or you're somehow apparently attacking every single country. Why do I give a shit if they bomb Liechtenstein? I would like to know. It doesn't affect me. I have no interest in sending American troops and resources across the ocean to avenge a hypothetical bombing of Liechtenstein. It does not matter to me. Now, we have had a history of poor diplomacy with Russia. When Russia's tried to express interest in building bridges with NATO and the EU, they were rebuffed over 25 years ago. A lot of that failure in diplomatic dialogue has led to the situations we are currently in now, because apparently even after the Soviet Union fell and the Warsaw Pact was dismantled, well, damn it, Russia's still got to keep paying for its history with the Cold War for everyone else by being treated like the redheaded stepchild of all the major countries on Earth. Now, if we abolish NATO, and Europe wants to form something else, fine. I don't see why they would need to. They already have the Lisbon Agreement. They can just rope the UK back into that. Otherwise, beyond a lot of diplomatic failures, what is the biggest contribution NATO has made to the world? Well, hundreds of dead bodies in the Balkans is about the only other major contribution that NATO has made, bombing Bosnia and Serbia twice in the 90s so that we could act as the military enforcement arm of the United Nations, which is just pushing us closer to the global police state I thought everybody was afraid of. Apparently, we wanted to test drive it. Some of us decided we didn't like it too much, and that hasn't continued. But this is where does NATO fit into the modern world? Does it act in areas that are outside of its sphere of influence? Because the Balkans wasn't in NATO's sphere of influence. They had no authority to strike the Balkans, but they did it anyway. They just decided they did. By their own charter, they were not allowed to do it. They have been ethically compromised for over 30 years. And now we want to bring Ukraine into it. Well, thankfully, the charter precludes that because they're in the middle of an active conflict. But is that the point? Do we want to just, push a foreign body of collective security up to Russia's front door just to box them in? We've done plenty of other things to box Russia in. We got into Afghanistan in the 70s to box Russia in. We went into Iraq and Afghanistan again after 9/11, partly to box in Russia. We don't want to say the quiet part out loud, but we were definitely doing that to occupy Russia's attention. As it is, it's been ethically compromised for over 30 years. With the violations of its own charter, it should not continue to exist. They can reboot it with something else. I really don't care. But we have no reason to be involved as America either.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. And we're going to just one quick little update before I turn it over to Bones here. Whenever we go to the super chats, I'm going to turn it over to my associate, Glenn. I'll just make a pause. We'll have a little halftime. They'll do another one right before closings. All right. Turning it over to you, Bones. Go ahead.
Absolutely. So the question before us is not whether NATO as an organization is flawless. NATO has oftentimes made controversial decisions in the past with its European members also sometimes failing to meet their agreements with respect to defense spending. And of course, some of its post-Cold War operations do deserve some criticism. The question is not about whether it's flawless, but rather whether these shortcomings justify abolishing this established collective defense alliance. In my opinion, they simply do not. Abolishing NATO would not even eliminate or subdue conflict between Russia and the West. It would eliminate one of the key institutions currently deterring conflicts from happening. The argument for abolition usually begins by insisting that NATO is a Cold War relic that has served the function of countering the USSR and the Warsaw Pact, and that it should be eliminated today since the USSR and Warsaw Pact no longer exist. But an institution should not be judged solely by its founding circumstances, but rather it should be judged by whether it continues to perform a necessary function for its members. 1 second. NATO's founding adversary, the Soviet Union, disbanded in 1991, but the basic problems that produced the alliance do not disappear from it. Russia today continues to engage in military coercion, territorial aggression, nuclear intimidation to some degree, of course, other cyber attacks, political destabilization from other neighbors as well. And then the record since the end of the Cold War makes this pretty clear. Russia has intervened militarily in countries like Moldova, Georgia, and now more recently Ukraine. It has supported separatist territories, annexed internationally recognized territory, and repeatedly attempted to undermine the political and security choices of its neighbors. These countries were not protected by NATO's collective defense guarantee, but NATO members, by contrast, are protected by these guarantees by the deterrence factor that NATO has. Some critics argue that NATO enlargement has caused Russian aggression, though NATO expansion may have influenced Russian threat perceptions, and Western policymakers should take the security dilemma seriously. But that explanation is just incomplete. Poland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and other Eastern European nations were not passive pieces moved across the geopolitical chessboard, but rather they actively sought NATO membership because of their historical experiences with Russia and Soviet Union aggression. To say that these countries have remained outside NATO to accommodate Russia's sphere of influence is to argue that powerful states should have greater authority over European security than the smaller states whose independence is at risk by Russia. This is not a stable or just a situation to be in for these countries. Another argument is that Europe is wealthy enough to defend itself. And while I may agree economically, European countries possess the resources to contribute much more to their defense than they have previously. But this is an argument for greater burden shifting to said European nations, not an abolition of NATO. Military power is not created simply by just adding national defense budgets together, but it also includes specifically the political intertwinement, the logistics, interoperable equipment, shared intelligence, logistical networks, and integrated command structures that NATO has spent decades to prepare for these countries. That way, when the time comes, they can all collectively defend themselves against threat actors like Russia. NATO also provides economic benefits that are often ignored. A stable security environment lowers political risk and supports trade investment, in particular within the aerospace, cybersecurity, networking, and military-industrial aspects, which are incredibly vital to both sets of nations. Critics are right to raise issues with Kosovo, Afghanistan, Libya to some degree on whether NATO has always behaved as a purely territorial defensive alliance. These interventions demonstrate the mission creep issue, but condemning interventions does not require abolishing the collective defense, but rather it could be formed to maybe perhaps make those stricter rather than just completely getting rid of NATO entirely. We can demand greater European contributions without abandoning Europe. We can impose interventions outside of NATO scope while maintaining credible deterrence. We can pursue diplomacy and arms control while recognizing diplomacy is much more effective than when aggression carries much steeper costs, not only economically, but also to the lives of the people involved in said conflicts. The abolitionist case rests on a dangerous assumption that removing NATO and removing the tensions NATO is accused of creating, but the legitimate security concerns of Eastern Europe and Europe abroad, the ambitions of major powers and the risk of military coercion would still remain post-NATO abolition. The difference is that the states facing those dangers would have reduced coordination, outside support would be diminished, and it would be more vulnerable to intimidation by outside countries. NATO should then adapt to the ever-changing European geopolitical climate and not be abolished. The responsible position is to not discard an imperfect institution in hopes that a better outcome just arises from it, but rather the goal should be to protect the facets of the institution that provides security to Europe while correcting the issues with the alliance today. And because of those reasons, I stand firmly against the abolition of NATO.
All right. Thank you so much. All right, boys. Fight.
So I'm assuming you've never heard of the Rio Treaty or the Lisbon Agreement, and I can't fault anyone who may not in the audience who may not have ever heard of them, because we never have a real reason to discuss those agreements. They weren't formed on the pretext of being in conflict with a foreign entity. They were just formed as collective security agreements for Europe and the Americas. Venezuela is even a part of the Rio Act, and that didn't seem to have anything to do with us going in and taking Maduro out. Nobody talked about violations of the Rio Act. Nobody's talked about how bad this was. A lot of these agreements either aren't worth the paper they're printed on, and we're just wasting time with them, or they just be completely ineffective and corrupt. For example, with NATO, we have the Rio Act, we have instances like the Lisbon Act. Okay, perfectly fine. We go from there and we go into issues with Russia. Well, before Russia went into Ukraine, they blatantly stated, when they were building up troops on the Ukrainian border, we are willing to draw down if we can open talks that would involve ruling out Ukraine NATO membership in the future. NATO has shifted Russia's policies over the past several decades to, we will just not have NATO at our doorstep under any cost. They have been put into that defensive posture diplomatically. If the NATO collective security agreements were even worth anything today, every single stray missile, stray drone that's gone into Slovakia, Poland, Lithuania, Liechtenstein, my best friend in Europe again, all of these countries that have caught stray shots in their airspace are actually under their rights in the NATO Charter to invoke Article 5. They didn't. Turkey had every right to invoke Article 5 against Iran when the stray missile approached it, targeting a U.S. base in Turkey. They didn't invoke it. This seems to be just a really nice threat that has no teeth, because when we've been well within rights to invoke it, nobody ever seems to actually want to.
Well, that just shows the restraint of NATO, actually. The fact that stray missiles don't just trigger Article 5 for any country who's getting bombed is probably a good thing, because even stray missiles, sometimes those are accidental, sometimes these are just unintended parts of the conflict. I see no reason why they should invoke Article 5 if Iran or other nations don't intend on bombing them. But also, I take umbrance with the idea that Russia is just somehow a victim of all this. In particular, in 1992, after the USSR dissolved, there were Russian troops in Moldova. They were attacking the Moldovan citizens. They were occupying that territory. And then, of course, the Russian invasion of Georgia as well. More recently, Crimea, and then, of course, the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. To say that they're purely acting defensively is just really strange, considering their history of invading other countries.
Well, they've been trying to get on to equal footing diplomatically. Putin was trying to open talks all the way back when Bush was in office in the late 2000s, wanting to explore the potential of Russia opening doors diplomatically with NATO, and was saying that to Condoleezza Rice and several other officials with the Bush administration back then. And they were kind of just laughed at, patted on the head, and told to go walk off, and maybe someday we'll talk about it.
So is the Founding Act, is that like an instance of them like kind of brushing them off? That's a very clear collaboration between NATO and Russia.
But if being a member of NATO is so important and it would do so much for peace in the hemisphere, why aren't we trying to build those bridges to invite them in and go further with it? Wouldn't it just negate the need of conflict if we have collective defense with them?
So one thing, a nice dodge, by the way, in the NATO Founding Act, we walked off of that. But also, when Russia was trying to join NATO, they didn't want to go through the standard process. They were obviously wanting to skip the line and kind of just come in unilaterally. This just isn't true, that they were just trying to play by the rules. It's very obvious that NATO was trying to collaborate with Russia to kind of maintain peace.
Well, when they're
but
not
it seems
willing,
like that every step of the way. And the reason why the Founding Act was dissolved was because they invaded Crimea. So I don't see any reason to believe why Russia is just some sort of like kid playing on the playground with his little sandbox with the pail and the scoop, saying, "Oh yeah, I'm just playing on my own." And then United States and NATO are just fucking kicking over the sandcastle here. It's very obvious that Russia is an aggressor in this, and you seem to be wary of acknowledging that.
well, where's the aggression when they were saying back several years ago, we are willing to draw down troops at the Ukrainian border if we can include Ukraine's future with NATO or lack of one in those talks. Russia was just told, well, those are non-starters. We're not willing to negotiate any kind of topic like that. So when they're just immediately frozen out, why did they have any incentive to lower the troop buildup? Why did they have an incentive to not go into Ukraine? Under the NATO charter, NATO cannot accept a member who has an active conflict involving risking the territorial integrity of their borders, because it would enforce NATO to act immediately. So Russia is in a position where they're making a political play that, well, if we can't improve dialogue, then we just have to make sure you can't admit them into your organization at all indefinitely for the foreseeable future. From a strategic standpoint, anyone would do that.
This just seems pretty strange, considering Russia's initial goal was to kind of mow over Ukraine in 72 hours. So I have no reason to believe that their position all along was, hey, we're going to occupy Ukraine in hopes that they never join NATO. So again, this is just completely false. Not to mention that earlier talks to kind of keep Russia and Ukraine kind of at peace with the Budapest Memorandum. Again, Russia violating that as well by invading Crimea and then invading Russia subsequently a few years ago. Again, it just seem to be ignoring this.
Well, let's look at how it's gone post-invasion. How is attempting to establish dialogue between Russia and Ukraine to end the conflict gone? We got over 2 years of Zelensky going on a world tour with his peace formula, which if anyone has actually read it, it's not a peace proposal. It's not a negotiation. It's Putin's articles of surrender that he expects them to just sign and give up everything.
Well, yeah,
and
Putin's
pay
the aggressor.
reparations.
So, Putin's the aggressor. So I don't know why,
but at that
Ukraine would just be invested in just wanting to kind of play, peacefully, when again, Russia's been the one instigating the conflict in Ukraine. And again, you don't seem to acknowledge this. Whoa there. You don't seem to acknowledge this, by the way, that again, Russia's initial goal was to mow over Ukraine in 72 hours. And look where that's gone.
Yeah, I really don't care if they mowed over Ukraine in 72 hours.
It seems to be that way. Yeah, you also don't seem to care about Russia, just being aggressive in general. We completely mowed over the Georgian conflict, the Moldovan conflict. You still don't seem to acknowledge.
If I felt like I was trying to be used as a whipping boy by the rest of the international community, I'd lash out and show some force too. So I can't really fault them for that.
Well, considering that you're kind of taking the whipping like a good little boy, you're doing a real good job at that. So going off of this, again, since you don't seem to be interested in talking about the times where Russia has aggressed on other neighboring countries, you seem to continue on this narrative that Russia is, being whipped around, like you say. Again,
Well, because there's
it's just- it's not
international
true.
diplomacy layers to that. It's not just boots on the ground. You have a lot. There are a
It's
lot
Russia's boots on the ground. To make it clear,
Okay. That
they're
means
they're
what?
they're the aggressors.
Was
That's
it
the,
Russia's-
That's the whole point.
Was it Russia's boots on the ground when we bombed the Balkans, or was that people who were probably trained by the CIA in Afghanistan?
You mean the ethnic cleansing of the Bosnians? That one? Or is it, sorry, the Serbians?
I could bring up a star witness that could throw that all out the window, but I'm not allowed to. That would probably violate the spirit of the debate.
But okay, so again, we just don't want to address this. So it's
No,
very
no,
clear.
let's go.
It's
we're
very
going
clear
to the
that when NATO
Balkans,
was
so explain to me.
it's very clear
who
that when
started
NATO
killing who started killing people in the Balkans in 1992?
it would have been the Serbs.
It was Mujahideen.
Yeah.
Bosniaks that were that. Let's see what else ended in 1992.
I mean,
Operation
do
Cyclone.
we want to talk about Kosovo as well? That whole region, by the way, again, rife with ethnic cleansing. You expect NATO to just sit by and let people in Europe fucking
Well,
die?
how did they get into that situation anyway? Because you had a unified country and then you had multiple leaders try to make a power play and then subdivide the country. Yugoslavia worked because you had one strong central government keeping everybody in line,
Which is why it dissolved, yeah.
well.
It's very obvious it didn't have a lot of lasting power if it's dissolved, much like the USSR.
Well, we seem to be.
And by the way,
really
very
keen on
interesting to frame it
partitioning.
as a power play. Again, ethnic cleansing going on in that region. You expect NATO to just sit by and like allow that to happen?
It's out of their sphere of influence. Why
Absolutely
does
not. The defensive Europeans? No, absolutely not.
the Balkans weren't in NATO? Yugoslavia was not a part of NATO.
It
They're
doesn't
not
matter.
in
It's
their
very
sphere
much
of influence.
it's very much within the spirit of NATO's charter to do so.
No, the spirit.
The
Actually,
defensive
you know how
innocent people?
sphere of influence works? Sphere of influence works that unless I piss in your backyard, stay in your own fucking backyard. That's how sphere of influence.
Yeah, if your
works.
sphere of influence is purely from like a nationalistic framework, but I mean,
Well,
again,
the
like,
sphere
that's
of
you. That's
my
you, by the
sphere
way.
of influence
And-
would be okay. This country's having an internal conflict. They need to sort out their own problems. Multiple foreign countries bombing areas does not solve those problems unless you want to solve them the way the UN wants to.
I mean, this is crazy. Again, like you.
But would that
you
not
expect, by the way, to just let the people of Kosovo, the people of Bosnia, just get fucking bombed to shit, level that whole thing without anybody, saying, "Hey,
We were the ones
maybe
making it
this ethnic
worse.
maybe this absolutely not. The ethnic cleansing ended. I don't know why we think that it didn't end this way. But again, I also want to take issue with a statement that you made earlier about us in Afghanistan. Do you realize that when we were in Afghanistan, Russia allowed us to use their bases?
Russia had their own conflict with Afghanistan in the 70s. We were
Yeah.
training them and arming them. That was Project Cyclone, which ended in 1992. Who starts showing up in the Balkans in 1992, killing people? Mujahideen, the CIA trained in Afghanistan.
Again, this is just completely non-responsive. You said that we
But
were
no,
kind of,
you want to look at the inner
this is
moving
complete-
layers.
This is completely non-responsive because in your opening statement, you said that we were aggressing against Russia in part by invading Afghanistan when
No, I
clearly
never
we
said
had-
we aggressed on them in
yes,
Russia.
you did. You don't go back.
I
on your
said
statement.
box in.
Don't,
Use the
boxing,
exact
yeah.
words.
Yeah,
You
boxing-
box them in.
So
That
Russia
doesn't mean
allowed
I
us to-
fight you. That
Russia
means I
allowed
create a
us to box
situation
them
you
in.
have to
Wait.
contend with.
So Russia allowed us to box them in. That doesn't make any sense at all. It's very clear that there was an agreement between the United States and Russia with respect to the bases in Afghanistan.
No,
And it's very
Afghanistan
clear-
was
and
in the
it's very clear
70s.
that there
What
was a-
kept
Whoa, and it's very clear there was a temporary thing too, and we don't seem to be operating in a lot of the Russian-owned bases now.
We've had no problem with using Middle Eastern and Asian countries to keep Russia occupied. That's all. It was.
So you think we were trying to keep Russia occupied by using their bases that we agreed that both countries agreed on using?
It's occupying their attention, isn't it? If we're using their bases.
Yeah, but with the idea that United States isn't going to expand into Russia to invade them, but rather deal with the issue that they have in Afghanistan.
Yeah, so they have to contend with us being involved in Afghanistan. They had to contend with us being involved in Iraq. It seemed
Which
to
is why
keep
they
them
made-
occupied diplomatically, didn't it?
Which is why we made an agreement to make sure that we didn't invade Russia while we were in Afghanistan. But again, you ignore these things, but that's fine.
Now we're going, but back to the Balkans. Would that not be a subversion if people the CIA was training in Afghanistan show up in Yugoslavia and start killing people?
I have no opinion on that, actually.
Okay,
I don't think that's one. I don't think the evidence supports that. But again, like,
so we would clearly there were people in there who had CIA intelligence, CIA training, CIA
you
weaponry.
say CIA a lot. Where's like the evidence? It's where like the documents kind of showing that the CIA had a vested interest in destabilizing Yugoslavia.
They came in from Project Cyclone. Project
what was in
Cyclone
Project
is what
Cyclone?
was arming and training these people in Afghanistan. They left Afghanistan and they were being smuggled into the Balkans to fight on the behalf of Muslims.
Do you think that's what the CIA was interested in doing? Why would you think that?
Did I say that's what the CIA was interested in doing?
Well,
I'm
the
saying
CIA
Project
seems to have a lot of
Cyclone
influence in
ended in
this.
1992, and then you have Mujahideen showing up with the Bosniaks in 1992, and they start killing people.
So again, you just didn't answer the
So
question.
we trained these people in Afghanistan, and they started traveling outside, and they start being disruptors
So
elsewhere.
the CIA has no direct correlation with what happened in Yugoslavia, and it was Mujahideen, those acting independently. Is that the position now?
It is the effect that we train them, then they go in there, and then we end up bombing the Balkans on the behalf of the United Nations, which NATO had no business doing because, again,
They absolutely
no
did have
sphere of
business.
influence. The article, their charter actually forbade action in the Balkans.
So again, no, they were actually contributing to the defense of the people getting fucking culturally.
People who
ethnically
aren't
cleansed.
signed to that
Again,
charter.
Again,
Why
you
are they
just keep-
defending people who
Again.
haven't signed their charter?
Because it is in the interest of Europe to defend people getting ethnically cleansed. Again, I don't know why you're interested in ignoring this.
Exactly.
Again.
Well,
But look,
depending
it's
on
fine. Look,
definitions,
it's
how
fine.
would you define
You're
ethnic
fine.
cleansing?
You're fine with them getting ethnically cleansed. That's
How
fine.
would you define
Actually-
ethnic cleansing?
Actually, boys, that's perfect. Here's what we're gonna do. You're gonna define ethnic cleansing for me real quick, and then briefly, and then we're gonna go to super chats here for a brief moment. So go ahead and define ethnic cleansing
Yeah,
for
so
me.
it's just the cultural or otherwise like a total ethnic removal or removal of a certain ethnicity.
All right, thank you so much. All right, you boys are doing fantastic. We have reached about a halfway marker here. Let me read out some of these are fantastic super chats from our fantastic fans here. All y'all super chats help support GRIDCON too here. We're planning another one here in the future. So everything y'all donate and everything y'all spend is going back into this. We really appreciate it. So let me start this off. We have the baseball fan, LFG, with a big old, swole emoji here. We got the Beth Mayhew. Grid taking over with Texas with Gibbs. Well done, gentlemen. Much love to all the contestants today. Give them hell. 0707. We got Mr. Me G. We got 1,000 Joules Goat Trophy. Thank you so much. Yeah, Mr. Miyagi. Yeah, well, listen, I'm reading these as we go. All right, that's don't worry about it. All right, we're gonna have some of these problems. All right, the Powder Dusty says for $20, show Grid some love for putting this shit together. Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Dusty. Let me go. We got another slot of them here. We got, excuse me 1 minute, guys. Sorry, we gotta have to figure out a better way to do this in a moment. And then we got another one with show Glenn some love for putting this shit together. All right, thank you for $20 from the Dusty. It looks like that's all I have been sent. So more, if there's more that I'm missing, we will get to you back in another moment. Go ahead and pick up where we left off. Y'all got another period of going here. Go.
So we're what, millions of people being exterminated? Is that what you believe we were preventing in the Balkans?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay,
It was a big enough issue for the UN to elevate it to that kind of status. So yeah.
Well, ethnic cleansing can literally just mean people are being relocated when they were partitioning those territories. It doesn't mean you're killing people.
Well, they were absolutely
here's
they were killing them. I don't know why we're disputing that.
Let's say hypothetically,
do you want to argue on the definition of ethnic cleansing, or do you want to argue that people were killed? So it's obvious that people were being killed.
Well, I mean, they don't even want to dispute the true numbers of how many people NATO may have killed. They've tried to undershoot that for years, saying, maybe no. They try to brush up, being like, no more than maybe 400, 500.
Who's they in this case? Who's they in this case?
Oh, that would be the UN number and NATO numbers claiming they only killed about 400 to 500.
And who's espousing the true numbers?
Who is espousing the true numbers?
Yeah, what are the true numbers then?
Numbers that would have been being reported by those governments were totaling around maybe closer to about 2,000 people. But if you want to split hairs on that because you think the Western world is perfectly innocent and Europe was being righteous and good, fine.
I mean, no one's arguing that. Again, in my opening, I said that there are
Well,
obviously
apparently we
some
were
criticisms of
we were
NATO.
nobly preventing ethnic cleansing. But do
Yes.
you always
Yes,
need,
in that instance,
do you always
absolutely.
need military intervention for an ethnic cleansing? Like if it's like hypothetically, if there are 2 rooms and there are 7 people all in one room, let's say it's you and me and 5 Asian people, and all the Asians move into the other room. Have we ethnically cleansed the room you and I are in?
No, the ethnic cleansing part would just be the forcible removal in this case.
Okay, so we push them all into the other room. Have we ethnically cleansed the room we're in?
It's more so referring to governments. Again, I don't know why you want to dispute on the definition of ethnic
Because
cleansing
you
when
want people
these two-
to assume that ethnic cleansing means genocide and extermination.
Ethnic
you
cleansing
dishonest
is a
little fuck stain.
So ethnic cleansing is a form of genocide, you fucking retard. So I don't know why.
Oh, I'm a
I
fucking
don't know why
retard. You
thought
clearly
that
don't
was
know
good
what a
point.
genocide is, you fucking retard.
Yeah, which is why you wanted to dispute on what ethnic
Yeah, why
cleansing
don't you
was.
just go have NATO drop some more bombs on people to solve your problems?
Yes, that is absolutely a potentially viable solution, which is why the ethnic cleansing stopped.
Just to be clear, you're disputing that there was ethnic cleansing, or what?
I'm disputing it. If he's trying to equate ethnic cleansing with genocide, I dispute
Ethnic
that.
cleansing is a form of genocide.
Okay,
It's
then
just
show me all the
definitionally true.
bodies. Show me all the Serbians. Show me all the Bosnians.
Again, this would
show me all
be
the
really good if you
Albanians.
actually knew about the war, but that's
Show
fine.
me all the numbers.
This would be really fine if you
You
knew
want
about the war.
numbers? Show me numbers. You want to
Again,
claim
this
there
is-
was a genocide? Show me a genocide.
Yeah, yes,
oh
the
wait,
people-
there was a
yes.
genocide in the Balkans, and you can't find millions of dead bodies? What the fuck?
No one needs to say millions here. I don't know why we're.
Yeah, actually, that's
Again,
a
you're
good
just-
question. Let me ask this real quick, just for the sake of argument, since you're saying ethnic cleansing is a form of genocide. Like, would you, if you don't mind, would you give a quick definition of genocide? I don't need you to give like numbers. Just what would, how
So
would
a
you define it?
genocide would just be like the forcible removal or relocation or otherwise of certain people from a specific area. In this case, it would just be like the ethnic cleansing part would just be within Bosnia.
Okay, and you're disputing that. You're saying a genocide is going to need to be requiring some sort of
Genocide
mass
is
murder.
every time we are talking about genocide outside, apparently, of the Balkans, we're talking about piling up dead bodies.
Not just piling up dead bodies. There's also no-fly zone. There's of course air operations, Operation Deliberate Force, and of course the eventually negotiated.
Yeah, it must be nice when when an alliance of foreign countries steps onto your territory and suddenly tells you you have no
Don't
fly
genocide
zone and
people.
we're
Yeah.
telling you what to do.
Yeah, don't ethnically cleanse people, and maybe people won't.
What business was that of NATO's? It's not in their
Again,
sphere of
if you
influence.
want to keep,
it's not in their
circling on
territory.
this, Wally. Once again, it is innocent people are getting attacked for nothing more than just
Okay,
because the
so
government
if
wants to fucking
innocent-
remove them.
If innocent people in Japan are attacked, should NATO bomb Japan? Where the fuck do we start?
Well, actually, that's a good question. Let me ask you this, Wally, because I just asked
North
him.
Atlantic.
So just for funsies here. So let's just say if NATO's job is to protect, these European countries in America and whoever else is in NATO, right? Would let's just say for sake of argument, ethnic cleansing is occurring in the Balkans. Would the idea of all these refugees leaving not be a reason for NATO to step in, or do you not see that as a reason?
If they're not touching NATO territory, it's not in NATO's right to act.
So if that's really the case, then yeah, they just have like an incredibly limited perspective. Just let them fucking genocide people. That's fine.
Yes, because God forbid collective defense agreements be practiced
Yeah,
as they
collective
should and not
defense of
be used as to
the
call
collective
in
defense of
Superman.
Europeans. Yeah, absolutely, the collective defense of Europeans.
Collective defense of signatures to
Which
the
is why-
agreement, not collective defense of
is
anyone
why-
we fucking feel like.
which is why countries like Finland, Poland, not Serbia, Serbia actually, but which is why all those countries, by the way, were wanting to join NATO, have gained access to NATO because Russia.
Serbia's not in NATO.
Serbia. So again, Poland, Hungary, sorry.
Albania is the only Balkan country that's in NATO.
Yeah. So again, Poland, Hungary.
But what's funny is every Warsaw Pact country except Russia, we made sure we brought them all into NATO, didn't we?
Yeah, because they saw a threat in Russia.
Well, so why would they feel threatened by Russia? No, they were just told, oh, hey, the Soviet Union's collapsed. You're all independent countries now, whether you want to be or not. You can't rejoin Russia. Too fucking bad. So maybe it's like, no, what you're really afraid of is Russia was going to say, yeah, fuck this. We're actually going to reunify.
Forget the invasion of Moldova. Forget the invasion of Georgia. Forget the invasion of Ukraine. Those are clearly not, inciting factors. Again, you're ignoring this. You're saying once again, we're
Look
back
at the invasion. You're
Look, guys,
presupposing.
Russia's just playing in the sandbox. Sure, they invaded a few of their neighboring countries along the way, but they're just trying to play in their own little sandbox, guys.
Well,
Why
you're
are we
insisting.
bothering Russia.
So you're insisting it can only be broken down from one view. We can only consider from this perspective if someone's
That would be your
actions are
position.
evil or good geopolitically. We
That
cannot
seems to be your
consider
position.
the other
Yes,
side at all. That is yours.
That seems to be your position. You keep again earlier. You claimed
No,
that
I'm
Russia.
well aware
I'm
of the
so
Western
sorry. You already
position.
claimed that Russia was just like they were acting on their own interests. They're just trying to defend themselves. They're not defending themselves when they occupy Moldova, when they have their forces there. You don't. They're not defending themselves when they're going up against Georgia, which, by the way, if we're talking about military campaigns, it's fucking embarrassing in Georgia and in Ukraine, by the way, as well, how terrible they're doing. But
Yeah, why
all
don't we
these, by the way,
why
are
didn't NATO
offensive
intervene
strategies.
in Georgia? Why didn't NATO intervene in any of those cases?
Where
Where was NATO
because
when Chechen rebels were gassing people?
because they didn't see that it would.
That wasn't a threat to Europe, but Russia's in Europe, Chechnya is in Europe, Georgia's in Europe. We don't need. We don't unleash the carpet bomb.
Again, they don't have to intervene in every single situation.
No, it's just you are okay with bombing people that were not our business to get involved in if you liked it.
Again, there's a criteria for it. In this case, the immediate ethnic cleansing of the people in Bosnia. People weren't being ethnically cleansed in any of the other areas. So I don't know why we're talking about that.
Because, well, first of all, if you're conflating with ethnic cleansing because you want NATO to sound heroic, like we were preventing a mass extermination event, and that's not the case. It was never the case. Maybe you should talk to a lot of people who lived in the Balkans who would say they wish NATO never got the fuck involved in the first place.
Yes. Let's just appeal to like some of the individuals.
Yeah, you know what? I think
NATO
I would.
shouldn't have intervened. Yeah, it's very obvious in the
international
community. That's very obvious in the international community.
Since they got scattered across the world and lost their homes because of NATO and not Russia, I think I will listen to their opinion of NATO.
I don't know where Russia was brought into the Yugoslavian conflict, but again, this wasn't just like NATO, engaging on their own whims. There's very clearly an issue going on there that needed some.
NATO should not have acted at the behest of the UN either. We're not there to be their military wing. That's not what NATO was established.
It is within Europe. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, we're defending again the people getting from getting ethnically cleansed. I don't know why. Again,
well, that's actually a good question. I think, Bones. Do you think that since NATO is mainly a European and American protection organization, do you think they should be acting as basically the military for the UN, or do you think that's something the UN should step up?
Personally, long term, I would actually rather have like a much more powerful UN Security Council, kind of composed of all the nations of the world, and that way they could ideally deal with those conflicts in a more neutral manner. But with respect to Europe, NATO definitely acts as a pretty, neutral per se.
What is Europe by your definition? Define Europe. Because there is Western Europe, there is Central Europe, there is Eastern Europe. It's not all NATO's sandbox to play on.
So absolutely, we can go over this. So we have, again, Western Europe, Eastern Europe, probably extending all the way somewhere into Russia. If you want me to draw the lines, I could probably, if you find a map, we could do that. But
so Europe's just going to be convenient. So regardless, regionally, Europe's just going to be whatever you want to be. Okay.
No, this is just these are, if we want to talk about where the lines in Europe are drawn, again, it partially extends into Russia. Again, I don't know why this is really relevant to the conversation when NATO is an alliance primarily interested in European security.
Where in NATO's charter does it say they have the right to proactive military action on territory that is not a member nation?
So in particular, it doesn't even need to be explicitly in the charter.
No, it's a collective defense organization. So where in the charter does it say they can be aggressive?
Okay, so in Article 5, all it talks about is if you want to instigate in some sort of a scenario here, these member nations have to come together and agree upon it. Again, this is in defense of people inside Europe here.
People who were not a member nation of NATO. They had no right to act.
It doesn't have to be your NATO. It does not have to be a member nation getting attacked. It's very clearly within the spirit to say, hey, all of these people inside of Europe right here in this major conflict that was once Yugoslavia, we should probably intervene and stop this ethnic cleansing from happening.
Yeah, it's people needed saving so bad that Serbians and Bosnians were protesting at state houses in the U.S. in the 90s, chanting for NATO to get the fuck out.
Some people didn't like the occupation. Boo-hoo.
But we
this
were
isn't,
such.
this
Oh,
isn't like a this isn't like a really convincing thing. Some people disagree with it. Yeah,
some people
Big
didn't.
whip. Everybody disagrees on every
Some
single
people didn't like the
conflict.
Iraq occupation, and the left bitched and whined about that for decades.
I don't know why you're talking about the left.
Oh,
Here.
because
You're not
the
debating the
occupation
left.
of the Balkans was A-okay
You're not
because it makes
debating
you
the-
feel like a hero.
You're not debating the
You're
boogeyman.
Superman
You're not-
saving the Balkans.
You're not again. You're not debating the left here. You're debating Bones of Doom. I don't know where this boogeyman came in. Is the left over there, guys?
Yeah, it's actually you're pointing to
see
your
it.
left, so it might be.
I don't see the left over there. So
that's
I don't know.
it.
Maybe debate me instead of
So
leftists.
you're perfectly fine with NATO swooping in, occupying land that was not their business.
It absolutely
not
was their
sphere of
business.
influence, but they felt like they were being heroes, so we're going to allow it.
It absolutely is their business.
Conflating ethnic cleansing with genocide makes
Yes.
bombing feel good.
Not just the bombing, but also the Dayton Peace Agreement. You forget about that.
Well, I
They
mean,
helped coordinate that.
I thought
They objectively speaking, they actually did help end the fucking conflict
Well,
there. So I don't know why.
they didn't
Again,
need
like we
your
want to
help
focus on
end
the bombing. We
conflict.
want to focus on the bombing. By the way, there was
You're
also a
presu-
peace agreement that was made in part
You're-
because NATO was there.
You're presupposing they needed us to even make a peace agreement. They were already
They
in a
were absolutely
process to
necessary.
peacefully partition the countries. Was there conflict? Yes. Were people shitty? Yes. Did we make it worse? Also, yes.
Yeah, you haven't established that again. Like, if you want to dispute the ethnic cleansing, I mean, go ahead. It's very obvious in the international community that this ethnic cleansing
You've
happening.
conflated it with genocide, but then
This
you
is
can't
not a
show me
so
a genocide.
This is not a conflation of genocide. This is just analytically true that ethnic cleansing is a genocide.
If
I
you
don't know
can-
why you're disputing this, unless you're just completely confused on what.
Because you're trying to, you want people listening.
All right,
to
go.
this.
Wait. Just go ahead.
You all have
ahead.
about 2 minutes before we
go
do
ahead,
that.
just
You
define-
want
wait,
people
whoa,
to
wicked,
think we
wicked, okay.
prevented mass slaughter.
So you know what?
and that's
Go.
not the case.
So you know what? Go ahead and define genocide for me real quick.
I would consider any kind of genocide to be a mass extermination event of a group of people.
Okay, great. So ethnic cleansing falls within that category.
No, it
So
isn't.
You can shut up about.
Where's
you
the
can
extermination?
Again, in my definition of ethnic cleansing, it's the removal or.
So
like,
you're
mass
conflating
killing.
it with genocide.
This is not a conflation. This is just ethnic
Your
cleansing is a
definitions
type of
ethnic
genocide.
cleansing and genocide were the
So
same.
ethnic cleansing is a type of genocide. I don't know why you're disputing this. This is just really retarded. Again, it's analytically true. Like if I'm saying that something is an ethnic cleansing, it is by definition also a genocide.
But you're relying on people being sympathetic and equating relocation with death, and that's not
Not just relocation is an aspect of it. It's also like the mass killing, and of course, like relocating people outside of their homes.
So
unless you think all of this relocation was somehow non-violent.
I
mean,
here-
be my guest. Like, show me where everything that was happening in Bosnia, by the way, was somehow like just non-violent relocation.
Was Germany in the 1940s a relocation?
Big ass fucking pivot.
Was that was
So
that
big ass
cleansing
pivot.
or a genocide?
So for the audience, by the way, that was like a massive ass pivot. So again, like where in Bosnia was
I'm
there
testing
only...
the consistency in your argument.
So
was Germany an ethnic cleansing or a genocide?
So neither. Anyway, so going.
Oh, what was it then? Please tell me what 1940s Germany was. If it
was
wasn't
a
an
war.
ethnic
It was
cleansing
a
or
war
genocide.
campaign to extract the Nazis out of Germany.
Were any groups of people being genocided, or were they being ethnically cleansed?
Neither.
Oh, well, then what was it?
It's very clear that it was mostly military targets that the United States and the European coalition was after. I don't know why we're doing like
So
World
no
War II
groups of
apology.
people were.
I don't know
being-
why we're doing
So
Nazi
wait,
apologia for
so
World War
wait,
II. By the
Bones.
way, again, so by the
No
way,
groups of people being ethnically cleansed.
So
in
by the
Germany.
way, I bid on this bullet specifically because he thinks that there's something wrong with my consistency here. The problem is that with respect to the United States and Europe, we weren't out there trying to kill all the fucking Aryans or all the Germans inside of Germany. We were specifically there to weed out the Nazis and fucking bomb the shit out
But
of
where
them.
was the ethnic cleansing and the genocide we were preventing?
Nowhere, Wally. This
Okay,
is like
so
a
where
complete,
what- so-
this is a complete misstep on your end. So, anyways, let's get
So then
back
why
to
did we
Bosnia.
go-
Let's
what
get
was
back
that?
to Bosnia. So, what about Bosnia specifically was just like them peacefully relocating them? Since you wanted to pivot off that.
What about
What about
peacefully
what?
relocating?
What about what?
What about it was peaceful relocation?
So you said that you could have just also meant like peaceful relocation. So again, like what were all these like Bosnians just completely relocated? like peacefully? Like they just like shook hands?
No, there was conflict, but they can sort their own business. We did not have to come in as an outside party and say
We
we're going to
absolutely did.
regulate this. You
We-
just wanted when it's convenient.
We absolutely didn't.
You want? No, we did not.
Yeah, look, it's fine. Look, it's fine. You don't want to dispute what you want to dispute whether there's ethnic cleansing going on.
You
wanted to
dispute
pivot.
whether
You want to
anything
pivot all
was
the way
done
to
before
Germany.
World War II.
Yeah, you want
apparently.
to pivot all the way to Germany and try to find like an internal inconsistency. You couldn't find anything.
You're
once we go
basically
back to
displaying it.
the substance of the debate, you don't seem to be interested
Nothing
in that
happened
either.
in Germany. Everyone was on vacation. That's apparently your official position.
yeah. That's yeah. So
you won't answer. You're
so
not
guys-
answering.
yeah,
was it
guys,
an ethnic
so- all right.
cleansing? Was it a genocide? What was
I'll
going
let
on
you.
there?
I'll
I'll let you answer real fast. Go ahead, and then we are going to go to super chats and then closings. You'll each get 5 minutes first. I believe you were the affirmative. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And then, sorry, we are multitasking. We're figuring things out in real time. And then you're going to go first on the closing. So go ahead and respond real quick. You got about 30 seconds, and then I'm going to go to.
Yeah, absolutely. So the idea that Wicked Wally wants me to say that no citizens were killed in the process of us doing our campaign inside Germany, completely fucking retarded way to test internal consistency. It's very obvious that there's a big difference between us doing a military campaign within Germany versus the ethnic cleansing of people in Bosnia. So yeah, that's it.
And chat, before anybody says, oh, Papa Gibbs is always asking him to finish, it's because Wally just keeps asking questions right before I'm about to stop things. It's total coincidence, I promise. We're not rigging anything. All right, boys. So let me just, this isn't the WWE yet. No, I'm just kidding. All right, so we're going to start off. We got $20 from ex-Lady Wicked. As someone from the area, every side of that were aggressing each other. Bosnia has three main ethnicities. They each slaughter each other as one aggressor because it fits narrative better against the country that supports Russia. And then we have another one from ex-Lady Wicked for $10. I came from a town that was split in two. Each side went into villages and slaughtered people. Yeah, it sounds like real tough times out there, real sad times. I'm sorry that happened.
Thank you,
but
random chatter. For that.
yeah, so now on that note, what we're going to do now is we are going to go to closings. Give me a brief moment. All right. Whenever you're ready, Bones, you got 5 minutes to close, and then we're going to turn it over to and also at the end, please shout out your channel, who you are, where to find you, and all that good jazz. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Yeah, so throughout the debate, it seems that Wally was incredibly confused on certain topics. He claimed that us being in Afghanistan and occupying bases that Russia once had was somehow an aggressive action against Russia, that we were boxing them in. He seems to be really confused as to whether Russia itself is just like a kid playing in the sandbox, acting like all innocent. It's very obvious he was not interested in wanting to argue about whether Russia was committing any atrocities or whether Russia was trying to be an aggressive act. But instead, he wants to pivot to, sometimes like NATO does things that I feel isn't within the scope of NATO's mission, in which case he wanted to just deny the ethnic cleansing of the Bosnians inside of Bosnia at the time. He also wants to dispute other things. He also wanted to try and test by internal consistency by alluding to the idea that the campaign in Germany during World War II was somehow us ethnically cleansing them, just by giving no similar characteristics to it, despite it very obviously being a military campaign to root out the Nazis. But again, I would too be a little bit frazzled if I came here and got blown the fuck out. So I'm Bones of Doom. I'm a liberal debater. I debate politics, religion, getting amped up on philosophy. So maybe I'll do an abortion debate or two somewhere in there. And my channel is Bones of Doom on Twitch, Bones of Doom 9464 on YouTube. And then my Twitter X handle is Bones of Doom TV.
All right. Thank you so much. I don't know who's modding in Grid's chat right now, but whoever's modding, please give him a shout out. And my chat, whoever my mod is right now, if you don't mind, please shout them out as well. We're going to turn it over to Wally. Go ahead, give us your closing. Tell us who you are, where to find all that good jazz.
First off, Gibbs, thank you for moderating. Bones, thank you for debating. It's been a pleasure. We were able to, I had a feeling if we were able to get along well in messages setting up the debate, we could get shouty and it was going to be okay. So you're a wonderful sport.
Absolutely.
And I take nothing fucking personal.
Absolutely.
Before we move on from there. So yeah, question was ultimately going back to, should we abolish NATO? And I came in open to hearing any argument from my opponent, but it does not change my position that I believe as an organization, it is ethically compromised and should be abolished. If they want to rebuild a new one under a different framework, fine. But I'm not going to delude myself with superhero fantasies that NATO prevented evil when in fact all it did was add several hundred bodies to the pile at the absolute minimum and several thousand at the absolute worst. It's become a convenient tool of intervention when we like it, and it does not need to exist any longer.
All right. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Let's get a round of applause for our first round debaters here. Yeah. Woo! Thank you so much. You're outstanding. Guys, like I said, anybody, if you super chat on YouTube, we will get those read. Twitch, if you're watching on Twitch, I am able to read the Twitch chat intermittently. I will be able to get y'all's responses as well. However, I would prefer, guys, if you go to one of our Grid One Motorsports, Unreasonable Man on YouTube, and spend the money there, because he did fund the majority of this event. So that would be fantastic. And like I said, this will help us towards our next event, GRIDCON 3. So thank y'all so much. Now, we're going to have a brief intermission. We are going to be turning it over live right now to my associate, Glenn Lawrence, and he's going to be taking y'all into the next debate. So let's go to Glenn. Woo.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's your boy Glenn Lawrence, and I'm here at GRIDCON 2. Let me talk to these debaters, these post-debaters, real quick. Let's see, we got Bones of Doom. Bones of Doom.
Yes, sir.
All right, how do you think the debate went?
I mean, pretty well for me. My opponent, Wally, seemed to be pretty fucking confused on a lot of the facts regarding all the conflicts that he wanted to bring up, or the supposed conflicts he wanted to bring up. And it's very obvious he wanted to focus in specifically on, fucking NATO did something bad, but didn't want to talk about whether Russia was ever an aggressor. Seemed to do a lot of apologia for Russia too, and I feel like that was his downfall right there, was doing apologia and getting stomped on that rhetorically and substantively.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, where can they find you?
Oh yeah, so again, you can find me Bones of Doom TV on X. Bones of Doom 9464 is the YouTube channel. Bones of Doom is my Twitch channel. I'm also on TikTok. I didn't mention that. It is also Bones of Doom. I occasionally go live or go on people's lives to debate them and rhetorically and substantively dominate them.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely.
We're Bones. Talk to you later, bro.
Absolutely.
Wally, come here, sir.
Howdy.
How you
On
doing?
the right side?
You're on the right side.
Okay.
How do you think you did?
I did well. I think we had a nice heated exchange to open things up for everybody and get people fired up, and that's what I was looking to accomplish, was be a good show opener for everybody at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And it was nice to start dipping my foot into making the arguments. I'd like to do more debates about NATO probably in the future and get more into foreign policy.
Nice.
So I think I know a little bit more about the history and foreign policy than people might have realized.
Mhm.
And I wish we could have gotten down more into the definitions. Honestly, I think trying to break down the definitions of how, like, ethnic cleansing, genocide, all of that could be an interesting debate at some point in the future. Because I hope that's what people started seeing by the end of the debate, is that I think when we start conflating these terms into foreign policy and geopolitics, it makes people's perspectives start feeling very dishonest when we're conflating terms.
So tell the audience where they can find you, where they can watch you, and what do you got next?
You can find me at Wicked Wally on YouTube. I'm going to be bringing back probably my Friday morning, afternoon show soon. I like to do gaming streams with my lovely fiance, Millie, who is actually originally from the Balkans, along with her family, who are wonderful people. Her parents treat me like I'm a son they never had. And I wanted to represent for them as well, and because they were there in this war, and I wanted to represent for how they've been treated. And I guess, we'll say I was defending my woman's honor a little bit against NATO. We'll say that.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Wally.
She had her colors out to support me. You see her.
I see it. Well, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I'll chat with you later, bro.
Right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we get any further, I'm going to bring the man, the myth, the legend, Grid One over here. Grid One is going to give you guys a brief announcement and give you a little update. So, ladies and gentlemen that are here, I need you to shut your mouth. Thank you. Get over here, Grid.
Everybody, welcome to my event. Not just the people here, but the people watching. I feel like I need to take a moment to kind of explain. We ran a little bit late because of technology. Everybody was here on time. They put in yeoman's work. They really did a good job. Everyone that's associated with this is to be congratulated for doing an amazing, amazing job today. And unfortunately, technology sometimes gets the better of us, and that's what happened. I don't want anyone to think that we were, in any way, nobody was slacking. Everybody did great work. I hope everybody enjoys the debates today. This is something I want to do more of. We will be, there'll be some announcements forthcoming. And I'm going to give this back to Glenn. Glenn's going to talk about and bring up the next debaters, and we're going to be moving along really quickly. You probably won't see me again today, but that's okay, because this is while this is my show, it's all about them.
All right, thank you, Grid One. All right, next up we have two debaters already to rumble in the jungle. Let me bring up my first debater. He stands in at 5'2". He's Mexican. He stinks. No, I'm kidding. Get over here, Jake Varr from VOP Podcast. How you doing, man?
Way to fucking hype up that
You like
fucking
that?
shit.
You like
dude.
that?
I hated it, bro. I fucking hated it. But whatever. It's all
How
good.
you doing, bro?
I'm doing fine, man.
All right, so
Good.
tell me, what is your debate?
So the debate topic of the day is going to be, is MAGA bad for America? Which, of course, my debate opponent is going to say Trump bad. It's basically a Trump bad debate.
Trump bad.
Been in these many, many times.
Now,
Now,
I need to get your best Trump impression.
I've gotten a lot of criticism over here from many of these lefties, all right? They don't like me very much. We need Mr. Jake Varr to come and defend me. That's what I'm going to do. But we'll see how my debate opponent works out.
All right, if you go ahead and head over to the stage, and he is debating LSP.
How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. How you doing?
I'm all right. So what's up?
Tell me, so you're debating Trump bad, basically. That's what Jake says.
Yeah, I think that's a simplified way to put
Closer?
it. I think the technical question we're going to be asking is MAGA good for America or is MAGA bad for America?
So MAGA as in the movement, but not necessarily Trump as a president.
I would say Trump is just the ringleader of the movement. But yes, I would say the movement itself. Yes.
So not his policies, you're talking about the people that support him.
No, I think his policies are part and parcel of the movement. I think the policies are how that movement manifests. So yeah, we're going to be
Okay.
talking about that.
So you're going to be talking about his presidency and like there's policies they put in. So you're saying that's bad.
Correct.
And then also you're arguing the movement that's gone and around Trump also bad.
Also correct. Yeah.
Okay, so what do you think is going to be your opponent's weakness?
His arrogance.
You think he's arrogant?
I must have watched, I don't want to say like 10 plus hours of his content in preparation for this. He's cookie cutter. I mean, he runs the same kind of channel that every other person does. He gets divorced dad energy where he talks about women, talks about gay people, talks about Muslims, kind of preaches the same song every other MAGA type preaches, but never actually offers anything of substance. So I think that's what I'm going to deal with, is mostly that substance-free talking points that I'm going to have to dismantle line by line.
All right, well, we're looking forward to it.
Sir.
Head over to the stage.
Hey.
All right, ladies and gentlemen that are here in studio with us, I need you to keep your volume down. Thank you. Now, for those that are watching, we are debaters are at the stage, getting ready for their opening statements, sending it back over to Gibbs.
All right. Thank you so much. We're back. My name once again is Admiral Gibbs. I am your moderator today. We have, as we previously noticed, we have this man right here and this man right here. And we're going to be getting into the Trump is the Trump most corrupt president since Reagan? Is I believe that question? Or was that,
No, is MAGA good for America?
Is MAGA good for what?
Is MAGA bad for America?
MAGA bad for America. I'm so sorry.
Host doesn't even know the
I don't
debate
even know.
topic.
Listen, I am all over the place, boys. I apologize.
You would have dabbed before this.
They call me the fireman because I'm putting out old flames. Right now, so yeah, we're doing MAGA. Who is the affirmative?
Well, I guess the question is MAGA bad for America? I'm the affirmative, then MAGA is bad.
Okay, so you're the affirmative. All right, cool. So you're the affirmative. Like I said, we're going to go over the rules one more time, guys, just for the chat. You have 5-minute openings each. Affirmative goes first. We're going to do 15, 20-minute openings. Then we're going to go to super chats. Then we're going to do another 15, 20-minute open period, super chats, and then closings. All right, whenever you are ready, let me just pull my thing. Go ahead and start.
Sure. Yes. So I'm in the.
Also, one second, I apologize. Hey, and if we could get it just slightly quieter, it is mad distracting, folks, in here.
MAGA distracted.
Thank you. Yeah, it is super loud, chat. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. All right, go ahead, LSP. Appreciate it.
What you need is one of those dollar store paintball guns. You just
Hold on. One more time. Hey!
that works.
Silence! Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. I guess the prompt is MAGA bad for America? One when I think about what's good or for America or bad for America, I think there's a very selfish lens. What do I want for my life? And does MAGA bring me that? I want a wife. I want a kid. I want these same things that I assume you want. This is the American dream. I want a house. I want a job that I can support my family with. And I want my leaders to be accountable. I want my leaders to be responsible. I want my leaders to be respectable. And MAGA does not embody any of that. Not one. Donald Trump does not take accountability for anything, and MAGA defends him every step of the way. You cannot say an administration that deports mothers and sisters and cuts health care from 4 million people is a pro-family immigration. I'm sorry, a pro-family administration, because they're not. That's not pro-family. It's not pro-America. It's hurting. I mean, at least 4 million children who lost their health care. It's hurting them. I mean, this is the question of like, can I provide for my family? Can I provide a livelihood that keeps my family safe and prospers and generates wealth that can carry them from generation to generation? Can I build assets? Well, it's a lot harder to do that when everything has been tariffed and everything is more expensive. You know, gasoline is more expensive now, handily, than when it was under Joe Biden. It's actually gone, I don't know if anybody, I challenge everybody to look up, fact check us while we're debating. It rose to over $4 a gallon just this week because we got engaged in a war that we shouldn't have been engaged in. So now my dollar does not stretch as far. Now I can't spend money on things I need to spend money on. Now I'm struggling for nickeling and diming just to survive. And you know what? I'm not too bad off personally. I'm very privileged. There's a lot of people who are worse off than me. A lot of people who do try and who do work hard that can't afford the $4 a gallon gasoline. I can't afford the inflation rate above 3%. You know, when Joe Biden left office, it was 2.5%. Now it's over 3%. And projections have it going as high as 3.5% to 4%. So is it good for my finances? MAGA is certainly not good for my finances. And I guess none of that would be just so bad if somebody from this administration would just take some degree of accountability for it. Donald Trump has not once in his life, and I challenge anybody to look this up, to actually say, I'm sorry, I messed up, I did something wrong, here's what I'm going to do to fix it, here's a vision for the future. If we're to have MAGA for the future, if this is the movement and it's here to stay, and I'm to answer this question, is it bad for America or good for America? Well, so far it hasn't manifested anything good for me. And I'm sure it hasn't manifested anything good for millions and millions of other Americans as well. You know, it's just chaos and embarrassment. And I don't know if we can sustain this, you know, 20 years in the future, 30 years. Where does this movement take us? 30 years from now, are we still going to have MAGA politics dividing this country? You know, are we still going to have incompetence masquerading as strength? You know, a person who never apologizes but screws everything up? You know, when will our leaders be accountable? When will our leaders be responsible? When will we have the prosperity that we were owed by this dream? That we work hard. We should be able to change this stuff. Just like I want a family and I want a home and I want to build a life for myself, I'm sure you want the same thing. It's time we confront. MAGA's not done anything to actually get me that. Just like they haven't for millions of other people. There's no Republican policy that's expanded healthcare or it's made it easier to get healthcare. There's no Republican policy that's made it easier for me to send my child to school or a college or a university. There's no Republican policy that has done anything to allow me to buy a house easier. No, everything they have done has made everything substantially more expensive. And it's impacting my wallet. It's impacting your wallet. Gibbs, I'm sure it's impacting your wallet. We just had a screwworm outbreak purely because the Department of Government Efficiency cut the monitoring group responsible for seeing, tracking the screwworm outbreak to stop it from coming into this border, raising the price of beef. So now gasoline's more expensive, my groceries are more expensive, my housing's more expensive, my healthcare's more expensive, my education's more expensive. When am I going to get some help from my federal government? When is MAGA going to offer some solution that isn't just chaos and brutalization and embarrassment? I don't know that I have 5 to 7 minutes, but over to you.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, you were fine. You were right. Also, apologize, guys. We just got an Amber Alert. If y'all heard the yelling, the noise there. All right, Mr. Jake, go ahead.
Yeah. So look, let's just put it this way. Is MAGA bad for America? All right. That's kind of the debate topic here. We would have to actually compare what is bad, right? So for example, the previous administration, he does complain about, hey, groceries are high. All this is high, right? And he brings up the gas. In fact, even if you look at the Biden administration, you actually shoot down to after Biden left office, inflation went up around 21, 22%. That skyrocketed before Trump went into office. Big thing there. Now, if you look at the like egg prices when Trump first came in, the eggs were going to go down, and they did. Okay, gas prices have gone up because of, yes, the war, but his first year in office, the gas went down drastically.
Now, at this point, it's gone up. But even if you look at Biden's second year in office, that shit went up by like, it was around past the average gas prices. The average gas prices right now is around what, $3.50? In Biden's second year,
So
comparing it, no, it's $3.50. That's the average in America. Yeah, wait for the opening. It's average in America. Biden's average in his second year was around, I think, somewhere around $3.95. I mean, drastically bigger. Now he's on his phone. He's gonna have to fact check everything because he needs his notes. That's kind of funny to me, but whatever. Anyways, so like I was going before, is yeah, we have to look at comparing by comparing, right? Now, I would even bring up, is MAGA bad for America? Well, was Biden better than MAGA? Like I said, when it comes to the left, and what is MAGA? MAGA is also the people that support Donald Trump. So the anti-Trumpers, if we look when, how they act, etc., we do see a lot of left-wing violence, especially rising up for the past 10 years. Okay? Is that good for America in comparison to MAGA? I mean, that's one thing that I want to kind of dive into, because when the left seems to not get their way, they seem to have a big hissy fit, burning down buildings, the BLM riots, Tesla burnings, the LA riots, what do you call it? The Chaz takeover of Seattle. I mean, all these crazy things, and they use violence to get that power. So I think, hey, if you want to shoot it out to the Democrats, they do nothing about it. I would say that's actually worse for America. And I'm not even arguing that Trump is good on everything, but I will say that when it comes to the Biden administration before, easily it's not even comparable that MAGA is essentially better than the Biden administration. It's not even close. Even if you look at from a cultural point of view, Biden had what? Guess what? LGBTQ picnics on the lawn. You know, from a cultural point of view, the propaganda that's being pushed, the Gender Affirmative Care Act, which was pretty bad there, chopping off genitals of the little children. Pretty bad, especially if you want to have families. We need to reproduce ourselves. Kind of bad there too. So the propaganda that Trump's been giving out is America first. The UFC fight at the White House compared to a LGBTQ picnic. You know, it's two sides there that I think us as Americans need to get behind, the idea of uniting as Americans rather than appealing to the minority of people in order to kind of virtue signal on these things. So I would say, no, I mean, if you want to do apples to apples comparison, I think we need to kind of go down the line right then and there, especially when how Biden handled the immigration policies compared to Trump. That's another big one that I think we can kind of dive into, etc. But with that being said, I think I'm good, Grid.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. We're going to get in the open now. Go ahead. Fight.
Okay, I just want to point out something I think is always interesting. Whenever you bring up something that MAGA does or fails at, they don't provide for our housing, they don't provide for our education, they don't provide for our healthcare. They brutalize the country. There's riots everywhere.
How are they brutalizing?
Well, there's at least 2 Americans who got shot in the face as an example of brutalizing. But let me finish my point before you respond, please. Whenever you point this out, the default response is deflect, deny, divide. Deflect any of the criticism, deny it's anything to blame with MAGA, and divide the country by pointing out, well, there's gay people on the White House lawn. You know what's better than that? Having a wrestling match there.
Well, don't you think that having propaganda for people to like actually have families, you want a family, right, one day, etc. A lot of these things, we're under reproductive rates here in the United States. We can't even reproduce ourselves. Don't you think shooting out something like Family America United and actually pushing that type of propaganda?
I agree. Trump just doesn't do that.
Great. Would be better for America than, for example, Biden, who did, you know, LGBTQ, because you do know, I mean, pushing that type of propaganda leads to reproductive dead ends.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to support families and you want to make pro-growth family policies, then you would have pro-growth family policies.
Would you say
you would have healthcare be more affordable? You would have a plan to make education more affordable. You'd have a plan to make housing more affordable. Where is that from Trump?
Yeah, well, when it comes down to Trump, again, this is not a Trump thing, dude. Okay, as far as housing, the housing market's been going up drastically. One way to lower that down is actually to seal the borders. Right?
Another way to lower it down is to stop reproducing, right?
To what? Lower the housing?
Yeah, just to stop having kids. Stop having kids.
Okay, so you're making the argument that let's just stop having kids, and therefore what?
I'm not making that. I'm making a pro-growth.
How would we reinforce the workforce?
No,
if you're pushing that type of propaganda.
Yeah, so that's not the propaganda I'm pushing.
Okay,
I believe in pro-growth, pro-capitalism, pro-freedom. Right? If you're going to try to make the argument that, well, he's making our housing situation better by deporting our neighbors and our gardeners. Well, factually, you can also make the housing situation better by just not having kids. It's not an argument. It's not a solution.
Yeah, but that would
we
also
don't have,
create so many other problems, such as
so is deporting people.
such as we won't have enough workers to reproduce ourselves.
We
right?
don't have
This is
enough
why-
workers in agriculture.
I know,
which
but
is why
this is why
farmers were begging Trump
this
to
is
keep
why
immigrants in the country.
Okay, and this is why under Joe Biden, when he let in 10 million immigrants,
He didn't let in 10 million immigrants.
Yes,
you
he
have
did.
no source for that.
dude.
No
Encounters
facts
at the
back that up.
border was around
An
10 million.
encounter is not
Encounters
the
at the
same
border was
thing as
10
an
million.
immigrant.
Hold on. But the immigrants that stayed within the interior of the United States was around 5 million to 6 million.
It's not.
Some of these numbers go up as high as past that 10 million mark.
Yeah, Trump
Okay,
says
so-
25 million, but yes or no?
Yeah,
An
well, I'm
encounter
not
does
even
not
denying
mean
the
somebody.
25.
Yes or no?
I'm
An
just-
encounter does not mean somebody was let in the country.
I agree with that. That's why I said
Okay, then why
Encounter
would
at
you
the
use
border-
that figure?
because I used it in a sense to where when it comes to the interior of the United States, we have numbers on that 10 million mark. We have it here at
No.
the bottom of
You
of
use
even
that
5
figure to
million.
make people think that 10 million people illegally immigrated in the
No,
United States, and
dude,
that
I'm
factually is not
using
true.
it as a high because you know how they do stats is at the highest and the lowest.
An encounter
So
is
we'll
just the border
we-
patrol
I know
encountering
what an
somebody at the
encounter is,
border,
bro.
and it could be
That's not what
turning
I'm
them away
disputing.
and not letting them in the country.
That's not what I'm
You are
disputing.
using this to make people think there's an illegal immigrant invasion in the country, but the actual number of immigrants who came in under Joe Biden was 1.5 million illegal immigrants and about 3 million legal immigrants. That's not an invasion.
No, those numbers are completely wrong, bro.
Based on
So
what?
that-
Tell me your
so
source.
that's what I'm saying.
I'll tell you my source. and you tell me your source.
So when Donald Trump first came into office,
You're not going to tell me a source?
yeah, the immigration website, whatever
The
it's called.
immigration
Yeah.
website. Okay.
Yes. So, anyways, really quick, everybody knows that border and customs.
Okay.
So, anyways, so yeah, when Trump first came into office, we saw that the encounters at the border drastically shot down. LSP. And this was cleared up within a couple of months through executive order.
Let me just ask a question though. What about though with under Abbott under Biden? They shut it down. Would you not argue that that's it's not just Trump? It's more of like a Republican side thing. So it's not necessarily even MAGA, or is it? It's got to be Trump stopping the border. What is your kind of argument here?
Trump. Well, yeah, I would attribute that to Republicans in general. Sure, I think
Well,
LSP
here's a
would
question.
agree with that.
If
especially with
we're
Abbott.
gonna attribute this to MAGA, attribute this to Republican, what is a bill MAGA or Republicans have proposed that's actually fixed our problems with the border? Because these are systemic.
Yeah, a lot of these were done through executive order.
So why not?
But
pass a
Biden
bill?
didn't do a bill neither.
Right, but Biden
Yeah.
attempted to do a
And
bill
Biden
through
didn't
Senator
even do an
James.
executive
Wait,
order,
yes
which
or
is
no?
why we had so many encounters at the border.
Yes or no? You just realized you stumbled into something.
What did I
Yes or
stumble
no?
into?
Joe Biden tried to do a bill. It was the Langford immigration bill, and Donald Trump
Here
killed
we
it by
go
calling
again.
country.
You mean Biden tried to
Here we
push
go
it
again.
at
It's
the last,
factually true.
at the last year of his
Biden
his
tried to
services
hire hundreds of
after-
immigration judges,
after
thousands
10
of
million
support
encounters
staff,
at the border,
10,000 Customs and
5
Border
million stayed
Patrol
within the
agents,
interior,
and
bro.
limit the amount of people who can come to this
Yeah.
country to 5,000 in a week. That was a immigration reform bill sponsored by a Republican. Where's the MAGA bill? Where's the MAGA bill?
Can you give me details on that bill exactly?
Yeah,
How would it stop?
It
Go
would
ahead
have
and
it
tell
would
me.
have hired hundreds of immigration judges to backlog
Okay,
our
so we're going back to
3.6
the judges
million.
stuff. So in other words, they're not
I
actually
thought you
doing
wanted me
anything
to
at the
explain the
border.
bill.
Okay, all right, go ahead, finish.
Okay, it would have hired hundreds of immigration judges to handle the 3.6 million immigrant backlog, which, by the way, is now worse because Donald Trump's fired several immigration judges. They would have hired thousands of support staff to help them. So clerics, people who, I don't know, like paralegals. It would have hired thousands of Customs and Border Patrol agents to better patrol our border. It would have built a new wall, and it would have provided new surveillance technology on the border to stem the flow of people coming in at unauthorized checkpoints. Why did we kill that bill?
So again, Joe Biden pushed that at the end of his administration. We
And
can
it
all
would
agree
have
with that.
passed.
I would even agree that Trump probably wanted to kill that bill, which, by the way, Trump
said
didn't
he
do
did.
it. He said he wanted to. Fine, fair enough. But even with all that, with the bills thing, with the asylum seekers, etc., dude, it wouldn't have pushed through because they did sneak in a lot of stuff from the Ukraine. That's why they wanted to kill the bill.
No.
Because they wanted to do, yes, they were sneaking in a lot of other policies within that bill. So this is why they wanted to push more money into the Ukraine, and Republicans didn't want that.
I understand
At the
MAGA has a
time,
problem
so they
with.
killed it, right? They
Okay.
killed the bill. Fine, fair enough. Trump did run on immigration. Guess what? He did win it. Okay. So Joe Biden, was horrible at the border. This is why they voted in Donald Trump did.
Yeah. So, I mean, I know MAGA has a problem with facts. They have a problem with history as well. And it's evident in that because he just gave you a layout of what happened, a narrative of what happened, a chronology of what happened that is not rooted in facts. The Republicans would not support on any immigration reform unless it was tied deliberately to Ukrainian funding. That was their stance. We won't give them a dime to Ukraine unless they help secure the border. Well, when Democrats step up to do that, what does Donald Trump do? He says, I want the issue to run on, kill it. Every time, and by the way,
The issue
I'm gonna
come
point
on
out
what?
once
Wait,
again,
come on what?
you did What?
The issue to come on what again? I didn't hear that.
Donald Trump wanted the issue of immigration to run on. That's what he said.
Yes.
That's what he said when
Yes.
he killed the immigration reform bill. That would have fixed many of our border issues.
Well, I don't think.
Let me ask you a question, LSP, just real quick,
Sure.
because I thought about Langford bill a lot. Trump initially was on board with a lot of that, except then he went against it because the Texan Republicans really went against the DACA thing. Is Trump, as like a populist, right, supposed to listen to his base in that situation, or is it something where he should have gone against them and gone down the board anyway?
Now, I don't reject the. I mean, I reject the populist label as a politically
Sure, that's
useful
why I'm just
here.
asking.
What Trump should do is be a leader and talk to Democrats and talk to Republicans in Congress and try to get them to negotiate a deal that actually does secure our border, that actually does handle the 13.5 million illegal immigrants in this country, provides them a pathway. I mean, if your issue is undocumented immigrants, the answer to that is get them documented, right? Where's Trump on any of this?
So your issue with Donald Trump, you're saying, okay, how about we document every single
Yes.
illegal immigrant?
Yes.
That's straightforward.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So does that include even the illegals?
Yeah. The 13
You
and a half
would want-
million.
you
What do
wanna
you mean?
give
If
amnesty
they're
to
illegal, they're not
all the
documented.
illegals
Yes.
in the
That's
country.
tautological.
And then
but yes.
you did a low ball number, 13 million? You think
13.5 million,
13.5 million in this country right now.
Yes, according to
A
Pew
lot-
Research.
Yeah, a lot of the research actually shoots up to around 25 million, even
Name one.
beyond.
Name one.
Yeah, I mean, there's something like, I think it was Pew Research as well.
Pew Research does not say that the number of illegal immigrants is 25 million.
No,
No, they do
Okay.
not say that.
I don't have the
Absolutely do not
sources
say that.
off the top of my head, but those numbers do
Well,
come.
why didn't you prepare? Why didn't
I
you
don't
look
ha-
this up
I don't
knowing you were
have
going
the
to
numbers
talk
on top
about
of my
this?
head, but I am saying that no, a lot of these numbers come as high as 25 million.
Well, let me ask you, where do
Well,
you get your news
let's just do
from,
13.
then?
Let's just do 13. So you would want to give amnesty to 13 million illegal immigrants.
Except the violent, felonious ones, yeah.
Okay.
Only Republicans believe in pardoning violent, felonious.
So every
amnesty
year,
for them.
every year when we have illegals cross the border, you would just give them amnesty, even though they're breaking the
No,
law.
I would try to fix our border so that nobody has to cross.
Okay,
so
so
that
the
we
ones
can
that do
handle,
get in- the ones
so
that
that
do
we
get in,
are,
give
we
them
can have a
amnesty.
free market economy that
So
can handle
give
the
ones
influx
that do
supply of
get in,
labor.
you would give them amnesty, correct?
Yeah, the ones who are already
No,
here.
I'm saying if we secure the border,
Okay.
right? The ones that do get past our laws, they come in here illegally, they get amnesty.
No, I mean, I don't know what amnesty means. I would try to put
They
them
would
on a
get- they
pathway
would-
to citizenship where if they
Okay.
haven't committed a crime, they might have to pay a fee.
So they're
for
already
being here
breaking the law,
illegally,
though,
and then they would have
right
to
when they cross the
You,
border.
dude,
they're
you
already
voted
breaking
for
the
a
law.
felon. Don't
What are
try
you
to
talking
convince
about?
me that you care about the law.
Hold
Your
on,
president's a fucking
Don't start
felon.
breaking- What are you talking about? I go-
Let me just reframe this because we feel like we're going down the immigration rabbit hole pretty deep here,
Yeah.
and we're actually talking about MAGA as a whole.
By the way,
I-
nothing what I said, the substance, hasn't been addressed.
That's true. Unironically, I mean, like you're proposing something similar to I proposed for like border policy before, but I think we want to talk about the MAGA being the worst thing as a whole. So if we want to maybe like move on to a different real thing about why instead of just going to deep down with immigration, what's another reason MAGA is either amazing or terrible? With what do you want to?
Well, they want to build a police state. I mean, that's
They did a police state.
pretty naked
No,
and terrible.
no,
where they're
definitely
anti-freedom.
not. Come on, dude. At the end of the day,
Don Lemon got arrested for
I'm
covering
gonna say this
ICE.
when it comes. No, it's not that. I'm talking about the when it comes to the Joe Biden administration. We got to compare and contrast here. Again,
Deflect, deny, divide.
it's not that. I want to get into this subject right here.
Okay.
All right. So when it comes to left wing violence, do you think left wing violence is good for the country? That's one of the.
Do I think
questions.
left-wing violence is good for the country? No.
No. Okay.
I wouldn't pardon people. If what you've done
Uh-huh.
by your vote is you've endorsed this, that if the next Democrat loses an election, they can call a mob of people to the Capitol and send them
Well,
to attack
I mean,
the
at the end of the
Capitol.
day,
and then
when-
they can
because
pardon
again, at
all
the end of the
those
day,
people,
you would
and
agree
you
that
would
when
not
it
have
comes to
room to
MAGA,
bitch.
when it comes to MAGA, also his supporters are MAGA.
When it comes
correct?
to MAGA, it's rules for thee, but not for me.
No,
Your
I'm asking
president
you a
is a
very specific
felon, and you're
question.
trying to
Just
convince
answer
me
the
you
question
care about
really quick.
crime.
Can you answer the question?
What's the question?
The
Your question
is,
was
when
left-wing
it comes-
violence good?
when
And I
you-
said
you
no.
just need to shut the fuck up so I can answer the
Okay,
question
sorry.
really quick, dude. Come on, calm down. So at the end of the day,
I'll do the
would
moderator. No, I'm just
you would you actually get to see that when it comes to MAGA, it's also his supporters, right?
I'm sorry. What's the question?
The supporters, when you would consider MAGA, it's also the supporters outside of just Donald Trump.
Yes.
Would you say MAGA is also
It's a
supporters?
movement.
Okay, it's a movement. So there are people that are involved
Yeah.
that follow Donald Trump, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Are those people bad for America?
Yes.
They are. Okay, how so?
Oh, well, they're anti-American.
They're what?
They're anti-American. They're
They're
anti-American
anti-American.
in that they're anti-capitalist.
So
So,
you don't
they
think,
support oh, let me answer your question. You got on to me about interrupting you.
So-
Let me answer your question.
Okay.
They're anti-capitalist in that they support taxing us as the American people without any representation in Congress. A tariff is a taxation without representation. So they support taxing us. They're anti-capitalist. They support stemming the free movement of labor. They're anti-immigrant. They're not pro-family. They don't oppose anything. They don't conserve the environment. And they waged an attack on the U.S. Capitol to stop the peaceful transfer of power. I can't think of anything more anti-American than that.
Really? The J6 stuff?
Yeah, really. They really attacked the Capitol.
Oh,
really.
yeah,
It
yeah.
really
We're
happened.
gonna go into that topic.
Yeah,
All
well,
right.
let's go into it right now.
Okay, well,
did they
let's
not
do it like
really
this.
attack
Do
the
you
Capitol?
believe that's an insurrection?
Yes.
It was 100% insurrection.
Yes.
Okay, compared by what standards?
I don't know what that means.
Okay,
Compared
would
by
you
what
say
standards?
that the Chaz takeover Seattle would be an insurrection?
No, I'd consider that a bunch of anarchists.
So you even though they took over 6 city blocks, in
6 city
Seattle.
blocks? Oh my God! Did they
Yes,
take over
for a
Congress when the
month.
president sent them there?
They didn't take over Congress
That's a little
neither.
stuff.
What are you
This is
talking
different.
about? What are you
This is
talking
what
about?
this is what I mean
Hold
by
on, hold on.
deflect,
This
deny,
is-
divide.
This is the crazy
He
part
wants to
here.
talk about
It's like, oh my
anarchists.
God, 6 city blocks. There was literally,
If I may.
hold on, let me finish this.
Okay.
This guy wants to back up and
Deflect,
say, hey,
deny, divide.
6 city blocks, that's no big deal, even though there was several people
I
that
said it was no
died
big
within
deal.
that area. There was,
I said it wasn't
no,
on
I'm just
par with
saying
the
you can make
president.
more of an argument that they literally took over land of the United States.
Wait, are you saying Chaz is
MAGA,
worse than J6?
that was 4 hours of rioting from MAGA, which one person died, which was Ashley Babbitt.
So the
Okay,
substantively different thing
so,
here
well,
is that
hold on.
the president sent that mob to the Capitol.
How did he
No
send it? Wait,
Democrat
hold on,
sent
hold on.
anybody to
Hold
take
on.
over
Wait,
Chaz.
Can you tell me that Donald Trump sat
Yes.
there and said,
Yes.
hey, go
He said
down
march
to
to
the
the Capitol, yes.
and riot at
Yes,
there.
just before he said,
Okay,
if you're not
that
going
was
to
the exact
fight
quote?
like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Did he not say that?
Oh, okay.
Yes or no?
So
Did he say that?
So yeah, he did say fight
That's
like
what I
hell.
thought.
Don't you think that could be also insinuating to actually fight like hell by through like protesting?
It could also
Hello?
insinuate
So we had
fight.
80,000 people. We had 80,000 people over there in J6, right?
Mhm.
A fraction of those, which was around
Mm-hmm.
1,500, rioted in the Capitol. I agree with that for sure.
Mhm.
80,000 within that part. Okay, they peacefully protested.
Okay.
They actually did that. We had a small fraction. When it came to the BLM riots, again, he wants to compare J6 with the worst shit in the world.
Deflect, deny, divide. Now we're talking about something
Again,
else.
going back to, well, we got to compare and contrast, right? You would
Okay.
agree. Great. So when it comes to the BLM riots, that's 6 months worth of rioting, $2 billion worth of collateral damage, and 35 people dead. If we look at the collateral damage of both areas, what do you think's worse?
January 6th. We have a long history of race riots in this country. We have never had a president interrupt the peaceful transfer of power by sending a mob to attack the Capitol. You want to say it's not worse? For 3.5 hours, for 3.5 hours, for 3.5 hours, congressmen were pleading with Trump to call
4
off his
hours
dog.
okay.
And Donald Trump was saying, well, I guess they just care more
Donald
about the
Trump
election
bad,
than you.
guys.
I
It
noticed
was way
these
worse
histrionics
than
demonstrate that you
6
cannot
months
respond
worth
to
of
anything I'm saying.
rioting. That's insane,
These
dude.
histrionics
Okay.
demonstrate that you
Okay,
cannot
what-
respond to
okay.
anything I'm saying with
So
substance.
so you have to realize also when it comes to the liberal media and the people that that are anti-Trumpers, right? The anti-Trumpers here, they are actually going after and believing the propaganda of CNN and some of these left-wing organizations to the point where we even see these individuals, such as the Tesla burnings. The moment Elon Musk said, you know what, I'm going to vote for Donald Trump. What happened? They made Dogequest and started attacking dealerships. So again, when the left gets their way, they riot, they hissy fit.
What-
This
yes or
is the
no? There
problem
was
here.
a-
And guess what? They want to sit there and say, oh, I can't afford anything, housing, blah, blah, blah. This is all bad. But guess what, dude? When it comes to Biden, 22% of inflation. Every shit went up, okay?
Because of
Under-
COVID. You know
Oh,
it's because of
come on,
COVID.
dude.
By
You
the
know,
way,
COVID in the
Biden
first
reduced the
year
homeless
was under
population by like
Trump.
50 to
Was under
100,000 of
Trump,
just
did
veterans.
not go up at all under Donald Trump. That
How-
was the first year of COVID.
Inflation's gone up since Trump took office, correct?
Yeah, I do agree with that.
Okay,
but guess what?
so he's
It
a
was-
loser
but,
in that.
But when you
He
look
was-
at the
he
2
said
years, but
he
when
was
you
going
look
to
at 2
lower
years of
inflation on day
from his
one, he
first
did.
2 years.
Wait,
from
did
his
he
first
say
2
he would
years-
lower inflation on day one?
No, he didn't say that.
Yes, he did. He said he would lower the cost of living on day one, and he didn't. He said he would end the war in Ukraine on day one. Quiet piggy, quiet piggy.
Fucking moron.
Quiet
Especially
piggy.
you liberals will take me literal, and that's why I will laugh at them.
This
Yes.
is what they do
And
every
this is
time
me
you
right
point out
now
that Donald
laughing
Trump
at
is a
this
fucking
retard.
liar.
He told me day one, and he's a liar now. Joe Biden said, "Hey, you know what? I'm going to take out all of the student debt." Okay, did he do that? No, he didn't. Okay, politicians
tried to. Wait, the
over-exaggerate. They
Supreme Court struck it
over-exaggerate
down.
things all the time, bro. Politicians in general do this, and stupid liberals
Okay, so we
like
can't
him
take
will
Donald
say,
Trump. We can't trust
"Hey,
Donald Trump.
Number one,
Then we can't chase Donald Trump when he says he's going to lower the
Bro.
cost of goods and
And he did lower the cost of
No,
goods
not
in his first
higher.
year. His first year.
Inflation's
let me
up.
just-
Inflation
let me
is
just-
Any
flat
idiot
up.
going
MAGA
out
lives
there
in a
saying,
whole other
"I'm
reality.
number one," That's ridiculous.
All right, let me just put a brief hold
Like,
here real
holy
quick,
shit.
just for a
I
little,
agree. It is holy.
take a little
Holy
halftime
shit.
here. Hoo hoo, ha ha. Good, that's good stuff. All right, so boys, we don't have any super chats yet, guys. If you want to keep supporting this great content, throw us some super chats for this chat, throw us some subs, whatever it is y'all are on or whatever you're watching. Appreciate all the love so far. Thank you all so much. These boys are getting fired up. I also want to point out, just since Republicans get bashed for DEI, this is a all Hispanic, all South Texas debate that's happening right now.
Yeah, man, all three of
so I just want to throw that out. Everybody here down here, remember the Alamo in South Texas. So I thought that was an interesting tidbit. So we're really embracing our inclusivity quotas today. But
I
since
think
we
he's
have
fact-checking himself.
Yeah,
The DEI debate.
He's like, let me
Well,
take
wait,
my phone.
wait,
If he would fact check,
Well,
he
hold
doesn't
on.
have to-
Let me just finish.
How
All
about
right.
you just debate me, bro?
All right, well, hold on, relax.
Just
Calm down,
debate
calm
me.
down, boys, calm down. All right, yeah. So, boy, real quick, like I said, We're gonna be going back here. Y'all got another 15 minutes here, guys. Get your super chats in now. Get all the good stuff. And all right, back to it. Fight, boys. Y'all go.
Yeah. So like I said, look, like what I was saying before, this guy will sit there and say, "Oh, Donald Trump incited a riot." Okay, Donald Trump bad. Donald Trump's so mean. He makes mean tweets. All right, this is all bad thing, bad for the culture, etc. When liberal media for the past 10 years, and we see this through stats, have gone up through left-wing violence. Why is that? It's because they call Donald Trump a Nazi. Donald Trump bad. Donald Trump, everything he does is
JD
just the
Vance
worst shit in
called
the
Donald
world.
Trump a Nazi.
Yeah, and he changed his mind because he believed the propaganda
John
of the
Kelly,
left.
Donald
Yeah.
Trump's own chief of staff, called him
I'm
a fascist,
sure
correct?
Okay, wow, a fascist. Does that make it true?
When at one point do you start to take?
Hold on,
Yes,
do you-
it makes it true. Yes,
It does
he is a
make it true.
fascist. Yes.
So somebody says
No, not somebody
he's a fascist.
says he is a fascist because of his actions. But if you'd like me to
because
explain that
actions.
further,
Okay,
I can.
If I were to ask you this, what's your definition of fascism? Do you think that-
Authoritarian state control of society.
Okay, authoritarian state control of society. Is that what Donald Trump's doing right
Yes,
now?
he arrested James
Okay.
Comey for posting seashells.
Okay. Has he arrested? I don't know.
He arrested James
gay
Comey for
people?
posting
Has he arrested
seashells.
this?
He arrested Don Lemon for
So
covering
what?
ICE
Oh, he
protests.
arrested Don Lemon. That wasn't him. Don Lemon violated by going to a church and he broke the law.
He told
broke
Pam
the law,
Bondi
dude.
on Twitter
And
he wants
see,
Alina Habba
this
to
is what I'm
prosecute
talking about with
specific
liberals, dude.
people. Is that not true?
This is what I'm talking about. with
Wait,
liberals.
stop dodging. Is
Hold
that
on,
not
hold
true?
on.
Deflect and divide. Is that not true that
Is
Donald
what
Trump
true?
told his attorney general
Uh-huh.
to prosecute specific people?
I don't know if he did.
Well, maybe you should
I know
actually
there was
research
report-
something
hold on.
before you come and
Listen,
bitch about
listen
being
really-
fact
listen
checked.
really
Let me
quick.
just-
The way that a lot of those
One
things
second,
work.
Jay. I apologize. Real quick. Hey, if I could get the audience over the corner over there, y'all are being real loud again. Thank you, guys over there. Appreciate it. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, a lot
This
of
is a fact-free debate.
Yeah, a lot of. Hold on, let me respond to that.
And it shows.
A lot of this, he said, she said shit. Well, Donald Trump said this in the background, but there's no real
I'm
documentation.
sorry, Jake. Hold on a second. Hey! In the back! Shut up! Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So anyway, so he wants to tell the, like, I heard there was a report by CNN. There was a report on this thing.
He
that
posted
Donald Trump,
on
hold
True
on, let me
Social,
finish.
genius.
That Donald Trump said this to his attorney, and then he wanted to get him arrested, etc. A lot of this is he say, she say stuff, bro. Okay. Does he insinuate stuff? Did he say groceries
He
down on day
posted it
one?
publicly
A
on
lot
True
of this-
Social.
A lot of this is he say, she say type of bullshit, bro.
No.
So that's why I'm saying, look.
I mean, Donald Trump said he said it on
But,
True
okay,
Social.
but
You
did
can
he
go
do
and
it?
read it.
Hold on. Is
Yes,
he doing that? Is he
yes,
doing
the
it
very
now?
people he
How
was
would
to
that
got
make-
indicted.
How would
Yes,
that make them make
Yes.
them a fascist? How?
because he's having the state arrest people for posting pictures of seashells. That doesn't strike
It's a
you as a little
seashell.
fascistic? What is it?
No,
Assault
what
with a
are you
deadly
talking about?
crustacean?
No,
What's your
it
issue with
wasn't that.
James Comey?
See,
what
this goes
crime
back
did
to
James
this.
Comey
Hold
commit?
on. Here's the
Hang on,
thing.
no, answer. What crime did James
LSP.
Comey commit? Deflect and I divide. What crime did James Comey commit?
I'm not too sure, bro. I'm not too sure on that. But I will tell you this. Hold on. I will tell you
He
this.
doesn't know anything.
But
He showed up
I
to a
wanna
debate with no
ask
facts.
this. I want to ask this really quick.
Okay.
Because you did bring up Don Lemon. Okay.
Yeah,
Don
sure.
Lemon, I do know what law he brought.
Covering an ICE
Yeah.
protest,
No, I'm just saying.
which the judge threw out, correct?
I'm just saying. But Donald
You're
Trump
always
didn't get
just
him arrested.
saying.
Donald Trump didn't get arrested. Okay.
Okay.
That wasn't the case of that. That
Just
was
Trump's DOJ.
No, dude, it wasn't Trump saying we need to arrest Don Lemon. They fucking raided his home. Don Lemon's free right now. What are you talking about?
Yeah, because
He's
a
free and
judge
walking
threw
around
it
right
out.
now, dude.
Holy shit, you do not
So-
read the news.
Oh God.
You are like 2
So
years
let's say-
behind
okay,
on your facts.
let
You
me-
get your talking
okay,
points from
hold
Twitter
on,
and it
hold on. Let me
shows.
ask you this: do you think somebody who's a fascist? Do you think actions speak louder than words? Right?
Yes,
We
you
can
will
agree with
know
that.
them from their
So-
fruits.
so-
The book of
so-
Matthew says
so-
that. This is
so
the most
Donald Trump-
unchristian fascistic
Donald
president
Trump
we've
is
ever
Hitler.
had.
Then we would consider Hitler a fascist.
Is Donald Trump Hitler? Would I consider
Well,
Hitler a
they're
fascist?
both fascists,
Yeah,
right?
I would consider
Dude,
Hitler
you
a
think there's
fascist. Would I consider
degrees to
Donald
what
Trump
you're
Hitler?
saying there?
No.
How could
That's
Hitler-
JD Vance.
Well, let me ask: is Hitler a fascist? Yes
You
or no?
got me. Hitler's a fascist.
Okay, great. So Hitler and Donald Trump have done the same exact thing right
Yes,
now.
they both done the Holocaust of the
they're
Jews.
both
You got me.
fascists. It's the
Yeah,
same
they're
shit.
both the exact same thing.
Trump's
Donald Trump
putting
equal
the
Hitler.
Jews in ovens.
Yes,
right
I am
now.
very smart. Do you feel proud that you
No,
just
I'm
made
just
the
saying,
point?
if you want to,
Hang on. Do you feel proud of that?
I am very proud of it.
I
Yeah,
wouldn't
sure.
be.
Okay. I am telling you this, dude. If you want to compare and contrast, you're now calling him a fascist. Let's compare him to other fascists. How on earth would you say he's anything comparable
Sure.
to something
I will
like a
compare.
Hitler?
I will compare a country that has masked men with guns asking you for your papers, please, to a country that lives under the Nuremberg laws.
Asking for papers?
Papers, please, country.
Papers,
Yes.
please, country.
That's what ICE
That's
does. They
fascism?
come up to
That's
you
fascism?
with a mask, with a gun,
Sure, can you
asking
show
you
me
to
your
prove
papers?
your
If not,
citizenship.
you will be deported because our fascists told me
You
this.
think they just start with
Dude, here's the
deportations?
thing, bro. Here's the thing.
Hang on. Do you think they just
A
start
lot
on
of-
deportations?
Now what?
Do you think fascists just start on deportations?
Do you think they just start on deportations?
Yes.
I think there's dude. If you're a
You
fascist,
have no idea.
when it comes to fascism, that means you're
We have never been a papers, please country
when
before.
it comes to fascism, I can be a fascist fascist
We are
and
a
say,
less
you know what, I
free
want open
country.
borders? Can I be a fascist and say I want open borders?
Can you be a fascist and say you want open border? I have
Yeah.
no idea, dog. What do you think?
Okay, well, let me ask you this.
I would say, I already gave you a definition of fascist. It's
okay.
authoritarian state control of society,
if-
and I've demonstrated 3 ways
Well,
now
how does
that
that
he's been
make him a
authoritarian and
fascist,
exerted state
bro?
control.
How does that make him a fascist?
I feel like we're going
Because
full circle.
you're not actually giving me
Authoritarian
anything. Is he
state
killing
control of
people?
society.
Is he killing people? Is he getting rid
Yeah,
of
at
them?
least
Is he
2.
mobsters?
Wait,
Can you prove it?
Yeah, what the killing of Renee Good? That was killing people. The killing of Alex Pretty.
So
that
wait,
was
hold on.
killing
Donald
American
Trump killed Renee
citizens.
Good now?
Yes,
Hold on.
Donald Trump's
What the
policies are
fuck
responsible for her death.
talking about,
Well,
dude?
if you're gonna say this, did Hitler kill
Donald
anybody?
Trump
Wait,
killed
did
Renee
Hitler
Good?
personally kill
Donald
anybody?
Trump killed,
Hang on, Jake. I know the
Melissa
histrionics
Hartman?
are
I don't
because you
know.
have nothing to
Did
say.
Donald Trump-
Quiet,
okay.
Piggy.
Did
Quiet.
everybody who
Did
died
did
under Biden,
did
Biden
Hitler
kill them
personally
too?
kill anybody?
Huh?
Did Hitler personally kill anybody?
No, he didn't.
Then it's a dumb point to make.
Oh, now we see. Now we see. So you're saying because it's the DOJ. Okay. So
Yes, it is his
okay,
DOJ
so
that
anybody-
acts
okay.
on his
Okay,
orders. Yes.
okay.
Wait, do you
So let's
fundamentally
say
do you disagree with that kind of like logic form? I mean, we can argue the facts in a second, but if like Donald Trump doesn't personally do it, but the DOJ kills people, how's that any different than if Hitler doesn't do it? But I don't know, the Gestapo kills people.
Yeah, that's kind of like the narrative.
That was the
that they're
point I
running
made.
with.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. What is the fundamental difference there? Like from just the technical side. Like,
Yeah, because Donald Trump is well, when it comes to the Renee Good situation, that's ICE investigating. Renee Good actually was interfering in ICE's investigations, right? We saw the video on this. It's not like he demanded ICE.
I don't
to
know
go
why you're
up- hold on.
dodging his question.
It's not like he went up to ICE, or sorry, demanded ICE to go up to citizens and kill them. Bro.
No, he just demanded
He's
them to
not
go up to
doing
citizens
that,
and ask
bro.
them for their
If
papers,
he was
please.
look, I'll tell you this: when Hitler told the Nazis go kill the Jews, and they
Mm-hmm.
did it, is Donald Trump telling ICE go find all the Mexicans and all the minorities and kill
Yeah,
them?
when
Is-
Mark
that
Wayne
would be the
McMullen, let me
equivalent.
tell you
If
how. Let
Donald
me tell you
Trump
how.
was doing
Let me
that,
tell you
hold on.
how.
If
Let me
Donald
tell you
Trump
how.
was doing that, then I would say, you
Let
know
me
what?
tell you how.
That seems kind of crazy.
Well,
there.
good. I'm
But
glad
that's
I can
not the case.
elucidate you
How
on some
did
crazy
Donald Trump-
things.
Okay, but how did Donald
Mark
Trump
Wayne
kill-
McMullen we had 3 ICE shootings back to back. One was from a guy named Johann Sebastian Guerrero in Maine. This guy's working 2 jobs to support his families when he was killed in front of his U.S. citizen daughter by ICE agents. Mark Wayne McMullen saw those facts and said, instead of giving this, by the way, this guy should be in citizen, but whatever. Instead of like doing these police chases or these ICE chases that are resulting in people getting shot in the fucking face, let's pause that because it's resulting in deaths. Donald Trump the very next day reversed that policy to allow for more violent, crazy police chases. That
Okay.
happened.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
So,
okay.
So Donald Trump under ICE, I think he's already deported around with ICE numbers, if I remember correctly. It's already in the 100,000s or so.
What a loser. I thought there were 25 million illegals here.
Well, the thing is, when he closed out the borders, we don't have people coming in now.
Okay, why don't we get rid of the other
hold on,
24 million?
Let me just answer the question, bro.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, Donald Trump closed out the borders, so now we have to work within the interior, which
Okay.
is why ICE is getting a lot of attention here. Okay. Now, when you have ICE infiltrating a lot of these places, which they are going after the criminals, the rapists, murderers,
No,
etc., that are
75% of the
illegal-
people in
that
ICE
are
custody have
illegal.
no
Yes,
criminal
they
conviction
are, bro.
whatsoever.
Hold on, bro.
95% of the
So
people in
when
ICE
people
custody
like
have no
Renee-
violent criminal convictions.
So when people
He's not
like-
going to address this.
so
He's going
when
to
pe-
deflect, deny, and divide.
Well, I just want to fucking finish my
By all
thought,
means.
dude.
You
Please.
should know some facts before you
So-
come to debate, though.
Yeah, so let me just finish my thought, bro. Calm down. So, anyways, like I was saying before, yeah, the Gestapo here, ICE has to go work within the interior of the United States. All right. So within a lot of instances within illegal immigrants and people that are activists trying to stop ICE, you're going to have certain situations where, yeah, people are going to have miscarries because now they're actually using ICE to the fullest extent within the interior. Biden, on the other hand, I do believe under Biden, ICE did have deaths under him as well. Not as much or whatever, but it still did happen.
I think that's a
But
pretty
I will tell you-
substantive point
but I
there.
will
Not
tell
as
you this.
much. Yes.
Was he a Gestapo as well?
No, I can
No,
tell you the
'cause
substantive difference.
Okay,
between
well,
them.
that's what I'm saying. These things go mainstream because people like you just hate Donald Trump. So we got to say Renee Good was just an innocent little girl that got shot. She didn't do nothing wrong other than run over an ICE agent. And then you call him a
Oh, shit.
Gestapo.
Was he flattened?
And then that's
That's
then
crazy.
You call him a
It-
Gestapo, bro.
How flattened was this agent?
That's the propaganda that you're
Hey,
doing.
you guys, I encourage you to fact check this. Go watch the video of Renee Good. She clearly turns her steering wheel to the right to drive away before
she
the
hit
agent
the ICE
shoots
agent?
her. No.
Okay, do you think a car?
Do you have any evidence
do you
that she
think a
did?
car-
Wait, do you have any evidence that she did?
Yeah.
What?
The
What
video,
evidence?
you can hear it.
No.
He got hit, dude.
No, I watched
Yes,
the same
he
video.
did. I watched it
Okay,
too.
well then acknowledge
Okay,
this.
so
On
here's
that
the thing.
exact
Hold on,
same
hold on.
video, she's turning her wheel to the right.
So
correct?
what?
So
He
she's
got hit.
trying to leave.
He got hit, bro.
She's trying. Okay, so
Okay,
then
even
then
if
maybe
maybe
they
let me
can-
ask you this. Let me
wait,
ask you-
wait,
hold
wait,
on, let me
wait,
ask you
wait,
this.
wait. Actually,
me-
I just let you filibuster. Can
Okay,
I
go
like say something in response? Jesus, you can. I encourage everybody to fact check this because he didn't come with any facts. Yes, it is clear on video as day that Renee Good is turning her steering wheel to the right.
That doesn't matter.
I
She
thought
still
you
hit
said.
him.
What? Where did he walk?
What do you mean? Where did he walk? He got hit.
How did he get hit?
Hold
She's
on,
right
hit
on.
him, bro.
Hold on, let him
How-
respond.
where was he?
Let him respond.
Where did he
Let
walk?
else respond
Okay,
real
go
quick.
Yeah, he's not gonna.
Give him like
Again,
1
it's
minute.
just gonna be
Go
deflect and I divide. Jonathan Ross factually walked in front of Renee Good's car. Renee Good factually was turning her wheel to the right to drive away. Just like Alex Preddy was factually on his back when ICE agents shot him.
Are you done now?
I'm done. By all
Okay,
means,
thank
you can go ahead and
Thank you, bro. All right, so going back this, you can look at the video. It was clear that yes, Renee Good did hit an ICE officer. She was warned and she disobeyed ICE officers. She hit him and she got shot. Unfortunately, that is a bad thing.
Why is the
Wish-
administration
I
hiding
wish-
this
hold
officer
on, bro.
from investigators?
Hold on, bro. No, come on now. I do wish things turned out differently, but that did happen. All right.
I can tell you're torn up about it.
And look, and going back to your point here, dude, when you wanted to describe Donald Trump that he's sending his ICE agents,
He did.
and killing these people just randomly,
He is.
like Hitler did.
I didn't say
Yeah.
randomly.
Yeah,
Hitler
well,
wasn't random
Compare
either.
and contrast here, bro. Hitler told his Nazis to kill the Jews. They did it. Now Trump is telling his ICE agents to kill, activists.
Yeah,
and,
no,
and
I think I've
minorities.
demonstrated this point
This,
plenty.
this is the ridiculous part that you're trying to bring up because you're calling him a fascist. He has nothing in common with any of the
Arrested
fascists.
somebody
that
for
you wanna bring
posting
up, dude.
pictures of
Just help.
seashells. And
Bro,
in Donald Trump's America, you
you're
can be arrested for posting pictures of seashells. You can be pardoned for attacking.
Okay,
the
okay, do it right now. Post a picture of seashells to see if you get arrested.
No, why would I?
Go
do
ahead and do it.
that? James Comey factually
Okay,
posted
James
pictures
Comey
of
got
seashells.
arrested. I
Yes,
think there's probably something a
factually.
little bit more than him posting seashells.
I'm not on
bro.
Donald Trump's
Okay,
shit
then
list.
post some
Did he? Donald
seashells
Trump
right- post
factually
seashells right now and see if you
deflect
get
and I divide. He's got to make it about me.
Bro, he's
Factually,
saying in
James
America.
Comey posted pictures of seashells. Factually, Donald Trump had him arrested for it.
Then post some seashells right now and see if you get arrested.
Why? Why do
Go
I need
ahead,
to do it?
go ahead.
I don't need to do anything.
I'll do it right now,
It's
see if I
already
get it.
happened,
Okay.
fool. It's
So
already
here-
happened.
See, here's the gaslighting.
And Donald Trump's it's
Donald
not gaslighting.
Trump
Everything I
arrested
said is
this guy.
factually true.
Donald Trump arrested this guy because he posted some seashells on Twitter. Does that legitly sound like logical to you guys?
Yeah, it's what
No,
happened.
of course it doesn't. That's why I invite LSP. Post some seashells right now and see if you get arrested since he's a fascist fucker.
Oh, I
He's a
posted seashells
fascist.
last week and they
He'll
arrested me.
arrest
Okay,
you
there.
for posting the seashells right now. Go ahead.
I posted seashells last week and they arrested me.
Oh.
I just made bail.
Oh,
Okay,
you just
I'm
made
good.
bail.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I'm wrong, guys. Donald Trump's arresting everybody that fucking posts seashells. Don't do it, apparently.
Glad you can admit you're wrong.
Yeah, I guess so. All right. He proved me wrong.
We're,
He got
we're growing
arrested.
some accountability within MAGA.
Did you
That's
drop
what
the
we
soap
need.
while you were in
That's
there?
what we need to fix
Did you
this
drop the
country.
soap while you were in
See,
there?
his joke is you should be raped in prison. He doesn't have anything of substance to say. He makes a joke
Bro,
out of me taking this fucking idiot meme to say, actually, did you get raped in prison?
Oh no, dude, this guy. Anyways, after this
Nothing
debate,
of
I
substance.
will be posting some seashells. See if the fascist of Donald Trump goes and arrests me. We'll see. We'll prove him wrong. I'm just saying. I just want some proof on that. And if that's what
It
he's
already
doing.
happened. James Comey.
Oh, great. So
you haven't responded to that. It
so what
happened.
about
James
all the-
Comey.
Okay, well, dude. At the end of the day, I think James
Your
Comey
response was,
did a
well, why
lot
don't
more.
you post seashells?
I'm not familiar with the case, but if you're
Why
if
didn't
you're
you
saying-
prepare
hold on,
for
but
this fucking debate?
listen, fucker. You're not, dude. If he just got arrested for seashells, there's probably more to that than you're actually leading on, bro.
Why didn't you prepare for this debate?
I did prepare for this debate. bro.
How? What did you read?
Oh my god, dude.
Everything I've said has been factually true. What did you where did you
dude,
read?
no.
Where do you get your news? Where do you
Oh my
read?
God.
You don't read. Do you
I
read
don't
news?
read, bro. I don't read. I don't watch anything.
Okay, let's
I don't
try
know
this.
anything here.
If
But let
MAGA's
me
good
ask
for
you
America,
this.
let me
Hold on.
let's
But
try
let-
this. No,
dude,
let me try
bro,
this. Let me
bro,
try this. Let me try
let-
this. I haven't asked anything.
Oh
I'm
my
just want to
God.
ask. If MAGA is good for America, if we have MAGA leadership in this country for the next 30 years, are we going to have to tolerate mass agents with guns, bringing chaos into our streets, National
Well, I don't know
Guards
the future,
occupying our
LP.
cities? Are we going to have
I
to
don't know
tolerate
the
people
future,
being
LP.
arrested for shit like posting seashells? Is that going to be the next 30 years under MAGA?
All right, go ahead, Jake. Respond. I'm going to give you 30 seconds to respond to that since you asked your
Oh,
question.
okay.
Yeah, if we have the next 30 years under MAGA, will we be still getting arrested for
This is the
posting
first year.
seashells? So again, at the end of the day, I invite him to post the fucking pictures of seashells. He for some reason he's pushing this propaganda, and it never fucking happened. If James Comey did get arrested for seashells, I think I would say, you know what? That's bad. He should not be arrested for posting seashells.
All right. Well, listen. As much as I want to hear about Sally selling seashells while I'm down by the seashore, we're going to be moving on to the closings here. It doesn't look like we got any super chats in. Here's what I need you to do, chats. I know you're watching on mine, on Glenn's, on Grids. What I need y'all to do right now is these events cost a lot of fucking money. So what I need you to go in there is go in there and open up your heart and give me your money. And by me, I mean specifically Grid and all the other people, because we need the money to make sure these events continue to happen so we can have these highly intellectual debates and these arguments with each other about these important issues. And this is a key thing going forward. All right. So I believe you were the affirmative, right? So you're going to be starting this time on the closing. Whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, so my debate opponent, obviously, he wants to reflect on seashells. I have no idea what the hell he's talking about. And I'll admit, like, he got arrested for posting seashells. Doesn't sound fucking right to me. This is what these lefties do. They'll cut out a lot of context in what they're saying and then tell you that you're deflecting and denying, etc. Right? This is what they do. Now let's going back to even left-wing violence. That's something he doesn't want to touch neither. Again, MAGA is the people. And if you want to compare and contrast to the people that are anti-MAGA, right, you would have to look at the BLM riots, the Tesla burnings, etc., and see what's better for America there. And he won't touch that because he knows that's a very big losing battle there, especially when you have the mainstream media for the past 10 years calling Donald Trump a Nazi. He's bought into that propaganda by just literally proving it right now. He's a fascist. Well, how's he a fascist? He's sending in ICE agents to kill all these people. Well, hold on. Isn't he Hitler? Isn't Hitler a fascist, right? Oh, yeah, well, Hitler told the Nazis to kill them, but he didn't directly kill them. So it's the same thing. Wait, hold on. What are we talking about here? So he wants to make up all this fucking thing. Oh, the video of Renee Good. Yeah, she was clearly turning the wheel. She did nothing wrong, and she got shot by the Gestapo. This is the propaganda that he's pushing out, and it has been pushing out for the past 10 years because Trump bad, and this is a clear example of Trump derangement syndrome. No argumentation here, just wanting to push a narrative of Donald Trump bad debate. I'll leave it there.
All right. Thank you so much. Where can they find you? What do you do? All that good jazz. Real quick.
I'm Jake Var. You can find me on Twitter or X, Jake Var, and Instagram, Jake Var. And then, of course, on YouTube, Project Vealpod, and Rumble, Project Vealpod.
All right. Thank you so much. And Mr. LSP, whenever you're ready, you got 5 minutes.
Thank you.
And make sure you include where you're at, who you are, and all that.
Gotcha. I'm happy to be here, Gibbs. Thank you, Grid. I just got back out of a very important meeting with Mitch McConnell, so I had to rush to get here. I'm super happy to be here. I encourage everybody who's watching this at home, fact check everything that's said. I would like you to fact check everything that's said. The question of the prompt was, is MAGA good for America?
Bad.
Donald Trump ran, good, bad. Donald Trump ran on ending wars and prosecuting pedophiles. We're starting wars and protecting pedophiles. So we're not getting any better there. The economy is not as good as it was under Biden. By every metric, GDP growth was higher under Biden when Biden left office. Inflation was lower when Biden left office. The cost of gasoline was lower when Biden left office. Donald Trump has promised to make America more affordable. He promised to make America healthier, make America a better place. Every step of the way, he's just lying. And instead of addressing these lies, what Jake has to do is pretend, oh, well, these are just exaggerations. Why are you taking him at his word? Why are you trusting him when he says no more wars? We're the party of no new wars. Why you really believe that? You really believe he would lower prices? It seems ridiculous. And this is what I'm talking about. Like when I say MAGA is bad for America, there's no accountability. Donald Trump lied. He lied. There should be some accountability for that. That should be something that he is held accountable. So, I mean, I've struggled to think of what else I could add to this beyond just fact check what Jake's saying, because there's nothing of substance being added. He didn't prepare for this debate. He thinks that 25 million illegal immigrants are here. He has no source for that. He doesn't have a plan for doing anything about them. Whenever I bring up something that I need to better the lives of the American people, myself included, making housing more affordable, making healthcare more affordable, what does Jake do? He deflects, denies, divides. He says, I want to talk about left-wing violence. Okay, let's talk about left-wing violence. Factually, left-wing violence is at a lower instance of being committed than right-wing violence. And you know how this is factually true? The Trump administration took a study from the Department of Justice that says this very thing off its website because it was inconvenient. Truth, facts, those are inconvenient. MAGA undermines free speech in 3 ways. They undermine the truth, they undermine fact checkers, they undermine independent media, they flood the zone with information and nonsense that they force you to respond to, and then they penalize you or go after you if you say things they don't like, just like they did with Don Lemon, just like they did it with James Comey, and maybe it will be you next. He just post a picture of seashells. But you know what? We've had the Department of Justice arrest people on ridiculous charges that do get thrown out. The court, let me ask you this, or let me not, I'm not asking this, but we're at a point in this administration where if we're going to start demanding accountability from people, we need to start demanding accountability for the fact that people are being arrested for charges that are being thrown out as just nonsense. We need to start holding people accountable for the fact that our FBI director is an alcoholic who went to work drunk. We need to start asking for some accountability for the fact that we're doing airstrikes in the Caribbean of 200 plus people that are killing people with no due process, with no say-so from Congress, and we need to demand accountability for the fact we just got in a war with Iran that's choked off 20% of the world's supply of oil with no say-so from Congress all over a fucking meme because Benjamin Netanyahu said it would be cool for us. Nothing that MAGA has produced has led to anything positive for us. And seriously, ask yourselves this. Is your housing cheaper? Is your healthcare cheaper? I'm wagering it's not. And ask yourself this. What has Donald Trump or MAGA done to make it better? In fact, ask yourself this. If your issue is really crime, which I don't know why it would be if you vote for a fucking felon, but if your issue is really crime, what has Donald Trump done to actually make us safer? Because certainly it's not the immigration enforcement. That's just bringing the chaos of the border into our streets. There's no immigration reform. Where's the bill? You know, Donald Trump obstructed a bill to reform our border security. John Boehner obstructed the bill under Barack Obama to reform our border security. We have 30-year-old immigration laws on the book that are just antiquated and bad. Where are Republicans on fixing that? Where's MAGA on fixing that? Why are the only people with ideas in the room constantly Democrats? And why do we have to trudge through a treasure trove of bullshit to get anywhere in this fucking world with MAGA? Why can't we just acknowledge true things as true? Why can't you just take the time when you know you have a date to go look up some facts to bring to the table like MAGA should do? All right, there you go. Sorry.
Yeah, you had about 20 seconds left anyway. And where can they find you? What do you do?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm Liberal Sanity Project on YouTube. Blessings.
Thank you so much, guys. Go follow them. And, well, excuse me for that. Go follow them, guys. Go. It's going to be good times. These guys talk about a lot of politics, a lot of good stuff. You should definitely follow. Guys, in audience, guys, we are about to be switching over to Glenn Lawrence so he can do some pre-fight interviews for our next one. If the in-person audience wants to go move over that way, that's what's about to happen. Chat, stay with us. We got a lot more live and exciting debates coming up. It's going to be your main event Friday. Today. So come check it out. It's going to be good times. Keep staying in there. And once again, guys, we appreciate all the love so far, all y'all watching at home, all the super chats, everything. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. But we're going to go to Glenn Lawrence right now.
Appreciate it, man.
There we go. Welcome, everybody. It's your boy, Glenn Lawrence. And we are still here live. Now, I want the live audience to come over here. If anybody from the live audience, come here real quick. I want your guys' opinion, what you guys think's going on. Hold on. Flow State, you're over here. You're a live audience member for the time being.
I'm a live audience.
Get over here. How do you think the debates are going so far?
I think the debates are going fantastic.
You like the event? A good event?
It's a great event, great space, good people. Our moderator, of course, is as always a pimp.
Yep.
You guys did real nice setting this up.
Thank you. You're going on in a little bit. You have two debates.
Correct.
You're going to be debating Jake Varr, then you're going to be debating Father Joseph.
Correct.
Are you ready?
I think so.
All right. We'll see you soon. All right. Anybody else in the live audience want to come over here and tell the audience that's watching online how you guys are enjoying the debate? You want to come over here, sir? Come on over here. How you doing? What's your name?
Vince.
Vince.
Yes, sir.
You are debating as well, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. How do you think the debates have been going so far?
It's been going pretty good. A little spicy.
Spicy?
It's a little early for it to be a little bit spicy, to be honest with you.
You know, it's Texas. I think doesn't everything get spicy? Everything bigger in Texas?
It's a little bit bigger. The personalities are a little bigger. You know, people coming from all across. You know,
Yep.
I didn't expect Texas to kind of. It might be the heat.
It is hot outside.
It is extremely hot outside, and I'm sweating.
I can't believe it. You're wearing a blazer. I was like,
Hey,
you know
man.
what? I'm gonna dress like I'm in Florida.
Okay.
Okay.
Get ready for the beach. A few mimosas, man. You know.
Hey, I had a few mimosas on my flight here yesterday.
If you're from Texas, you'll know he should visit Galveston Beach. It's a
Oh,
very beautiful beach, wonderful sunsets, a little bit murky. Don't be dissuaded by it. It's wonderful.
All right. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
All right, get over here. No, you. Get over here. Yeah. Come on. For those on X, you guys don't know this man, but you know him. Look at this guy. How do you think the debate's going so far?
Great. It's very nice.
What was your favorite debate so far?
The one that just happened.
The one that you tweeted about?
Yeah, the one.
What'd you tweet?
I'm not gonna tweet.
No. Say. What'd you tweet? Don't make me read it. Don't make me read it.
I said I feel like a liberal cunt because Bag is getting fucked right now.
So you thought LSD did a better debate? Okay.
Yeah, he stayed factual. He stayed to the prompt, which was MAGA is actually bad for America or wasn't good for America. But he said the other guy just kept deflecting and kept saying, well, what about what the liberals did? What about so.
It's like what about the women though?
The what?
What about the women though?
No, what about the liberal?
Yeah, but it's kind of like that. What about the women though argument? Like, what about women?
What?
Never mind.
Okay.
Went over his head.
Yeah.
Well, it's good seeing you, my friend.
Good seeing you.
All right, talk to you soon. All right, get over here, Tyler. All right, let's go. Welcome. You are our favorite Jew supporter. Yeah. Israel's in the house. Let's go. So how do you think the debate's been going so far?
Oh, pretty good. You know, it could be better. I could be up there, but otherwise it's pretty good. You know, you just can't hold everyone to the same standard I hold myself to. They're never going to live up to it.
What are you looking forward to, like, coming up debates? What debates are you looking forward to? You got a debate tonight.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to me.
Okay, just you.
Yeah. You know, also, yeah, my wife's really interested to hear the father talk as well. So she's a big Christian. So I'm gonna stick around for that one as well. Otherwise, you know, just enjoying the show. I know a lot of these people online. We've been debating for years, so it's good to, you know, meet everyone in person, hang out. We're like politicians. As soon as the camera's going off, we're having fun in the background, guys.
Tell everybody that's at home how, like, the debate's being ran, how you guys liking it here. You know, is the venue good? You know, production good?
Well, again, Gibbs got a whip. Anytime anyone gets out of line, that dude be smacking him in the face. Okay, so I got a couple.
His pimp hand is
very strong. He's got baby powder. Glenn's carrying the baby powder. He puts it on there.
Come on with it.
So
him on conservatives and cleavage, basically. There's some backstory.
My show. All right, how to get back to my show. All right. Now are we good? All right. So, Taylor, you have a unique past. Your past, you said you were immersed in feminism.
Yes.
And you see the light.
I saw the light, saw the truth.
And then, do you think feminism is leading women to believe that they do not have a duty they owe society.
Yes, women have zero duty under feminism. That's a
And
big
do you
problem.
think that's probably like what's causing the divide that we see within relationships between men and women?
Sure, yeah. I mean, I think in general, a society where one sex is completely excused from duty is a bad society.
Do you think women are more oppressed under feminism than they were in quote unquote what they perceived to be in patriarchy?
100%. They're much safer. I would say much more free. Children are safer under patriarchy. Yes.
I would love to hear that debate. I love to hear your argument. All right, let me go ahead and bring your opponent. Let me go ahead and send you over to the stage. All right, debating, Taylor. We have the one and only, very well known. You guys know who she is, Miss Stardust. And she's coming. So I'm sure, Miss Stardust, you actually heard a lot what your debate opponent said.
You know, I actually, I was looking at my notes, so I didn't hear too much of what she said, but I'm sure it's going to be an interesting debate. I know that she has a unique history with this. She herself was a feminist, though I think she was probably a different strain of feminist than I was, so, or I am. So yeah, it'll be interesting to kind of explore that and see where we meet and where we don't meet.
What is going to be your main approach? Like, is your approach like all feminism is good, or are you saying like there's sects of feminism that is probably not as good for society as some others?
So feminism as a whole is a very diverse ideology, right? And not every, in fact, feminists often disagree with each other, but the main arguments, the main goals of feminism are the equality of opportunity, right, for women, right? Not necessarily that for them to shirk responsibility or anything like that, just that when needed and when wanted, they have the ability to go out and do what they need to, right?
What would you say to somebody that says, okay, I agree with you, but women should have the shared equal opportunity for consequence?
Absolutely. I would agree with that. Yeah, absolutely.
Like when it comes to women falsely accusing men, right? There's no, legally we have no statute on the law that says that you can actually serve time for certain things like that.
Yeah, sure. The issue with that is that it does create a chilling effect. And we do see that people will weaponize like court systems to silence people who haven't even brought like charges necessarily, right?
Yeah.
So in some cases, like I agree there should be some consequences for things like that. But I think those consequences are going to be much more on a social sense, and they're going to come from like a much larger.
So you don't think there should be like a legal consequence?
I think it makes a precedent. It's like if any guy, let's say a guy accuses another guy of assaulting him, right, or physically hitting him.
But we have it one way right now, like where a guy can be accused, right, of doing something.
But then, so I'm trying to give you an example, right? A man, let's say, can accuse another man of hitting him or beating him up, right?
Yeah.
And if that doesn't fully come through, the man accusing him, I don't think he really gets charged, right? Like,
but socially though, that's not going to be damaging. As in, a man who's falsely accused, if the rumor gets out of the crime, right?
Sure.
And then his job is destroyed. He could,
it could destroy
publicly.
him. Yeah, absolutely. So I think that there should be huge social consequences from that for women who do those kinds of things. And I think that the social consequences themselves will lead on to if we're effective enough with it.
One other question when it comes to
the
quality though, the quality of the consequence, and this is like a big thing that my argument would always be, is like, okay, we see teachers, female teachers who have done stuff with male students, and they're getting like house arrest or even be able to collect child support from getting.
And I don't think that's right.
Like, where do you think feminism is tipping the scale on that?
Feminists in general are not the ones who are saying these women shouldn't be receiving the same like harsh punishments as men who do the same thing. Feminists in general are very harsh on women who do those things. If anything, if you look at the comment sections on Twitter for women who do these things, it's overwhelmingly men who are saying, "Oh, I wish I had a teacher like that," and men who are minimizing it. Right? If anything, feminists have historically brought more seriousness, more gravity to men who have been abused physically and sexually.
Well, I can't wait for this debate because this is one of the debates I've been wanting to look out for this whole day. So thank you for joining us. Go ahead and go over to the debate stage and we could get ready going. So for those that are watching, if you guys are ready for this is like the Rumble in the Jungle, okay? This is not your regular cat fight, so it's going to be a good one. So is feminism bad for women and children? Get ready. If you guys are watching live, make sure you show your support. This is not easy. This does not come cheap. This does not come free. This has come at a cost. So we need your help. If you go to my channel, send your super chats there. Go to Grid's channel, send your super chats there. If you're watching on Twitch, send your super chats to Gibbs. All right? Back to Gibbs for the opening debate.
All right. Thank you so much. We're back over here. As I said before, I'm Admiral Gibbs. Thank you, Glenn, for getting us in there. Get us all your super chats in. We have Taylor Fogarty versus Stardust here. It's going to be exciting. I'm excited. So, guys, make sure you go follow them. Go follow all of our debaters today. It's going to be real good. We have more debate. Now we're getting into our more main card debates now. So we're just going to extend the time slightly on this one. So, yeah, I'm excited. We're going to be debating, is feminism bad for America? I believe you're the affirmative, and Stardust is going to be the negative. Sorry, I'm blanking on words today. That's okay. That's bad, but we're gonna be fine. So that's what we're gonna do. So we're gonna explain the rules. The rules are the same as we've been doing. 5-minute openings, 2-minute grace period. We're gonna be doing about 20-minute periods now instead of the 15s that we were running. And then we're gonna do at the end of the first 20-minute period, super chats. 20-minute period. Then we're gonna do another super chat round, and then closing. So whenever you're ready, Miss Fogarty, go ahead.
Okay, is that better? Okay, I'm gonna start over. I forgot I had to do a task. Okay. What's up, guys? Thanks for having me. So first, I'll go ahead and define feminism. So I would say feminism is a movement focused towards egalitarianism between men and women. Necessarily, feminism requires an oppressor-oppressed dynamic. So that oppressor being the patriarchy. So feminism is a naturally ordered movement that is moving towards the destruction of the patriarchy. I would say that this is an impossible task since patriarchy is just a reality. It's something we observe. This is a necessary structure of society. It is also incoherent to have egalitarianism when the oppressor class has to appeal, or sorry, the oppressed class has to appeal to the oppressor class for their rights. So if women wanted a matriarchy, if they thought they were truly equal, they would just make it happen. They would just enact their own rights. The outcomes of feminism are tragic. Feminism replaces duty for women with privilege. They have a lot more privilege, which is actually what they want over some sort of equality. And I'll prove that tonight by showing you the disparities in many groups and jobs that are functionally all men. Men remain having duties in a patriarchal society. Women seemingly have no duties in a feminist society. I would say they have been excused from the duty of having children, and they are not having children. Societies that embrace feminism have bad birth rates. They have highly medicated women, and they have miserable women. And most importantly, I would say they have less safe children and women. So I'll have statistics to show you that children are far less safe in a feminist society. But overall, I would say patriarchy is good. We should embrace it. Having duties for women is good. And a society that protects their women and children is the best society to strive for, and that is patriarchy. So we should reject feminism and embrace patriarchy. And I will leave that as my opening.
Well, thank you so much. Miss Stardust, you're up. Oh, so yeah, push the button. Did you
Is check,
Yeah,
check,
you're
check.
good.
Okay.
All right, good. Go ahead.
Is there a way to bring
Oh,
this
yeah,
up?
absolutely. You just
Sorry, I'm a little bit challenged, so.
Yeah, we got maybe I'm also. Is that good? You got it.
All right. Oh, that's better. Okay. thank
Yeah.
you. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Hi, I'm Stardust. Thank you for agreeing to this debate. I look forward to it. I think you have a really unique perspective. So for today's debate, my position is that no, feminism is not bad for women and children. In fact, it's the contrary. There's a lot of misconceptions about feminism. There are a lot of different flavors of feminism, but at its core, it's basically about how history and the human experience have been viewed through the perspective of men, and women have been secondary to that. And it's about the belief that we want to ensure women's freedom and equality of opportunity, not necessarily equality in its sense, like in equality of outcome, but equality of opportunity, right? Because men and women are different, and that's totally fine. I think we're going to see that. In fact, in more, equality of opportunity societies, we do see women and men drift even further apart in the careers that they choose, and that's completely fine. But I do think that we want to ensure that there's equality of opportunity. We want to ensure that women have the right to own a bank account, have a job, have the freedom of movement in society, because these are things that protect women, right? The vast majority of violence that women in general receive is within their own homes, if you look statistically, right? Secondly, I would say, I imagine people think that feminism has betrayed women and children because of the high frequency that women go out and decide to work and provide for themselves. I imagine that some people think that women are betraying their biological needs and wants to create a family and care for their offspring. But I would push back on that. Women have not just recently started working. Women have been working globally and historically. They've always worked. In fact, the idea that women didn't work outside the home is quite the myth. It was only true for a select group of women who were wealthy enough within a specific era. In fact, in a lot of traditional society, it wasn't just women that worked, it was children that worked too. There was rampant child labor. The idea that feminism was anti-family was started back in the 70s when conservatives systematically accused feminists in the women's movement of betraying the family or not caring about the family. If anything, feminism has pushed for more benefits for families historically. Feminists were vital in the 70s when it came to changing how we valued unpaid homemaking labor. Because of this, ever since 1977, homemakers have had their own IRAs to save for retirement independently of their spouses. Feminists also push for paid family leave and paid sick days, not just for women, but for men too. So those who were on hourly wages could take paid leave to take care of their children and other family members. Feminists pushing for welfare rights and guaranteed income is also an important thing to remember. It implied that we as a society need to value caretaking and that mother's caretaking is inherently of value and something that other groups said but never advocated for in a meaningful way. Feminism has not hurt women and children. In fact, society has hurt women and children and betrayed them over history, time and time again. And this idea that 50% of the population would not work in any scenario would be devastating to any economy. I can list things that feminists have brought about legally that have actually benefited families. We can look at national growth rates, child marriage rates, things like these are a result, the declining of child marriage rates, the increasing of national growth rates, the maternal mortality rates falling. These are things because of advocacy from feminism. And feminism hasn't just helped women, it helps men too. There's legal paternity rights that feminists have historically advocated for, sexual assault awareness that feminists have advocated for, not just for women, for men, support for male survivors of domestic abuse, despite the fact that women tend to be overwhelmingly the victims of this, is still something that feminists have advocated, that male survivors of DV need to be supported and need to have protections. And advocacy for male victims of human trafficking, right? So these, feminism is not just this, again, it is very typical of feminists to fight amongst themselves, but I think the core values are the equality of opportunity for women when they need it and if they want it.
All right. Thank you so much. Once again, chat, please get all your super chats and everything in. We'll be reading them in a little brief moment. All right. Y'all can go ahead and fight amongst yourselves. Go ahead.
All right, I'm just going to respond to a few of the things you said.
Mm-hmm.
So,
one second. Make sure you're speaking in the mic. Yeah,
okay,
no, you're
I
not,
unmuted
I don't
it
think
though.
you're muted. I just want to make sure
Okay.
you're speaking in the mic. All right, cool. Thank you.
So it feels like maybe you contradicted yourself a little bit because you say that you want women to have equal opportunity and that feminists have been working for 100 years now for equal opportunity, but then you also say they've always worked. So what are these opportunities?
So when I say feminism has been advocating for equal opportunities, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that women haven't been working. Women have been working for centuries, right? They always have been. But feminism itself has advocated for workers' rights, for family leave, for sick days, for paternity leave, for maternity leave, things like that.
Okay. And so I'll get to that point, but something I think you're kind of like implying that women have always worked as they have today, which let's say back before 1950, around the night in the early like 20th century, only 6% of mothers who were mothers were working full-time outside of the home. Today it's 70%. So this isn't working like they've always been working. Sure, they always had like part-time jobs. They were maybe teachers. They would work a lot of the times on the homestead, on the farm.
Yeah,
so
and
I
that would
agree
be-
with you. And I think it's a bad feminist talking point to be like, we could never work, which you're right, they could.
They always did.
But not like today.
Well, but here's the thing: they did work. Working on a homestead is not easy work.
I agree.
Right? That is actually grueling work when you think about it.
I agree.
And this was the only reason why we don't consider it work is because women's work wasn't valued.
No,
right?
no,
Women's work wasn't valued. That's why it's not considered work.
Yeah,
but
see,
it was,
but
right?
That's kind of just an emotional assertion that nobody valued it. Like,
No,
do you
nobody
have
did,
evidence for
right?
that?
Because there was no payment for it, right? There was no payment for it,
Okay.
and it was grueling work. And to say that they didn't work outside the home just because they were working on the homestead, that's crazy, right? It's grueling work. Most women in the world work in agriculture, right? And most of them don't get paid.
Yeah, I'm not
and
disagreeing
compensated
with
for
you
it,
that
right?
that's not. I think being a mother is one of the hardest jobs in the world. I am a mother. I 100% believe that. But my point here is that what feminists like to do a lot in this idea of like the unpaid labor is I think what they're doing is degrading the role of motherhood to a job instead of what it is actually called, which is a vocation, something that you are passionate for, that you aren't paid for, that is outside this transactional mindset. I think to say that it's akin to something transactional, like clocking in at the Excel sheets
I wouldn't
factory
say
is
that.
akin to
I would say the
motherhood.
reason why we bring up monetary compensation, we talk about like monetary protections, is because let's say, things can happen in a family, right? Where a provider dies, right? Or something happens where the provider ends up not being the greatest person and you have to end up fending for yourself and your children, right? In those cases, being able to be compensated, even though we don't really put a value on taking care of children, even though we say that it's like the most important thing in the world, the ability to leave that situation or provide when something goes wrong, when your partner is no longer around, that's really important, right? And women have been left destitute because in the past. So
Yeah, so I agree that bad things can happen. I also agree that a mother could die and a father could be left to take care of his children and feel unprepared for that.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of, I hear from feminists, a lot of fear mongering of, okay, well, what if you, commit yourself to a family? What if you never work and your husband abuses you or he dies and you can't be a stay-at-home mom. You can't commit to this beautiful vocation that you were meant to do, best thing for your children, best thing for you, because something bad might happen. When I can easily fear monger the other way and say, well, what if you, I don't know, go to school for, 5 years and become a dentist or something, and then you get in an awful accident and you can't be a dentist. Like, I can do the same fear mongering the other way,
Right,
and say
but-
there's always bad things can happen, sure, but that's not the majority.
building a career for yourself is a good safety for these things when things go wrong at home,
But that
right?
could go wrong,
But
right?
but there is no there's when things go wrong with like a vocation and you can't provide with that specific vocation, you can go to another vocation. This is about being able to be independent and provide for yourself if something goes wrong, right?
Right. So I guess what I'm saying is this mindset around independence, I think is something that is also toxic, to say, hey, women, like, do not commit to a family, do not commit to a man. You have to be independent, no matter what. I think that's not a good
necessarily.
messaging.
I think
for
women should commit. I think marriage and I think partnership is a really valuable thing, but I think partnership in modern day as well, especially, right? I think is it's complex, right? And the ability, like, I wouldn't want, let's say I'm the moneymaker and my husband ends up being really good at taking care of the kids. I wouldn't want him to if something happened to me, to not be able to take care of our
Yeah,
children,
but we have safety
right?
nets in place for that, life insurance, things like that.
Not everybody does,
We sure.
you know?
I mean, that's a pretty common safety structure, but in general, like, that's not the majority of what's
Especially, like,
happening. We don't
working class
fearmonger
people.
for these other things.
It's not even
so-
fear mongering though. It's making a calculated investment in your future to make sure, in case, you should always have a fallback, right?
Well, I would say back in the day when you're talking about women not being able to have bank accounts, these things like that, this was was because women couldn't accrue debt, right? Like the men were the ones that were socially and legally, financially responsible for the women. So I would say back then that was a better structure to say, hey, women, you're taking the risk to stay home and not going, you're not going to work, you're staying home with the kids. So your husband is legally, he can quite literally go to jail,
were still
and
left,
he's taking on the debt.
Women were still left destitute in that
Yes,
situation,
this
right?
is not the majority. I can point to 100 sob
when-
stories about women who, end up with their 50 cats at home and they're lonely.
We're not advocating based on like what the majority is. We're advocating on what the worst case, like what the worst case scenario could be, and we're trying to
tell women what's best for them based on an exception.
The rules, the laws are based off of exceptions. Yeah, absolutely. We go for the fringe cases when we look at laws, right? Because we want to cover as many people as possible.
That's an interesting claim.
So when we're looking at this, when we're advocating for things for women, right? We want to look at you want to be able to have a safety net, right? It's not about fear mongering. It's just a safe,
what's safer
strategic
than a married structure? What's safer than that? Because
well,
you
given that most women receive, most women experience domestic violence the first time that they're pregnant, given that most violence against women happens in the home, right?
In the home, you're right.
Yeah.
But it's not from their husbands.
I'm not saying it's from their husbands. I'm saying it's still in the home though,
It's
right?
in the home because of this degrading of the marriage structure. Not many women are getting married. Women are 60% more times more likely to get domestic violence experiences with a live-in boyfriend than their married
and
partner.
I'm not denying
Safest in that
I'm not
structure.
denying that, but again, 1 in 3 domestic violence survivors experience it for the first time when they're pregnant, right? That's terrifying.
I'm not sure that specific stat, but I would bet a lot of money to say that that's not their husband. So that's a live-in boyfriend situation.
Either way, right? This is a person, you are at the most vulnerable point of your life.
I agree. That's awful,
right,
but
and
when
that's
you
why
take the virtue,
and that's why women should have a fallback, a safety, right, in case things happen, right?
So what does this say? That they can get divorced now? Like they can
They can get divorced. They can have a career, right? Having a career, something to fall back onto, is important, right? Having a career that allows you to take time off for your pregnancy.
I think we can see time and time again that women are the safest and their children are the safest in a nuclear family structure with their biological fathers, the children. That is the best thing for women and children.
I would agree. So here's the thing. I would agree with you that I think the nuclear family, having 2 parents in the home, is the best environment for a child, right? 2 good parents at home. We can see by every statistic that having both parents present, that children grow up, they're more educated, they're safer, they're better, right? But that is only the case when these marriages aren't working out, right? And we want people to plan and have safety nets.
Do you think divorce is good for children? Do you think that shows good outcomes?
I mean, I think overwhelmingly, like, it really depends, right? In most cases, a single family households, they don't do as well as
so
two
on the
families,
majority,
right?
like, do you think that divorce is good?
On the majority, I don't. It depends case by case,
You can
right?
look at the statistics of children for divorce. And
Yeah.
we can see that actually divorce tends to be more traumatic than a parent dying. That for
Yeah,
children,
sure.
right? So
But-
who is initiating 70%
But
of
that doesn't mean
divorces?
that men aren't pulling their weight, right? If women are the ones who are like doing the planning around the household, they're doing grocery shopping, right? Oftentimes men will wait, whereas women are more active with filing some things like divorce and things like that. So
Well, okay. Well, the women will cite the reasons they're getting divorced, and the number one reasons are like irreconcilable differences, boredom, financial strain within the marriage.
I don't know if boredom is up
Boredom
there.
has been cited on surveys.
I'm sure
before.
I'm sure boredom has been cited, but I don't know if it's top 3.
It's top 4 at least, and well, at least I can say domestic violence is in the top 5.
Sure,
So
but we're
this
not.
rhetoric of women need safety nets because they're going to get abused just doesn't hold up.
No,
That's
it's not. I'm not saying. I'm saying that in the cases, I'm not saying all women are going to get abused. I don't think I've ever made that claim. I'm saying that there are going to be some women who get abused,
but to use
right?
that as to tell women, hey, forego being a stay-at-home mom, forego having children.
No, not at all. That's
You
not
don't
what
think
even.
that's the messaging
That's
of
not even what I'm
feminism?
saying. What I'm saying is, I think women should be able to choose to be a stay-at-home mom if they want to.
Right.
Absolutely,
So does it
if they
all-
have the opportunity to do that.
Does
But a
it
lot
all
of women
come
don't have that.
Does it all come down to choice? Is that what is the
It's
best?
not a- it's
the
not-
highest good for feminists is the ability to choose.
I think when women have the ability to evaluate their own lives and see what they need in their lives and make choices based off of that.
They couldn't do that before feminism?
They not nearly as easily, no.
What does that even mean, though? They couldn't evaluate their lives and see what's best for them. They couldn't choose who they would marry. They couldn't pick where they live. They couldn't be near their families.
No, they couldn't. They actually couldn't pick where they live. They couldn't pick to be near their families.
How do you know that?
Because a lot of the time,
chained in the
I
basement.
mean, we can look at cultural norms across society, across different cultures, right? Most of the time, women go to live with their husbands and their husbands' families, right?
Great. What's wrong with that?
Right, but if they can't choose to live near their family, then
They
right?
choose who they marry, though.
They choose who they marry,
Yeah.
right? But that doesn't always work out. And again, things happen.
This
Things
exception-
happen.
Yes, this fear mongering is very effective
But
for
it's
the
not
feminists.
fear mongering.
I agree,
It's just
fear-mongering.
making
It's
a
effective.
calculated. It's making a calculated assessment in the case that the worst goes wrong. I have a backup, right? But I think women should absolutely, like, if I could choose to be a stay-at-home mom, absolutely I would, right? But I'm not going to not
can't
build.
you choose that
I'm
now?
not going to not build a career in the background. So
Why
if
can't
something
you choose
happens,
to be a
right?
stay-at-home mom? Why can't you want to, but you can't? Why can't you?
Well, if I could, if I have a partner that wants to do that, right? But
But you
again,
wouldn't because you wouldn't trust him enough not to what? Beat
no,
you?
well,
Like-
it's no. I think you're missing my point here, right? I think women should be able to choose. I think most women, not even most. I think okay. I think a lot of women would choose if they had the ability to be a stay-at-home mom or at
I
least
agree.
part-time,
I agree,
right?
but they can't
But
now.
a lot of the time that's not the case, and a lot of the time women find fulfillment outside the home, right? And so I think I think we need to allow these choices for women, because not everybody's going to be fulfilled just being in the home all
Do
day.
you think more women are fulfilled being a stay-at-home mom and taking
I
for
mean,
their
there's
children
statistics-
versus working for some random man in
There's
HR or
statistics on this,
something?
actually.
I believe women say they're happier, but
No,
do you think they're more
so
fulfilled.
let me pull it up here because I have it.
Yeah, self-reported happiness is very dubious, but go
So
ahead.
stay-at-home moms are more likely to be depressed, isolated, and economically vulnerable. And instead of offering financial and systemic support to these mothers, mainstream culture tells them that they should feel fulfilled and fortunate to do the most important job in the world. So I mean, like, the statistics really, it bears out, right?
I would
Like,
maybe even grant you part of that. I'm very wary of self-reported happiness, and I'd like to look at that and see how they took the sample size. But I maybe would grant you that there's a lot more isolation among
a lot of more
stay-at-home-
economic
What about the-
vulnerability.
she also brought up the economic.
Economically vulnerable
would
is a
you
real
grant that or
thing.
Well, I would say two things on that. I would say economically vulnerable. I would say women feel like they have to work now because, post, second wave feminism, we pushed every woman into the workforce, and now we've diluted the wages. We've upped the cost of living and the lifestyle expectation. So now women have this expectation of, I want to take all these vacations. I need to have a certain, lifestyle that they're meeting. So a lot of times they're citing like economic stress, and it's really just like lifestyle maintenance.
I think
in
our
this day and
country as a
age.
whole, I think our country as a whole is a better country than most countries because women go out and work. I think the diversity in the workforce actually has been a massive increase in our quality of life as a whole. I think America is one of the best countries in the world because of the way that we give people rights if they choose to go and work.
And it's a good that the birth rate is low, that it's below
The birth
replacement
rate,
rates.
being low, is something that happens as a result of people being more educated, but it's also a result of there being less teen pregnancies than ever before in
Good,
history,
yeah,
which is
sure.
good, which is
Yes.
incredible. That's
Yes,
an
but
incredible
it's mostly
achievement
for
for
that
feminists.
first part. It's mostly from that first point. Which
No,
is
it's
we
not.
can
It's
have-
a lot
in
of it.
every country, we
A
can
lot
see
of
the
it
highest
is-
correlate for low birth rate is women's access to
a-
higher education.
But a lot of women who get pregnant are uneducated women who are younger,
True.
and who are predated on, right? Like teenagers, right? So I mean, I think the
Again,
fact
these like small instances.
it's
of,
not a
like,
small instance, right?
It's not,
a small instance
It's far from
at
the
all. This
majority.
used to be an epidemic in our country. Teen pregnancy used to be an epidemic, and now we have brought it down lower
And you
than
think
ever
access to
before.
higher education has helped that? I'm talking about college and graduate school.
I think women, actually there are statistics on that. Women who are higher educated, their children end up faring much better.
Yes,
and
you know that.
I think that actually trading off maybe a lower birth rate for children who are economically better off, intellectually better off, more better off in every perspective, every
You're not even
measurable
going to
way.
have feminists if the birth rate keeps going down. You're not going to have anybody. You're not going to have any people. To that,
we'll
to
have
be the
people.
feminists.
We'll have
I
people.
don't think that you'll import them. I guess
We will have people.
Sure. But I
don't think fixing the birth rate necessarily relies on eliminating feminism
I
or going
did
back to patriarchy.
going back, we're in patriarchy again. Like, you have to maybe define that term, because we are in patriarchy just inevitably. Like, you are quite literally appealing to men. To
Sure.
even
I
get
mean,
these
we
rights
live in a
passed for you.
the default of the world is that, yeah, women are generally secondary to men, right? Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
In certain ways, not in
Yeah.
dignity and things like that. But yes, there's a hierarchy, like we have in many. We have a hierarchy in a family. We have a hierarchy in all sorts of places. It's not bad. That's a good thing.
No, hierarchies are not necessarily bad, but again, this doesn't work for everybody, right? And we want people who
Which goes back to my.
the system
it's all
doesn't
about
work.
choice.
Look,
It's just
if the system
preference.
doesn't work for people, for certain people, they should have the ability to go out and seek a system that works for them.
Right. So it's just because I want to. That seems to be the crux of the feminist argument: is I want to because I want
No,
good because
it's,
I want to. Because
feminism
they choose
has
because
proven,
they want to.
Like, again, women's education has led to lifetime earnings of
You already
girls
granted me that
dramatically
women have always been
increasing.
educated. You already granted that. That
No,
women
I didn't say
has
women have always
nothing-
been educated. I
Okay,
said
well,
women
they
have always been working.
They've always been
Women
educated
have always
as
been
well.
working,
They've
not
always
always
been educated as
educated.
well. Yes,
Not
they have.
always educated.
In relation to men, yes, they have. Not
No,
every
they
man.
haven't.
Not every man was able to go to college. College was a privilege.
Yeah, right. And
it was
college was a privilege for
very
most
specific
people.
set of men. Correct.
Yes, for a very specific set of men,
Correct.
and then even an even lesser sect of women.
Correct. And then like 5 seconds later, it became equal, just
Wasn't
like
5
voting.
seconds.
It was
It took
like
a
in
while.
relative. It was.
It took a
was-
while.
and it was demand. It
And
was supply
globally-
meeting demand, not like a
And
lock on the door.
globally, we still see a huge divide when it comes
Sure.
to education,
Yes,
right?
well, yeah, I'm
we
talking about
can
Western
look at other places in the world, and we can look at other places in the world where women don't have the same rights, don't have the things afforded by feminism, and they have worse maternal mortality rates. They have worse quality of life for their children. They have their
Sure,
lives
that's
are worse
many
in
factors
every
and has
measurable
very
way.
little
And
to do
so
with
for their children, right?
feminism. That has very little to do with feminism. I did want to grant you something though about women feeling lonelier, like a stay-at-home mom feeling lonelier
and more economically vulnerable.
Well, yes, we addressed that, but I agree with you. But I think part of that is because we've told women, hey, go get a job, go move to a big city, go be independent, go be by yourself. So then we've necessarily isolated them from their fathers, from their brothers, from
When
the
a
people
woman
that
has to
protect them.
go-
They don't have the community because no one's having children. You can't just go to your neighbor down the street who also has a kid. You are very lonely. I
when
agree
you go
with
to
you that.
when
but
you go
it's
to
also feminism's fault.
when you have a culture that encourages women to go live with their husbands' families, right? And
Well, I'm not even
leave
talking
their
about
families.
that. That's very
leave their
specific. I didn't
families.
mention
Well,
that.
wait a minute. Let me finish my point here, right? You have a culture that encourages women to go where their husbands are and be economically reliant on their husbands, right? And as a result, they don't have as much choice as to where to live, who they're surrounded by, right? You are going to be more lonely when you're away from your family.
That's not what's happening today. You're saying women are lonely today. That's not
They
your,
are.
but you're also saying that
People
they're not
don't live near their families anymore.
correct. But it's not because of that structure that you're talking
It
about
is
that
because
they're
of that
living with their
structure. I mean, it's
husband's
a
family.
combination of things. Actually, the nuclear family. Before we did that, we had like intergenerational families, and that was
Yes.
even better for children, right?
I
Because
agree.
you had grandparents
Sure,
living,
100%.
and the intergenerational families, these really worked for families. But the nuclear family itself is also a modern invention, right?
You mean without the intergenerational, like the
Mhm.
grandparents?
Yeah.
I agree that the more family, the better. I'm all for like a communal, like aunts and uncles and cousins, like that. That is good.
But
I
again,
think.
if you live, but if
But
you are
feminism
in a
doesn't solve
culture
that.
where women are kind of expected to go where their husbands are and be economically reliant on them,
But
right?
where are they going? Like, what do you mean they're going where their husbands?
They
They're
go where
meeting their
their-
husbands and then they're settling down. Like, what is this
they
like
go
phenomenon
where their
you're
husbands
speaking
go,
of?
right?
Like,
If you're completely reliant on your husband and his career, right, and you guys don't have equal footing in this, you're going to go where he goes, right? You're not going to
Sure,
be able
in
to be
some
around your
cases.
family, your parents, your sisters, your
I
brothers,
kind of
right?
just reject that concept. I think that it's very possible to stay within your family. Maybe not in this day and age with this economy that unfortunately because of feminists, like the women have to go work and everyone has to work. So I agree we're in like a different
Women are
era. We
fulfilled
can't
by
ever
work,
go
though.
by. They're much more fulfilled by having children.
Women
and
can be fulfilled
much
by
more
both,
fulfilled.
right? And if it were true that they're just as fulfilled by having children and not having a job, then we wouldn't see the statistics where that women are more unhappy and that they're more lonely
No.
and that they're more economically
Where are you seeing
vulnerable.
they're less happy? The happiest women, time and time again, are married women with children.
Married women with children who
Correct.
work.
I'm not.
married
Well,
women with
70% of
children
women
who
are working,
work.
so sure they're all working. So I guess you can't even delineate these days.
Married women with children who work, married women with children who don't work are more unhappy than
Yeah,
married
and I
women with
believe it's
children
because
who
what we're
work.
talking about, there's less community, but I also think when you fill their heads full of propaganda that they're worthless unless they're working for some, you know, random guy at some random startup.
You can say this the opposite for men, right? Men for centuries it's been, oh, men are worthless unless they can provide for a woman. I don't think
That's
that's
their duty.
I don't think that's right though.
they're
I
not
think men are
worthless,
worth
but
more.
they're
Men
not-
are worth more.
they're-
Men are complex human beings with all sorts of
So what
things
should men
inside
do?
them.
What should men do? Just
Men-
what they want? And
I
women
mean,
should just do what they want?
men already, you know, men and women should, both do what they want.
Not,
and
men
what
don't
fits
do
them.
it. Men don't get to do it like
They
women
do,
it.
actually.
They absolutely do.
They
Men
do. When
have-
what is the percentage of men who just completely abandon their children during a
Sure.
divorce?
There's really bad.
A lot of
there's
men
really
just
bad men and
completely
there's
walk away from their
really
families.
bad
Who are
women
the ones who
too.
are overwhelmingly walking out on their families and not coming back?
There's really
It's
bad
men.
women too. Do you know that when
There's
you
really bad women too, but when we look at statistics, right, men are the ones who are overwhelmingly walking away from their families and being absentee fathers.
and children are more likely to be abused in a single mother household than
Sure,
a
but
single
that's
father
because
household.
that's because the
With
men who
stepfathers,
stick around, the men who stick around are exceptional, right? They're great people. The men who stick around are exceptional. But,
but we can say
the
the same
women,
for women.
when men walk away, and you've got the average man and the average
But I can
woman,
just say the same
of
for
course you're
women.
going to have more people who are being abused in these households.
I can just say the same for women that we've you know, like what you're saying, we have the women who stayed because women
women don't have the same choice to just walk away from their families as men do. Otherwise, we'd see it happening equally. Or at least in a more less disparate way. Maybe not equally.
I
but-
just want to get back to something you said about kind of how men get, like, what did you say exactly? Men, I summarize it as men get to do what they want. But what was your point there?
Well, I think men should be able to pursue what they want, right?
Sure. But I would say that men have duties in a society today that women do not, right? So I can name a few. For example, men have a duty to build and maintain infrastructure. So again, I think if women are really after egalitarianism, true equality, why aren't women banging on the doors of waste management systems and tiling and roofing
I think we're having a miscommunication. We're having miscommunication. I said this in the beginning because I don't believe in this. I think men and women are fundamentally different. I think you think that too, right?
Yeah, but I think your foundation is just choice. And
no, it's not. So
maybe you can tell me
men
what your
and
goal
women,
is
men and
instead.
women are fundamentally different. They have different interests. They gravitate towards different things. I have never advocated for equality by itself. I think equality of opportunity, right? Women and men,
Which they've already, you've
women
already
and
granted
men.
they had the whole time.
No, they didn't have all the entire time.
What were they
Well,
left out of?
you are misconstruing my thing. What I said they had the entire time is that most women worked.
Correct.
That doesn't mean that they were well compensated for their work. That doesn't mean that they had the same equality as men. That doesn't mean they had the same equality to go into the fields that they wanted to, right? And so when we look at when I'm talking about equality of opportunity, when you look at societies that have the most equality of opportunity, you see women and men diverge even further in the careers that they choose. And that's great. That's perfect. That's wonderful. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, okay, two things for that though. When you say compensated, I think you're still talking about this idea of like unpaid labor,
Or
Is
just
that really
not
domestic
valued, not
labor?
valued,
Okay,
right?
but I can show you many examples where men have these kind of at-home jobs that they're not compensated for. You know,
Sure.
security, killer
Sure,
of
but
bugs.
these things are not
you know,
24/7 like caring for children,
I mean,
right?
Well, one of them has a weight that the others don't, which is someone breaks in the house, one of them's gonna go and fight to the death, and the other one's not. Right?
In all reality, like
disparity there.
in all reality, right? Like again, when somebody breaks into the house, like most women experience violence in their own homes. Their biggest threat is
No
from
relation
within their
to
own
what I
homes,
said.
right?
No relation to what I said. Yes, but
But
not their married homes again.
so like when you're looking for a partner, I'm not necessarily looking for a guy who's going to. I mean, it would be nice if he can defend me if somebody breaks in, but my number one criteria is like, is he going to be safe for me to be at home with?
Sure, that should be
Yeah.
the baseline. So then we move on from that because that's a very small percentage of women that's experiencing that. And then we move on from that and we say, okay, you are a woman with
I
a
don't know if it's
husband
small
and
percentage, but-
children. It's not the majority. So we can't, use the exception as the rule. So you have
I think it's more frequent than most people give it credit for, right?
Yes, but men also experience this too. I agree
Absolutely
that
right,
people can be
absolutely right.
violent.
But we agree also that men and women are different, and that when a man is domestically
I
abusing a
agree,
woman,
there's
she can die
I agree.
much easier,
I
right?
agree, but men actually experience when we look at non-reciprocal violence, right? Women actually initiate that a lot.
Mm-hmm. I
more
don't think
than
that's
men.
right, right?
That
Women
is
shouldn't
true.
do that. Women should
Yeah,
be punished for doing things like that.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that we can use this kind of like fear mongering of you know, your partner can beat
Your
you
partner
both
can
ways.
your partner can beat you both ways, but one side is more likely to die,
Sure.
right?
But what I'm talking about, this sort of duties and this household kind of
And
vocations.
be left, and their children's going to be more likely to be left
that
without
can-
a
awful
parent.
things can happen. I agree. Awful things can happen in any moment, at any time. Like, but we don't.
But that's
use
what
that
that's
as
no,
a
we do.
foundation for what people should
People
do.
plan for the worst scenario all the time. That's what we do all the time in
Yeah,
our
we
entire
make sure we have
lives.
community. We have, and sure, okay, go.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Yeah, perfect timing. Yeah, I mean, you know, listen, Papa Gibbs' motto is plan for the worst and hope for the best. And that's what we're doing now. But anyway, boys, we're going to be talking about this more in a second. We're going to take a brief break to read some super chats. We have Mr. Alleycat, 1969. What is the U.S. code for posting a seashell? All right. We got Raging Patriot, 1776er. We got, is this Fat Jake versus Skinny Jake debate? Ad homs don't win debates on either side. It was like a tennis match of buzzwords and catchphrases. Yeah. And then we have, like, I guess, what did Michael Jackson have? Reverse Victor Jake in the middle? I don't know. All right. And then, okay, Shadowbacks1 says, for $4.99, you're wrong, Stardust. The 2007 article, differences in frequency of violence, 70% of women in non-reciprocal relationships were perpetrators of DV.
I don't think I ever disagreed with that, by the way. I think that women who do that should be punished. They should be reported and punished.
All right. And then we have Vestro 233 for $20. You can get a $1 million lifetime insurance policy for like $30 a month. You shouldn't advocate for a lifestyle based on worst case scenario, which it is easily insured against. And then we have Vestro 233 for another $5. Compare the number of men that walk out to the number of women who just get an abortion. As always, guys, listen, if you have not already granted monies to us, give it to Grid, give it to Glenn, give it to me. If you post on here, we will get your super chats read and we will get them in here and questions going. But like I said, these events do cost quite a bit of money. We are trying to expand, so make sure that you get them in, especially to Grid here. And once again, we want to thank Grid for helping put it all together for this today. And thanks to all our wonderful competitors here. So go follow them. All right, and ladies, back to it. I do want to ask, though, just to moderate, because we've talked about a lot of the modern version of feminism. There's a couple of points in history where I think feminism has come up. Abolitionists were mostly feminist and they freed slaves. That hurt us economically, but I think no slavery is probably good, right? And then we have argument the feminism during World War II when they went there, Rosie the Riveter. And then, however, the argument would be, yeah, they came and did it, and then it flips back to back to traditional values in the 50s. What are our thoughts about this? Is this a differentiation in feminism from the past, or are we still talking a continuation, or are you talking about feminism in general? What are your thoughts?
My opinion is that sure, yeah, women went back to doing their roles once the men came back from war, right? But I would say today we have the strongest, most effective, most lethal, the most awesome military industrial complex than we've ever had. And that is because of the diversity that we have in our military. And it's because we have also women who are doing, maybe they're not doing combat roles, but they are doing supportive roles. And anybody who works in the military would say that is incredibly important, right? So having more people and having more perspectives makes us a much stronger country, makes us a better country. And I think this is truly why America is like the greatest country in the world.
I'll let you go ahead. I'll let you go ahead and respond to that as well, and then I'll let y'all go again.
Well, I think a lot of times, and I didn't get to speak about this, but this kind of false framing of history that feminists like to do. So the abolitionists, that was mainly Christians, right? So it's not the feminist movement. Like anytime a woman is involved in something, or a group of women, nuns, like groups of Christians, it doesn't mean it's feminism, right? Women were pushed to work around World War II. It had nothing to do with them like advocating for that. And like we just said, they just fell right back into their roles after. So again, there's a lot of stolen valor that the feminists like to do, that a lot of things, these kind of progress that we make can actually just be attributed to the Industrial Revolution, technology, things like that, just things getting more accessible to more people. It has absolutely nothing to do with feminism.
I mean,
I'm so sorry. Let me interrupt one more time. I have another person asking with a chat. So I guess let me just ask this real quick, since it seems to be a recurring question. What about the abortion versus birth rate kind of topic, where if we didn't have the abortion?
I think that's going to be a hard one because we're probably going to disagree on this one.
Sure.
And that would probably launch into a whole different debate.
Yeah, I'll
which
let you go, and then we can go
I'd be happy to just debate that at another time, but I think that's just going to be a huge, that's going to take over the entire debate,
Well, sure, but I'll just say really quickly, if you want to talk about privilege over duty, feminist women get to go and have abortions at an insane rate. They're having millions of abortions a year. It's a great point by the person that asked that question. If you wanted true equality, maybe you would let men have a 50-50 say in abortions. It's their child.
I think men
as
should
well.
have the ability to do paper abortions. Absolutely.
Okay. So
what is that?
they can
Just
So
pretend
it's
I'm
like
an idiot.
so like
They can
men
abandon.
can decide to sign away any
So in
parental rights,
feminism,
right?
we're upset that men are leaving women in marriages because they're going to abandon their children. But also in feminism, you want them to just sign away the rights before
I mean,
the
not
children are even
necessarily.
born.
I think
Feminism.
I think that we know, again, women and men are different, and because women bear the brunt of carrying a child, right? That is the majority. They're the ones who are changing their bodies for carrying a child, right? That yeah, of course, women do have a little bit more say in what they do with that body,
But
right?
because women get pregnant, they can kill their children, and men.
I mean, again, we're going to disagree fundamentally on this,
Sure.
right? So if we wanted to an abortion debate, we can do that at
Would
a
love
later
to
time. Yeah,
sometime,
yeah, we can do that at a later time.
Okay. Were there any more? Okay.
That was just the last one paid right as we were ending, and it was the second time someone brought it up, so I wanted to get in.
So, yeah.
But yeah, go ahead and fight. Go ahead.
I mean, I think there's okay. So if I can name a few, I mean, we've got the Equal Credit Opportunity Act in 1974 that feminists really pushed for, which allowed
More
women
debt for
to
women.
access credit independently.
And now they have a ton of debt.
Sure, but this
More than
allowed
men.
this contributed to stronger family economic stability.
It's
Actually,
always about money at the end of the day.
I mean, it's about economic stability, yeah, and that
that the best
contributes to a family's stability. Yes.
So economic material. That's again, like I said at the very beginning, it always comes down to transaction. Always comes to materialism.
Do you
it
think
comes to
that-
money or because I want to.
I'm so sorry, but the world runs on brute force and money.
I agree
and
with
that
you.
and we have and when we're
And that's
talking
why
about
feminism is
and
stupid
when we're
and
I
not
mean
gonna
no,
work
but you're
because of that
just
first
you're
point, the
appealing
brute
to
force.
you're appealing to only the brute force part and not to the part that money also runs the world. I'm sorry,
And we
live
need
in
women-
reality. We live in reality, and we need to accommodate and make sure that families can be stable. And
We
you
were
can't. A
doing
family
just
can't be
fine.
stable.
We were doing
A
just
family
fine.
can't be
The
stable if
economy
they're
was doing
economically
just fine
unstable.
before women entered the workforce. You're
I
acting
mean,
like
I'm sorry, it
would be a
wasn't. Women were
tragedy.
always in the workforce. We know this.
But
They
you
were
just
always.
then,
in
but then
the,
you're complaining they're not getting paid, so they're
I
actually
mean,
not in the workforce.
no, they were in the workforce. They worked in most women who were not rich worked in other industries. They worked maybe as cobblers, or they worked as housemaids or things like
Not
that,
most,
right?
not most.
Most
No way.
women in poverty worked either in agriculture has been a huge industry that women have been employed in, right? So I mean,
already proved
you
to you
can
women
claim but this is just ahistorical through centuries, through
I
all
agree.
of human history. Women have worked. They
not
just
like they are today. They're not.
Yes,
it's not
they have. I
70%
mean,
of
maybe they did.
mothers working
Maybe they
full-time
didn't have the
versus
same
6.
choices. Maybe they didn't have the same career
They
trajectory.
didn't want to.
But women do want to. Otherwise, they
didn't
wouldn't have advocated
until
for it.
You guys told them they want to.
No, women are fulfilled going outside the home. The very fact that working mothers with children are more fulfilled and more happy in their lives than non-working
So
women
are
with children.
stay-at-home moms not fulfilled? Are women that choose to stay home and raise their children
The
and be teachers and a
statistics-
nurse at home
the
and work
statistics-
for their family
The
versus some
statistics
random
bear
guy?
out. The statistics bear out that yes, women at home who are stay-at-home mothers who don't have other jobs are more economically vulnerable, lonely, depressed, and more likely to be on
Well, we've
drugs.
explained
Actually,
the loneliness thing, and I agree that maybe a lot of women that feel like they have to work, that causes depression. I know a lot of women that wish they could stay home and they can't because of this economy that the feminists have created by pushing every single woman into the workforce.
I don't think it's the economy that women have always worked. They've just never been compensated, right? A lot of women
Right,
worked
but
in agriculture.
You just said that they were. You just said that they were helping the economy because they were getting paid.
I mean, they were getting paid, but
we
not
can't live without their
compensated
money.
fairly, right? So, I mean, that you can look at, like, for example, and I'm sure that you can see this in other parts of the world too. But like in India, for the longest time, women worked and they did agriculture work. They worked on the farm with their husbands,
not
but
denying
everything that they
women did.
did,
I'm not
all of the
denying that.
work that they did was attributed to their husband, not to them, right?
Well, it was the household because this was something that was valuable. Was working for the family, was being a part of a
Right,
structure.
but do you
It
think
wasn't
that a
just
woman working on the
independence, me,
farm,
me.
a woman working in agriculture on the farm has the ability to stay home with her children? Obviously not.
A woman that works
On the
wait, say it again.
farm, like in agriculture,
Well,
like on
their
a farm.
Farm is at their home typically.
No,
was
it's
how it
not.
did. That
Most
was how it
people working on
was.
farms are not working at their homes. What
That
are you
was,
talking about?
That was a big structure in early 20th century. Yes, was
maybe
the homestead.
maybe in America,
Pre-industrial.
maybe
yes,
in
that's
America,
what I'm talking about. talking about Western feminism.
Well,
We
oh,
can
you're
have
talking
a
about
debate
Western
about-
feminism. We're
I
not
don't know.
talking about feminism as a whole then.
Well, because you can't possibly defend feminism. What does that even mean? You're talking about everything
Feminism,
a woman
I
has
mean, I
done
defined
ever?
it for you. I defined it from the beginning that we're looking for equality of opportunity, right?
And you already said we had that because women have
No, we
always
did.
worked.
I said we didn't have that.
But you
Women
have-
all have always worked, but that doesn't mean they have the equality of
And
opportunity.
So what equality of opportunity are you
the
still
ability,
working for
the
today?
ability to build fulfilling careers
And
if they
they've done
choose
that.
to.
What are they doing today? What do they want to do today?
Today, I think maintaining that, not having a backsliding,
But
right?
they did it. Feminism's over.
No, it's not over. We still have things
Aw,
to work
man.
for. I mean, we work for things like equal prosecutions for women who abuse children versus men who abuse children.
25% of women under the age of 25 on OnlyFans, for 1 million abortions a year.
I mean, doing
1 in
OnlyFans is
4
your
on
choice. I'm
SSRIs.
sorry, but you can't blame feminism for a choice you made. That's like you're infantilizing yourself now.
A choice.
Are you a baby? Oh no, I made a choice that I didn't like.
But that's all. That's our whole foundation
Like-
is a choice.
Yeah,
Your
you have
whole
a choice.
foundation is-
Women have choices, and you take accountability for the choices you make.
Agreed. And we
Yeah,
should,
and so
we
if a
do.
woman wants to go out and work and she
But
wants
you-
to make a
you
career for
don't hold
herself,
them accountable.
she holds
You
herself
guys don't-
accountable.
You don't hold them accountable.
I
You
do.
celebrate them.
I do.
A
If
woman
they
that
want to, if they decide like, oh no, boohoo, I didn't like that. Well, I'm sorry, you made that choice, and you can make another choice.
But you guys don't care what they do because it's all about choice. There's nothing better or worse for you about
No,
a
it's
woman
about
choosing
it's
to do
about their
OnlyFans
ability to
versus
choose.
having a family.
It's
Like,
about
right,
choosing. I'm
exactly.
sorry, I never chose OnlyFans. That was your choice.
Okay, that's
that
fine.
was your
Good for
choice.
you, but
I'm sorry, like
no-
that. I didn't have that. That never crossed my mind, and I was a feminist my entire life.
My
so
point is that you have no foundational.
that's your choice. You
Yeah,
can't.
yeah,
You're
okay.
you're just looking
I
for
get
no
it.
accountability.
You
You
have
want to be
nothing
taken
else
care
but
of. You
that.
want
I
a
got it.
daddy who's going to tell
I
you
got
what's
it.
good and what's bad.
Yeah, you have
right?
nothing
I'm
else.
sorry.
All right,
That's
here
your
we go.
choice.
Devolving very quickly.
I mean, look. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you went through that. I'm sorry. I think the sex industry is very
Well, I had feminists in
exploitative.
my ear telling me that it was just as good as any other choice.
I
right? You
mean,
would
I
tell them
didn't.
anything.
I didn't think
So
it was
you
that.
can be
No,
condescending. No, no, no.
actually,
You
actually,
can
I
be
don't think that it's.
condescending,
I don't
but
think.
you
I
have
don't think
no
all choices are equal. I don't think all choices are equal.
You
I'm not one of these women. No,
Well,
I
so
don't.
let me
I'm not
ask-
one
let
of
me
these women.
Actually, that's
I
actually
don't.
interesting.
I don't think women. I'm not one of these women who thinks that sex work is good for women. That's not a common thing in
Feminists believe
feminism. No,
that?
it's not.
Of
Women,
it
feminists disagree on this
Of
all the time.
course it is.
There are huge arguments over this. I don't know what you're talking about. Like
You don't know
so
what I'm
much
talking
of
about?
so much. Yes, there's a subset of feminists who believe, oh yeah, girl boss queen, go do what you want. There's a huge subset of feminism who's like, no, I don't think that's good for women. I don't think that's healthy for a young woman. No, I don't think so. I've never thought that, and that's why I
you
never
have no
did
leg
it.
to stand on
That's
because-
why I never
yeah,
did it,
because
and
it's
why I
just-
never advocate
Oh
for
my
it.
gosh.
Let me ask this because I think that's interesting though. 'cause-
That's your choice. I'm sorry.
Well, sure, but let me expand this here a little bit because let's just expand out of OnlyFans. So, like, many conservatives have argued, like, okay, well, then that should apply for, like, okay, with children, or you choose to marry someone, like, you should stay in it. You chose them. Like, what is that the same kind of mindset? Would you apply that to those situations?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
So, okay, let me try to rephrase. So, like, a lot of people would argue that, like, there should be, if you get married, you should never, like, go against it, right? Like, so, like, once you choose to get married or you choose to have a children,
think-
you should be stuck with this.
No, I think if you choose to go into OnlyFans, you have the choice to leave it. If you choose to get into a marriage that ends up not being good for you, you should leave it, right?
Okay. All right. So I guess, do you have an issue with that?
Well, her moral foundation just comes down to preference and choice. She has no actual leg to stand on to say that one of those choices is better than other. Because
No, I do think
because
there are
your
better
whole
choices.
feminism is we want
Well,
them to have your literal
I
definition
want
is
women
equality
to
of opportunity,
equality of opportunity.
aka choice.
Equality of opportunity doesn't mean that I think women should be getting into sex work.
What? That's an
But they
equal.
should have
it's
the choice
not.
to get into sex
I
work if
think
they want.
I think equality of opportunity is women should have the ability to build careers for themselves, to financially provide for
Should they
themselves.
have the choice to go into sex work?
I personally don't think women under the age of like 25
Oh, wait,
should even
you're
consider
limiting
that.
choices? That's not very feminist.
I
of
don't think they
you.
should do that.
That's not equal opportunity.
I think that we
That's
should
not equal
societally,
opportunity.
well, I think they can have the choice, but I think societally we should discourage that.
We can
discourage that.
But you don't. Like maybe
I
you
do.
are saying you
I
don't, but your
do.
movement does not. And
I'm
it's
so sorry that
so-
you've only
Oh
been
my
exposed. You've
gosh.
only been exposed to one set of feminists, and
I
you don't know.
haven't.
You don't know the broad spectrum that
Just
most women.
Open your eyes.
I mean, I'm so sorry that again you made a bad choice. You made the choice to get out of it. I'm happy for you. I'm sorry that you went through that, but I didn't make that choice, and there are plenty of women women every day who don't make that choice.
Let me
And I'm
ask
sorry.
this too, because you brought this up, and I'm kind of curious. You said there's y'all mentioned Western feminism versus regular feminism. What is it like a
I
distinction?
think
here?
Western feminism is the same thing as regular feminism. I think there's some people who get very into first world problems, which is like a little bit like I'm not really into that. But I think overall, when we're talking about like economic freedom, economic movement, right? I think that's something that women should have access to.
Why? Why should women have access?
Because not every woman is fulfilled being at home.
So again, it's just their choice. It's because they don't
They
want to.
should have the
Do you
your
think that's a
quality
good
of life is
foundation for
going to be
society?
better, right?
You think
Women
men want
should
to do
have-
half the crap they have to do?
Women should have the ability to access education. We know that these things, women having the ability to access higher education leads
always
to
been able to
better
do that.
leads to better outcomes for children overall.
Okay, so go to college, but have kids. Have kids and go to college. You
Yeah,
can
go
why can't
ahead,
you
do
both?
that and build a career for yourself if you want to at the same time.
Yes, again, it's just about choice. So any choice a woman makes is a good choice because she chose it. But you do not hold men to that standard
I
because I
think-
would
no, I think
believe
men-
that should men be excused from the draft? Should men?
I think
choose-
women should be included in the draft.
Okay,
actually,
that's a little coherent.
I think actually, if anything, women should be
On the
encouraged
front
to join the
lines?
military.
On the front
I don't know
lines?
about the front lines because we know men and women
That's
are
not
different.
very equal.
Well, men and women are different. We both acknowledge that, right? They're
I do,
biologically,
yes. I don't know.
physically
I
different.
heard a trans argument you did. I'm not sure you actually believe
A
that.
trans argument.
A
What,
trans
you think-
debate you did. I'm not sure you
A
actually
trans
believe
debate
that.
I've debated on trans. I've said men and women are different, and trans women are different from women, right? But I've said that many times, and that's gotten me into a lot of trouble. I'm not your typical person that's like a gung ho leftist. Okay, I'm a very moderate centrist liberal. So I would say that yes, men and women are different. Women excel in caretaking jobs, like we both know,
And they've
being
always done
doctors,
that.
being
Since
nurses.
before feminism, they've
Being
done
doctors,
those
but
jobs.
going to a female doctor, you're probably going to get a better outcome than
that's
a
not my
male. I mean, statistics also show that. But I will say, I think, yeah, having women. I mean, I believe I read it.
I would fact check that.
I read it like maybe this is 5 years ago, so I would check it again. Yeah, but I will say that having more women should be encouraged to go into the military and provide supportive roles,
But
right?
why not on the front lines?
Because we know that men and women are different, right?
And so say they shouldn't have the same duty to their country to die.
They do.
to
They have a
maybe
duty to
die?
their country to die, but women
Wait,
also
wait,
die.
what?
Women die giving birth, right?
Not in nearly the same amount as men die.
Women die. You know, women are very vulnerable to death.
Well, let
right?
me ask you this because you can be in the military. Okay, so let's just say hypothetically, I know you're obviously not pro. I guess it seems like having the women in the military are on the front line. Would you want the women if you were? Let's just say you were for this. Like obviously, Stardust put out no, I don't want them on the front line because there's a difference. Would you argue that they should be on the front line?
Yeah,
if
I
you
think
do, like-
feminists should
like,
be on the front
despite
line.
the fact that it might cause more
Sure.
men to be killed.
Put feminists on the front line. That's fine.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that's
They
not a
want
good
equality?
outcome.
Okay, bye.
This is
Well, I
spite.
guess
At
what I'm
this
asking
point,
is
this
it's
is spite driven for you because you don't care about the actual outcome, right?
Of course, I care about the.
You don't care. If you care about the actual outcome of the military, of the men, you care about the men in the military, you probably wouldn't put them in the front line, right? You know that the military today is stronger, more lethal than ever because we have a massive amount of different people in the military providing support roles, providing tech roles,
But we don't
providing
need
all
the
sorts
women,
of.
right?
We do need the
We
women.
don't.
We
If
do.
If it were just men or just women,
We do need
hello?
women.
Do we need
Absolutely,
the
we need
in the
women. I think
military?
I think it's horrible that we saw recently Hegseth didn't promote two women who were like who were pushed by the Navy. The Navy themselves wanted these women to get promotions, and he decided not to. I think women
Sure.
and men
Fine.
want to be part
But
of a
you want
military. Men
equality
want to
where
be
you
part of
want
a
it.
military that is based on merit, and if they see their female colleagues who they think are deserving
Merit.
of a promotion not getting that, a lot of men are going to be like, hey, I don't know if I want to be part of this. And same thing to women who could be great assets to the military.
You care about merit, but white women are the biggest.
Let me pause you, ladies, 1 second. Hey, it's getting real loud from the peanut gallery again, boys. It's getting real distracting. Sorry, go ahead.
White women were the biggest. They got the most benefits out of DEI policies. So I'm not sure you guys
and
actually
then
care
that's
about
why we
merit.
reform these things. That's why we reform them. These things. Hey, I'm Asian and I'm Indian, so I got the least benefits when it
My-
came to college applications.
My only
okay,
point
so.
about the front lines is that if you guys, it seems to me that feminists only want equality where they want it. They want equality in the cushy jobs, in the office jobs, in the HR jobs. They
No,
don't
but
want
we know
equality
that men
in
and women are
construction
different.
jobs and sewage waste.
Do you
removal.
want?
Do you think
here's
men
the
want to
thing.
do those jobs?
Well, here's the thing. Men and women are different, right?
Yeah,
And
you keep-
we know
that's
that
not
men
an
and women.
argument.
We know that men and women are not capable of the same jobs.
I agree.
And that's why That's why men tend to overwhelmingly take those jobs. But if a woman is capable of doing that job and wants to do that job, sure, why not?
They're not really.
But if
There
they're
is
not
one job
capable,
that the women are specifically really capable at that they're not doing, having children, right? And
okay.
raising their children. So
I mean, men are capable of raising children too, right?
Yeah, fine.
And they don't
are
really
they
do that
having
either.
the children? Are they having them?
I mean, again, it takes two to tango, right? How many men
Sure,
waste women's
but-
time when it comes to, there are tons of women I know who want to settle down, have kids, and tons of men who don't want to. So, I mean, it goes both ways.
I would challenge that. I
But
don't
it
believe
goes
that.
both
I reject
ways.
that. My main point is that we clearly, and you clearly, hold expectations for men in a society. You have duties for them. Women have these expectations within a society as well as within a family structure, right? Like men have duties in the house. Men are expected to die for their families. They're expected to die for their countries. They can be drafted at any minute. They have to sign up for the draft. They do the dirty, dangerous
We haven't
jobs.
had a
They have like
draft.
90. It doesn't
So the
matter.
draft
They
hasn't
can-
been used,
it
and the
doesn't
draft hasn't
matter.
been in
It can
effect
any
for like
minute.
for
It could be
decades.
used tomorrow. Who
Sure, but
cares?
then women should be allowed to sign up for the draft too.
Okay, but not on the front line, says you, because
well,
of the
yeah,
outcomes.
because we know that they're different. It would probably be a detriment to
So
the
again,
military's
it's the same thing you guys
effectiveness.
do with the workforce. Is
No,
they
but
should be in the workforce.
do you
but
want
only
the
in
most
these like nice, helpful roles?
do
not
you
in
want
the
the
ones
most
that are
effective
hard.
military in the world or not?
I want if feminists want equality, I want them to be consistent.
So yes,
This is
if
about
you
what
want,
I want, this is
no,
about
no,
what
no,
you
we
want.
can have
Well,
equality
actually, that's a
and
good
still
question she's
acknowledge the
asking.
differences between men and women. I feel like you're being very anti women. Women being different than men. I would think that somebody who's into traditional stuff like the patriarchy would acknowledge that women and women are different.
I'm challenging your worldview.
Well,
I'm
But
talking
my
about being-
worldview is not
just ask
that.
this real
You're
quick,
you're
'cause-
describing a worldview that I don't have.
Because you're saying this about the thing, and I think that maybe I'm missing something here. So like, I understand your argument, or it's the least effective, right? Would you disagree with the idea that like it's not necessarily equality if like we put the women in there and then it causes more men to die because they're not qualified for this role? Would you argue that that is
No,
equality?
I'm just saying that women need to understand what they want. If they want
Okay.
equality in the workforce, they want equality in the workforce only in the easy jobs. If they want equality in the military, they want it in the easy jobs,
that they can
and the ones that
do.
aren't dangerous. And then you're asking
The jobs that
and
they
by
can do,
nature
though.
of that, though, by nature of taking the jobs that you don't want to do or that they can do,
It's not
fine, that
about
they can
want,
do,
it's about what they
who has
can
to
do.
the other jobs, then?
Right, but again,
By
men and
duty.
women
Who has
gravitate
to
to
do the
different
other
things.
jobs?
Men and women gravitate to different things.
It's not about
right?
gravitate. You already just told me it's about ability. It's not about gravitating. It's,
It's
about what they can do
It's
by
about
nature.
they gravitate, and also by nature they are capable of doing different things, and they're going to be better and worse at different things. And I think
Men aren't
equality of
choosing the
equality
draft.
again. My thing is not equality of outcome. My thing is equality of opportunity, and that's where we're having a difference here,
So
right?
give them the opportunity to be drafted. They don't have.
Yeah,
that
they should have the opportunity to be drafted, and I agree that
In
with
the
that.
same
But the
exact way that
equality,
men are.
the equality of opportunity is the equality for them to be in the military, to provide support, to do important jobs in the military, and sometimes those are going to be combat. Most of the time, they're not going to. But the fact is that if we want like this equality of opportunity, we know that men and women are not equal. We don't want to create
Right, you said it. You
Well,
got
yeah,
it.
where they're not equal in every way, and
Right.
we want them to be able to benefit society in the best way possible to their own
what is the
strengths.
what is a better way that women can benefit society than to have children and raise them?
They can have children and raise them and still have fulfilling
But
careers.
they are not doing that.
Yeah, but that is something that can be improved by
How?
not eliminating feminism.
Okay, how? So how are you going to have?
Encouraging women to have more children.
How
You know?
you're going to keep telling them their husbands are going to beat them and they have to get jobs?
I
or
didn't
else
say
they're
that.
gonna
I
be
I said we plan for the worst and hope for the best, right?
okay, that's not an answer to how you're going to. How are
I
you
mean-
going to make women want to have children?
Women can have children while still having careers.
I
and
agree,
I think,
but they're not.
but
they're
we
not.
need to stop making this thing where it's either or. You don't have to make an either or.
Okay, but that's
you
a,
can
that's
have
a great
both.
assertion.
I
Can you
mean, I
prove
think
it?
your side is actually one of these people, one of these groups that's pushing the either or. I'm not.
No, I've
It's not.
already
It's not either or.
granted-
You can be both.
Okay, you're
Women
not
can be
engaging.
women can be both.
Again, you've already granted to me that women have always worked. I've always said that. Okay, we've already said that women can work and have children. Sure, they just didn't work in the capacity that they do today.
I
You
mean, they
say,
didn't get
well, they can have
compensated. They
full-time
didn't
careers,
work in the
they
same
can-
ways. Yeah,
sure, like,
and also children worked back in the day too. Child labor, was
cool.
rampant. So
Okay, anyway, so the point is
should
that
we bring child labor back?
No. So the point is that you're saying women can have full-time careers and have children. My point is that they are having full-time careers and they're not having children. And then you
But
say,
so
well,
are
we
men.
can make them have children.
So are men.
Okay,
This is not a
how?
one. This is it takes two to tango.
Well, if
men are
women
part of
didn't
the problem.
1.6 million babies a year.
Yeah, men
did their
men
part,
are
and
men
then
are
women
part of the
kill
problem.
them.
Men don't want those children either.
What? What do you? How do you even?
They
proving
don't.
that?
They don't. They wouldn't walk away disproportionately if they wanted those kids.
Okay, well, I would, if we compared the number of abortions to men walking away, I think women would win that one pretty easily.
I think if men could get abortions, they would have way
okay,
more.
cool. Like, I guess maybe, but that has no relevance to what we're talking about. You're
I
telling
mean,
me
I
that
think it's relevant. So
no, you have no solutions for actually improving the birth rate.
what is your solution to improving the birth rate?
To reverse the years of propaganda you guys have ensued on women by having our own propaganda campaign. Stop telling women that their husbands are going to beat them. Stop telling them that motherhood is some sort of trap and that they have to have some sort of backup plan.
I don't think I've ever
create a more
said those
virtuous
things.
society, push Christianity back into society.
I don't think I've ever said anything that
I'm talking about
contradicts
my
these.
idea.
So
I'm not talking about what you're talking about. I'm talking
Yeah.
about what I'm talking about.
yeah, but yeah,
Yeah.
again, like these are things you're
But
making.
You're
making
aligning
like
with
these.
yourself a feminist movement, and then you're picking the parts of feminism that you like and saying, "Oh well,
Most,
you know, I'm not that feminist."
Hey, most feminists align with me. Most feminists are moderates.
No, absolutely not.
If you're only
I wouldn't
talking to
call you
like
a
Gen
moderate.
Zers, yeah, of course you're gonna get like crazy radicals, you know, because every kid is a radical.
No.
But once you
It's not just about the people now; it's about the founders. Look at the
The
waves of feminists. Look at their quotes. Simone de Beauvoir has a quote about dismantling the nuclear family. How women will never be truly free unless we do not give them the option to have children. Unless
should have the
because they will
option-
pick that. That's what she claims.
They should have the option to choose when they want to have kids.
And they've had always had that option. Who's
not
making
really,
them have
not
kids?
really.
Let me jump in here, ladies, because we're getting close on time. So let me just read these super chats, and then we will go into closings. This has been a very really exciting and debate, and I was looking forward to it. And y'all did not disappoint so far. Let me just go ahead and read these. All right, we got. Let's see the last one. Okay, Echo 5 Sierra 1775. If men and women are different, how can they be equal? I'll go ahead and let you get a quick one on that.
Again, equality of opportunity. And I think a woman not being as strong as a man doesn't mean that she's not deserving of equality and like dignity and choice and her place in society.
All right, thank you so much. And then we have Shadowback 1 for 299. Daddy chill. What the hell is even that? All right,
What did
that's
they
huh?
What did they say?
Daddy chill. You know, like from that meme.
I don't think I know it.
Oh,
yeah.
it's a funny meme.
Sorry.
I don't know. I don't know how to explain it other than that.
My favorite meme right now is John Pork is calling. You know John Pork?
Oh yeah. Oh, God, those are so funny. They put him in there. I love the one where it's like John Pork's at the old grandma's house.
Yeah, and they keep showing John
Yeah,
Pork is calling.
those
He's
are-
like, who
those
the
are
hell
good.
is this? Like, yeah.
But all right, let's go. So you were the affirmative to start?
Yes.
All right. So you're going to be starting us off with your closing. I believe that is all the super chats. I'll give you. Is that all the super chats? All right, it is. So we're going to go to closings. You have 5 minutes. The quick little tidbit. Once we're done with your closing, go ahead and tell us who you are, where to find you. Both of y'all do that. And then we're going to have lunch. And it looks like we're going to be taking a quick break for lunch. I think we'll be back for the main card here at 5:15-ish or so. We're going to be having a secondary commentary team going as well. So exciting things to come. Stick around. Go ahead, Ms. Stardust. Hit us off with your closing.
Okay, so yeah, I think I just want to end on, again, this for me is about equality of opportunity, not equality of outcome. Because equality of outcome, it's just not something that I'm aiming for. It's not something that's realistic, right? We know that men and women are different, and that's totally fine, and it's beautiful. And men and women should be able to pursue their desires, their passions, and make a family together. But again, this whole birth rate issue is it takes two. It takes two. We cannot blame it all on one side, right? And I will say again, I think feminism has not just benefited women, it's helped men. We've got legal paternity rights. Feminist efforts introduce legal changes recognizing protection for paternity rights. There was sexual assault awareness. Feminist movements have raised awareness about sexual assault against men, challenging stereotypes, et cetera, et cetera. Support for male survivors of domestic violence has been something that the feminist movement has been heavily contributing to and raising awareness about. And we've got advocacy for male victims of human trafficking. So feminists have also been advocating and making efforts addressing gender-based violence. And have also included advocacy for male victims of human trafficking. I mean, and human trafficking itself is a global problem where so many of the victims are even underage children, right? And I think that is a huge thing that, advocating against that, bringing awareness to that is a huge thing, right? And I do think, again, women's education, when we invest in girls' secondary education. We see the lifetime earnings of a woman dramatically increases, the national growth rates increase, child marriage rates decline, child mortality falls, maternal mortality falls, and child stunting drops. I mean, this is incredible. And obviously, women being highly educated is better for their children. Their children have better outcomes too. And then, you know, we can look again, you know, women's happiness. Like, we can talk about this. Stay-at-home moms with children who don't have careers are on average less happy. They're more lonely, they're more depressed, they have more economic vulnerability versus women with children who have careers, right? And a lot of people find fulfillment and passion in a career on top of having children, on top of having a family. I don't think we should be saying men and women have to choose one or the other. They should be able to choose both. I guess what I'll finish on is, you know, we talk about like male loneliness, but you know, there is a female loneliness problem as well that has always existed. And I think we should address these things in a two-pronged way. We should address the birth rate issues in a two-pronged way. It is not just all on one gender. So.
All right. Is that it?
I think that's it. Yeah.
All right. Well, where can they find you? What do you do normally? Tell us.
Yeah. So I'm Stardust. You can find me youtube.com/@StardustIRL and kick.com/Stardust. Those are where I do like live streams and IRL content. And then if you want to see video essays, it's youtube.com/Stardust officially. For all of my links, you can just go to fromstardust.net. Greatly appreciate it. Yeah, I'm like a centrist. Not center, I mean center left, moderate Democrat, you know, moderate liberal. You know, I think you know, a lot of people try to put me into a box. I either get called like a Nazi or like a communist, and I'm not either one of those things. So, yeah. Nice to meet you all.
And she also does comedy stuff. I believe a while back. This was a while back. I was on there, and they were debating who my daddy was. Yeah, they put me on trial for who my daddy was. It was a good time.
Yeah, it was really funny.
Yeah, it was hilarious. So check her out. Great, fantastic stuff over there. Miss Taylor, go ahead and give us your closing. Tell us who you are.
All right. Well, thanks guys for having me. This was a last minute thing for me, so it was really fun. So my opponent states that she wants equality of opportunity, but also kind of conceded that that is not possible because she has already claimed that there are some jobs that women are not able to do. So there is no world where equal opportunity is even possible. So feminism absolutely just doesn't make sense. It's not a coherent concept. Ultimately, it comes down to what women want. They want to do it because they want to do it. It comes down to materialism, about making money, about gathering things, and ultimately devoids them of duty. It degrades their highest purpose, which is motherhood, down to some sort of job to which they are owed money for. Again, it's all transactional. And ultimately, women just aren't happy. She keeps kind of saying that like women are happy now, and they're actually not. You know, we have statistics that show that women are on more medication than ever. They're reporting less happiness over the last 50 years relative to men and to themselves. So if feminism was supposed to make women happy and safer, it is failing. Women are less safe than ever. They're more likely to be abused when they're not in a marriage, nuclear family structure. And most importantly, children are less safe. They are more likely to be abused in a single mother household or a single other household than in a marriage structure. So ultimately, feminism is not good for women and children. It makes them less safe, less happy, and just, you know, makes for an incoherent ideology. So I will close with that. And thank you guys.
And where do they find you?
Oh, yes. So I really just do TikTok and Instagram. I have some debate videos under Taylor Fogarty. You can find them wherever, but all my ats are Taylor is online 0. So find me there.
All right. All right. Thank you so much. These ladies actually went way out of their way here to be our main event of our undercard. They both are coming in from other stuff, and they got other stuff going on. They flew in. They're literally here for this debate, and then they're about to fly out. So we greatly appreciate them. Let me get a round of applause for these ladies here. Thank y'all so much. Y'all are outstanding. Really enjoyed that. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
And y'all we have food. I know y'all kind of are on a schedule, so if y'all want, we have Terry Blacks over there for you ladies. I'm going to go ahead and give us a few pointers before we cut the break. But y'all are welcome to go get food right now or do whatever y'all got to do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ladies. All right, so for the rest of us, before I give you all send us off the break, we have a lot of exciting stuff. We're about to start our main card. I believe we're going to be having Terry Blacks here, guys. If you didn't come to this event and you went somewhere else, you're not getting the best food here. I'm just saying, Terry Blacks is an institution. It's been here. It's the brother of the oldest barbecue pit master in Texas. It's fantastic. Give me one other second here. I'm going to promo out a couple others. Coming up next, we have the debate for morality versus modesty between Flow State, aka the Powder Dusty, and then Jake Varr is going to return to argue about this. It's basically going to be a very interesting debate. Then we're going to have the Vince Wilson show versus average debate enjoyer about if Trump is the most corrupt president since Reagan. Is that correct? Reagan, right? I was going to say Nixon, but I'm wrong. So it's Reagan. So it's going to be hot and spicy, boys. I can't wait. That's going to be our exciting political headliner for the night. Then at the end here, we're going to have Father Joseph versus the Powder Dusty on whether if there is or not a God. And I tell you what, brothers, it's going to be exciting times. I can't wait to hear it. It's going to be fun stuff to end on. We're going to be really getting going here after that. So we're going to put us on pause. Stay tuned in here. Leave us alert if you want. We're going to be going live probably about 5:15 after we eat. So stay tuned. Don't dip out. Is there anything else I need to go before we cut? All right, we're going to go to break. Enjoy the pause screen, the music, and we'll be back in about 30, 45 minutes. Thank you.
Step into the light now.
We might have outros. Give me one baby, guys.
No place to hide now. Truth in the chamber, arguments loaded. This is the battle zone. We enter the battle zone where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion. Only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight. Better sharpen up your mind. Cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone.
All right. I'm back. I'm sorry. I'm back. I'm running like 4 different systems. I'm over here. I'm over there. I'm in your mom's underwear. I'm everywhere. Okay. But let me go and get the ladies here. Ladies. Hey. Ladies. You guys can be BFFs later. I need you to come over here and talk to me about the debate. All right. So this was a good debate. Where do you think like her strongest argument was?
I think let me think about that one. I think probably the one of the harder things to kind of argue against and you kind of have to really formulate it well is this idea that that feminism is only purely about choice, right? And I think a lot of things in society are purely out of choice, right? But feminism itself is not necessarily about choice. It's about like yes, history and overall like everything's been viewed through this lens from more of like a male lens, right? And giving equality of opportunity. Also, we had a disconnect, right? And even at the end, we still had this disconnect where again, equality of opportunity does not mean equality of outcome, right? I'm not, and it's never going to be that way, right? But equality of, this is a disconnect, right? So I think probably the choice thing, right, is one of the ones where it's like you kind of have to kind of really more explain why it's not just about choice, it's about outcome, and the outcomes of having a more gender equal society, or at least the opportunity for equality, tends to bear out better results economically and in general for people. So yeah.
And what about you? What do you think was her strongest argument?
Yeah, I mean, I think on the face of it, it can be kind of an emotionally compelling argument to say, well, we want to keep women safe. We want, women have been oppressed. And when you frame it that way, sure, it can be kind of hard to argue against, to say, well, of course, we don't want women to be like this oppressed, class of people. On the face of it, we want people to have choice. But when you dig deeper, we can kind of what she said, that it's hard to defend.
Do you think there's anything you guys agreed upon? Like, you guys find any like, okay, we could agree on this principle here?
We agree on probably on what we should societally encourage women to do, right?
Sure, I think she's probably not she's maybe not the most radical feminist I've met, so I'm sure there's something there.
Were you more radical than she was when you were a feminist?
Probably.
I think I'm radical, but I think it doesn't show, right? In quite the same way. I'm radical in a different way than probably the radical feminists that you interact with, right? I think I'm very radical, but I don't know.
Are you two ladies hungry? Because we got food.
Yes. A little bit. I'm excited.
Okay. All right, so we were going to take a break. I'm going to run over there, push the next button because nobody else can push the buttons but me. So, ladies, thank you. We're going to be on a break. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after we have a lunch. All right, I got to run.
You can talk real loud, but can you? When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. I walk in calm, but the pressure rise. Steel in my chest, got fire in my eyes. You can bring your crowd, you can bring your lies, but you better bring proof when it's time to fight. This ain't feelings, this ain't fame, this ain't clout, this ain't a game. This is war with the words we claim. One bad point and you lose your name. I don't need a yell, I don't need a fold. I just let the argument take control. Line by line, I expose the hole, then I watch that whole foundation go. You said a lot, but you prove none. Big talk phase when the truth comes. You throw shots, but they don't touch. I counter back, and the crowd wakes up. No fear, no running, no hiding from the smoke. When the facts start coming, everybody gets exposed. No crown for the loudest, no win for the proudest. When the logic hits the table, only one man standing. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight, better sharpen up your mind, cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone, this is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone, this is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. Yeah, they stepping bold to the questions land. Then the whole room sees they don't understand. You can't build truth on shift the sand, and you can't win war with an empty hand. I need reasons, I need claims, I need proof that can take the flame. I need structure, I need aim, I need more than a pretty phrase. You got passion, I got precision. You got feelings, I got decisions. You got slogans, I got conviction. You got noise, I got ammunition. Every sentence like a right hook, every question got your mind shook. I don't argue just to look good, I debate like a man should. Stand on truth, face the test, bring your best, nothing less. No excuses, no retreat. When we meet, speak complete. In the battle zone, there's no saving face, no hiding behind a crowd, no running from the case. In the battle zone, you either rise or break, you either prove your point or get buried by the weight. Iron sharpens iron, fire touch the blade. Men, I made impression, truth is never afraid. I was built for the pressure, built for the storm, built for the room where the lions are born, built for the moment, built for the stage, built with a mind that can cut through the rage. You can come with the heat, you can come with the smoke, but if your point don't stand, then your whole case broke. I don't swing for the crowd, I don't beg for applause. I break down the claim, then expose every flaw. This is chess, not checkers. This is war, not play. This is mind over noise. This is truth on display. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight, better sharpen up your mind, cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone, this is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone, this is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. Stepping with pride, lead with respect. One with the truth, all loose to the test. No mercy for weak claims, no crown for control. Only the better argument walks out of the battle zone. Step into the light now. No place to hide now. Truth in the chamber, arguments loaded. This is the battle zone. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts. 'cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. I walk in calm, but the pressure rise. Steel in my chest, got fire in my eyes. You can bring your crowd, you can bring your lies, but you better bring proof when it's time to fight. This ain't feelings, this ain't fame, this ain't clout, this ain't a game. This is war with the words we claim. One bad point and you lose your name. I don't need a yell, I don't need a fold. I just let the argument take control. Line by line, I expose the hole, then I watch that whole foundation go. You said a lot, but you prove none. Big talk phase when the truth comes. You throw shots, but they don't touch. I counter back, and the crowd wakes up. No fear, no running, no hiding from the smoke. When the facts start coming, everybody gets exposed. No crown for the loudest, no win for the proudest. When the logic hits the table, only one man standing. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight, better sharpen up your mind, 'cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. Yeah, they stepping bold to the questions land. Then the whole room sees they don't understand. You can't build truth on shift the sand, and you can't win war with an empty hand. I need reasons, I need claims, I need proof that can take the flame. I need structure, I need aim, I need more than a pretty phrase. You got passion, I got precision. You got feelings, I got decisions. You got slogans, I got conviction. You got noise, I got ammunition. Every sentence like a right hook, every question got your mind shook. I don't argue just to look good, I debate like a man should. Stand on truth, face the test, bring your best, nothing less. No excuses, no retreat. When we meet, speak complete. In the battle zone, there's no saving face, no hiding behind a crowd, no running from the case. In the battle zone, you either rise or break, you either prove your point or get buried by the weight. Iron sharpens iron, fire test the blade. Men are made impression, truth is never afraid. I was built for the pressure, built for the storm, built for the room where the lions are born, built for the moment, built for the stage, built with a mind that can cut through the rage. You can come with the heat, you can come with the smoke, but if your point don't stand, then your whole case broke. I don't swing for the crowd, I don't bend for applause. I break down the claim, then expose every flaw. This is chess, not checkers. This is war, not play. This is mind over noise. This is truth on display. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight, better sharpen up your mind, 'cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. Stepping with pride, live with respect. One with the truth, all loose to the test. No mercy for weak claims, no crown for control. Only the better argument walks out of the battle zone. Step into the light now. No place to hide now. Truth in the chamber, arguments loaded. This is the battle zone. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no no crown for emotion. Only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight. Better sharpen up your mind. Cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. I walk in calm, but the pressure rise. Steel in my chest, got fire in my eyes. You can bring your crowd, you can bring your lies, but you better bring proof when it's time to fight. This ain't feelings, this ain't fame, this ain't clout, this ain't a game. This is war with the words we claim. One bad point and you lose your name. I don't need a yell, I don't need a fold. I just let the argument take control. Line by line, I expose the hole, then I watch that whole foundation go. You said a lot, but you prove none. Big talk phase when the truth comes. You throw shots, but they don't touch. I counter back, and the crowd wakes up. No fear, no running, no hiding from the smoke. When the facts start coming, everybody gets exposed. No crown for the loudest, no win for the proudest. When the logic hits the table, only one man standing. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight. Better sharpen up your mind. Cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. Yeah, they stepping bold to the questions land. Then the whole room sees they don't understand. You can't build truth on shift the sand, and you can't win war with an empty hand. I need reasons, I need claims, I need proof that can take the flame. I need structure, I need aim, I need more than a pretty phrase. You got passion, I got precision. You got feelings, I got decisions. You got slogans, I got conviction. You got noise, I got ammunition. Every sentence like a right hook. Every question got your mind shook. I don't argue just to look good. I debate like a man should. Stand on truth, face the test. Bring your best, nothing less. No excuses, no retreat. When we meet, speak complete. In the battle zone, there's no saving face. No hiding behind a crowd, no running from the case. In the battle zone, you either rise or break. You either prove your point or get buried by the weight. Iron sharpens iron, fire test the blade. Men, I made impression, truth is never afraid. I was built for the pressure, built for the storm, built for the room where the lions are born, built for the moment, built for the stage, built with a mind that can cut through the rage. You can come with the heat, you can come with the smoke, but if your point don't stand, then your whole case broke. I don't swing for the crowd, I don't beg for applause. I break down the claim, then expose every flaw. This is chess, not checkers. This is war, not play. This is mind over noise. This is truth on display. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight. Better sharpen up your mind. Cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. Stepping with pride, lead with respect. One with the truth, all loose to the test. No mercy for weak claims, no crown for control. Only the better argument walks out of the battle zone. Step into the light now. No place to hide now. Truth in the chamber, arguments loaded. This is the battle zone. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight, better sharpen up your mind, cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone, this is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can you logic stand alone? This is the battle zone, this is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. I walk in calm, but the pressure rise. Steel in my chest, got fire in my eyes. You can bring your crowd, you can bring your lies, but you better bring proof when it's time to fight. This ain't feelings, this ain't fame, this ain't clout, this ain't a game. This is war with the words we claim. One bad point and you lose your name. I don't need a yell, I don't need a fold. I just let the argument take control. Line by line, I expose the hole, then I watch that whole foundation go. You said a lot, but you prove none. Big talk phase when the truth comes. You throw shots, but they don't touch. I counter back, and the crowd wakes up. No fear, no running, no hiding from the smoke. When the facts start coming, everybody gets exposed. No crown for the loudest, no win for the proudest. When the logic hits the table, only one man standing. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight, better sharpen up your mind, cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone, this is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone, this is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. Yeah, they stepping bold to the questions land. Then the whole room sees they don't understand. You can't build truth on shift the sand, and you can't win war with an empty hand. I need reasons, I need claims, I need proof that can take the flame. I need structure, I need aim, I need more than a pretty phrase. You got passion, I got precision. You got feelings, I got decisions. You got slogans, I got conviction. You got noise, I got ammunition. Every sentence like a right hook, every question got your mind shook. I don't argue just to look good, I debate like a man should. Stand on truth, face the test, bring your best, nothing less. No excuses, no retreat. When we meet, speak complete. In the battle zone, there's no saving face, no hiding behind a crowd, no running from the case. In the battle zone, you either rise or break, you either prove your point or get buried by the weight. Iron sharpens iron, fire touch the blade. Men are made impression, truth is never afraid. I was built for the pressure, built for the storm, built for the room where the lions are born, built for the moment, built for the stage, built with a mind that can cut through the rage. You can come with the heat, you can come with the smoke, but if your point don't stand, then your whole case broke. I don't swing for the crowd, I don't bend for applause. I break down the claim, then expose every flaw. This is chess, not checkers. This is war, not play. This is mind over noise. This is truth on display. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight, better sharpen up your mind, cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone, this is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone, this is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. Stepping with pride, lead with respect. One with the truth, all loose to the test. No mercy for weak claims, no crown for control. Only the better argument walks out of the battle zone. Step into the light now. No place to hide now. Truth in the chamber, arguments loaded. This is the battle zone. We enter the battle zone where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight. Better sharpen up your mind, cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can you lie? Rise, steel in my chest, got fire in my eyes. You can bring your crowd, you can bring your lies, but you better bring proof when it's time to fight. This ain't feelings, this ain't fame, this ain't clout, this ain't a game. This is war with the words we claim. One bad point and you lose your name. I don't need a yell, I don't need a fold. I just let the argument take control. Line by line, I expose the hole, then I watch that whole foundation go. You said a lot, but you prove none. Big talk phase when the truth comes. You throw shots, but they don't touch. I counter back, and the crowd wakes up. No fear, no running, no hiding from the smoke. When the facts start coming, everybody gets exposed. No crown for the loudest, no win for the proudest. When the logic hits the table, only one man standing. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight. Better sharpen up your mind, cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. Yeah, they stepping bold to the questions land. Then the whole room sees they don't understand. You can't build truth, shift the sand, and you can't win war with an empty hand. I need reasons, I need claims, I need proof that can take the flame. I need structure, I need aim, I need more than a pretty phrase. You got passion, I got precision. You got feelings, I got decisions. You got slogans, I got conviction. You got noise, I got ammunition. Every sentence like a right hook, every question got your mind shook. I don't argue just to look good, I debate like a man should. Stand on truth, face the test, bring your best, nothing less. No excuses, no retreat. When we meet, speak complete. In the battle zone, there's no saving face, no hiding behind a crowd, no running from the case. In the battle zone, you either rise or break. You either prove your point or get buried by the weight. Iron sharpens iron, fire touch the blade. Men are made impression, truth is never afraid. I was built for the pressure, built for the storm, built for the room where the lions are born, built for the moment, built for the stage, built with a mind that can cut through the rage. You can come with the heat, you can come with the smoke, but if your point don't stand, then your whole case broke. I don't swing for the crowd, I don't beg for applause. I break down the claim, then expose every flaw. This is chess, not checkers. This is war, not play. This is mind over noise. This is truth on display. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight. Better sharpen up your mind, cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. Stepping with pride, lead with respect. Born with the truth, all loose to the test. No mercy for weak claims, no crown for control. Only the better argument. walks out of the battle zone. Step into the light now. No place to hide now. Truth in the chamber, arguments loaded. This is the battle zone. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight. Better sharpen up your mind, 'cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. I walk in calm, but the pressure rise. Steel in my chest, got fire in my eyes. You can bring your crowd, you can bring your lies, but you better bring proof when it's time to fight. This ain't feelings, this ain't fame, this ain't clout, this ain't a game. This is war with the words we claim. One bad point and you lose your name. I don't need a yell, I don't need a fold. I just let the argument take control. Line by line, I expose the hole, then I watch that whole foundation go. You said a lot, but you prove none. Big talk phase when the truth comes. You throw shots, but they don't touch. I counter back, and the crowd wakes up. No fear, no running, no hiding from the smoke. When the facts start coming, everybody gets exposed. No crown for the loudest, no win for the proudest. When the logic hits the table, only one man standing. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight. Better sharpen up your mind, 'cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. Yeah, they stepping bold to the questions land. Then the whole room sees they don't understand. You can't build truth on shift the sand, and you can't win war with an empty hand. I need reasons, I need claims, I need proof that can take the flame. I need structure, I need aim, I need more than a pretty phrase. You got passion, I got precision. You got feelings, I got decisions. You got slogans, I got conviction. You got noise, I got ammunition. Every sentence like a right hook. Every question got your mind shook. I don't argue just to look good. I debate like a man should. Stand on truth, face the test. Bring your best, nothing less. No excuses, no retreat. When we meet, speak complete. In the battle zone, there's no saving face. No hiding behind a crowd, no running from the case. In the battle zone, you either rise or break. You either prove your point or get buried by the weight. Iron sharpens iron, fire test the blade. Men are made impression, truth is never afraid. I was built for the pressure, built for the storm, built for the room where the lions are born, built for the moment, built for the stage, built with a mind that can cut through the rage. You can come with the heat, you can come with the smoke, but if your point don't stand, then your whole case broke. I don't swing for the crowd, I don't beg for applause. I break down the claim, then expose every flaw. This is chess, not checkers. This is war, not play. This is mind over noise. This is truth on display. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight. Better sharpen up your mind, 'cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the walks out of the battle zone. Step into the light now. No place to hide now. Truth in the chamber, arguments loaded. This is the battle zone. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight. Better sharpen up your mind, 'cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. I walk in calm, but the pressure rise. Steel in my chest, got fire in my eyes. You can bring your crowd, you can bring your lies, but you better bring proof when it's time to fight. This ain't feelings, this ain't fame, this ain't clout, this ain't a game. This is war with the words we claim. One bad point and you lose your name. I don't need a yell, I don't need a fold. I just let the argument take control. Line by line, I expose the hole, then I watch that whole foundation go. You said a lot, but you prove none. Big talk phase when the truth comes. You throw shots, but they don't touch. I counter back, and the crowd wakes up. No fear, no running, no hiding from the smoke. When the facts start coming, everybody gets exposed. No crown for the loudest, no win for the proudest. When the logic hits the table, only one man standing. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight. Better sharpen up your mind, 'cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. Yeah, they stepping bold to the questions land. Then the whole room sees they don't understand. You can't build truth on shift the sand, and you can't win war with an empty hand. I need reasons, I need claims, I need proof that can take the flame. I need structure, I need aim, I need more than a pretty phrase. You got passion, I got precision. You got feelings, I got decisions. You got slogans, I got conviction. You got noise, I got ammunition. Every sentence like a right hook, every question got your mind shook. I don't argue just to look good, I debate like a man should. Stand on truth, face the test, bring your best, nothing less. No excuses, no retreat. When we meet, speak complete. In the battle zone, there's no saving face, no hiding behind a crowd, no running from the case. In the battle zone, you either rise or break, you either prove your point or get buried by the weight. Iron sharpens iron, fire test the blade. Man, I made impression, truth is never afraid. I was built for the pressure, built for the storm, built for the room where the lions are born, built for the moment, built for the stage, built with a mind that can cut through the rage. You can come with the heat, you can come with the smoke, but if your point don't stand, then your whole case broke. I don't swing for the crowd, I don't beg for applause. I break down the claim, then expose every flaw. This is chess, not checkers. This is war, not play. This is mind over noise. This is truth on display. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight. Better sharpen up your mind, 'cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the crown for control, only the better argument walks out of the battle zone. Step into the light now. No place to hide now. Truth in the chamber, arguments loaded. This is the battle zone. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight. Better sharpen up your mind, 'cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. I walk in calm, but the pressure rise. Steel in my chest, got fire in my eyes. You can bring your crowd, you can bring your lies, but you better bring proof when it's time to fight. This ain't feelings, this ain't fame, this ain't clout, this ain't a game. This is war with the words we claim. One bad point and you lose your name. I don't need a yell, I don't need a fold. I just let the argument take control. Line by line, I expose the hole, then I watch that whole foundation go. You said a lot, but you prove none. Big talk phase when the truth comes. You throw shots, but they don't touch. I counter back, and the crowd wakes up. No fear, no running, no hiding from the smoke. When the facts start coming, everybody gets exposed. No crown for the loudest, no win for the proudest. When the logic hits the table, only one man standing. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight. Better sharpen up your mind, 'cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. Yeah, they stepping bold to the questions land. Then the whole room sees they don't understand. You can't build truth on shift the sand, and you can't win war with an empty hand. I need reasons, I need claims, I need proof that can take the flame. I need structure, I need aim, I need more than a pretty phrase. You got passion, I got precision. You got feelings, I got decisions. You got slogans, I got conviction. You got noise, I got ammunition. Every sentence like a right hook. Every question got your mind shook. I don't argue just to look good. I debate like a man should. Stand on truth, face the test. Bring your best, nothing less. No excuses, no retreat. When we meet, speak complete. In the battle zone, there's no saving face. No hiding behind a crowd, no running from the case. In the battle zone, you either rise or break. You either prove your point or get buried by the weight. Iron sharpens iron, fire test the blade. Men are made impression, truth is never afraid. I was built for the pressure, built for the storm, built for the room where the lions are born, built for the moment, built for the stage, built with a mind that can cut through the rage. You can come with the heat, you can come with the smoke, but if your point don't stand, then your whole case broke. I don't swing for the crowd, I don't beg for applause. I break down the claim and expose every flaw. This is chess, not checkers. This is war, not play. This is mind over noise. This is truth on display. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight. Better sharpen up your mind, 'cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the the throne. Stepping with pride, lead with respect. One with the truth, all loose to the test. No mercy for weak claims, no crown for control. Only the better argument. Walks out of the battle zone. Step into the light now. No place to hide now. Truth in the chamber, arguments loaded. This is the battle zone. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight. Better sharpen up your mind, 'cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. I walk in calm, but the pressure rise. Steel in my chest, got fire in my eyes. You can bring your crowd, you can bring your lies, but you better bring proof when it's time to fight. This ain't feelings, this ain't fame, this ain't clout, this ain't a game. This is war with the words we claim. One bad point and you lose your name. I don't need a yell, I don't need a fold. I just let the argument take control. Line by line, I expose the whole, then I watch that whole foundation go. You said a lot, but you prove none. Big talk phase when the truth comes. You throw shots, but they don't touch. I counter back, and the crowd wakes up. No fear, no running, no hiding from the smoke. When the facts start coming, everybody gets exposed. No crown for the loudest, no win for the proudest. When the logic hits the table, only one man standing. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight. Better sharpen up your mind, 'cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. Yeah, they stepping bold to the questions land. Then the whole room sees they don't understand. You can't build truth, shift the sand, and you can't win war with an empty hand. I need reasons, I need claims, I need proof that can take the flame. I need structure, I need aim, I need more than a pretty phrase. You got passion, I got precision. You got feelings, I got decisions. You got slogans, I got conviction. You got noise, I got ammunition. Every sentence like a right hook, every question got your mind shook. I don't argue just to look good, I debate like a man should. Stand on truth, face the test, bring your best, nothing less. No excuses, no retreat. When we meet, speak complete. In the battle zone, there's no saving face, no hiding behind a crowd, no running from the case. In the battle zone, you either rise or break, you either prove your point or get buried by the weight. Iron sharpens iron, fire touch the blade. Man, I made impression, truth is never afraid. I was built for the pressure, built for the storm, built for the room where the lions are born, built for the moment, built for the stage, built with a mind that can cut through the rage. You can come with the heat, you can come with the smoke, but if your point don't stand, then your whole case broke. I don't swing for the crowd, I don't beg for applause. I break down the claim, then expose every flaw. This is chess, not checkers. This is war, not play. This is mind over noise. This is truth on display. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight. Better sharpen up your mind, 'cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the claims, no crown for control. Only the better argument walks out of the battle zone. Step into the light now. No place to hide now. Truth in the chamber, arguments loaded. This is the battle zone. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight. Better sharpen up your mind, cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can you logic stand alone? This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. I walk in calm, but the pressure rise. Steel in my chest, got fire in my eyes. You can bring your crowd, you can bring your lies, but you better bring proof when it's time to fight. This ain't feelings, this ain't fame, this ain't clout, this ain't a game. This is war with the words we claim. One bad point and you lose your name. I don't need a yell, I don't need a fold. I just let the argument take control. Line by line, I expose the whole, then I watch that whole foundation go. You said a lot, but you prove none. Big talk phase when the truth comes. You throw shots, but they don't touch. I counter back, and the crowd wakes up. No fear, no running, no hiding from the smoke. When the facts start coming, everybody gets exposed. No crown for the loudest, no win for the proudest. When the logic hits the table, only one man standing. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight. Better sharpen up your mind, cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. Yeah, they stepping bold to the questions land. Then the whole room sees they don't understand. You can't build truth on shift the sand, and you can't win war with an empty hand. I need reasons, I need claims, I need proof that can take the flame. I need structure, I need aim, I need more than a pretty phrase. You got passion, I got precision. You got feelings, I got decisions. You got slogans, I got conviction. You got noise, I got ammunition. Every sentence like a right hook, every question got your mind shook. I don't argue just to look good, I debate like a man should. Stand on truth, face the test, bring your best, nothing less. No excuses, no retreat. When we meet, speak complete. In the battle zone, there's no saving face, no hiding behind a crowd, no running from the case. In the battle zone, you either rise or break, you either prove your point or get buried by the weight. Iron sharpens iron, fire test the blade. Men are made impression, truth is never afraid. I was built for the pressure, built for the storm, built for the room where the lions are born, built for the moment, built for the stage, built with a mind that can cut through the rage. You can come with the heat, you can come with the smoke, but if your point don't stand, then your whole case broke. I don't swing for the crowd, I don't bend for applause. I break down the claim, then expose every flaw. This is chess, not checkers. This is war, not play. This is mind over noise. This is truth on display. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight. Better sharpen up your mind, cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? walks out of the battle zone. Step into the light now. No place to hide now. Truth in the chamber, arguments loaded. This is the battle zone. We enter the battle zone where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight. Better sharpen up your mind, cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. I walk in calm, but the pressure rise. Steel in my chest, got fire in my eyes. You can bring your crowd, you can bring your lies, but you better bring proof when it's time to fight. This ain't feelings, this ain't fame, this ain't clout, this ain't a game. This is war with the words we claim. One bad point and you lose your name. I don't need a yell, I don't need a fold. I just let the argument take control. Line by line, I expose the hole, then I watch that whole foundation go. You said a lot, but you prove none. Big talk phase when the truth comes. You throw shots, but they don't touch. I counter back, and the crowd wakes up. No fear, no running, no hiding from the smoke. When the facts start coming, everybody gets exposed. No crown for the loudest, no win for the proudest. When the logic hits the table, only one man standing. We enter the battle zone where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight. Better sharpen up your mind, cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. Yeah, they stepping bold to the questions land. Then the whole room sees they don't understand. You can't build truth on shift the sand, and you can't win war with an empty hand. I need reasons, I need claims, I need proof that can take the flame. I need structure, I need aim, I need more than a pretty phrase. You got passion, I got precision. You got feelings, I got decisions. You got slogans, I got conviction. You got noise, I got ammunition. Every sentence like a right hook. Every question got your mind shook. I don't argue just to look good. I debate like a man should. Stand on truth, face the test. Bring your best, nothing less. No excuses, no retreat. When we meet, speak complete. In the battle zone, there's no saving face. No hiding behind a crowd, no running from the case. In the battle zone, you either rise or break. You either prove your point or get buried by the weight. Iron sharpens iron, fire touch the blade. Men are made impression, truth is never afraid. I was built for the pressure, built for the storm, built for the room where the lions are born, built for the moment, built for the stage, built with a mind that can cut through the rage. You can come with the heat, you can come with the smoke, but if your point don't stand, then your whole case broke. I don't swing for the crowd, I don't beg for applause. I break down the claim, then expose every flaw. This is chess, not checkers. This is war, not play. This is mind over noise. This is truth on display. We enter the battle zone where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight. Better sharpen up your mind, cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. Stepping with pride, but respect. One with the truth, all loose to the test. No mercy for weak claims, no ground for control. Only the better argument. Walks out of the battle zone. Step into the light now. No place to hide now. Truth in the chamber, arguments loaded. This is the battle zone. We enter the battle zone, where the weak don't last too long. Ain't no crown for emotion, only facts hold strong. Better bring your best tonight. Better sharpen up your mind, 'cause the one with the better argument is the one who survives. This is the battle zone. This is the battle zone. You can talk real loud, but can your logic stand alone? This is the battle zone. Oh, this is the battle zone. When the smoke clears out, only truth takes the throne. I walk in calm, but the pressure rise. Steel in my chest, got fire in my eyes. You can bring your crowd, you can bring your lies, but you better bring proof when it's time to fight. This ain't feelings, this ain't fame, this ain't clout, this ain't a game. This is war with the words we claim. One bad point and you lose your name. I don't need a yell, I don't need a fold. I just let the argument take control. Line by line, I expose the hole, then I watch that whole foundation go. You said a lot, but you prove none. Big talk phase when the truth comes. You throw shots, but they don't touch. I counter back, and the crowd wakes up. No fear, no running, no hiding from the smoke. When the facts start coming, everybody gets exposed. No crown for the loudest, no win for the proudest. When the logic hits the table, only one man standing. We enter the battle zone. Where the
All right. I'm back, everybody. Everybody's been fed. There's no food labor laws. We gave everybody a lunch now. So we didn't break any union rules whatsoever. But let me show you guys something. For those that are not here in attendance with us, what you guys are missing out on. Miss Flow states, look at this. Advertising GRIDCON 2 t-shirts. Look at that. We get them here, $20. $20, make them holler. There you go. So our next debate, ladies and gentlemen, our next debate is coming up. All right. We got Jake Varr versus your man. Actually, let me ask you here. Come here and ask you a question.
Yes.
This debate is about modesty. Who do you think is going to come out with a stronger argument?
Or Dusty?
Are you just saying that because that's your man?
No.
Okay. So you're not being biased? I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I would say I would stand by my answer too if I was you. As you fix your shirt.
Fix it. It was like this.
Yeah, there you fixed it.
Yeah,
There
that's fixed.
you fixed. Okay, got it. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna be twisting it over to Flo versus Jake Varr. Ready? Let's go.
Run, Glenn, run.
There you go. All right, boys. We are, looks like, believe we're live. Yes? All right. We are live. We're back from our break. Terry Black was amazing. Let me tell you, brother. Looks like we're now going to have the modesty debate with Jake in the red corner and Dusty in the blue corner. So let's get this going. I don't know why I picked those corners or what, but that's just how it's going to be today. So go ahead, Jake. You look like you're taking the affirmative on this. You know the format already. For those of you at home, we're doing 5 minutes opening, 2-minute grace period, 15 minutes opens with a super chat period in between, and then a super chat period at the end, and then we're doing 5-minute closings again. Go ahead and start us off, brother.
Yeah, so as you guys may know, the way Boobgate happened was because of my criticism of an individual on Grid One's stream, which a lot of people kind of got this very misconception with it. Is I was asked, Jake, should we police female modesty, right? I said, well, here's the thing. What does policing mean, right? What I did was just exercise my First Amendment right. That's all I did here. And I said, hey, I think women should cover up a little bit more than they are, you know, especially if they're showing their tits all the way out, right? Especially if there's children out in the open. So I'm not doing this by force. I don't think men should police it by force or through harassment, the way many of these criticisms were coming my way. Never even made a claim on that. I would say, hey, is it in a man's right to police some type of female modesty? I think it's okay. I think it's perfectly fine. I think Flow State should give me somewhat of an argument of why this would be bad on an individual level, or maybe even from a societal level, of what would be the actual harm factor of stating an opinion, exercising your right to say, hey, I think, lady, you should put your boobs away. Or, hey, I don't think you should have your boobs out around my kid, or any type of factoring of this. And I'll leave it at that right there.
All right.
Pretty quick.
All right. Thank you so much. Go ahead. Whenever you're ready, Dustin, tell us who you are, since this is your first time up, and where to find you and all that good jazz. And then go ahead and do an opening.
Is my mic muted?
No. It looks like you're good. Is he good?
Am I good?
Very good. All right. Go ahead, brother.
My name is Taylor. My channel is The Powder Dusty on YouTube. I'm also on Rumble, X, Kick. So my position on this and men policing women is that what is the point of trying to police cleavage, right? What are you trying to accomplish with that? What is the problem it's creating? And then how is your behavior helping achieve that objective instead of achieving a bad one? I understand that people feel like low-cut shirts might be immodest. What I feel like is men obsessing over low-cut shirts for weeks now is much more immodest. And it's basically just cooming. It's negative cooming, but it's still cooming. It's still obsessing over boobs and getting thrown off your equilibrium because you saw some cleavage. I'm a fan of boobs. You say that you're a fan of boobs. I don't see the harm here, and I don't see what's productive that's coming from criticizing it and then continuing to obsess over it for so long. I think that men should behave. If you want women to behave modestly, you also need to behave with some modesty, and that includes not getting sucked into a long-term spiral of cooming.
I'm excited here for the cooming and the whatnot that's going to continue to go down. Guys, before we continue, make sure, like I said, all your super chats in. You are helping out the event quite a bit, and for the next ones, as well as, like we just said, Glenn and Grid have both said we got merch now. I think it's $20 to buy one right now. I don't know if it's more if you don't get it here at the con, but make sure that you check it out and get all of that going. That being said, all right, boys.
Yeah, so Flow State, you're making the claim that I've been obsessed with this for weeks. Or are you saying that other people have been making videos, such as yourself, such as many other examples here on the internet, that have been pushing this forward throughout the couple of weeks now?
Well, you're patient zero of coom. You're not the only coomer, but you're a patient zero of coom.
Can you name any other coomers? Perhaps somebody named Flow State?
You can call me a coomer. I've definitely gotten involved in the topic, but you, Emmett, Avarice, there's quite a few people. Well, do you deny that there's a lot of people been cooming over this topic for a few weeks now?
Well, what do you define as cooming? Like we're having sex with women, or what the fuck do you mean?
Can I get the Black's Law dictionary for cooming?
Yeah. So by cooming, what I mean is obsessing over it. It's
obsessing. How are we obsessing over this?
I
would actually deny that claim completely.
You
tell me how we're obsessing.
You don't think that it's obsessive we're still doing it. We're 2 weeks past.
You're the one that challenged. You're literally the one that challenged me.
You challenged me.
No, I didn't. You went on your stream and said, "Grid, I will take this debate
over the cooming."
Yeah.
I said.
You initiated the debate.
No, I said I will take it because.
No, you initiated it, bro, on your stream.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think anybody gives a shit about who initiated it.
Well, I gotta see, because he's trying to frame it in a way where. I'm trying to obsess over boobs. This whole idea of obsessing over boobs, if there's anybody obsessing and prolonging this, it's Flow State challenging me to this debate.
I am a fan of boobs.
Okay, so you're the obsessor.
So
correct?
what was your purpose?
So you're the obsessor.
What
correct?
was your purpose?
Flow State, you're the obsessor.
What
correct?
are you trying?
Are you gonna answer my question?
No,
You're continuing it.
because you're lying.
I'm not
'Cause
lying.
you
You're
are
continuing
lying.
the boob gate.
Hold on,
You would be considered the coomer, correct?
Let him respond. Let him
Okay.
respond.
I'm just moving off it because, like,
Yeah,
he
'cause you
said,
lost it. Go
nobody cares really who challenged who to the debate. But
I
also
care because you're making the
but also
claim that I'm
because-
obsessing
Are you gonna
over
let me
it.
finish?
Okay, go ahead, dude.
Also because you're lying about how it came about. But that's fine. I'm just gonna let it go. My question to you would be, what is the purpose of you calling her out? What were you attempting to accomplish, and do you feel like you've accomplished it?
The purpose of calling her out?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I said, I'll just rehash this. When Nova was there,
Mm-hmm.
there was a claim being made that she's a conservative woman.
Mm-hmm.
This could differ between politically conservative or culturally conservative,
Mm-hmm.
right? I said, very simple. From the looks of it, I don't think you seem to be a culturally conservative individual.
Okay.
Right? Just based off of the cleavage.
Mm-hmm.
That was it. That turned into a whole big spinning. So what else do you want from me here?
So, were you trying to accomplish anything? Were you trying to get her?
Yeah,
up,
like
or were you trying to get
so
people
for example, when we're on the internet,
Mm-hmm.
Grid One hosts a debate show, right?
I noticed that
He
you're
does-
wearing a low cut shirt yourself.
Oh, hold on. But no, no, Grid One hosts a show where people have conversations. They have several exchanges throughout the nights, etc. And that's what Grid One does. So guess what I did? I just did the exact same thing that everybody else does on that show. That's it. That's my motivation.
You were just talking.
I was just talking,
You're just talking,
flow
okay.
state.
There's
So what's
there-
the okay? But let's go back to this.
So
to
you
my
didn't
point.
have a purpose. There's no objective.
Yeah, exactly. So I already answered your point. I want to go back to this flow state. So from my definition, because I would agree that if I think you made one of your points, or not here in this one, but maybe you agree with this, that men shouldn't be, I guess, harassing or forcing women to this
Correct.
degree, right? You
Correct.
can agree, and I can agree with that too,
Right.
right? Okay, what would be the actual matter if men actually police it in a way of criticism or telling a woman just straight up, you should put away your boobs? What's the actual matter of that?
The issue is that the men doing this
Mhm.
don't actually have any authority over
Okay.
what the woman does.
Okay.
But as we can see with this situation,
But don't
what
you think
does-
that's a
hold
fl-
on, let me finish.
Mhm.
What we can see does happen is that a bunch of men who don't actually have any power to implement what they want implemented will then obsess and harass women over cleavage.
Yeah, you're not contending with my argument, bro.
What
So
is-
again, what is the actual matter if a man, any man, you did say no man has the right. Why not? What's the matter of that?
What's the matter with
because
you
you're
compla-
adding a lot of caveats.
What's the matter
there.
with you complaining
Because
about
again,
it?
I already said harassment's out the door, force is out the door. What's the actual matter if I tell a woman that she should cover up her boobs?
Well,
what's the harm in it?
The outcome, if you
What's
if
the
you-
harm?
I'm trying to tell you, if you want people to not be focused on boobs and sexuality, you're having the opposite effect. People are now only focused on that. It's the Boobra Streisand effect.
So again, he didn't answer the question.
I did,
here.
I did.
Your thing
Because-
is
well,
your
the-
thing
the-
is hold on. Your thing is let me try to steel man what you're trying to say.
Okay.
You're saying okay, if you tell a woman to cover up, right? And let's say you keep doing it, more men are gonna be obsessed with boobs.
So,
Men have been obsessed
my-
with boobs since fucking the dawn of time, bro.
If I'm not
It doesn't
addressing-
matter.
if I'm not addressing your question, maybe it's because what you said is there was no objective. So if you had no purpose in addressing her boobs in the first place, then there can be no.
No,
wrong
the
outcome
objective
there.
was to have a debate because it's a debate show. I told you the objective.
Just about anything. So you're not actually invested.
Are you
in the-
paying attention?
You're not actually invested in the outcome. You don't actually care about the outcome of the boob situation.
I wanted to have a debate.
Okay.
Yes. It's very simple, Flow State. You went on your show and just said Jake must be gay. Jake must be that. You never actually contend with any of my argumentations during that
You
entire
haven't
debate.
denied that you're gay.
I'm not. I'm not gay. Okay. Is that fair now? You done? Because
I
it seems
have
like
to-
okay. If
I mean,
there's
I'm not gonna
anybody,
try to prove you wrong.
if
I'm
there's
gonna be-
anybody
I'm gonna be
obsessed with somebody being gay, it's Flow State because he's been saying it all week.
I just don't
Like
understand.
you're the one that's obsessed with me being gay. Like
Wait,
you really
so
want me to be
can
gay.
you confirm that you want to go on a date with Jake? Is that what?
Yeah. Is that what you're trying to
Am
ask
I
me out?
simultaneously obsessed with boobs and with Jake being gay?
Yes, I think you are.
Man.
You didn't spot that?
Wait, who are we
Hey,
to judge people's
let me
fetishes?
didn't know?
I'll just point out I showed up here with a girl and you showed up here with a dude.
That is true. He's a buddy of mine.
Yeah,
He's a buddy of mine.
a buddy.
Yeah, a buddy. That's true. That's true. Anyways, but let's get back to this.
Okay.
So earlier I was stating about the First Amendment rights. I don't think I did anything wrong.
You didn't do anything illegal.
Yeah, I didn't do anything illegal, right? And neither did she.
And I would not suggest that it be illegal at all.
Okay, great. So let me ask you this. You mentioned earlier that a man doesn't that you feel like they ought not say that to a woman unless they're married to her? Is that one of your claims?
I would stand on that. Yeah,
You would
it
stand
was
on
not the claim I made, but I will get behind that.
You would
Now,
get
of course-
behind.
Of course, I'll grant that there may be an exception here or there, right? If you're say Father Joseph and you're running a church and then somebody shows up dressed like a complete slut, then you probably have the right to say something because that's your church and you're in charge of the establishment. But I think that generally it's uncouth and unproductive for random men to be policing random women because it caught their attention.
Because it caught their attention?
'Cause
What
it
if it
got-
didn't? Well, here's the thing. What if you have children around you? Let's say there's a guy that has a kid, right? And there's a woman walking around with like, I don't know, she practically has all of her cleavage out walking around and she's in an area where there's a lot of children. Would you say, and let's say it's your kid, would you be a little bit like, that's uncomfortable and tell her like, hey, you should probably cover up next time?
No, if I wouldn't.
You wouldn't. Yeah. Okay.
I would,
but do you think,
I would,
do you think most people will?
I'm not. No, because most adults realize they're not in charge and don't have authority over other random
But
adults.
it's not talking
Hold
about
on, no, no,
authority.
no, let me
though.
finish, let me
Authority
finish,
would
let me
mean
finish.
by force.
No, I don't.
Okay.
Authority
great.
is not always by force.
Well, it kind of is because I have the authority.
Does a boss
like
have
in other words?
No, a boss has an authority over an employee, but they can't beat him up.
No, but they can fire them. They can
Right.
punish them. Yes.
That's not force.
But dude, no, you're talking about authority. I do
Right.
agree. He doesn't have the authority, but does he have the right to tell her that she
No.
should cover up?
My job is in that situation that you asked about.
Yes.
My job as a parent
Uh-huh.
is to protect my child. It is not to change
Right.
the world
So-
to suit my child.
Okay, great. I'm just saying. Okay, so you would say it's not my job for the world to be a justice. So if by tomorrow, let's say, let's talk about indecency laws. Okay. Would you get behind, I don't know, women wearing pasties and walking around in society if they passed it as a law?
I think it is. I think actually that does comply with the law.
Well, hold on.
No,
Well,
I think
would
that's
you-
within the
would you-
confines of the beach,
Well, let me
actually.
just ask this real quick, because would you say Texas is a conservative state?
It's a red state.
Okay. Well, Texas, you can be topless,
It
complete-
depends on the places, though.
Yeah, I mean, it depends.
Like, for
local.
example, in Austin, in Austin, they do have a law on that, but it depends on the area. In other words, Gibbs, if a female goes to Austin, randomly just takes her tits out and starts walking around, she'll get arrested for indecency laws. Yes. That's just certain mandated places.
Yeah. I think that I would rather have tits out entirely here and there than I would have police arresting people for tits. So yes, I would be. I think that that's the lesser of two evils.
Wait, do you want police arresting people or fining people for tits out?
For indecency, yes.
What is that? What is
Like
the line?
like nudity. Like, let's say
Full on nudity.
Yeah, public nudity.
Not
I think
not like I got
yeah. So for example,
a bikini on.
yeah. So for example, Flow State, let me ask you this. Like, for example, gay pride parades.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of them out there, and
There are.
women are out there showing their boobs in gay
Yeah.
pride parades, right?
Mhm.
And so are men showing their penises in these gay pride parades.
Mhm.
Do you believe that they should be arrested?
I don't believe they should be arrested, but you know what I do? I
Well, can
don't.
the
I
cop tell
don't
them to
go
cover
there.
up?
I don't go there. I don't
Can the
bring my
cop tell
kids
them to
there.
cover up at least? Would you say that?
What's the if a cop can't arrest them? Then what's the point of the cop?
Well, no,
telling
no,
them
no. It's
anything?
the
There's-
question. It's the question. You don't believe the cop should arrest them, but do you
Right.
think that the cop should tell them, like, hey, you should put
I don't
your
think
dick
it should
away?
be illegal for the cop to say something. I don't think it should be illegal for you to say something.
Okay, great.
But
great.
it's pointless, and it doesn't do. And like I said, it doesn't do anything.
So you don't
to,
think-
it doesn't? Hold on, it doesn't do anything to reduce the amount of attention that's drawn to it. In fact, it increases it. It
No,
does
well,
the
here's the
opposite.
thing.
It's
When-
counterproductive.
I would disagree. So if the goal is to stop having women with their tits out or men walking around gay pride parades, etc., stuff like this.
Let's just stick.
Let's
to
just say
boobs.
stick to
Let's
nudity.
Stick to boobs.
Well, let's just stick to nudity in general. In general, if you have a goal that, hey, I don't like when whether they're men or women being indecent in public.
Let's stick to boobs.
Okay, women, fine. Women, it goes both ways. It doesn't matter. Arguments. the
You
same
go
shit.
both ways. This argument doesn't.
The argument goes both ways, bro. So, anyways, and that is funny. That is funny. Good quip.
Thank you.
Flow State. But anyways, I'll tell you this. No, here's my point. If you want to change society and say, hey, I don't like these types of indecencies in our society, you got to start the conversation somewhere. Wouldn't you agree?
I would agree if you
Okay,
if
great.
you want that.
So
if
yeah,
you want
if
that.
you want that, if you want to have like guys running around with
Do
their
you-
wieners
do
out,
you
which I
wanna-
know you
do you
do,
wanna-
this is why you won't start the conversation.
Do you want
right?
to change society to because we're not
Well,
we're not
and again, I'm
hold on.
talking as a whole,
We're
by the
not
way.
talking about a gay pride parade at all. What we're talking about, just to bring people back.
Well, you keep on-
just to bring people back to what we were talking about. It was a woman on a live stream who had a low cut shirt.
Yeah, but but listen, Flow State, you have to realize I'm talking about indecency
Make- Decency is
because we already
subjective.
solved the chick on the live stream. I already gave
Make-
my intent. I already gave my objective. Who cares about that? I
Make
want to
burkas
talk.
great again. Make burkas great again.
I already talked about the my goals over there on Grid One show. It's already irrelevant at this point. I'm talking about, and remember, this was my specific question. All right, is about indecency laws. If women decide to go out topless, etc., especially if there's around kids, okay, I think that would be a logical thing that most people that are sane, especially if you have kids, wouldn't want that to be around.
Why would we stop
today's
there?
society.
Why would we stop there? Why not make wrists indecent? Cover your
Because
wrists.
it's not a sexual.
Cover your slutty
it's not
wrist.
sexual. Not sexual.
Are boobs how are boobs sexual? And
Because men like them. They literally titty
Yeah,
fuck them and shit.
men like
That's
it- men
sexual,
like
bro.
everything.
What are you talking about? How are they sexual? Oh my
Because
god.
it's
Bro,
it's
okay.
cultural.
How's
What
the
I'm here- hold
vagina
on.
sexual, Jake?
Because it's part of actual reproductive
Well,
sex.
hold on, hold
Boobs
on.
Or not.
No, boobs literally give nutrients to the baby after reproduction
Correct.
happens.
After-
yes,
after.
that's still a sexual organ, dude.
Well, hold on. Doja Cat talks about how much she likes big noses. Is big a nose is sexual?
Is that a wait? Who?
Doja Cat? You don't know Doja
There's-
Cat?
No, I don't.
All right, she's a
But
famous singer. You
She,
probably
okay, she
should-
likes Jews. I get it.
There's-
She's
I guess, I
attracted
don't
to
know.
Jews.
There's a lot of
But-
dudes
I
who
don't
are
think
into
she does.
feet.
That's
Should
not a
feet
reputation.
are feet immodest?
That's a fetish. No. It's a
So
fetish.
okay, so how are you deciding what body part is and is not?
Okay, so again,
Yeah, I guess that's
this
my
is-
question because, like, if people are like, some people like feet, so we like anybody.
some
that wears
people like
sandals.
armpits, etc. But you're
Yeah.
talking about the minute. Okay, as far as majority goes, like every guy loves boobs, right? Close state, you're a guy, you love
do.
boobs.
I can't speak for every guy. I'm
Great.
sure that some
Okay.
don't.
Well, you would agree that it's the vast majority of
Yeah,
men.
actually, I'm actually surprised.
Outside of gay
I think-
men-
I think one thing I've learned is that there's a lot of dudes who don't like boobs.
Gay men. Like
Yeah, gay men.
Gay men love boobs.
Oh, do gay men per capita love
There-
boobs more than straight men?
Let me
Probably. If you ever met a gay guy, that
We
likes
should
boobs,
do
I
that
mean,
study there, but I doubt it.
let me not ask you leading
But-
questions. I'll just get to my point. My point is that boobs being sexual and boobs being immodest is purely a cultural construct. There's plenty of societies throughout the world and throughout human
Cultural
history where women were topless
Uh-huh.
and nothing bad happened there, right?
Oh, you mean like Africa?
Correct.
Yeah, they have their boobs out. Nothing bad happened.
You think that boobs are the cause?
They
of
get
Africa's poverty is due to boobs?
No, it's not due to boobs. Listen to the argument here.
Okay.
You're using society examples where women are completely topless in these areas and nothing bad happens. Okay, it's not necessarily being bad because of the society, but at the end of the day, you're nitpicking a society that in itself is worse than here in America, bro.
Correct. It is
Yes.
worse. It is
Okay.
worse.
Can you give me a?
But is that
can you give
because
me,
of
Can you give me a
boobs?
first world country where
Is
everybody
that-
walks around naked?
I mean, most of Europe is way more liberal about this shit than we are.
That's great, but okay, so all of Europe, there's women walking around naked.
Besides, it doesn't matter because, like we established, there's like where we're at now, it's legal to be topless. I haven't seen not one topless woman here yet.
It's not legal to be topless, bro. I already
I'm
addressed
actually
that.
disappointed.
I already addressed that. It's not legal to be topless.
In Austin,
Bro, I'll tell you this. How about you? Okay, you're talking about is it legal to be nude in public, or just topless for women? It's just for women.
Just
Okay.
topless. I haven't seen
All
one
right.
topless. Have you seen a topless
All
woman?
right. Let me ask you this.
Have you-
How
hold on,
about
have you
how
seen one?
about we play an example?
Have you
here.
seen one?
Have your wife walk outside with her boobs out and see if she doesn't get arrested.
Why would I do that?
I mean, it's legal, right?
It's legal. There's lots of things that are legal that I'm not going to do.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah.
But let's say, for example, do you think she would get arrested?
No,
You don't think so?
no.
Okay. So I already explained it earlier. When it comes to Texas, there's particular places where that's allowed, but it's not Texas as a whole flow state. You will
So
get
you think-
arrested.
Okay. So the
will
law,
get arrested.
The reason that we're not seeing tits everywhere is because it's illegal.
Yes.
No.
I just said that.
I don't believe that at all.
Okay.
Okay. How many
bro.
women are here? Would any women take your shirts off right now and go topless if the law
That's
was if you wouldn't get arrested? Anyone? Would you?
No, of course they wouldn't.
No.
But
no,
it's
no.
against the law. That's the point.
Okay. 0 women here.
It
would get-
doesn't matter.
So the law's not
That's
doing shit.
irrelevant, stupid. What?
How is that irrelevant?
Because it is against the law to go out in public without your shirt. Yes, with women having their boobs out.
But we just established. that
I
it's
just
not-
established. No, you
that's
didn't
not-
establish that. You're just making
We
shit
just,
up, bro.
We just,
bro, you're just
pulled-
making shit up. That's not a thing.
100% of women here said they would not do that.
I don't care about what they wouldn't do. I'm telling you that's illegal. You're making the claim that
I
it
don't
is.
care, but the law's unnecessary generally, right?
The law's what?
It's unnecessary. That's
I
not,
mean, well,
that's
here's the thing.
actually not what's keeping most women
Here's
in
the thing.
shirts.
Let's say all around the United States, it was legal for women
If
to.
it was legal for you,
hold on.
would you pull your dick out
Hold
right
on,
now if it was legal?
Hold on.
I mean,
Let's say, for example,
I mean,
yeah, let's say, for example, let's just say, for example, it's
actually, before you give the example, I apologize. Let me pause you real quick because we're at a halfway point and we got a super chat. So perfect timing. We got Echo 5 Sierra 1775 saying for $5. Do you agree that modesty in a woman's clothing should be determined by her husband?
yeah, you know what? We should go back to the husband thing.
Okay,
Let me ask you this:
sure.
why do you believe that when it comes to, I mean, what is it? Policing modesty, right? I guess we can use that term, but I already gave you the definition. We agree on that, right? What I mean by
give it to me
policing.
again.
So what I mean by policing is either stating opinion, right? Stating not claims, or I'll even add in shaming. Anything within the as long as you're not harassing or forcing somebody.
So
Okay?
my issue.
Why
with-
do you why would you say that it's only the husband's job strictly and not anybody else?
So my issue with using the word policing is that policing implies a level of authority
Yeah.
that's not present in this situation. I would prefer to call it bitching because that's really more accurate to what it is. It's just bitching. Why would the husband have the right to do that? Because they're a couple, right? What she does reflects on him and vice versa. So he has a personal interest in that.
Okay.
Whereas you don't have, and I don't have an interest in any random woman's boobs and just out in the world.
Okay, but yeah, like I said, there's plenty of scenarios where let's say she doesn't have a husband and she's walking around with her tits out or whatever.
Burqa.
Let's just say she's walking out with her tits out. Then do other men have the right to tell her like she should put a shirt on?
They have the right, but they should resist the urge to talk about her tits.
Okay,
'cause
they ought
know-
not do that though.
They ought not.
They ought not do that.
Correct.
Okay, so the only way for a woman to keep herself covered is if her husband only says that, right?
There's lots.
So
of, there,
even when it
no,
comes to
there are lots of reinforcement mechanisms. We were talking to Father Joseph earlier outside smoking a cigarette, and what he explained the scenario that happens at church. He said, sometimes they'll have a new woman come to church and she'll be dressed a little bit immodestly, and she'll just observe. Nobody will say anything to her, but she'll observe that the other people in the congregation are not dressed that way, and the next week she'll come back dressed more modestly. I think it's a self-correcting issue. People don't really like to stand out that much, and it doesn't need random dudes getting in here and just talking about your tits, right?
Yeah, I think you're kind of over exaggering that. I'm not advocating for random dudes to randomly go up to women and just say this, but within the confines of a community, okay, within the confines of a friend group or any type of workplace, things like this, I think it's totally appropriate for men to say, hey, or if they have any issues with it, I think you should put a shirt on, or you should cover up.
How well do you know Nova?
Not very well.
Was that the first time you ever talked to her?
Yeah.
Okay, so you in fact don't believe that it shouldn't be any just random dude, because you were the random dude that addressed a random.
So again, I already addressed what my objective was. I'm on a debate show, you fucking idiot. I'm starting to debate.
I'm just pointing out that
this is within the confines of a debate, within a debate show where we have controversial topics that we talk about.
Husbands, debaters, husbands and debaters. I suppose if you're a debater, you get.
That's not my argument. No.
Okay, it's not.
No, I think it's perfectly okay for men to criticize women for any types of way if it's indecent, especially if they break indecency laws.
And again, I want to bring it back to the fact that decency is very subjective, and
Great.
why not?
I
Why
agree.
why are you not promoting burqas?
Because I don't think it's necessary.
Because you're a slave to cultural norms.
No, I'm not a slave
You're
to cultural
absolutely. The boob obsession is nothing but a cultural norm.
Okay, so let me go to
you're
this. Let me
adopting a
address
cultural
that.
norm, and you're trying to promote that as dogma.
So let me address this. So you're saying boobs are just cultural norms, right? That's your claim.
Correct. Keeping your boobs covered is a cultural norm.
Okay, so men getting horny for boobs is just because the culture told them to. It's not their biology of them getting turned on. It's purely just the culture that tells them to get turned on by that.
Wait, are you trying to ban getting horny?
Oh my God, dude, you're the biggest straw man in the
Don't-
fucking world,
No, no,
bro.
no, no.
You're the biggest straw. So again, answer my question. You strictly believe that it's a cultural aspect, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. So you totally throw it out the window when it comes from a biological level that men like boobs, not because the culture told them to, but because biology has them, right?
Biologically, men like women.
Yes.
And
And they
men
like
will, and
boobs.
men will get horny for boobs, whether
Boob
they're
sells,
whether
yes.
there's cleavage or not.
No, we
or
see.
butt.
Well, bro, look, sex sells. We can agree with that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Usually, when women, and we see statistics on this, women that are bigger busted, okay, especially if they're
Statistics? We
waitress,
see statistics on this?
especially if they're in waitress positions,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
tipping positions, they end up getting more tips from men than women with smaller breasts.
And
That's
actually,
just
people
true.
people who are
So
good,
why?
Hold on, people who are good looking get better tips and
That's a
salaries
biological reason too.
across the
Post-date,
board.
yes.
Across the board.
But it's a biological reason. Just because she has bigger tits doesn't mean she's better looking. But the tits play a huge factor.
They're correlated.
Yeah, but like for example, big tits on a chick that's average looking, and let's say a chick that has A-cup tits, but she's way prettier. I think that big titty chick's probably going to get way more tips than even the chick that's prettier, because we
I
see
don't
this
know.
through
This
statistics.
is completely speculative.
But
and
no, it's
artificial.
not. You can see.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll tell you this. Let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't you agree that men like bigger breasted girls than smaller? breasted?
I for sure.
For the sake of
Yeah,
it,
yeah,
yeah.
go ahead, where you're
Okay.
going.
Okay, great. So that's what I'm saying. Like, when it comes from a biological level, this is not a cultural thing. This is thing
Right.
that men
Men
are
do
attracted.
like women. That is true. That's biological.
Yes, I
and
know
I
that.
don't, and I don't see any virtue or
Yeah, but
benefit.
then why are you
I
saying
see
it's a
no virtue
cultural
or
thing about
hold
boobs
on.
then?
I see no virtue or benefit in restricting that and making sure that men don't see things they
I,
like.
yeah, again, I didn't say anything about restricting. That's another straw man. I'm not advocating to change the laws.
You want
Post-date.
to see
What
less
I-
of them. You want to use social pressure to see less boobs.
I am making the argument that when it comes to women's indecency, especially if they're around like children, I would say, yeah, I think women should put their boobs away.
We're talking about cleavage here again. We're just talking about cleavage.
Even if it's
So-
too much, yeah,
Yeah.
a certain amount
You
of cleavage
think-
is the limit.
you thi-
Yeah.
And you think that shirt, that low cut shirt, is inappropriate to be around kids?
I think when it comes to women showing their breast off that's low cut and they're around children is a bit inappropriate. Sure. What's the problem with that?
The problem with that is that it's absurd.
How?
Because why not burqas?
Why not? Burqas is
Why
not.
not?
It,
Yeah, it
it
is.
has nothing to do with
what
it.
specifically makes it bad around like children? Like, wouldn't children be the perfect ones for it to be around because they don't know anything about sex?
No, not at all. If you look at statistics on, I think it's the average age of children now watching pornography, 11 years old, Gibbs. So
that's
yes,
wild.
we are sexualizing women, especially on the internet, especially with children having access to a lot of this stuff. There's a lot of bad parents out there that will be like, hey, my kid can watch big boobs, whatever. He's on Instagram looking at all the big boobs that are still covered up. And this creates like the boob obsession that you're talking about.
What do you think is a worse example for a child to see? A woman in a low cut shirt in public, or a man harassing her for wearing a low cut shirt in public?
I think it doesn't matter. I don't know.
It doesn't matter.
I
You
don't
didn't-
know. I don't know. I'm not. I've never seen those two scenarios play out and try
Okay,
to
well,
compare it.
which one do you think is more likely to get you arrested here?
The harassment.
Right.
Yeah.
So one of them, society has already deemed objectively worse than the other, and that is harassing the woman for her boobs, not the boobs themselves.
Yeah, no, I get you there.
Okay.
But how would that play to where I mean, I get your point. You're saying, well, because it breaks the law, therefore it's worse for the kids to see.
I'm just using the law as a
Well, is that your argument though? Because it breaks the law.
That's not the entire argument, but I do think that demonstrates something, that society has already deemed one of these activities
Yeah.
worse than the other.
Yeah, I guess.
And
As far as the low cut shirt thing, sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
I'll give you that.
since you seem to be taking a position that's grounded entirely.
Yeah,
in-
but again, I'm not
in-
advocating for harassment.
and cultural. I would say that you are, in fact.
How?
You just don't use that word because it's derogatory.
Okay, well, what word would you use then?
I would use harassment.
Okay, well, what
You
word,
don't want to use
What
harassment.
word am I using?
You're saying it wasn't harassment. I'm saying it was.
No, I didn't
Let me
say that.
just
It's
jump
not
in here real
harassment.
quick, boys. We got a little point of order. We're going to take another brief intermission real quick because we have Glenn. He wants to come up here and have y'all assist with something since we're in the middle of this. We're going to talk about 5 minutes. Never mind. 5 minutes. Keep going. Keep going. I apologize. We have something we want to do here in the middle of this debate. Go ahead. I apologize.
Okay, so let's pretend that that you can harass women for boobs and all that stuff, and then they
That's
become
legal?
right. Like in the perfect world scenario, how would you see the boob situation playing out to its conclusion? What is
Wait,
the
you're saying to
conclusion?
legalize harassment in order to?
No. I'm asking
What's
you.
your exact
I'm asking
question?
you with regarding this whole boob cleavage gate situation. What is the end result that you think you could go? This is where I want us in society to be with this topic, and we're good now.
Okay, as far as Boobgate, you're asking like what?
As far as the topic,
Where do we
as
want
far
in
as-
society?
As far as female modesty entirely.
Yeah, I would say that when it comes to indecent places where we have children or that's inappropriate, that I would say women should cover up there. Now, if you're at like, I don't know, the club, I would understand why women would show cleavage because to a degree that they're trying to attract.
How much
particular men.
cleavage are they allowed to show? Is there like inches or
to what?
I mean, I'm just trying to figure out how we know if something is modest or immodest.
Well,
How much
I gave you
cleavage are you allowed to
I
show?
gave you an example when it comes to the club situation, or I guess like in places of children. Which one are you talking about here? Because I said 2 points.
Okay, so, just give me both. What about let's just do this wherever kids are. Let's say
Let's say you're at a daycare.
Okay,
Let's say you work at a daycare.
Daycare specifically for
Well,
children.
there's kids there. Hold on.
Let's do
This is a
something
good
where there
example.
is kids, but it's not
It's a
specifically for
daycare.
kids. Let's do church.
Let's just do a daycare, bro.
Okay, fine.
Okay,
How much?
because there's a lot of
cleavage-
kids there.
How much cleavage
school.
should be allowed? An inch?
That what?
An inch? Should an inch of cleavage be allowed?
None.
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 How much?
Wait, why do you feel the need? Why would a woman feel the need to show her cleavage at all to children? Why?
Women buy clothes that have all sorts of forms and fits. I would assume that she's not wearing. If
why is she so? Why is she so
you gotta let
concerned
me
about
fin- you gotta
showing
let
her
me-
tits to everybody?
No.
Why?
I think that women just wear clothes that are form fitting and that look good in them. I think that you're the one that gets hung up and stuck on.
No, I
"Oh
think
my gosh,
I think
see-
men
I
can get
see some
distracted
cleavage."
without being like, I want to fuck her. They're boobs. Like, holy shit, you should put them
And-
away.
And that's on the man to control himself.
Okay, and
not
that's on
get
the
them up.
woman to say, I'm gonna cover my tits up because there's children around.
It's
you
her-
if you're gonna play one thing with the men
It's
and
her
give
fault
them
you're horny.
responsibility or some type of duty, you have to give it to the woman too.
Yeah. His duty is to control himself when he gets horny. Her duty is not to not make you horny. She's not responsible for making sure you don't feel any sort of attraction to her.
So, for example, usually women when they're wearing high heels or a nice dress or they're showing off their body,
Yes.
right? And they're going out to the club or something.
Yes.
Do you think she's putting on her makeup in any type of way in order to, I don't know, for herself? Why is she doing that to a degree?
I don't know. I've never asked. Why do you put on makeup?
So I would say this. When it comes to women, usually they put on makeup, high heels, showing some cleavage, etc., in order to attract male attention, right?
No, not
So,
necessarily. I disagree.
For the most part, this is what this is.
Do
hold
they
on.
stop doing it when they get married? No, they don't. They keep doing it.
They keep doing it?
Yes. If
Well,
women
it
are going out
depends-
somewhere,
well-
they do not stop putting on makeup
Well,
and dressing nicely.
nevertheless, they're still getting attention, whether it be male
Okay.
or female attention. Yes.
Okay, attention's bad.
Yes. Attention in
Attention's
general.
bad.
Attention's bad? Okay.
That's a question. Are you saying attention's bad?
No, I'm not saying attention's bad.
Okay.
I'm saying when it comes to women and they're showing off their boobs, okay? This is what goes back to my question. Why do women feel the need to show off their tits in front of children, Flow State? And
I
you be
think-
okay with it?
I think that, first of all, I think that women just want to look nice, and you're the one that's obsessed with the tits. I don't think that the purpose is to go show off their tits.
Well,
to
let's say
kids.
they show all their cleavage, all of it, right?
Like all the way down.
Yeah,
like
and they're out of
under
day,
boob,
and
under
they're
boob.
working at a daycare. They're visiting a daycare. Do you think that's appropriate?
If they're showing like if it's just like straight slutted the fuck out, no, I
Yeah.
think that's weird.
Okay, and you wouldn't correct it, right? Because it's not your duty.
I would not correct it.
You
No.
wouldn't correct it.
I would not
Okay.
correct it.
So if you think that's bad,
You know why?
Do you think that's bad for? Oh, because you're not a bitch or something
Because
like that. Right?
well, that's
because I'm not gonna bitch at her,
That's
and I'm not a
what I was-
bitch.
That is true, but that's not what I was gonna say.
Okay, what are you gonna say?
I was
So-
going to say because I have no power over that. It's not my responsibility or my obligation. What I do have responsibility over is a child, my child at the daycare, and I'm hiring the daycare to take care of my child, right? So I can complain to them about it if I feel the need to. I can take my child out of there, but what I'm not going to do is just go up and start harassing the woman.
That's not harassment by saying, "Hey, I think you should put your boobs away."
That's
How's that harassment?
That's harassment. Just because you see somebody
Harassment would be a continuation.
just
of-
because you
for
see,
example,
just
online-
because you
for
see
example,
cleavage doesn't mean you get to go
for
talk to them
example,
about it.
stalking somebody would be considered harassment.
Your
Seeing somebody
definition
for
of-
the first time saying you should put your tits away is not harassment.
How
That's
long-
the First Amendment, you fucking idiot. Come on.
Yeah, all those.
Yeah,
all
it's the
those
First Amendment. Yeah.
all those forms, all those things that you just described are the First Amendment.
All
as
right,
well.
boys, real quick. We're going to pause y'all here. We're getting close to time. We're going to take a quick break. Instead of super chats this round, though, we're going to go to our host, Grid, who's got a message for us. So we're going to go to him real quick. Excuse me.
All right, guys, out there in the on the big wide internet, we've got these really cool shirts made at GRIDCON. You can't get them anywhere else. Literally just had them made. If you want one, You're going to have to send me a message on Discord because I have no link on the website or anything to get them. But, Glenn, what are we getting for these? $20 holler. So you can have one of these cool shirts as well. We can have Jake's face on your chest. I'm just saying, we're talking about chest over here. Yeah, guys, hope you're having a great time. Send those super chats in so I can bring you more cool events like this. This has been great. All of the debates debate. All of these guys here, by the way, I was getting that, Glenn. I'll come back to my other point, but all these guys standing with me today have been amazing help. I just met a couple of these guys yesterday, or actually, I think all of you have met yesterday, and they have just volunteered so much, helped out above and beyond. Can't say enough good things about them. This is how our events roll. You guys need to come out, support the events when we have them, and so we can keep making really good content like this. I want to thank all the debaters today. We've got more coming up. We're getting into the really good stuff now. The early stuff was fun too. It was great. It was wonderful. And you cannot thank these debaters enough because, you know, some of these guys, they have unpopular opinions, and it takes some guts to step up and sit across from somebody that you know disagrees with you and go toe-to-toe with them. Not for everybody. You should all admire and respect every single person that came on the stage, whether you agree with their opinions or not. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to hand you back to Admiral Gibbs. We're going to get back into this debate, which is supposed to be a modesty and not a boob debate. I don't know how it got to be a boob debate, but we're back on boobs. Let's talk about modesty and whether being immodest makes you a conservative or not. I think that was the original topic, but we're back on boobs. Not that boobs are a bad thing. I love boobs, but let's have an argument. Let's have a great fight. Gibbs, back to you, buddy.
Thank you so much. We are here. We are live again. We're about. Let me read one more super chat. It looks like they don't have anything said, but Lauren B 6837. Thank you so much for the super chat, guys. Like I said, he said, please get those super chats in. They help us out. Yeah, I read that earlier. Yeah, yes, sir. We are caught up on the super chats. Papa Gibbs is good on that. So yeah, we are going to continue here. We got about another. We'll just go ahead and go into closings here because it's about that time. I started, so you're going to go ahead and hit us with that closing here, por favor. You got 5 minutes to take over everything, and then tell us where you're at, where you're from, and all that good jazz as well.
All right, this debate went faster than I was expecting it to, so I had some things that we didn't get to. But I'm going to cram them into the closing. The 10 conservative principles by Russell Kirk. Conservatism, of course, it's not a religion. There's no holy book. There's not formal dogma. But the closest thing that I can find to somebody who's an authority on what is conservative and what is not is Russell Kirk. Of the 10 principles, there's two I want to point out. One is the 6th. Conservatives are chastened by their principle of imperfectibility. So that means, in a nutshell, that means you don't over chastise other people because you recognize that you're flawed as well. You sort of mind your business and keep to what really is your domain. I would say here, this is a good example of, again, you being immodest in this case, and not acting in a conservative format. And the 9th, the conservative perceives the need for prudent restraint upon power and upon human passions. You cannot request restraint of others if you don't exercise it yourself. I think that with this topic entirely, what we've seen and what we're talking about is men demanding women behave with modesty and restraint that they themselves are either incapable or unwilling of showing, and that it's in fact their behavior in trying to correct the issue that is more immodest and causes more problems than the cleavage that may have inspired it. I yield.
All right. Then where can they find you one last time?
The Powdered Dusty on YouTube, at The Powdered Dusty. I'm also on X, Rumble, and Kick.
All right. Thank you so much. And Mr. Var.
Yeah, I'll just say it this way. Flow State does what he does best, and that's straw manning. Again, never said anything about authority, never said force women to cover their boobs. I never said any of this. I never even said to harass women. He's gonna say, just by telling a woman, you know what, I don't like you having your boobs out. Harassment, Jake. Dude, what the fuck are we talking about? By that definition of anything, hey, I don't think you should, eat that burger because you're on your diet. Harassment. Hey, you know what? I think you should go to the gym. Harassment. Hey, I think you should, fucking not take a shit in the bush and go use the toilet, like in the bathroom. That's harassment too. By that definition, everything's fucking harassment. Can't even go there. The reason why he wants to pivot and say, hey, I'm telling people to harass women is because that's his only fucking argument. It's his only fucking argument. He didn't even make a single one again. Instead, he wants to say, well, why are you telling Nova to cover her boobs? I'm on a debate show. I'm having an exchange. This is what you fucking do on the internet. You ever been on it? Simple as that. After I addressed that objective, he just wanted to go back to just boobs and say that I'm telling people to harass women in some type of way. So, yeah, I mean, he couldn't address anything at all. Flow State came, very unprepared, I guess. But, yeah, with that being said, I'll just leave it at that. Oh, and by the way, I'm Jake Var. You can find me on X and Instagram at Jake Var. And find my YouTube channel, Project Veopod, as well on Rumble as well. So.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me get a round of applause for the boobs, I guess. We all like boobs. Yes. Yeah, so that was good. That was very entertaining. That was a good Jerry Springer's portion of the panel.
Yeah, big time.
I'm pretty pleased. I'm glad.
Am I going to get some of this action over here?
Nobody chanted Mari. We're going to go over to Glenn here right now. All
right, debaters. Come on over here. Flo, Jake, I need to have a word with both of you guys. Because I don't think this debate got settled, and I got some questions. All right. So let me present this. Hey, your position was, if it's not your woman, you shouldn't be telling another man's woman what they should and shouldn't do.
Yes, correct.
All right.
People are in charge of their own behavior. That woman's in charge of her behavior, just as you, the observer, are in charge of controlling yourself and your own behavior.
Okay. Do you agree with that too? Is there anything you could agree with that with? Like you would believe this if a married woman.
I agree with this part. He says that everybody's in control of their own behavior.
Yeah.
I totally get you there for sure. But that doesn't mean that because you're in control of your own behavior, I have no right to actually say like, hey man, I think you should go to the gym, or you're getting fat, or something of that nature, and then call it you're getting fat, or you should go to the gym. I just harassed you. Why?
You sure did.
I just harassed you.
And you assaulted me. You just sexually assaulted me.
Now we're going with this. See, Flo, your definition.
And you know what? He encouraged me to do the same.
All right, let me ask you this. Let's say if it's like your woman, if I came up to you and your woman, I said, hey, put your fucking tits away. Would that be a problem for you?
I think the way you speak to somebody is a problem. Yeah.
So,
be like, hey, don't
could you
don't speak to her like that? Yeah.
Like, man, shut up, you simp! You got your little chest hairs out. Like, what? Like,
I'm the simp. You guys are literally fucking fighting all the week for this.
You're the immodest slut right now.
Hold on, I'm the moderator. Knock it off. I got questions.
Hey, chill out with that.
The question is like, do you think that there's context to it?
There's context to it?
Yeah, the context. Like, you probably wouldn't go up to a married woman
No,
and tell
I
her.
wouldn't be rude.
Like, you wouldn't tell her like, hey, you should cover up your breasts, man.
Yeah.
No, like
randomly on
no. Now, have you seen like the
what about them?
There's like the YouTube guys that are going around right now. I see them on TikTok. They're going up and telling women like, oh, you should cover up. Right?
Doing that on TikTok?
Yeah, there's like
no idea.
Hey man,
I have no idea.
Yeah,
that's your thing. That's
hey,
your
you
next
know
thing.
what? Let's make some content.
And then,
You're my cameraman, dude.
Hold on, watch.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me.
You do it, and I'll go defend them, and we can just start.
Oh, let's do that.
Watch this. Hold on. I'll show you guys the video.
This is legit.
Yeah, look at this guy right here. This guy right here. Do you think this is appropriate?
Come on, dude. That's funny.
No, I'm asking you.
That's
No.
hilarious.
But do you think this is appropriate?
No, of course not. That's what makes it good content.
So it's
just them.
inappropriate. So it's inappropriate for them to do it. So like, but he's taking your argument to the extreme, right?
No, not necessarily, because I don't think the woman would actually give him the phone to talk to.
She called her husband. She's like, you want to tell my husband about that?
She did that.
She
Oh,
literally
she did that? Okay.
So, but what I'm saying,
that's
like,
content, bro.
but I'm asking you.
It's inappropriate if that was real and
This
guys
is
are doing that.
that is real.
That's
This
for
is
content, though.
yeah,
bro.
but
It's the
does it
internet.
matter? So the layman that's just watching this is going to start doing it. Do you think that could be problematic?
No, I don't think a few TikTok talkers doing some prank like that.
Don't you think people like imitate what they watch?
Not necessarily to that degree. No, I don't think men are gonna go just because they saw a TikTok. They're not gonna go up to random women and be like, "Call your husband so I could tell."
Now,
you
I do think
how you're
there's
dressed.
context to dresses, like being dressed in context matters. If a woman's in a bikini, I expect her to be in a bikini at a beach or a pool, right? If she's walking around the grocery store, that's probably inappropriate. She probably shouldn't be there in that setting. Now, woman showing her cleavage and everything out in front of a bunch of kids, probably not a good idea, right?
Yeah.
But the context matters. Would you agree to that?
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Okay.
But what's a worse idea is calling her out and confronting and having that interaction.
Yeah.
That's going to cause more issues than her walking around like that and you minding your own business. And
my question is, would it be better, like, because women love attention, and attention is gold in girl world.
Yeah. Well,
so whether it's good attention or bad attention, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
So wouldn't it be better if you're displaying behavior that I don't agree with? Wouldn't it be better not to even give you attention, and then like just take that attention away from you, and then give attention to somebody who's doing something that's more behavior improving?
Also, think of it like this: if you're saying you're going to give her the attention and you're going to derive attention and derive some type of debate, which I did, by the way, with Flow State.
Yeah, we're both grooming.
I think that's a good way of actually starting the conversation.
But true, but I'm just saying, don't you think like the better way to get women to change is not reward that bad behavior? Because if all attention is gold in their world, giving them any attention about it is rewarding bad behavior. So if you reward, if you only highlight women that are dressing modestly and just the way that you want to,
I would say this, Glenn. I totally get where you're coming from here. This is kind of like the OnlyFans argument, or like Simps on the internet.
Yeah.
The less attention you give them, the more likely they're going to show their boobs online.
They're going to change their behavior.
Right.
So wouldn't you think that's probably the better way for culture for men if they really want to change women's behavior?
I think as an overall aspect of that, if you were to tell me, you know what? If all men just stop giving attention to women, sure, fine, why not?
Yeah. Would you think that would be better than like highlighting their bad behavior that they're like drifting on?
I don't think men anytime soon are going to stop.
Well, I'm not asking you.
No, I think the better way, the more realistic way would
be my approach. Is my approach, right?
Conversations.
My approach.
Having conversations.
Okay, I win. I won this debate. I win this debate.
Unrealistic, that's for sure.
And I just want to say, my channel is a sanctuary city for boobs, cleavage, all that shit. His is not.
Now remember, this guy
sanctuary city.
And you know, as much as they hate this debate topic, they are friends. You guys.
Yeah.
You guys, shake hands. Everybody know you guys are boys. All right. Back to hold on. Back to reality. All right, we're going to send it back over to Gibbs.
All right, boys and girls. Thank you. Welcome back to Papa Gibbs over here. Hey, so we got some exciting things coming up here in a minute. We're about to be doing the Vince Wilson show versus average debate enjoyer over is Trump the most corrupt president since Reagan. Well, what's also going to happen in the main event, we're also going to have a specialty thing here after that debate. We're going to be debuting a commentary team, and they're going to be reviewing the debate and then hyping up the next one. It's going to be very exciting. We're trying new things here on the Grid One Motorsports GridCon 2 extravaganza. So I am excited. I can't wait for it. Also, guys, once again, make sure you're getting your super chats in. Make sure you're in here supporting. We are doing a lot of stuff. Buy a GridCon shirt. I don't know if someone throw me a GridCon shirt. It'll be good times. It'll be great. I'm excited. I can't wait. The debates have been fantastic so far, I have to say. Yeah, what? I'm getting yelled at. Oh, he can let me know. Great. Oh, we're getting running over here. He's running. What do we got here? They've been fantastic so far. I gotta say, yeah, it might be muted. We're good. Okay. Yeah, there you go.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
So, how do you think it's been going so far?
I've been very pleased. It's been a very good show so far. We've had a little bit of everything. We had some culture. We've had some, politics. We've had, a little bit of morality.
Yeah.
It's been pretty good mix.
You know what? I'm like, what would you say has been like your favorite debate so far that you've moderated?
That's a hard one. I mean, they've all been very different. I really enjoyed Stardust and Taylor's. It was kind of
one was really good. I like that one.
Yeah, it was kind of unique. Got a little heated. I liked I really have liked all of them, honestly. Wally's and Bones was good to start us off. That was exciting.
That was a solid
started
one.
off with a bang. LSP's and I'm blanking on names.
Jake.
Sorry, we got too many. That was a really good one as well. They've gone back and forth. I've really gotta say,
I thought Jake would be a lot taller in person, but he's a lot shorter.
Well,
like he got that short Mexican issue, right?
I, as a tall Mexican, yes, it's really sad to be a short king. I gotta say, can't relate. I'm not even that tall, which is the worst part about that joke. So I don't know.
So, like for the audience that's here, you guys seen these GridCon shirts. You guys want them, right? We got a lot of them here, so but you guys got to make sure you meet me over there to get your GridCon shirts. It's $20. All right, $20. $20. Make them holler. You can do some strange for a piece of change. All right, you holler for $1, do some strange for a piece of change. All right, so make sure you guys see me over there. We have our next debate's going to be Tyler and Vince, right?
That's correct. And then after the debate, we're going to have our commentary team of Dirt Diva, I don't know, 26, and I believe Abbers Unleashed are going to be commentating for it.
Yeah,
with you, I believe.
Yeah, Glenn's Angels. We're calling
Yes,
them.
the Glenn's Angels.
Yeah, like just so for you guys know, Glenn got angels. All right, like 2 demons on my side, but
They might be fallen angels. That's
that's a different debate. It's a different debate.
But I'm really looking forward to this one with Vince and Tyler. Should be
I am
good.
too. What is the topic exactly?
It looks like they're going to do the most corrupt president since Reagan. I know they both have gotten a lot of research and they've been prepping. I'm pretty interested to see where it goes. What do you think it's going to go?
You know what? Like I am not familiar with Vince, but I know Tyler's debate, and I watched Tyler's debate. I've actually judged his debates, and as much as I give him shit about his debate, he's actually very thorough. And I'm expecting Tyler to be very thorough with his debate and like making sure that definitions are defined. And I think it's going to be a really good debate. What do you think about Vince's debate style?
I think it's going to be good. He's been really making a name for himself on the TikToks circuit, giving out the whoopings. I think it'll be good. Tyler is our ultimate journeyman. He's our Dan Severn in my league, so he's fought everybody. If you beat Tyler, you're in the top echelon. If you lose, then you need to go do some work. So Tyler's really, I think, looking to like make a jump.
The only thing that I always vote against Tyler is his man bun. Like just because he has a man bun, like I vote him down just because I want to invest. And also,
not all of us are balding, my son.
That's true.
But we're about that time. If you want to start,
you know what? I will get over there. Give me like 2 minutes.
Sure. Yeah.
All right.
So yeah, guys, if you don't have a man bug, I'm sorry, you're bald. No, I'm just kidding. But I am excited for this. I think it's going to be a really good one. I can't wait for it. These are some people I've worked with many times, and I think they're going to be really good. I know Tyler's looking to make that next jump, that next level. He's been really practicing up. I know Vince has been over here. He's been practicing up. We just had him on a great show earlier this week. So I can't wait to see what they prepared. It's going to be a good one. This one's going to be a little bit longer than the last one. All right. And so we're going to go to Glenn right now for our first interview.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am here with Vince and Tyler. All right, let me get this debate topic clear. What is the debate topic exactly? Get closer, guys. Get closer. All right, there we go.
Trump is the most like the MMA thing.
Yeah. You face off. Yeah.
Okay.
Trump
is the most corrupt president of the modern era. He's taking the affirmative. I'm taking the negative.
Sure. So Trump is the most corrupt
president since Reagan, and I can prove it out. I have all the facts ready to go. Tyler, listen, man, you better come prepared because it's going to be a doozy.
Well, what you got to do is you got to get in there first. You got to establish your run game. You got to double down that run game. You got to really get it going, And then you get behind. You got to stick to the game plan. You got to throw that ball downfield. Make sure you're playing good defense, good cover 2 defense. We're going to get in there. We're going to get it done. Team, woo! Hands in on 3.
That's football. This is debate.
Yeah, same thing.
Okay. So do you think the Israel topic's actually going to get brought up into this debate?
No, unfortunately.
Because I would say like the way that foreign policy does play a role in figuring out who's the most corrupt.
I will say, as a little spoiler alert, I don't intend to bring it up either. I think there's an element of foreign policy we're certainly going to get into. I don't know if Israel is going to be one of the ones that we're going to necessarily bring up.
I'd imagine he's going to bring up the
Of course, you wouldn't want to bring them up because you're the Israel's number one.
I would love to. I would absolutely. I'd love to get into my familiar wheelhouse where like most people aren't as experienced. So yeah, but I don't think we're going to get there. Maybe the UAE and the Saudis a bit, and that's it.
Okay. What do you think is like what you think is going to be his weaknesses?
Well, I think his weaknesses is going to be kind of. Well, I'd rather let the debate speak for that. Let's kind of keep those cards a little close to our chest and save it for the debate. I think
he just pussied out of the question. So do you want to give me the answer? What do you think his weakness is going to be?
I don't think that it's him in particular. What I think it is a derangement syndrome of Trump that exists inside his brain, and it's co-opting him and making him make bad decisions, false comparisons, and double standards.
All right, gentlemen, I'm going to have you guys go ahead and head over to the debate stage. You guys, I got you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are still here. We still got a lot of debating going on. It's been an all busy, very busy day, as you can tell. We've had, 4 or 5 debates now. We took a break for lunch. Hey, was lunch good, you guys? Was lunch good? Can I get a thank you, Grid, for lunch? No, say it with a little enthusiasm, like you mean it. Say, Grid, pay me. No? Oh, just me. All right. So no, you guys have been a great event here so far. We have a lot of people from different parts of the country that flew in here just for this day to get to know each other, hang out, debate, have honest, good conversation, and hash out some differences. And I think that everybody's been enjoying themselves. Everybody's having a grand time. We have a bunch of different things that we're going to be doing this evening. So please stay tuned. Stay tuned. We are going to go right back just a moment, back over to Gibbs. But you guys that are watching, I really need you to either watch the stream, send support, either on Grid's channel, my channel, or if you're watching on TikTok or Twitch, make sure you are hitting up Gibbs' channel. Send those donations. These events are costly, all right? There's a lot of money that goes involved here. I can't even tell you the price tag, but I'm just telling you what, a lot of money has gone into this. And if you like this content, if this content is enjoyable for you, then please send your support to one of those 3 channels. So without further ado,
On or off?
Gibbs, are you ready?
I'm ready. Yep, I'm on.
All right, back to Gibbs.
Hey, welcome back over here to the debate stage. We're going to be getting going here. Which one of y'all's taking the affirmative? All right, we're going to go over the rules real quick, just so everybody knows. As always, this is going to be our first one of our co-main events right here. So we have basically, we're going to start off 5-minute openers. You have 2-minute grace periods. We're doing a modified version of the GCS, so we're going to be doing 25 minutes or so, 20 minutes, 25 minutes for the open debate period. Then we're going to go to super chats. We're going to go do another 20, 25 minutes for the, for another open period. Super chats again. Then we're going to go to closings. Any questions?
Negative.
Push it. Tell you, you want the bigger thing out. You don't want you want an outie, not an innie.
There you go. So you want that up?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Cool. All right. So it looks like you're starting us off. So you got 5 minutes whenever you're ready, and also tell us where you're from, who you are, and what all that good jazz is.
Sounds good. I am the Vince Wilson Show. I stream on YouTube Wednesday, Thursdays, and Fridays. I also sit there and do a little bit of ticky-tacky and doing debates on TikTok. Yes, it is painful. Let me go ahead and just open by saying, is Donald Trump the most corrupt president since Ronald Reagan? Unequivocally, yes. This debate is not about whether corruption has existed under both parties. It has, nor is it a referendum on Democrats or Republicans as a whole. The question is whether Donald Trump, compared with every other president since Reagan, represents the most extensive pattern of presidential corruption. I intend to show a consistent pattern in which money, loyalty, and access produce the extraordinary benefits from the January 6th fund to the Qatari jet to donors receiving favorable treatment after financially supporting Trump and his interests. Corruption is not limited to criminal bribery or fraud. It is broadly defined as the abuse of entrusted power for private gain. My opponent will likely bring up Hunter Biden. When that happens, watch the standard of evidence. Suspicion and proximity will be treated as proof against Joe Biden, while far stronger evidence involving Trump will suddenly be dismissed as coincidence. But this debate is not about defending Biden or condemning an entire political party. It is about comparing the conduct of individual presidents. This debate is about scale, frequency, and systemic use of the presidential power for private and political benefit. On that question, the evidence against Donald Trump is overwhelming.
All right. Thank you so much. Where are you from? Oh, you already told us that. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. All right. Microphone's working. Average Debate Enjoyer. You can find me at Average Debate Enjoyer on YouTube and Average Debate Enjoyer on X, because that's where I am. Go check it out. Or don't. I don't give a shit. I don't need you. That being said, is this the most corrupt president in the modern era? I think we agreed upon Reagan, the modern era generally. So what we're going to have to do here is actually define corruption. You heard him say how I'm going to define it, proximity. I'm not. I'm going to use the actual standard we use in the United States and always have, and that's a criminal quid pro quo. There's none here. There's not even been investigations into Trump into the things he's doing in office right now. This is purely speculation based off his income going up. When his income goes down, does Trump become less corrupt? No, that's not how it works. When his income goes down, he's still corrupt, because everything Trump does is corrupt at the end of the day. No proof needed, no due process needed, no quid pro quo needed. Trump bad. Orange man bad. So I feel like this is going to be reading tea leaves a lot, and we're going to delve deep into speculation because there are no credible
allegations against Trump corruption right now. No charges, no investigations, none of that. It's all going to be, this is what I think's going on. This is what you think's going on. My speculation has more merit than your speculation. I'm not going to play that game. I'm going to go back to something that we know actually happened. That's been proven, that there's been admitted wrongdoing. People have been fired. Others went to jail. So first, we're probably going to hear about Trump's crypto. Pump and dump it's called. Doesn't fit that criteria. No proof of presidential corruption. No allegations. No investigations. No criminal charges. Trump's businesses made while he's in office. Trump's children doing well while he's in office. Some of the pardons he did with people he worked with, donors, January 6thers, weaponizing the justice system against his rivals, and his unconditional challenges to the 2020 election. All of these are going to be proof of Trump's corruption, but none of them are going to actually meet the standard of corruption, which we saw when Jack Smith tried to charge Donald Trump. He couldn't charge him with incitement. He couldn't charge him with insurrection. He charged him with obstruction of justice and obstructing government events. That's it, because the claims being made don't match the facts on the ground. It's all rooted in derangement against Trump. So we're going to talk about the scale. Trump entered office worth $3.5 billion. He has not even doubled his net worth to this day, and he has all these mechanisms, billions of dollars of businesses available for him to grow and shrink his wealth absent of his actions in politics. Bill Clinton never had that. Barack Obama never had that. None of the other presidents ever had that. Their net worth, the Clintons right now are worth $200 million. That's over 100 times what they were worth when they entered office with zero means to actually earn any money. How did Bill Clinton earn that money? He went out and did speaking in countries that his Secretary of State wife was dealing with in our government. For some reason, they paid him $105 million for that. Nobody cares. We have Trump. What we look at as corruption generally, and especially in this argument with Trump, is going to be mostly centered around money, people making money. I could grant that $1.7 billion that went to Trump and say, yeah, okay, let's say it's true, even though you don't have any actual proof that it's true. So what? Actual corruption that's worse is weaponization of the systems we have to enforce justice and to enforce our rules. When you have a political campaign and a political party make up false accusations about the Trump campaign coordinating with Russia to steal an election, and then you use that and your sources inside these agencies to push a partisan investigation that had almost no merit to even be started in the first place, and then you have these same entities that know it's Oppo research with no factual proof behind it, using that to pack it into intel reports, presidential briefings, FISA warrants, and all the such. We have tons of whistleblowers that have come out about this, and many were suppressed. The Obama administration was suppressing whistleblowers coming out about his elected officials and his appointees interfering in actual intelligence agency reports and inserting political narratives that didn't have any proof behind them. We're going to go through all that, and I'm going to show you what real corruption looks like. I'm going to show you the court cases that led to this. I'm going to show you this is something we can prove. The FBI already admitted wrongdoing. All these people have been fired. Andy McCabe, the person that hid Anthony Weiner's laptop from FBI investigators so that he could help Hillary Clinton win the election, has been fired. Peter Strzok, who started an investigation after looking and finding zero evidence of Trump-Russia collusion, has been fired. The FBI admitted they were wrong. We haven't proven allegations, unlike speculation because Trump's wealth went up, which again is a stupid scale. So let's get to it.
All right, thank you so much. All right, once again, guys, get your super chats in now. We will do a open period where I read them all, and we'll be getting some responses from the debaters as we go. All right, boys, fight.
All right, so first of all, you said that corruption is a criminal quid pro quo. Is that how you define corruption?
Generally, it requires some sort of nefarious clandestine meeting where we can see somebody is violating the rules to help out somebody on the other side, or yes, a quid pro quo.
Would you agree that a quid pro quo necessarily doesn't have to be illegal? It can just be, hey, I'm going to give you a particular governmental contract so that you can, I'm going to give you a little bit of money, here for your, I don't know, your Trump account. And then I'm going to go ahead and get a little bit of a governmental benefit off of that little payment. That's not necessarily criminal, but you would argue it's a quid pro quo, right?
I would argue the quid pro quos exist without corruption. Yes, I would argue that to rise to the level, it has to fit the criteria of what we as a country deem to actually be corruption, and that's written in law.
So to be clear, you don't think it's corrupt when the Dell family donates upwards of, I believe it was $6.25 billion to the Trump accounts, which is the Trump children accounts, and then Donald Trump forgot to mention too, where Donald Trump purchased $1 million to $5 million in Dell shares shortly thereafter that announcement, and then after that, five times on a public stage explicitly said, "Go out and buy a Dell computer." You don't think that that is corruption?
I think that you need more proof to prove it. I think you have a little bit of smoke there, but until we get investigations, allegations from a political or from a policing entity, and an actual investigation into it, charges, and a conviction, it doesn't fit the standard of the corruption that I'm bringing to the table, and that has already gone through the court system, already gone through the political system, already gone through scrutiny in the House and the Senate, and we know it happened. Yours is still speculation.
I'm not speculating. In fact, I have quotes directly from Donald Trump on February 19th saying, "Dell, go out and buy a Dell computer. They make a great product," after he still owns stock. On February 27th, he said, "Dell computer, go out and buy a Dell computer. They're great." May 8th, "Go out and buy a Dell computer. They're great." May 28th. Oh, I forgot about this little
That sounds like proximity to me.
This is a really interesting one too. On May 28th, the War Department signed a $9.7 billion deal with Dell. And after that, he didn't stop. On July 6th, he said, "Go out and buy a Dell computer." And July 22nd, just this past week, in Marietta, Georgia, said, "You know what I say? Go out and buy a Dell computer." You see nothing wrong with that.
I see that as proximity. As you accuse me of in your introduction, you're now saying that proximity exists. So if Democrats go out and say, "Hey, everyone, go buy solar," and then invest $500 million into Solyndra, is that corruption?
I would
doesn't fit
say-
the criteria. I would say no. You would say no, but because it's a Democrat, you would say no. I'd say no because of principle.
There's a one key piece you're missing. Donald Trump in his financial disclosures showed that he had between, what was it now at this point? $1 million to $5 million in shares in Dell. So to be very clear, to lay this out in layman's terms, you have a president who received money from a Dell family for $6 billion, then bought into shares at that. So he has a literal invested interest, and then promotes that invested interest on the world stage. And you don't think that that is corruption?
No, I don't think inherently that's corruption. That's proximity. That's what you accused me of. The fact that they're near each other and doing trades. If Trump knows his government contract is going through, and the person that runs the blind trust that's in charge of buying and selling stocks for him knows this is happening because it's public knowledge, of course, any smart investor that pays attention is going to say we need to invest in Dell because governments give out free money.
So, you know, there's
need to
another
show
way
me
that he
that
can
there's
do
corruption
He can just
there.
not invest in it. All right, fine. We don't want to talk about Dell. Let's talk about FIFA. Now, this is something that people don't talk quite a bit about. Gianni Infantino awarded Trump the Peace Prize. He then, Folarin Balogun, I can't say his name, forgive me, guys, was suspended over a red card during the USA men's soccer team. There was initially questions about who really called FIFA to overturn this red card. Well, Trump admitted actually out loud to calling Gianni Infantino. And it was just reported this past week that Donald Trump is set to nominate Gianni Infantino to the UN Secretary General. We have where Donald Trump himself said he called Gianni Infantino to overturn. Now, criminal, sure, probably not. Corrupt, I would say so. It doesn't have to be criminal if you have a president who's garnering favors to try to benefit the USA men's soccer team. And remember, my definition is that somebody is entrusted with their power and abusing that entrusted power. You have Donald Trump, who has the incentive, his entrusted powers, he's a president. He's then asking for a particular favor from Gianni Infantino. Donald Trump himself said this, and then Gianni Infantino is now overturning that card and getting a potential UN Secretary General position.
Okay. Even if I grant all that, I'm talking about the weaponization of the FBI and intel agencies to subvert an election and put a political candidate under surveillance and then into prison. And you're saying, well, Trump asked FIFA to do something that I don't like. That's your comparison of the most corrupt president ever.
Fine. Okay, we are going to now use the standard of DOJ investigations. Let's talk about Mark Kelly and Seditious Six, shall we? He was entrusted with overseeing, Donald Trump oversees the DOJ and executive branch, which you would agree with, I'm sure. Do you know what he said on November 20th? I'll spare you. Seditious behavior from traitors. Trump went on, lock them up. Then, on February 10th, they then pursued charges for Mark Kelly and several others. The political gain is quite obvious. Mark Kelly put out a video, if y'all are unaware, where with several senators saying, hey, listen, just obey, you don't have to obey an unlawful order. And Donald Trump himself, again, Donald Trump, third time now that I presented where Donald Trump himself instructed his DOJ to go and lock someone up, and they then went forward with those charges. Is that corruption?
Inherently, no. The DOJ works for the president. Their powers spawn from the power of the presidency. If you appoint somebody like Merrick Garland, whose intention is to go after Trump and put charges against him, charges that were, again, either fell off or just were flat out never went anywhere, then you could argue that's corruption in the same way, but all you're arguing is proximity still. There's no actual corruption. You're just saying, this thing happened. It's rather vague. We don't know the details. Is that corruption? If not, nah. But I'm telling you, we have actual proven corruption where members of the DNC use their Democrat-funded money to invent a lie that Trump was coordinating with Russia. They forced it into FISA warrants. They forced it into intel reports. They forced it into presidential briefings. It ended up on the news. It ended up in debates. It ended up in campaign rallies. They invented a lie, pushed it into government to give it legitimacy, and use it to try to subvert the election. Nothing you've named, even if I granted these, which I don't, but even if I granted these, what you've named pales into comparison with what I'm giving you.
So again, if your argument is that it has to be a criminal quid pro quo, which I think is a really absurd statement to make to begin with, because those are two like oxymorons. You can't, quid pro quos don't necessarily have to be criminal. I've already laid out where we would agree that would you agree that insider trading by Nancy Pelosi would be corrupt if she knew certain information that she had and then traded upon that information to do so? Would that be corrupt, or would you, what would you think that is?
That's not inherently corrupt. That's silly to me. They're just telling me you don't know the details of how this works. When we have a politician that goes into office, they sign their assets over to a blind trust that they're not allowed to have communication with. This happened with Laura, the woman that was appointed for Senate in Georgia after somebody had stepped down. She went up against Ossoff. What's her name?
Boebert?
Yeah, no, it wasn't Boebert.
No.
It was before her. She was appointed and she ran against Ossoff in 2020. She had an investigation because she had been coordinating and talking to the blind trust that manages her stocks. You just want to take away their opportunity to earn money, but they signed this over to a third party that does all their stock trading for them. And unless you can prove that they were coordinating with that third party, it's perfectly legal and it's perfectly above board and not corruption. It sounds to me like you're just saying this person made money or they were in the proximity of somebody that gave them money, thus corruption, no proof needed, no quid pro quo needed, no due process needed.
So here's the thing. We can look at J6 slush fund because I know you want to get into this. Trump sued his own IRS, and you don't think that the plaintiff being the defendant at the same time is not an innate, at the very least, conflict of interest?
I do. I think that was untoward, and I think that the court stepping in to freeze it was good. That doesn't necessarily mean corruption. That means the president can use his Article 2 powers to interpret laws and actions how he sees fit, and the courts are there to make sure that he doesn't go overboard, just like Biden did dozens of times when he was trying to forgive student loans. Trump thought he could do this. He tried to do it. The court said no, and that was the end of it.
Well, no, it's actually not the end of it because we've had Todd Blanche refusing at numerous hearings to say that he's going to not continue to pursue this J6 slush fund. And in fact, we had over 35 bipartisan judges that asked to reopen the case due to the corrupt nature. So again, it's not closed, to be very clear. This may still go forward in a different manner. And Congress has been trying relentlessly to get Todd Blanche to say on record, you are not going to pursue this, and he has refused to do so.
There's all sorts of instances I could find where Trump goes to try to do powers that he doesn't actually have and gets rejected by the courts that I would say, yeah, I probably agree with you. Abrego Garcia is probably something I agree with you on. Just because Trump does bad thing or tries to overstate his power does not equal corruption. Corruption is a specific charge. Who is benefiting besides Trump trying to expand what he thinks are his own powers of the presidency? He thinks he has these powers. He thinks he won 2020. So if he acts in a way according to what he thinks, it's not corruption. He's just stupid.
So you're telling me then that a president cannot be corrupt if they sit there and seek personal gain from, and even if we were to take Dell out of this, to be completely clear, we could take Dell, the Dell family, completely out of this. We can just look at the simple fact that Donald Trump had shares in Dell and then put out there publicly to buy Dell stocks or buy Dell computers, which inevitably would help the performance for them to go up. I don't understand how you don't see that that's corruption. And again, you're saying that it's going to be criminal. Then if this is not corruption of all the things I've laid out with the J6 slush fund, The fact that he's gone after his political opponents like Mark Kelly, Letitia James, Lisa Cook, James Comey, we can go down the list. Then what is corruption? Give me an example of what is actual corruption, because you're saying it's got to lead to somehow criminal charges. I just fail to agree with that particular sentiment. Corruption doesn't have to be
I would
criminal.
love to give you examples. So Trump's charges, you're saying he is corrupt because he's telling his staff, the people he put in office, these are the people that I want you to go after. You're saying that alone is corruption. That doesn't, to me, show corruption at all, because several of those people are having their charges against them go through. John Bolton just pled guilty and had to pay out $2 million for distributing sensitive documents that were all classified to his wife and sister so he could write his book. He essentially had to pay back $1.5 million in profits from his book and some, because he got caught doing it. So some of Trump's investigations had merit. Other of his investigations, we don't even know if they had merit, because he went out, opened his mouth, bloviated, said a bunch of things, and the court said this seems personal. So even though there's merit to the illegal claims of Letitia James falsifying her tax records, even though there's merit to that, we're not going to go through with this because Trump said a bunch of stupid things online and undermined his own case. That to me doesn't show corruption. That to me shows he's an idiot.
That sounds, so wait, if a president sits there, ruins his entire case because he said something, does that not in and of itself show that there is some level of him trying to force his DOJ to do something that is what the Republicans used to call as lawfare? In fact, we can look at Letitia James when Donald Trump put out the infamous Truth Social post where he instructed Pam Bondi. And it seemingly seemed as if he was trying to send a text message to Pam, but nonetheless, he addressed her, saying that he's reviewed over 30 statements and posts, saying that essentially same old story as last time. I'll spare you the details. No, I fired him, and there's a great case, and many lawyers and legal pundits say so. Lindsey Halligan is a really good lawyer. Guess what he did shortly thereafter the post, 2 days after? He appointed Lindsey Halligan, who had barely any legal expertise. He then, on October 9th, guess what? Halligan obtains an indictment. The judge dismisses the indictment, and guess what they continue to do? They convene 2 more grand juries, and the DOJ appealed. Donald Trump instructed his DOJ to go after his political opponents, which to me is corruption. And you saying the fact that Donald Trump's own statements ended up getting a court case thrown out,
it's silly. Again, even if I grant it, telling your DOJ to go after these people that you think did crimes, and again, in Letitia James's case, the courts didn't say she didn't do anything illegal. The courts threw it out because of Donald Trump's conduct on the world stage, saying he put out a Truth Social post, but I actually interpret it as a text to Pam Bondi, despite the fact that Pam Bondi doesn't even have Truth Social, means that he's actually corrupt. You're interpreting something that didn't happen, editorializing it to be part of your narrative, saying he actually asked her when he was putting out a Truth Social post, and she doesn't even have that form of social media. Whereas I can go and look at Michael Sussman, a DNC lawyer, inventing Alpha Bank, telling people that work for the DNC, a programmer, if you help me fabricate this information to attack Donald Trump over Alpha Bank, Hillary Clinton will put you in a high position inside of her administration when she wins. That went to court, and he was found to have doctored all of this evidence and then used his connections inside the FBI to get them to investigate it as well. What happened was headlines came out during the election that Trump was coordinating with Russia over Alpha Bank. They used knowingly false information that they were privately trying to fabricate in order to try to subvert the election. All you're saying is Trump may have made money because people in proximity to him that he had government deals with made money, and he bought their stocks and he made some money. So that means corruption. Ignore the fact that we don't actually have any meeting of the minds, a legal term, to show that they were doing some clandestine exchange, that this is anything more than just market transactions and common sense.
I'm going to use your own words to what you've told me many times in dismissing corruption. All of you've proven towards Hillary Clinton is proximity.
Hillary Clinton was not president. I'm not talking about Hillary Clinton.
So then who are you talking about?
I'm talking
Obama?
about Barack Obama, who pushed the Steele dossier into Intel reports. His administration did it.
So you have evidence that Obama himself did it? I'm going to use your own standard
his
against
administration did, yes.
Oh, his administration.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
but you don't have anything
him.
of Obama actually instructing.
You're going to say the administration taking actions that the president sanctions is not on the president? Like the president could appoint somebody to the head of the CIA, and that person can do illegal things that benefit the president, and the president can repeat those same lies at campaign rallies, but he's not responsible for the people that work directly under him? That's wild to me.
Yeah, it does. It sounds a little bit like Donald Trump.
That absolves Trump of a lot because,
I'm not saying it absolves Trump.
It does.
I would argue that corruption. I would argue, as I admitted in my opening, that there are certainly Democratic presidents that you can make an argument have been corrupt.
Hold on.
For example, if we talk about Bill Clinton and Whitewater, there was that scandal that you could say.
Let's not go that far yet. Let's stick on this point.
Okay,
really
let's
quick.
stick to Obama.
Because-
Obama could certainly be perceived as corrupt in that particular manner if those were true. And again, I could sit here and we can argue the merits of that particular case over and over. My definition of corruption is very, 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 very simple. And that is, it's not limited. It's as defined as the abuse of entrusted power for private gain. It's a very, now, there are criminal forms of corruption like bribery, like fraud. And I don't think quid pro quo is necessarily an illegal act, but nonetheless, there are certainly criminal versions of that. But there are certainly under the table things that we would say are abuses of entrusted power for private gain. And if you don't need to necessarily see, and I've got evidence already where I've got the direct tie. I've got where there's not a direct tie, but there's certainly smoke, which is when I would argue, to be fair, when it comes to, let's say, the Freedom 250 versus America 250 situation. There's certainly smoke. There's not a lot of fire, and you could say that it's a third degree away from Trump, but I still think it's corrupt.
So, okay, so Trump's DA doing things is proof of Trump's corruption, but Obama's most trusted and closest staffers doing things is proof that Obama wasn't involved. Is your standard?
I didn't say that.
You
No.
did. You said
No.
Obama's administration did
I was
things
using
that he was
your own
briefed
standard.
on, that he was
using
repeating.
your own standard. I
That's
have
not
no
my
problem
standard.
saying that you can make the argument
We
that
have-
was corrupt.
We have evidence and a whistleblower
That-
on the record.
I'm
under
willing to
oath
sit here and say
testifying
that you
to
could
this.
argue that's corrupt. However, you are not using your own same standard. I'm saying that it could be corrupt because, again, my definition is simply put that the definition of corruption is the abuse of entrusted power for private gain.
Michael
If that were
Sussman
true,
was investigated. Michael Sussman had charges against him. Michael Sussman went to court. The reason why he did not lose is because they lacked evidence, but they did prove in those court proceedings that he was trying to manufacture something against Trump. He just didn't do anything illegal in that because the evidence that he was trying to use, though it was wrong, though it was incorrectly perceived, was not invented by him. Thus, he didn't break the crime that they charged him for. But all the rest of what I'm saying was proven in the courts, was accepted by his own legal team in the courts.
Well,
So I'm
let
using the
me
legal
let me
standard.
jump in here real quick, just for the super chats. We're about halfway through here. Let me go in here. We got Chi-Town Deke with a geez, dude, really? Question mark. Tangential thumbs on a scale isn't corruption. I guess you see a road, a GOP around every tree too. Do you see a road GOP guy behind every tree?
I try to kind of go around the trees a little bit and kind of
Yeah.
worry. I kind of like that meme with the guy with the yellow jacket peeking out,
I'm with you, especially when you're driving. You got to keep between navigational beacons. Key. We got Alicia Chancellor 9648. If I butcher your names, I apologize. For $20, have fun, guys. Shadowback 1 with 10 jewels, a thumbs up. We got Shadowback 1 again with 30 jewels, clutch. LSP 8647. Donald Trump. Hey, he was here earlier. Shout out to LSP. Go follow him. All right, Donald Trump took pawns for money, lifted Vietnam sanctions in exchange for Trump properties, quashed bribery investigation into Tom Homan, profited over $1 billion from his coin. Name one example from Democrats equal to that. That's the
What was the examples again?
Lifted. Okay, took pardons for money. Vietnam lifted Vietnam sanctions, exchange for Trump properties, quashed bribery investigation into Tom Homan, profited over $1 billion off his coin. Name one example from Democrats equal to that.
I don't think any of those are examples of corruption.
Okay.
Like the Vietnam deal, what the main deal there was accepting of the baseline tariff and getting them to decouple their manufacturing. To say that he pressured them into building a golf course just sounds to me like somebody editorializing what happened. That's not part of the deal. That's nowhere written in the trade deal.
Gibbs,
People
may I-
giving Trump gifts to butter him up does not equal corruption. Getting a Qatari plane does not equal corruption. Getting $1 billion from something that was started before you were in office, one of your multi-billion-dollar industries, and you're a multi-billionaire, just because you're making money does not equal corruption. And again, as I said, when Trump loses money, the very same people that have the Trump derangement also call every single thing he does corrupt. Saying Trump's businesses make money, thus corruption exists, is just TDS.
I'm gonna let him respond, and then
I'll make
before
it
you
quick.
go, before you go again, I do have another super chat. So go ahead and
I'll
respond.
make it very
Yeah,
quick.
you're good. No rush.
So let me just lay this out because I'm glad that LSP provided the Vietnam example because I actually had that prepared. I'm going to give a timeline. I'll let you, the audience, determine this at this point. Vietnam in April of 2025, Trump threatened a 46% tariff on Vietnam. In May 16th, April, May, less than a month. Anyways, Vietnam's government suddenly approves a $1.5 billion Trump golf course near Hanoi. Oh, but wait, there's more. May 21st, Eric Trump attends the groundbreaking with who? None other than the prime minister, who would have facilitated the tariff. And surprisingly, guys, after May 21st, let's just do some basic math. May 21st to July 2nd, Trump announced a trade arrangement lowering tariffs. Now, to your point earlier where you said about proximity and the convenience of these, sure. But boy, does that look like convenient timing. All of a sudden, Trump breaks ground on his new properties, and all of a sudden the trade tariffs get lowered. That's for you to decide on whether or not you think that's
I know you
enough
want to respond.
evidence.
Before you respond, let me just read this last one. We got Insane Wheels for $10. Here's a few bucks. Wish I could have been there. This has been a great watch. We thank you so much. And once again, guys, make sure you get all your super chats in. All this is going to be going to help support GRIDCON 3 in the future, I believe. We're also going to be having we got the shirts out here. Check out, they're awesome. $20, make you holla. It's gonna be a good time. You'll get a shirt. Message Grid about that. We're gonna continue now for our second half. Go ahead.
So I love that I'm now being attributed to the proximity argument, because that started out as the accusation as to what I was going to do, and turns out to be the only thing my opposition has here. A tower was built, even though it has nothing to do with the deal. All the investing in it was above board. There's no clandestine meeting. There's no proof that anything untoward happened. There's just a building being built there. The rest of it is speculation. We're filling in the blanks. No investigation, no criminal charges, not even a whiff of corruption is being alleged right now, but it's granted as a truth because it needs to be in order to continue the narrative of orange mad bad.
What my opponent here, Tyler, is saying is that as long as you what he's requiring is, and it's funny how, again, he's saying that I'm saying proximity. I've already laid out my definition a million times. What he's saying here is that unless somebody is explicitly, actually, no, you're not even saying that. I don't even know what you're saying, because even if you were to go on, I've already presented where Donald Trump himself, we have Donald Trump himself, where he literally sat there and said, he's got his financial disclosure in writing right there. So I was going to say, unless Donald Trump says it in writing, but this kind of reminds me of the Fifth Avenue argument of Donald Trump can do no wrong. Because unless your argument seems to point to, unless we have something where Dell is in the room with the recording saying, yes, here's my money, okay, and Donald Trump says, yes, I will then promote you. That is your standard by which you would accept corruption.
We call that proof. Yes, unless you have proof.
Your evidence of proof is preposterous.
No, my evidence of proof is, you just admitted.
Because by that own standard, we don't even have that with Obama.
We do. We have proof.
Where do we have the proof of Obama coordinating with him?
I was trying to give you that. You won't give me. Let me give you examples out. So
why don't you give us the example?
I'll just give you an example of what I view as corruption. It's not just that, like somebody is investing hundreds of millions of dollars from their state into GMOs or NGOs in their state. It's those NGOs corruptly working with that state's administration, like what's going on right now with Gavin Newsom in California, where him and his wife are under federal investigation for hundreds of millions of dollars worth of corruption. For some reason, we're able to spot corruption there.
You cannot say for some reason, because you're for some. No, hold on. No, listen to me say. Hold on. No. Let me explain why you can't say for some reason, because your own standard won't allow it. Your own standard that you just told me is that I need to have on recording Donald Trump saying, hey, here is my money. Now I want this in return. That's your standard, not mine. So if you want to say this argument of saying, well, I've got some kind of implication for Gavin, this is exactly what I laid out in my opening. There's always, and this is expanded well beyond this debate. This goes for just in general, in the general zeitgeist of the conversation. There is always a double standard when it comes to Donald Trump versus what others are allowed to have. You agree? I agree too.
This is a massive double standard. We know that under the Obama administration, the Vice President Joe Biden called the CIA and said, that information you have of Ukrainian officials talking about my son's corrupt ties in Ukraine, squash that. And we had to wait 9 years for Kash Patel to release that because it was hidden away in CIA intel. We know that exists. We have that factually proven. That's the standard of corruption I'm asking you to achieve. And I have plenty of examples of it under the Obama administration. I have whistleblowers coming out with documents showing I wrote the 2016 Intel report. I was the one that discovered Russia interference in our elections, and this was taken from me. I was lied to. My job was threatened, and I was suppressed as a whistleblower by the Obama admin as they locked me out of the 2017 drafting process for that very same Intel report and inserted false information that lied to me to get me to sign off on it. Now I'm blowing the whistle and Obama's suppressing me. This person's on record under oath with proof. And you're saying, oh, we just can't get that proof. It just never exists, when we have it in dozens of other instances that I have documented right here. You're saying it's impossible, yet it happens all the time. This is just trying to
want to be very
justify
clear. I'm
your
saying
proximity
your
argument.
standard is impossible. My standard is far more forgiving. And in fact, if we look at what happened, and fine, I'll make this like alphabet soup easy here. Okay. Palantir. Donald Trump in March 2026 had purchased Palantir stock again on his financial disclosures. And then in April 7th, he explicitly, now, I don't know how much more clear you can get, where he sits there and says, in his True Social post, Palantir Technologies, and then uses their stock ticker, has proven to have great warfighting capabilities and equipment. Just ask our enemies. You have Donald Trump in his financial disclosures, which I believe he's legally obligated to provide, and then providing the stock ticker symbol for Palantir Technologies. What is that's not corruption. We've
already been through the stock argument, and I already gave you the answer to this, and you're just giving me another example from the same argument.
Because what I'm confused on this is, 1 minute you're able to draw strings, and then you come to me, and my standard is that I have to prove, even with that, which I think is the most explicit argument.
Okay, let's go through it again. Do you think Trump purchases his own stocks?
Do I think he purchases his own stocks? I don't think
We'll
that
make
he's
it real simple. Does you think Trump purchases his own stocks? What is the law around our politicians
Donald
purchasing
Trump doesn't
stocks?
listen to the law very well now, does he?
He
can look at a
does.
whole bunch of different.
I think
Before
he
you-
definitely
before you go on,
does.
I just want to ask though, like how many people actually purchase their own stocks?
In government, none, because it's illegal. What they do is they give it to a third
So you-
party,
well, I guess
fully
what-
discretionary third party account like JP Morgan or Carl Schwab, the two Trump personally uses to buy his stocks for him.
So
Trump buying stocks means he has a third party that's not at all communicating with him.
But you don't
buying
know that
stocks
though,
based
right?
on- Yes, we don't know that. We just have it proven in the law, and there's no investigation
Wait, so
saying
Donald Trump is a
otherwise.
saint
Yes.
and always listens to the law?
Yes, Donald Trump is listening.
What?
Donald Trump listens to the courts. Yes, there's not a single instance besides the sale of TikTok where Donald Trump did not obey the highest court in the land. When courts that didn't have authority over him gave him orders, he ignored those. But that was courts that did not have authority or jurisdiction to tell the president how to do things, and most of those got overturned on appeal. Like Judge Boasberg, who got 2 writ of mandamuses for issuing illegal rulings against Trump.
You know what ruling Trump didn't listen to? Abreu Garcia. But I just, it's baffling to me that you would say Trump is this saint who always abides by
He
the
didn't
law,
say
even
that.
though well, for example, we can look at Lisa Cook, where the Supreme Court said that he cannot fire Lisa Cook.
And guess what? She still has her job. She
There
got
you
her
have
job
it.
back.
I mean, I don't know how else to sit here when I have to play by a completely different set of standards than you give to Trump.
Yeah,
And
we
it
can
feels
prove
like
this.
this throughout this entire argument. And again, I've gone back to, I've laid out example after example after
Was
example.
it criminal
after
when
example.
Joe Biden tried 9 different times to forgive student loans by reading laws in a way that they weren't interpreted and got
9
slapped
different
down?
times.
9 different times he tried to overturn and or pay off student loans. Was that criminal?
I don't
No,
know
it
if was
wasn't.
criminal.
Was it criminal when any president has ever tried to interpret any law in any way that wasn't the conventional method? It's not. It's a novel legal theory, and the courts decide whether or not that's above board or not. And the president has agreed every single time, even if he doesn't like the ruling, even if he attacks the justices after, he still does what they say.
You can steal a candy bar and bring it back, and you'll be fine then. And actually, that's not legal advice. Please don't do that. Just wanted to say that. I'm not an attorney. But no, I think, again, it's just this forgiving standard that then it's okay when we like point out 15 different factoids when it comes to Obama administration from a whistleblower, which, by the way, I looked into the whole Hunter Biden thing and found it intriguing that we saw one of the whistleblowers end up apparently getting a job under Secretary Bessent, as well as releasing a book. This was, I believe his name was Gary Shapley. He was an IRS whistleblower. And also that he claimed Davis Weiss dropped the charges seemingly in favor of Biden. But again, it's just baffling how you can use this standard and say that it's not corruption. And
What standard am I using?
I just
again?
hope
Because
that this
every
standard is
every time you brought up an allegation, I brought up Obama. When you brought up Trump, I brought up like Trump saying, "Hey, buy Dell computers." I brought up Obama and Solyndra and said that's not illegal either. I view these as the exact same thing, and I view both of them as above board. When you brought up something else, I used Hunter or Joe Biden, and Hunter Biden is my example, and I said that's above board also.
So you don't wait. So for Hunter Biden, you don't think Hunter Biden was corrupt?
I think Hunter Biden was doing money laundering, but the best we got out of it evidence-wise was he was doing the illusion of pay for play. He was committing fraud on the world stage, and we would have known more, but his father pardoned him.
But we can't use that because you don't have the recording
I'm not
of
using
Joe
that.
Biden.
I'm
but
using
you just
Russiagate.
did. But
No, I was answering your question. You asked me a question and then act like I'm using it as my argument. That's just kind of dishonest, isn't it?
No.
Well, what did you?
My argument is Russiagate. My argument is the weaponization of the FBI and the intel agencies based off of knowingly false information that the Democratic Party, the Obama administration, and the Hillary Clinton campaign worked together to coordinate and inseminate into government to weaponize the government against Trump.
So let me ask this to both y'all then. So obviously you're arguing Trump is the most corrupt president since Reagan. Who would you argue is the most corrupt? Are you saying Biden's the most corrupt?
I'd say under the Obama administration, we saw. I won't say Obama in particular. Under the Obama administration, this is the most corrupt thing I have ever seen in my life in government. Was the Russiagate investigation? Thus, the most corrupt thing happening makes him the most corrupt president.
And you don't think that Donald Trump getting a Qatari jet, sitting there and pardoning all the J6ers and then trying to create a J6 slush fund, him being a plaintiff and a defendant in his own case, which is odd.
No.
Him putting out numerous times, I believe you did this with NVIDIA with
They
the
could be.
stock ticker.
They
Again,
could be, but you don't have
to
proof.
me, and if your egregiousness is the fact that the DOJ was weaponized, then we don't want to talk about Donald Trump because I can promise you there is a host of issues that we can find when it comes to Donald Trump and the DOJ. I think again, I've already laid out James Comey, Lisa Cook, when we talk about Letitia James, when we talk about the seditious six. And then, in fact, you could probably even argue the reflecting pool Olympian who ended up putting his hands in there, and Janine Pirro said he used both hands and ripped it up.
It's wild that you bring up some of these people because Letitia James flat out ran on going after Trump. That was her campaign platform, is I'm the right person to put Trump away. Trump goes after her for something that when you look at the evidence, you can clearly see she signed off on her own documents that she was lying about. You can clearly see she did something illegal and there was merit to investigate her. You don't care about that. You're just saying because Trump wanted this person investigated, that is corruption, regardless of whether or not she broke the law, which it's pretty clear that she did. It's pretty clear that Bolton did because Bolton pled guilty and other cases are still ongoing. You seem to lack the evidence to anything. A lot of it is speculation and proximity. You're looking at Trump's money going up and saying because his money is going up, thus corruption must be happening. There's no other way to explain this. Ignore the fact that he's a billionaire with multiple billion-dollar industries that can make him that money legitimate. Ignore the fact that his net worth hasn't even doubled in the 10 years that he's been in office. He hasn't even doubled his net worth, whereas Bill Clinton's net worth is over 100 times higher than it was when he took office, while he was doing things that appear corrupt. While Obama, under his administration, we see the clear weaponization of the Justice Department and the intel agencies. The FBI admitted it. The intel agencies admitted it. They are saying this happened. They promised to reform. They all said it happened under oath in Congress when Trump wasn't even the president anymore.
And here's my thing that I find funny. This is that, again, this is how we kind of play with percentages. Is he's saying that Trump hasn't doubled his net worth. Let's be very clear. Donald Trump's net worth, I believe, is in the tune of to at least a couple billion to
6.7.
$6.7 billion. But we're going to complain about Joe Biden's measly $3 million. I mean, this is what is baffling to me is that we've seen. And by the way, a little fun fact on where Donald Trump has made his money. He partnered and licensed a book called the Trump Bible. He's also made money off of that, which, by the way, he has presented and been shown to hold it's a Lee Greenwood Bible, but it's been colloquially named the Trump Bible. He received royalties on that to the tune of a couple $100,000. But again, we're going to be, I just thought it was funny, Mr. Trump, the Christian man, now selling Bibles and getting kickbacks from it instead of reinvesting it back into the church. Or we could talk about the Trump Rolex, in which he advertised the Trump Rolex and it's just absurd to me the number of times. And I really hope that when we get to, the next Democratic president, that the same standard holds, because I know that it won't. I know that we're just going to be back here again to debate this whole entire thing, where a standard is going to be held to one but not the other. And everything you've mentioned with Obama, or and fun fact, Letitia James actually had her charges dropped, and the DOJ continued to go. Why would they continue to go after her twice, by the way? And they're still pursuing it and trying to appeal it
because she did something illegal. That's why.
So everything that so are you? I want to be very. I want to be very clear. You don't think that? Let me ask you this. Actually, this is better. You said this earlier, right? That the DOJ works at the behest of the executive branch, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So when Trump sits there and tells Pam Bondi, "Hey, I need you to investigate," I think it was Lisa Cook or Letitia James, whatever it was. You don't think that that's not corrupt for Donald Trump to sit there for a political opponent? And namely, Lisa Cook was because of the Federal Reserve. She was voting against his inflation rates. In fact, it was only a mere few days after the Fed notes came out for July 29th, I think, to the 30th, where she ended up getting charges brought forth against her. But you don't think that that's lawfare? Trump going against his political opponents?
No, I don't see anywhere where he actually said anything to Pam Bondi. You're looking at a True Social post, and then what you said is, that kind of seems like a text message. I think he was trying to text it to her. That's you taking something and editorializing it to make it into evidence that it's not. What we do have is Trump openly saying, this woman clearly committed a crime, and we clearly want to go after her for it. He sees the government that was weaponized against him. Keep in mind, the first time a president has ever had his home raided or charges against him was when the previous administration did it to him. They weaponized government against him. Now, whether that's corruption or not, I'm not here to argue that. I'm just saying,
well,
that
no, we're here
happened
to
under
argue
Trump.
corruption. I mean,
I'm
that's
not
what
going
we're
to
here
make
to
that
argue.
argument, because that's just a proximity argument, and you're the one arguing the lack of standard of proximity. I'm saying they
You
tried to
made
weaponize
proximity
against
arguments
him,
for Obama and
all
everybody
of those
else.
charges were dropped. All of those charges did not go through. Everything the Biden administration charged against Trump ended up being dropped. A lot of it was because they illegally appointed Jack Smith. That was the Florida case that got thrown out. The other one, they had to go back and rewrite the charges because the charges were illegal and they went against Supreme Court ruling. They refiled them again late and they got dropped. So everything that they did against Trump for January 6th, in your standard of just proximity and weaponization of government, fits it. And you're basically saying Biden weaponized the DOJ more than Trump has. But I'm not even making that argument.
I don't
I'm
know.
using an
I don't know if I made that
standard
argument.
that we have proven, that we have sworn under oath, that we have evidence for, which was the weaponization of government under the Obama administration to spy
Under
on the
the
Trump
Obama
campaign,
administration,
to spy
but
on
your
the Trump
own
campaign.
standard of proof that it's amazing to me when we sit here and you're trying to rebut my argument and you're saying that, it's just a proximity, we'd only have a True Social post and this and that, and you're expecting Donald Trump to actually have a handshake deal. But now you're using the same argument to try to say that the Biden DOJ is corrupt. That's what makes me so baffled by this is that I'm fine sitting here saying, look, if you think that corruption can take place under the Biden administration. Fun fact, I didn't vote for Biden, by the way. Sad mistake. But anyways, yeah. So I have no problem saying that Biden might be corrupt. I said in my opener, you could probably make the argument that there was corruption even under Obama, under Bush, Clinton. There's probably been some level of corruption simply because of the fact that there are certain people that, again, it is in essence a quid pro quo, where a president is trying to receive certain political favors. You could maybe make the argument that Joe Biden probably, where is the direct, maybe you need a direct connection, but I don't. Again, I just don't see where the consistency. I don't see your consistency. I have no problem calling out Biden corruption.
I hope the audience does instead, and we'll probably have to wrap all those extra points up in the conclusion. I have a few written down that I want to get back to, but again, the stage was set. When you see Democrats with their NGOs, Joe Biden, the Inflation Reduction Act that was packed full of climate change reform, put $20 billion into Democrat NGOs that were just full of Democrat staffers. Stacey Abrams made hers less than a year
I want to
ago.
preface this. Do you think this is an example of corruption?
No, I think this is an example of proximity. If we're just going to argue the proximity speculation argument, the Democrats are still worse there too. Joe Biden pushed out $20 billion under that to Democrat-led, Democrat-owned, and NGOs, many of which had just popped up out of nowhere, full of Democrat staffers.
I'm confused
meant to fight
on this.
vague things like climate
Because
justice.
you're saying that you're using my proximity argument to argue for why Joe Biden. I want you to use your own argument. I want to know when you're using your own standard, because you can't use that then if that's not what you believe.
I have multiple times. I gave you instances of members of the Democrat Party or of Obama's administration that worked for him, that briefed him on this daily, taking the Steele dossier, something that was falsified opposition research funded by the Clinton campaign and backed by Russian intel operatives. They went to Russia to investigate this. They worked with Russian assets that were friendly to the Russian government to fill this thing up with unverified rumors, not a single of which has been proven, even though they offered $1 million to anyone that could prove anything in this dossier. And then they used their contacts inside the intel agencies and inside the FBI to start an investigation to push this fake dossier, to use it to get FISA warrants, to use it to wiretap Trump's campaign, to use it to all sorts of nefarious ends, push it into intel reports, giving it legitimacy, allowing the news reporters to report on it, allowing politicians to use it to subvert the election. All of it was fabricated. None of it was true. And we have tons of whistleblowers and evidence to back this up. It's all been on the record. It's all verified under oath. Several investigations have happened. People have gone to jail for it. People have been fired for it. These intel agencies admitted
But I
it happened.
I can't use Trump putting on True Social to instruct his DOJ to go
You
after
can use
somebody.
it all you want, but until Dell admits that, you know, something untoward happened here, it's shit arguments is what I'm trying to
What's
tell you.
baffling me is you can create this like 15 dot on the map story, which again doesn't show your own standard of direct connection. But I could sit here and say, here's Trump saying, go buy Dell computers of stock I own. Here's Donald Trump. I have 2 dots on the map. You've got 15 to try to prove 1 point, and there's strings behind it. And again, I'll bring up one other example because I know we're getting close to wrapping up. Maybe you'll like this one, the Qatari jet. We can talk about that. On April 30th, Trump organization had a golf club opening in Qatar. That was on April 30th. And then guess what? May 11, 2025, a jet arrangement was made public. May 14th, they signed an agreement to give $1 billion in drones. Then it was 3 days later. A day later, the UAE framework on advanced technology cooperation was signed by the Trump administration and authorized by the Commerce. Then September 29th, we had American security guarantee given to Qatar. So they gave Trump a nice fancy, you know, just a smooth couple $1 billion plane, which by the way, we're still retrofitting. And now they get the American security. They're going to get this American security guarantee. They're also opening up a Trump golf course in Qatar. I mean, they got the Trump organization is making out like a bandit here.
What's that have to do with Trump? He doesn't actually have any affiliation with the organization now that he's president. That's run by his kids.
What does it have to do with Trump? I don't know. Maybe that Trump.
I can't even talk about Obama's CIA director, but you can talk about Trump's family that isn't even involved in his administration.
Your standard is that I mentioned.
Oh, brother.
I want to remind, and you can rewind this. When I said about Trump and Pam Bondi, you said, well, Pam Bondi doesn't read the message. So, you know, that doesn't prove corruption. Okay. I've got Trump saying, here's a stock ticker and here's my financial disclosures. I think that's a pretty open and shut case of a president trying to benefit themselves. Oh, but guess what? That's owned by a brokerage. So now Trump's involved. But your standard is, let me show 15 points on a board. By your own standard, I can never meet your standard.
I mean,
that's what's insane to me.
I have plenty of examples.
It's an impossible standard.
Plenty of examples here where things met my standard. I just gave you a long list of them. And
the proximity argument that I've been arguing from the beginning.
You have been arguing the proximity argument. When I met you with it, you brought up stocks 4 different examples.
So I'm
I
confused.
already pointed out to you
the proximity standard, or is your standard a direct standard? I don't know what your standard is.
Multiple times. Well, if you let me finish a sentence, maybe you wouldn't be so confused about my argument.
Because
here.
one minute you're using a proximity, the next you're using a direct standard.
Again, if you let me finish the sentence, you wouldn't be confused about my arguments here. That way, you'd also be able to address things like when you brought up stocks 4 times, and I pointed out that Trump has zero control or say in the stocks that his blind trust buys. You're still using it as an example of Trump corrupt because you don't have real examples. But my argument is an actual proven standard that warrants at least an fair investigation. There's no way you can allocate. There's no police out there going after Trump for these things. There's none. It doesn't exist. You're just theory it and ignoring the reality, which is Trump does not buy and sell his own stocks. Trump can't even coordinate with the people that buy and sell his stocks. So if Trump's blind trust buys stocks because public knowledge is out there, they have the same advantage as everybody else. You're claiming there's some connection there that's not proven.
Would it not be better to do what every
corruption.
other president has done and sit there and divest from those investments and pause
That's not
his
what every
investments?
president. Joe Biden did the same thing with the blind trust with his assets.
But blind
Barack Obama did
let
the
me-
sait with a blind
would
trust.
you
Every politician
wait,
does
do you
the
think that's
same
corrupt? Wait, do you
thing.
think with the Biden thing with it, would you say then that if Biden were to sit there and coordinate with the matter of fact, you've kind of made this argument when you talk about Russia and Burisma, where he's got. Would you agree the kickback for $5 billion or whatever that number was to the Biden
No,
family?
we didn't get any proof that Joe Biden actually took any of that money.
Okay,
So that's why I'm not using that as my example.
So here's the funny thing when we talk about investigations. It's funny because BlackRock invested towards Donald Trump's ballroom, and conveniently enough, an SEC investigation into investment advisors was dropped. We also had Coinbase, which notoriously has worked closely with Donald Trump's crypto earnings. Their the SEC dismissed charges against them. Meta Platform, the CFPB investigation was dropped. FTC investigation dropped. NLRB cases dropped. And then we also had the pardon of Changpeng Zhao as well. But again, none of this is actually showing that Trump, by your standard, had actually called him up. So I
by the legal standard, not my standard.
By this standard, no president in history can be corrupt.
That's not true, and I gave you plenty of examples. How you keep just ignoring my
You keep
argument
using a
and
different
making something
standard.
up that I'm not saying. No, I'm using the legal standard. When we know Trump does not control his own stocks, you bringing up his stocks for 4 of your 6 examples and saying his blind trust brought stocks, and then something happened with those stocks that was public knowledge. Proof of corruption, no actual conversation needed, no actual corruption needed. The fact that Trump makes money is corruption to you, and when he loses money, it's also corruption to you because everything Trump does is corruption to you.
Can you explain then why a president would feel the need and urgency then when they're talking about Palantir to include the stock ticker for Palantir? What would be the necessity to do so?
I don't know or care.
You don't know. I mean, I've got a very easy
It could
explanation.
be 100 explanations for it. It's not a story I really followed that much. At the end of the day, I don't have to prove not corruption. You have to prove corruption as the affirmative, and all you're asking me to do is disprove your theory that you've yet to prove.
Well, I've proved it by, again, the preponderance of evidence, and I've already mentioned as well that corruption doesn't have to be inherently illegal. And I've even said that when we talk about Donald Trump and the numerous times in which he has directly stated what to do, someone does it, and then we have a direct link between Dell and this. I've provided Letitia James and Lawfare. And what you have gone and done is then you sit there and say, well, I give you my standard. It's proximity. I'm like, wait, I thought it, but then when I sit here and bring up proximity, you go, no. Trump hasn't even, there's not a recording of Donald Trump having an exchange of hand and an exchange of here. And then you give like this tighter standard when I present it. I feel like this is like a double standard here.
No, I'm giving you examples of Democrat presidents that have done the same thing you're alleging and saying that's not corruption either. When Obama took millions of dollars from Monsanto and then went around the world pushing U.S. trade on other countries, specifically Monsanto products, I did not say that was corruption. I said, okay, that's politics as usual. That's why they donated to him. He said he was going to expand U.S. trade in particular sectors. They're one of the biggest firms in those sectors.
Why are we bringing this up if you don't believe that this is an example of corruption?
Because I'm showing you, you keep accusing me of a double standard. That's why, because you're smearing me instead of addressing my argument, because the argument you have is shit, and you feel like character attacks are the only route you have left.
Again, exposing a double standard is not necessarily a character attack, but I digress. I mean, again, when we talk about this, when you talk about Obama and the
Wait a minute. It's not necessarily a character attack. Wasn't there? I'm just going. So I couldn't.
You're good. No, I mean, look. At the end of the day, I came up, and I didn't even get into Freedom 250 versus America 250 and that whole debacle there. Which again, I would encourage anybody to go look at it. Is quite intriguing what's going on there. Freedom 250 versus America 250, essentially a nonprofit, which I know we love to talk about NGOs from the right. A nonprofit that was a Trump ally essentially opened up a nonprofit called Trump 250. This was a Democrat. There was a Democratic committee, I think an Interior Department or something like that, that released a report that showed, in essence, there was committee members being moved around to more pro-Trump favors. We saw this initially when we saw some of the artists wanting to get out of the July 4th celebration, and they were felt misled. There's even allegations in this report, and again, there's strictly allegations made in the report by the Democrats that there was potential wire fraud committed within that. And also, I encourage you to go look. If you look at the new IRS cards, by the way, that Donald Trump has been trying to put out by via Secretary Bessent, there's a little thing called Freedom 250 on that little Social Security card. That is Donald Trump, or rather a Trump-aligned nonprofit that's their verbiage. You also, the little banners that you've seen on the different governmental buildings on the, I think it was the State Department, you could see a little circular logo at the bottom. There was also allegations in there that they coerced certain park officials to wear a Freedom 250 pin versus America 250. And it's important to say this last bit. America 250 was congressionally approved funds back in 2016. Freedom 250 was opened last year. And there was allegations that they are funneling money from America 250 to Freedom 250, and that some Trump-aligned sponsors are wiring money through Trump 250 to essentially benefit Trump.
I'm going to give you 30 seconds to a minute to respond, and then we're gonna go to super chats and then closings. So go ahead and respond. You have about 30 seconds to one.
Okay, so if you go through the list of all the allegations that he made, even if we grant all of them, which I'd say most of them are stupid, ignore how actual stock trading works when you're in office. Even if we grant all these pale into comparison as to what I'm defining the Obama administration did. Obama was briefed on it. He was privy to it. His top officials were doing it. That gets dismissed as, oh, it's a proximity argument. Doesn't actually dispute any of the points. I brought up several. Well, actually, I'll get the rest of my closer.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, in that case, boys, we got a couple super chats here before we go to closings. At Horse God says for $2 is Hunter Biden profiting for Burisma corruption. We talked about that in depth. I don't know if we need to go back over that again. Is Echo 5 Sierra 1775 for $5 says, does being a political opponent of Donald Trump make you immune from criminal prosecution? Thoughts?
Well, say that again.
Does being a political opponent of Donald Trump make you immune from criminal prosecution?
No, oh, so this probably addresses me. No, I mean, I wouldn't sit there and necessarily say that in and of itself makes you immune from prosecution. And to be clear, what I have laid out in corruption is again, and part of my definition is that you have to be in some kind of a situation of authority, right? And so Donald Trump going in, instructing his DOJ to go after his political opponents because they didn't issue a rate hike, or well, rather it's with Letitia James. And again, Letitia James prosecuted Donald Trump. Again, that connection is what makes it corrupt. If the DOJ was not instructed by Donald Trump, you wouldn't have the corruption there because you would just have a DOJ that's necessarily investigating. Now, you could have corruption in the DOJ if one of the DOJ officials maybe had some kind of a political motive for personal gain. You could probably have some of that, but generally it relies upon Donald Trump and with the actual push of the investigation.
That was a lot. I'll give you 30 seconds to respond.
I missed all. I was
all right. Fair enough. Then that's easy. Then no time for you to respond. All right, boys. So we're gonna go to closings. Then we all both have 5 minutes. Who was first? Was it?
You opened first.
You opened first. So that looks like you're opening the closings first. You got 5. Whenever you're ready, go.
Okie dokie. So Vince said that I have two standards here, but again, for every single example he asked me about, I either dismissed it as silliness or gave him an equivalent of Democrats doing the same things. He kept bringing up Trump pushing Dell. I brought up Solyndra, how Obama was out there pushing solar, investing hundreds of $millions into Solyndra that was donating back to his campaign, tens of thousands of dollars. I didn't view it as corruption then. I don't view it as corruption now. I went to Biden, student loan forgiveness. We were talking about Trump interpreting laws a certain way, getting it wrong, going to the courts and getting slapped down. He said that is inherently corruption. I brought up instances of Biden doing it over and over and over again. He didn't even know how many there were. When I did bring it up, he said, no, that's not corruption. I'm giving you examples of Democrats doing very similar things in the same line of precedent as Trump and saying, I didn't view it as corruption then. I don't view it as corruption now. I purposely left Hunter Biden out of my argument because we did not have the proof that that money made its way all the way up to Joe Biden. I left it out because it's not a good argument because I'm arguing a factual standard. Now let's go into the FBI investigation that I kept getting interrupted on. We know Peter Strzok did not have any intelligence when he opened the investigation Crossfire Hurricane. We know that he was a Democrat operative that was communicating with the DNC, took their false report and forced it into FISA warrants by lying to the FISA courts about the validity of it. We know that they took a CIA email saying Carter Page was an intelligence asset. They falsified it. Somebody went to jail over that and used that to get FISA warrants against Carter Page. So they took lied to the FISA court and used that to get a wiretap into the Trump campaign when they were running for president. They also took these these false reports and worked them into the presidential briefing. James Comey did that, and James Clapper worked it into an intelligence briefing to give it legitimacy so that it could be reported by the news as something that was happening. Then the entire Democratic Party, as well as the Obama administration, repeated these lies, got on board. For 4 straight years, we saw the Democratic Party in a YouGov poll say that the majority of Democrats said that Russia hacked our voting machines to insert millions of illegal votes to give a false election. Democrats dog whistled that talking point for years. Russia hacked our election. Russia hacked our election. That's why a majority of Democrats believe that Russia hacked voting booths for 4 years straight. They sued the DNC, the Democratic Party as a whole, endorsed by Obama, sued Trump over Russian collusion, something that they knew they made up. They were giving their own lie legitimacy by suing. The lawsuit got thrown out because there was no evidence to back it. This entire thing was fabricated. They used it to weaponize the FBI. They used it to weaponize intel agencies, and it resulted in 3 years of investigation where they dragged Trump through the mud, lied about him, used it to subvert elections. That is the most blatant corruption, and every example you gave was speculation. Now, you could be right. We could get those investigations when Democrats win the House. We could see a quid pro quo come up long term. You could be correct in the future. We aren't there yet. So you are speculating based off of your thoughts and ignorance to how stocks work. When a government official has stocks, it goes into a blind trust. There are no allegations or evidence or investigations into Trump violating that and coordinating with his blind trust. So the 4 examples out of your 6 that you brought up were just you not understanding how politicians trade stocks while in office. And it's been completely dispelled. You never addressed it. At the end of the day, most of my arguments didn't get addressed. You just went around them and kept going back to your talking points, which I think were kind of crap. So that's all I got.
Well, that's fantastic. Where can they find you?
Oh, Average Debate Enjoyer on YouTube, Average Debate Enjoyer on X. And, everyone also give Vince, this is my last time to talk, give Vince a round of applause. He came in here hot as the opposition. We respect the hell out of that. Thank you for coming.
Yes. We'll get plenty of applause in a second. Thank you so much. All right, let's go to you, Vince. You're closing. You got 5 minutes and go.
So here's the funny thing about this is that, it's funny because I vaguely remember Donald Trump using an untraditional kind of blind trust in which his children manage that blind trust. And I think it's incredibly interesting how we've got direct evidence. You have to take 15 steps. I can sit here and say, hey, here's Donald Trump buying or his brokerage, because I forgot we have to play by a different standard, or his brokerage getting certain stocks. And by the way, there's individual purchases as well. Nonetheless, it had stock purchases and then has all of a sudden says Palantir, great company, and then uses their stock ticker. Why else would he use a stock ticker if you weren't interested in trying to boost their stocks? I don't know how much more corrupt it can get. I just know that when we have a Democratic president, this standard is going to shift. It shifts every time. Whenever a Republican comes into office, namely Trump, there is this idea that, and again, Tyler laid this out, and I still can't quite understand it because I'm showing Trump says this, then does this. Okay, he's got a Qatari jet. Well, that's not good enough. Oh, well, Pam Bondi doesn't have True Social apparently. And it's just wild that I have to kind of find a video evidence, and then he's able to draw 15 dots on a map about Ukraine and Burisma and this and that. And by the way, that 15 points is in a way driven to try to exacerbate a one topic issue. I want to be very clear. That's one topic. There's 15 points to that one topic. I have provided a host of different topics, from the Qatari jet to Dell to Palantir to the pardons to the the reflecting pool to all of his political prosecutions, every single one of them. And again, I have no problem. I never said that Obama wasn't corrupt. Rewind the tape. I think Obama could be corrupt. I actually have conceded this numerous times. Obama could be corrupt. Biden could be corrupt. Bush can be corrupt. The argument here isn't whether or not these presidents are corrupt. That's not the debate. The debate is whether or not Trump is the most corrupt. And one example of some kind of Russiagate or some kind of Burisma scandal, that's 2 points. I've got about 15 in right here alone. But again, that's where I'll land. It's been a great pleasure debating you. I'm The Vince Wilson Show. You can find me at The Vince Wilson Show on X. You can find me on YouTube, Twitch, and even TikTok is where I am usually. I want to say it has been a great debate, Tyler. I look at these things more like an MMA debate in a lot of ways. We kind of just go tit for tat and kind of, square up. But it's been a pleasure, and I want to thank everybody for allowing me to be up here.
Well, thank you so muus. We appreciate it. Can we get a round of applause for our debaters here? They were outstanding. Very good, very good, very good. I enjoyed that very much. I got one more super chat before we move on. We got a horse. Well, y'all are good. We got Horse God says for $5. Congress performs better on the stock market. Anyone with common sense knows it's from insider trading. Many use blind trust example of corruption. I would have let them answer that, but we will be moving on here in a moment. Actually, guys, we have a couple things. First, thank y'all so much for the super chats. We need them. We love them. Big fans. Y'all are helping us out a lot. You can donate in any of our channels. We appreciate it greatly. What we have now, though, is a special event thing. We have a commentary team that's going to be watching these debates all day and listening in, and they are going to be commenting on some of the stuff from earlier, as well as hyping up our main event here in a moment. So without further ado, let me go to Mr. Glenn Lawrence.
Yo, welcome everybody. It's your boy Glenn Lawrence, and I'm with Glenn's Angels, right? You heard of Charlie's Angels, but my Angels are better, all right? So, ladies, tell me, what have you guys thought about the debates thus far?
Oh, they've been really good. They've been amazing. I really enjoyed the debate around modesty. And I also really enjoyed the debate with Taylor.
Yeah,
It was so good. It was so good. The last one was amazing.
that one was really good. What about you?
Passion. Oh, I love the passion, and like it got really heated a couple of times, but everybody was able to kind of remain respectful. So I'm new to all of this, but I was able to still keep up with all of this. So passion really brought me in. Maybe want to dig in deeper to all the discussion. So I'll definitely be back.
So let's interview our most recent two debaters. We got Vince. We got Vince coming over here. We got Vince coming over here right now for his post-debate briefing. So, Vince, tell us what. Hold on, let's get you in here. Oh, like this, and get you over here. Over here. We gotta get all right here. There we go. So, Vince, tell us what do you think about the debate? Where do you think his strengths were? And where did you feel that he probably maybe had a little bit more on you?
Yeah, no, I think that it went really well. I think that Tyler really or Average Debate Jordan did a really good job at trying to really present these arguments. I could tell he was definitely well researched in those areas, and I admire that. I think when you get into a debate, it's important to come with research. It'd be nice. I like to face opponents that don't do their research because it makes it a little bit easier. But I will say I think Tyler did his research quite well.
What would you say an area that you would want to improve in on your argument?
Yeah, no, I sometimes I get a little locked in too much, and by getting locked in like that, I tend to kind of almost get too focused on trying to find the rebuttal and not really listen, and kind of more listen to respond than actually listen to understand.
Yeah.
And that kind of can affect it quite a bit when you're trying to do these debates. So
awesome. Well, thank you for coming.
Thank you,
up,
man. I appreciate it. Thank you all so much.
Can you send Tyler over here? All right, my Israeli. All right, so ladies, what did you think about Tyler's argument? What did you think about it?
I loved it. I loved it. You're spot on.
Oh,
I
thank
agree
you.
with you 100%.
Oh,
I agree with you.
stop.
I didn't get to see
No,
a
don't
whole lot
stop,
of
don't
it,
stop.
but when I did hear you have a lot of passion, so I was able to really kind of dig into a couple of other topics and from what you said. So it was very respectful, very passionate. I want to see you just.
All right, yeah. You could be my 173rd subscriber. So, Tyler, I'm asking you, like I asked him, what do you think was his strongest point in his debate, and what do you think the area that you felt like you could have improved on?
Oh, well, a lot of the foreign overseas stuff he was bringing up was good. I thought the tax or the Trump trading argument, I countered very well with how the laws and structure actually works around that. But he hit me with a couple really good arguments of overseas. And as soon as I heard those, I'm like, damn, I don't have a good response to those. So my plan there was to obfuscate, kind of throw up a smoke screen and give different examples, not address them so much because they were good. Trump isn't my favorite person in the world. So sometimes being honest and defending him, don't go, mix like oil and water.
Awesome. Well, thank you for coming, my friend. You did such a good job.
All right.
I voted for you this time.
Oh, stop it, you guys. Stop. Is that?
That's it. Okay. So, ladies, you guys are watching all the debates. You said the modesty one was your favorite one. Why was that one your favorite one so far?
I think it had good back and forth, but it was the one that made me go, if my husband likes my outfit, everyone else can just F off.
Yeah.
So it made me do it that way.
And this is what I told Jake too. I said, like, look, if let's just say your cleavage is showing, right? And I came up to you and told you to cover up. but your husband told you to put that outfit on, then if you listen to me, then you will not be submitting to your husband. You will be submitting to another man, and then that would cause a division within the household.
And there's a chance you get punched in the mouth.
That's
You
true.
know?
I don't want to get punched. Like, I can take a punch, but I've seen that man, and I do not want to get punched by that man. Okay? Like, leave with your outfit's fine. All right? This is a great outfit. I'm glad you picked it out. Glad you picked it out.
You did. You proved.
What about you? What did they think of?
I have to agree. I think that was probably one of my favorites. I heard a lot of passion from both of those people as well during that, but it still remained respectful. And yeah, I have to say, your husband, a lot of people didn't know. I was in denial about that from my own experience, but your husband can be the most dangerous man that a woman can know. So you have to protect yourself, but then at the same time, us ladies, we're all conditioned, you want to submit. So it's a balance.
Let me get into this. Like, what is showing too much skin? Like, what would be too inappropriate? Would you guys think for women? Like going out in public, what would be too much? Like,
I would say, would you walk into a daycare center and teach like that and feel comfortable?
that's a good standard. Like, so would you walk into like a preschool dressed the way that you are? If you're not willing to walk into a preschool like that, you probably shouldn't walk out in public like that. So
would you go to meet the teacher night like that and feel comfortable? Because there's a lot of women who they would, in certain outfits, but really reel it in. You have to check yourself and would you feel comfortable.
Yeah, so then it's more contextual, right? Like the outfit needs to be contextual. Like if you're at a beach, I expect you to see women in bathing suits, two pieces, even like thong bikinis, because like that's a beach, right? I don't expect to see a woman in a thong bikini in a grocery store. Like that's like not the right context.
Unless they're like a half a mile from the beach, maybe.
Yeah.
I've seen it.
Yeah.
Like the mall, you can watch, and you can see women that are dressed really appropriately, but malls are typically family oriented.
Yeah.
Right? You probably shouldn't show up to the mall in your sports bra and a pair of teeny tiny little volleyball shorts.
Yeah.
It's just not appropriate. There's kids' play areas, there's kids' stores, and things like that. But at the end of the day, it's a decision with what you want to wear.
Yeah.
Right? And you reap the consequences for that. Someone might say something to me that's inappropriate completely, but there's rarely do you see very inappropriate kind of outfits.
Do you think that like maybe some of the guys that are like talking about like a woman's like clothing or whatever is more virtue signaling to other men? Like I'm more modest than you since you're checking her out.
I think there's a whole lot of purity testing on both sides.
Yeah.
Just for different things. So just depending on, what side you line up on. There's other purity testing with the non-modesty thing. I'm gonna wear what I want. No one can stop me. I do what I want. That type of thing.
Yeah.
And that's virtue signaling in itself.
That is.
And then on the opposite side, you've got the men that are like, I'll walk up to a lady on the street and tell her to put her tips away. And that's also kind of that
It's
virtue
finding the
signaling
balance
thing.
between modesty and at home, and maybe I don't feel like women are really taught what modesty is.
And I guess what the question is, what would you say modesty is today? What does it look like? Is it dress, or is it the way you carry yourself? Because I mean, I've known girls that are like church girls and they dress very modest, but they act very immodest, so what is like, how would you define modesty for like women today, like to kind of understand?
I think it depends on also like the time period, right?
Yeah.
Modest, like you're saying today, it means something different than it did 100 years ago.
Yeah, like, a lot of these guys are like, oh, we want to go back to the 1950s. And I'm like, oh, great. Playboy was going around and we had pinup models, right? Like is that the level of modesty that you want? Because, I mean, I'm fine with that.
Well, and today you have, episodes on Paw Patrol and, Titans are like shaking the butt.
Yeah,
and like, that's super normal. And so, like, me as a mom, I'm not used to seeing stuff like that walk across the room and you see that and you're like,
Paw Patrol twerking?
That makes you feel some kind of way, but then your kids are like, oh, it's fine, so modesty is definitely ever changing.
Let me ask you guys about the feminism debate. Did you watch that one?
Yes.
What did you think about the feminism debate?
I really liked that debate. I think Taylor did a really great job.
I thought so too.
She really stood for specific things that I think women should stand for a lot more often. Instead of just embrace your sexuality, embrace who you are, and just do whatever you want. Sometimes do whatever you want is the way to protect someone's feelings, right? But it's not the way to set them on a wonderful path forward. right? You're setting them up for failure by protecting their feelings. So I think it's something that women specifically should talk about a lot more often.
When I have this conversation about feminism, right? Do you guys think that like feminism has been a net negative for women in society?
I think it's
history?
absolutely been a net negative for women and children in the way that it's gone now, because we're encouraging women, instead of using their childbearing years
Yeah.
to bring forth new life. And
Yeah.
the most rewarding thing you can do is to raise children.
Yeah.
And instead of putting that at the forefront of society, we've made that seem like, oh, you're just a
Yeah, like
just a mom.
being a mom was like enough, right? So, what would you say like has been like the worst part about feminism today, or just like society?
Honest, feminism and as a topic of discussion for me at my house is very new. I don't really understand it. I'm new to all of it and really what it's supposed to mean as a mom and in society. So for me, feminism is like you are a woman and you have roles, but you're still supposed to like feed the inner child. And it's about balance. So if you can't find the balance and you're not really taught, then society takes off 6 years old to all of this modest impressions and which and then you fall on. It's really hard to find out, where you are. And then being a boy mom, I'm having to teach my boys, how to respect women, how to respect mom, how to respect, and I do that for myself at the same time. So it's really tricky, but I feel like with technology today, there's enough resources to figure it out.
So you're a boy mom. Are you a boy mom? Mm-hmm. All right. So this is an interesting question because as both of your moms, sons, do you think that you need to give your sons warnings about women today? Like how women behave? Because we always give our daughters warnings, like stay away from that bad boy, like stay away from that asshole, right? And we tell our sons, hey, you need to treat women a certain way, right? But never do we hear parents telling their daughters, you need to treat a man a certain way and stay away from that woman, right? That type of woman could be bad for you. Do you think that there's like maybe not enough of that conversation going around because of feminism to our circles?
That's exactly right. Yeah, that's exactly right. Feminism has morphed from being about embracing feminine qualities, the things that make you feminine, and is instead turned into get rid of the feminine qualities and make everyone masculine, right?
Yeah.
You have to be a boss babe. You have to go get your bag.
Even the moms have to kind of be their husbands sometimes.
We've set up society in a way where even most people that would choose to be a stay-at-home moms don't have the ability to do that in society because feminism has pushed women into the workforce so much. You must go to college. You must go to college. If you graduate high school and you get married and you have kids, you're a loser.
Yeah.
Right? And that's just not the case. The most rewarding thing that you could ever do in life is have and raise children.
Like I say,
And
men and
it's not
women.
easy when you're in your late 30s. It's not easy like it is when you're in your 20s.
No, I say men and women are perfect complements to each other, right?
Exactly right.
The things that she could do that you can't do, you should praise that.
That's right.
And the things that he could do that you can't do, you should praise that. So it's just like, okay, being a mom is an amazing job. It is so rewarding. You get to see it every day you're born. They're taking their first steps. They're saying the first words, right? Like, they're writing their name. Like, you don't want to squander that time or lose that time because you were working for someone that when you can sit at home.
And ultimately outsourcing your child care
Yeah.
and your ability to parent your children and raise them the way that you know is best for them to another woman.
Yeah,
right?
it's
You're
like
not gonna outsource that to
you're-
another woman.
you're telling someone else-
She loves them as much as you do.
You're telling someone else, hey, raise my kid for me. Like, I just want to be
As
like,
patient as I would be.
Yeah.
And love them
And I'll
as
be
much as
mad
I
at you
do.
if you're not.
Right.
and then that's how kids end up getting diddled and, hurt and they get bad, just sad. Exactly. So our next debate, our final debate, is God real? Right?
I'm gonna like that one.
So we have my friend Flo, who is agnostic, and then my other friend, Father Joseph, who is an Orthodox priest, debating is God real. So what is the argument that you're going to be looking to listen for, like from either one of the debaters? Like, what do you think is like you want to hear this argument laid out? What would you say that is?
I kind of went on a journey with a long journey, right? I went on a long journey, and I was raised Catholic, I left the church promptly as soon as I was confirmed. I was like, I'm out of here, right? I'm done.
Got baptized and she's gone.
Yeah, I was like, I'm done, right? I did what my parents wanted me to do. I'm over it. Because I had questions that my tiny, small Catholic church just couldn't answer. And I didn't realize, no, there's so much bigger things and you can reach out to other sources. So I'm really excited to hear Foxfield's talk. I'm not listened to an Orthodox priest at least. So I'm excited for that, to hear that from a Catholic perspective and see kind of what argument he lays out. I did return to the Catholic Church about 5-6 years ago. So I'm excited to hear. I've been kind of looking into Orthodoxy, so I'm excited to hear him talk about Eastern Orthodoxy, to see kind of where the differences line up and maybe which side I ultimately fall on.
Awesome. What about you?
Well, spirituality or religion for me has been an ongoing journey. My parents were pretty religious growing up. They didn't make it like a strict situation. So I personally kind of started my journey again a month ago consistently. So I'm curious to, I didn't know about it till just now. So the questions I'm thinking of, like, I don't know why, but for me, I need like facts, like timelines, find things to kind of, to resonate. So I'd be curious just to see what the topic is for that day that he seems like speaking on. And just kind of learning more about him and his history. So
Yeah, like I've had interviews with Father Joseph. Actually, I asked him 50 like embarrassing questions. So like I asked him, I was like, hey, is like, let's say you're having sex and you slipped into her ass, is that a sin? Is that he was like, it's never an accident, Glenn. I was like, yeah, man. I'm like, hey, I'm just wondering. I'm just asking for a friend here. I'm not saying I did anything, And then I was like, so polygyny, how many guys, like, how many wives? Like, he's like, I'm like, nowhere in the Bible does it say it's a sin. He goes, let's just not get into this. But like, Father,
So back to Mopsy.
yeah, he's one of like the most down to earth, priests. I think it's going to be a great conversation. I think Flo is going to challenge him to like, I need proof that God exists, that God is real. Like, how can you prove to me that God is real?
Like, that's what everybody's looking for. I'd be excited to hear archaeological
Yeah.
arguments. I'd be excited to hear fine-tuning arguments.
Yeah.
I always enjoy those arguments. I ended up coming back around to the Catholic Church through history and archaeology. I'm a lover of history. I'm a lover of archaeology. So we're tying in history and the early church fathers and apostolic succession is going to be a wonderful thing to be able to listen to from an expert, someone who's dedicated their life to Christ.
Exactly. So, you guys, stay tuned, because after the debate, we will actually be interviewing with Father Joseph and Flo State to actually talk about the debate topic, all right? So, ladies, thank you. Please go ahead and grab your seats. I'll be with you there shortly. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about ready for our main event. Our main event is now. We are waiting for the debaters to come on over here. Are they on a smoke break? How are they on a smoke break when I'm not on a smoke break? Why does everybody get breaks but me?
Listen here, I don't want to hear about not getting breaks, mother. If anybody gonna bitch about that, it's gonna be me.
The hardest working man have been me and Gibbs. All right. So I'm gonna go over to Gibbs. Gibbs, hold on. I'm coming over to you.
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Hold on. Yeah, I'm doing good too.
Yeah, I'm really pleased with how this has gone so far. I can't say thank you all enough for all the super chats. We appreciate it. It's been very helpful.
Keep them coming.
Yes.
Don't you stop. We are not appreciative enough of your super chats.
Yeah, listen, we love them. I will make sure we read them. We'll probably do a little bit slightly different on this one. What, 3 little like super chat spots, depending on how much y'all are donating. So donate more, make it happen.
All right, Joseph, I'm going to meet you over there.
Yes.
Over
So
there.
here in a brief moment, he'll be interviewing him. Yeah, Glenn, I got to say, I'm real pleased how the event's gone so far. Can't complain at all. Everybody has been fantastic. All the debates have been really good. We've had such a good variety, I think.
No, I think that, like, the debates have been so interesting. Each topic, like the last one, like the debate, like who's the most corrupt president since Reagan.
Yeah, it looks like on me or him?
Me?
No, you can't hear either.
Oh, you're not going to hear it on those headphones. You won't hear him on those headphones.
Okay, well, never mind. Good guys, check. Hopefully, I don't. The only time I don't have my chat pulled up to make double check. But yeah. So sorry, what were you?
I thought that was a really good debate.
Yeah.
The most corrupt president since Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, it was really good. I really enjoyed. Like I said, I've enjoyed all of them. They've all been very different. We had Wally and then Wally and Bones started off.
Yep.
LSP and Jake were good. Then we kind of we had the women, and that was really good with the feminism. And then we had kind of like a comedy almost a little bit debate.
It was a comedy debate.
Yeah, that was pretty good. I had my doubts. I'm going to be honest.
Okay, I want to ask you, where do you fall in Cleavage Gate?
Where do I fall on Cleavage Gate? Hopefully in it. I mean, I'm just saying. I don't know about the rest of y'all, but hey, I'm just saying. I don't know. No one's ever accused me of being too modest or something like that. No, I don't know. I really that was fun. I had my doubts about that one.
I thought it was still a good substantive,
but it was good. Yeah, it was substantive. It started off a little bit ticky tacky, but we got through it. And it was pretty fun.
So let me ask you this: what are you expecting from this next debate? This is our final debate. Father Joseph, is God real?
Okay,
right, with Flow State. I was talking to Abby. Abby was saying that she's looking for some historical timeline accounting, showing here, this is history, this is what we have documented, this is what we can prove. What do you think you're looking for in this debate?
Well, I tell you what, I mean, I've only briefly spoken to Father Joseph. We had a kind of a preview of Dusty earlier, Flow State.
Yep.
And then right after we just saw Vince and Tyler. And I think this is gonna be kind of similar to Vince and Tyler in one way. It's like styles make matchups. Vince is very got the rhetoric down, et cetera, et cetera. Tyler had the the analysis kind of thing with the stats and all this thing. And Vince came prepared, but Tyler is very much about the minutiae. So it was very good back and forth the styles. I think it's gonna be kind of similar in that regard, where it's, Flo is very witty, he's very quick on the one-liners, he's funny, versus I mean, I don't know much about Father Joseph, but he seems from the recons I've had have been very knowledgeable on the Bible. So I think he's gonna be able to get in depth. But it's kind of like the Roadrunner versus the Mountain. It's gonna be I think it'll be good.
It's gonna be interesting. This is a really good evangelistic tool,
right?
Coming from Father Joseph's side, right? If you want to share the gospel, this is the best way to learn how to talk to your friends that are probably non-believers, right? And formulate a good conversation with them. So this is for anybody that's interested in their faith and they want to share their faith. This would be a good conversation to observe, how to be able to answer those questions that are kind of difficult.
I mean, and also in addition to that, you and I were both talking how we might be the most degenerate ones here, and I think we're both the only ones with the religious degree, maybe at the whole thing this weekend, right? And so
besides Father Joseph,
maybe Father Joseph, obviously, but it's kind of
how crazy it is. You and I are the second and third runner up of the theology.
Yeah, I'm saying, and it's funny because we're sitting here talking about it, and it's when I look at this, I'm going, okay, how is this going to break down? I agree with everything you just said. I think that part of the thing with Christianity that a lot of people make the mistake of is you get more flies with honey than you do with vinegar, right? And so if you're going out there and damn, you go to hell, you're going to go to hell, this is bad. Maybe some people react better to the fear message, but I've witnessed many times that these people witness, and I'll even say sometimes the people that are the harshest witnesses against people for Christianity are maybe themselves actually not saved and they're rejecting it in some way. And I've had some interesting experiences with street preachers that are rage mode.
I've talked to Flo numerous times about God, right? And Flo will tell you, Glenn, I like your approach to it. You're not a Bible thumper. You're not beating me over the head with it. There's grace there. There's understanding, right? And I think what that's going to be interesting because I think Father Joseph is going to have the same approach, right? He's not going to try to Bible thump him and tell him you're going to hell, you poor sinner. He's going to be hey, let me show you this. Let me inform this to you. Let me open your mindset to this and see if you're willing to receive it. Not if you don't receive it, you're rejected. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. I mean, and one thing, and this is important, I'm looking at this from my Southern Baptist background, my Church of Christ growing up, right?
Yeah.
And so one thing is that they teach is one part about why you want to evangelize other people as a Christian is not maybe because you want to damn them or whatever, is because you don't want anybody to go to hell.
Exactly.
And being damnation is being away from God. So you want to bring them to God and make them feel better because you don't want to get to heaven and be the only one there. That doesn't sound very fun. So I mean,
it's funny.
You want to help people, really. That's the core of it. I think some people forget that.
A Christian rapper by the name of Andy Mineo said this to me one time. He goes, "You know I hang out with strippers and porn stars?" I was like, "Why?" He's like, "Because I may be the only Bible that they will ever see."
Well, that's what Jesus did too.
Yeah.
He hung out with Zacchaeus, the tax collector, who was the evil man, according to everybody. Hung out with the prostitutes. I mean, this is kind of who you should be witnessing to. If you're
I feel like witnessing the people that already agree with you, then you're just an echo chamber.
Yeah,
you're not saving souls. You're just sharing the same message. You're just repeating something.
Yeah, if you're at the preaching to the choir, there's literally why it's called preaching to the choir. You
yeah.
need to be going out there and talking to people like that's.
And how do you appeal to them? Like, don't you think like the best evangelistic tool is appeal to them, like befriend them?
Yeah, I mean, and also being able to relate. Like one of the preachers that I remember the most, he was a former professional bull rider. He used to be a total degenerate, like to rail lines, do crimes, all that good jazz. And guess what?
Did he do lines on strippers?
I don't know. He probably did them off bulls. Who knows? But I'm just saying, he really reached what came to me one day, and it just made me click. I'm like, okay. Someone you can relate to. I can't relate to all these straight edge. I've been a priest for 200 years.
Yeah.
I've been, my mama, she lived up in the era where everything was bad. Like I need someone with a little edge to him. A Father
Same here.
Burner, I know he used to be a boxer. Like he saw all this stuff. These are people that I've related to growing up. It's because they didn't damn you. They're like, oh, I was there where you are, and I got here. So come with me to see the light. I think that's a better tool.
Well,
And
you know what?
I hope to see some of that maybe.
I'm gonna go over there. I'm gonna
Sure.
interview them, and then I'm gonna send them your way.
All right.
All right.
I'll see you in a bit. All right, boys, as you just heard, we're going to be sending them on over to Glenn right now for the pre-fight interviews. And then we'll be back over here for our main event.
Orthodox priest. Yep. So, Father Joseph, your debate topic is God real?
Yeah.
Now, this is a topic that we've seen movies made after.
Yeah.
Like God's not dead, right? How important do you think this debate is? Not just for Flo and you having this conversation, but for the audience. What is the message you're trying to get out to the audience with this?
That
Yeah,
Father
good
Joseph will
question
probably
that
bring
you're
up some of the
asking,
history of
I
God.
hope it shows in my opening statement. Basically, it's not about just answering a person as to whether God is real. I believe that it's been a fundamental underpinning, especially of the 20th century, that even though we have seen so many amazing things scientifically, etc., that what's also come with it is propaganda. And so effectively, while there's been a lot of amazing things that we've learned about the universe and about our world, it's also been put with the side of nihilism. So it's basically been, don't notice that. What you really need to focus on is the fact that you're a monkey and God, the God's not real. Sex and drugs and pleasure is all that matters. And so that's, I think, the underpinning mentality in the 20th century. We're seeing that change now in the 21st. And so I think it may be ambitious on my part, but I want to punch the whole mentality.
What do you think is the biggest problem right now with like any type of Christian evangelist or apologist? Because I see a lot of bashing of I get destroying somebody's worldview, but I see it approach it's almost they're bashing them.
Yeah.
Right. And it's just how is that showing God's grace?
I don't think it is. And I would say that it is when you personalize it like that, you're really taking away from it. Because in the end, the source of all evil is the devil.
Yeah.
And so if you're trying to make it all about that person, then what ends up happening is the message that there is a propagandization of humanity, or at least Western humanity, etc. I don't want to be too overly specific. The point is that people who believe in this stuff a lot of the time, and I hope Flo's not offended here, but I tend to see people like that as victims because they have been taught this. I mean, we learn it in our schools, we learn it in the media, we learn it in all of our, pop culture, etc.
Yeah. It's interesting because I've had many conversations with Flo about religion, and Flo will tell you this. I don't have to. I can say this, but he can speak for himself on this. And he'll co-sign this. When it comes to talking about religion, he said I'm one of the few people he actually enjoys talking about religion to or Christianity with, because it's my approach. It's I'm not here to shame them or condemn them. I'm just telling them, hey, this is what I believe. This is what I think is in your best interest. You choose to do what you want to do. I'm not passing any judgment on you. That's not my place. I always go back to Genesis 3:16. God so loves the world, but everybody forgets Genesis 3:17. Where it says the Son of Man did not come here to judge the world, but to save the world. So to me, it's if Christ didn't come here to judge the world and he was sinless, who am I to judge the world and I'm sinful? Right? It's not my position. My position is to show the grace. And I think that's lost a lot in a lot of these debate topics. religion versus non-believers or this and that. Like, do you think that needs a change? You think there's a culture change around that?
Well, I think that definitely we need to have the conversation about what is proper and improper judgment when we are talking about evangelization. But like, so for example, if you remember the last debate I had with that guy with
on my show?
Yeah. But I want to get to a specific point because this is interesting. There was a point where I guess when he started flailing, where at one point he starts talking about like, well, if you don't recognize my marriage, that means we're all in fornication. But from my perspective, people have lost sight of Christ and have lost sight of even someone who claims to be a Christian of what is right and wrong.
Yeah.
The power of God itself. If you have lost sight of that, worrying about fornication seems like kind of misguided.
Yeah, it's like that's like something like you're missing the bigger picture here.
Yeah.
All right, well, Father Joseph, I'm going to go ahead and send you over to Gibbs. You can bring you over there, and then I'll be interviewing Flo here in just a moment. I look forward to the debate, sir.
All right, sounds good. I'm going to grab a tissue.
No problem. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Father Joseph. My next debater is Flo State. I know he just stepped out, so here he is. He's coming. He's coming. All right. How you doing, bro?
Good.
Ready for round two?
I'm ready for it.
All right. So you just heard Father Joseph. What do you think this debate's going to be about? Because I said him is like, hey, how do you this is a bigger message than just him talking to you, right? You have a whole audience, right?
Right.
And really, you're in the position of you're asking questions for people that are confused about religion, right? Like people that may want to believe, but they're just not there yet. Like, do you feel like the pressure, like you're kind of asking the right questions, like you need to challenge them with the right questions so they get the people's answers for them, like they can determine their own faith?
No, not really. I don't feel any responsibility or obligation to or for other people's spirituality. That's part of my issue with organized religion entirely, is that I think that it steps into, it moves out, men moving out of their lane.
Mm-hmm.
And so I hope that I ask the right questions and that people come away with new information, but I don't really feel like that's my burden. If I whiff the ball, then it's not.
Is your position like more like, hey, prove to me God is real, right? Or is it like, help me understand more?
It's more of a challenge of if you guys have a belief, and even though I know that you say it's not judgmental necessarily, and this is true of all religions, not just Christianity. If you believe that God is going to choose you to keep, but everybody else to scrap for parts, basically, that's a superiority position. I want to challenge that and say, okay, do you have actually a reason to feel that?
Well, what if I said it's not me judging you? Because I don't have the power to judge you on that, right? Like it's not I can't judge you.
Well, you think that if you believe that God will choose to scrap me, that's still your.
No, that's not me. Like I don't know what God's gonna do.
Do you believe in hell?
Yeah, because the Bible says you'll be surprised who you'll see in heaven. So I always say if I'm gonna be surprised what I see in heaven, Hitler might be up there. I thought maybe Hitler might be in hell.
Right.
So Hitler could be in heaven. How do I know who's gonna be in heaven? It's not my place to judge who's gonna go to heaven, who's not gonna go to heaven. Like to me, that's always a God decision, and it's not mine to even. It's out of
which is sort of a cop out.
It's above my pay grade, bro. It's above my pay grade. Like, I mean, if David could have an affair with Bathsheba, murder Uriah, and God still call him a man after his own heart, I haven't murdered nobody, and I mean, I do have.
I'm not going to press it rare.
But I think that you have a very interesting position, and I really look forward to you asking him these questions to kind of not necessarily gotcha questions, but asking him the tough questions.
I feel like something about me that's different from other people who would argue from my point is that a lot of atheists have a grudge, right? They were raised in Christianity and it affected them negatively in some way. I don't really have a grudge. I like Christians. I think that they're, like I said earlier, I was talking about.
Hold on. Can you say it again?
I don't have a grudge against Christianity.
Oh, because the rumor is that you hate Christians.
Who spread that?
Oh, those guys are like this.
Oh yeah, little guy. He owes me $100.
All right, so I'm gonna send you over there to Gibbs. Get ready for the final debate. Good luck.
Thank you.
I'll talk to you later. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go back to Gibbs at the main event. This is the finale, the final debate. And if you are still here after the video, And if you haven't gotten one of your t-shirts, make sure you come see me and get your own GRIDCON 2 shirt. $20, $20, make them holler. All right, get over here. And if you are watching and you want one, make sure you send a $20 super chat and your address, and we'll send them out to you. All right, back over to Gibbs.
All right, thank you so much, guys. That's right. We are going to be going live here for a second for the main event. As he said, make sure you get your super chats and your shirts in purchased right now. It's going to be amazing. You have a limited time. We're only going to be here until about 10 p.m. Now, that being said, I'm excited to begin this main event. We have the rules as we've gone over. It's going to be 5 to 7 minute, 5 minute overs with a 2-minute grace period afterwards. Then we're going to be doing about 15-minute periods. We're going to have one extra 15-minute period than the others, barring depending on super chat, volume. All right. Any questions from y'all? All right, it's time for the main event of the evening. We got Father Joseph versus the Powder Dusty, aka Flow State. For if there is a God, does God exist? All right, I'm ready. Who is going to be our affirmative? I'm assuming you are. All right, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
God is real. I'm tired of us pretending. Many people today, perhaps believe that the earth, the universe, and our reality is a result of random processes. We may claim some kind of morality, but deep down it's subjective. We've been taught since childhood, in our media, in our art, that we're nothing more than clever. And that all that matters ultimately is the fulfillment of personal. I'm here to show you what the truth is. We're not constant. We're creatures made by a creator living in the universe and screens. I assume everyone here has a cell phone. Your cell phone uses GPS to tell you where you are. But do you know what GPS requires? It requires extreme microscopic precision regarding space, time, and gravity. The technology in your pocket relies on the fact that our universe runs on precise laws. And the most fundamental of those, the expansion rate of space itself, what is called the cosmological constant, or lambda, is due to a degree of precision that defies imagination. Lambda, that's actually 10 to the 120 powers, so 10 with 120 right now. If that expansion force were different by even 1 part, 10 to the universe would have either blown apart before stars could form, or even collapsed on itself entirely. That number is so large, it exceeds the number of atoms in the entire observable universe. It's a bullseye in the dark. Scientists can't a mile away. But it doesn't stop. The strong nuclear force, the glue holding atoms together, is balanced by a knife edge of 0.5%. It was weaker by 5%, no elements that are heavier than hydrogen. Stronger than 0.5%, all hydrogen burns away instantly, meaning no water, no stars, no life, no you. Let's look at the carbon atom itself. An atheist astronomer named Fred Hoyle calculated that the energy level inside a carbon atom had to be precisely 7.65 million electron volts for stars to look up carbon. If it were off by a fraction of a percent, you wouldn't be sitting in this room. Hoyle looked at the math and said it was a put-up job, that a super intellect had monkeyed with physics. Now, my opponent and his fellow skeptics will hear these numbers that frankly make a lottery win look like a sure thing, and they'll shrug. They'll talk about epistemic uncertainty. They'll say we only have one universe. We don't know the probabilities. Maybe it's a random roll of the dice. But let's be honest about what that is. If you walked into a cave and found a fully functioning laptop plugged into a rock, glowing and running code, you wouldn't say, well, we only have one cave. We don't know the probability distribution of rocks. Maybe infinite tectonic plates over infinite time accidentally manufactured an Apple MacBook. Realistically, you'd look for the programmer. To avoid the programmer, the modern atheist has to invent a number of invisible, unobservable universes, for example, a multiverse. just so that they can claim we happen to win a cosmic lottery. They're willing to believe in infinite fairy tale dimensions rather than simply bow the knee to the creator. Perhaps my opponent likes this in a place of uncertainty, because uncertainty lets us off the hook. If you're uncertain, you don't have to obey. You don't have to repent. You don't have to recognize that your life is not your own. But the universe is not uncertain. The math is not uncertain. The moral law written on our hearts is not uncertain. We are blessed to live in an era where science itself has shown us evidence of the impossibility of the randomness of creation. In any other era besides the 20th century, such discoveries would have packed churches and had countless people drop to their knees in awe, repentance, and gratitude to their creator. Unfortunately, the 20th century also came with propaganda for atheism, materialism, and spiritual sloth, even as modern science discovered the evidence of a creator who wants us to find him. You are standing in a temple built by God. You can pretend the blueprints to your bodies drew themselves, or you can look at the evidence, drop the pretense, and acknowledge the architect. God is real. Choose this day whom you will serve.
All right, thank you so much, and tell everybody who you are and where to find you, by the way.
My name is Father Joseph Swaden, YouTube channel NFTU, or you can go to my website, nftu.net.
Thank you so much. Powder Dusty, aka Flow State, go ahead.
Thank you. My objective here is not to prove a negative. I can't prove that God doesn't exist, and I'm not going to try to. What I can do is demonstrate that organized religion specifically is presenting lies to people, and I would like to challenge some of the things that it claims. I'd also claim that, or point out that Jesus, I believe, would be agnostic. I think that God made us with limits to knowledge. We don't know everything. And if you have faith in God, you have to acknowledge that that's the way that God designed us. That's on purpose. Our attempts to backfill the things that we don't know, that we were not created to know, and claim to have knowledge that we don't, that not only doesn't get us closer to truth, it actually is us living a lie, which again is against Christianity. So I absolutely believe that Jesus would be an agnostic and would say that that's what you should be. After all, he was put to death by organized religious institutions. Another thing that I want to challenge is the idea that we are fallen and need redemption at all. If you believe that God created the whole universe, which I assume that you do, and if you believe that God is perfect, which I assume that you do, then everything that happens here must be perfect. It must be the way that he designed it. If he didn't want the devil tempting us, if he didn't want sin, he could stop that, or he wouldn't have created it in the first place. These things can't manifest themselves in a universe that was created entirely by one perfect God who only made perfection. As far as the claim that atheists want to choose that position so that they're off the hook for their behavior, and that it's a way of escaping being culpable for immorality, that's just completely unnecessary. Christianity also allows that. Jesus came to forgive all sins. All you've got to do is believe in him before you die. So as long as you just do an apology before you die, you're already good. So it would be unnecessary to choose this position to let myself off the hook. And as far as the cell phone example, science, the fact that our finite brains are amazed by the universe around us doesn't do anything to prove God. All it does is prove out that we are finite beings, which I would never deny. So, seeing that, being amazed at the world around us, and then concluding that must mean that a God created it, that took a lot of turf there to get to that conclusion. The claim that we're not animals, that we're not just animals, or that we're not just from random chance, I agree. It seems improbable. However, I'm not presenting that as a talking point. And again, the claim that we're not those things, you can't demonstrate that either. You're just appealing to human hubris to say that, oh, we're not just animals. Well, we are actually animals, right? We're the peak of animals, but we are biological organisms that live on this planet, reproduce, and then die. And I'm done there.
All right. Well, cool. Thank you so much. All right, guys. So once again, guys, if y'all want to get your super chats in, get them now. We're going to go to an open period and have them go debate. But if you want super chats, you want questions read, you have comments, make sure you send us money. We will make those questions happen here, and we'll get these answers from our participants. All right, fight.
Okay, well, that was a very interesting opening. You started by pointing out you cannot prove that God does not exist.
Correct. You can't prove a negative.
Well, even if you can't prove a negative, if you cannot prove that God does not exist, which I assume you can make an affirmative case for God not existing, but you can't do that, you've ceded the premise of the debate.
I can say that there's good reason to not believe in the Christian God existing.
I can't wait to hear it.
Okay.
But the ones you gave so far don't quite qualify.
Okay.
You said Jesus was an agnostic. Jesus famously called God his father. Now, I don't know, but I'm pretty sure my father exists. So the idea that, and if he didn't say that, and I should make clear, if we take the scriptures in context there, it's not really a debate about Christianity. I mean, we can debate that now if you're already ceding that God does exist. But the point is,
not conceded that at all.
Okay. Well, the point is that not only did he say God is my father and that I and my father are one, but when he said it, they were so shocked about blasphemy because they weren't agnostic. They were strict believers in Judaism. They picked up stones to kill him. They don't do that to people who don't seem like they're serious about what they're saying.
The religious institutions did. He was speaking out against organized religion.
No, he wasn't. You can't. If there was the only other religious organization he speaks about besides the Jews are the Samaritans. And all he says is there's going to be a period where people do not worship on this mountain nor on Mount Horeb. The whole point is that Christ is establishing that true belief, mind you, will spread throughout the world. And that each person being a temple of the Holy Spirit, therefore acts as, in the future, a replacement for that temple that will disappear.
Do you think that we are? Why would God make us without knowledge if we were supposed to have knowledge there?
Well, it depends on what you mean by make us without knowledge.
Well, if the key to getting into heaven is that we believe in God, but God is hidden the whole time, and we don't actually know it. Remember anything before, I don't know, we're 5 or something, right? How does that make sense? That this is the requirements to get into heaven. However, I'm not equipping you with the things that you would need in order to actually know that.
Flosay, that's part of the reason why I specifically started in the beginning with the heavens declaring the glory of God.
That's just a claim that.
Let me finish. The point is this: that when a child, before they get, you can argue with religious indoctrination, etc., they have a sense of wonder towards things like the ocean, towards things like trees, towards creation itself, towards different kinds of animals. That wonder is the tool that lets us understand the glory of God. And that wonder is beaten out of us systematically by our secular educational institutions, by underlying belief systems of those who market to us, because ultimately a believer is somebody who cannot be swayed by pure consumerism. And the whole point of what society, or what these vectors in society want, is to turn us into consumerist tools. If we have no place for God that gives us meaning, we will search for that meaning someplace else. And that's when we can give you commercials that'll tell you the meaning is in the next thing you purchase.
I would suggest that Christianity also wants people to be consumers, except they don't really provide them with tangible goods as a result. They instill guilt in them, and then they profit off the back end. I believe the Catholic Church is the richest institution on earth, right? Christianity has a long history, and all religions do, of being, let's say, financially, maybe abusive is too strong of a word, but definitely profiting from the religious doctrine that they instill in people. Now, as far as children with their sense of wonder, when we're young, from like before 5, our brains are actually in a different brainwave state where we're not. It's almost a dream state. We don't think critically. That's why we're just absorbing the world around us and learning about things. So if you're telling somebody that they need to engage a mindset that they had before they were old enough to engage critical thinking, that in and of itself is a suspicious
But what
thing
I'm
to hold
saying
up.
is, what I'm saying isn't that they shouldn't be critical. What I'm saying is that the current systems that are in place to make them critical actually give them blind spots that they don't usually notice, so that they develop a skewed philosophy. If you've ever worked in horticulture, you know that when you are trying to keep a plant straight, sometimes you have to support it to make sure it does. And if you don't do that, that plant will die because it needs that side support. It's the same thing with education. If you purposely know that kids, if given certain things and not given other things, will default to consumerism, etc., to materialism, unfortunately, that's not the kid breaking, that's people breaking the kid. And so my point is that what we need to do, and I mean, we can talk about whether religion is a tool to manipulate, but I would argue that politics has largely taken over that role. It's not better, it's actually worse. Almost everything we've presented as a substitute for God, whether it's psychiatry, whether it's politics, whether it's consumerism, whether it's pornography, whatever it is, becomes addictive enough, because even religious belief fits qualifications that we would call addictive. But each one of those is addictive enough to destroy people, and often does. There's no religious addicts anonymous, because it's not a disease. It helps people. But now we could argue that certain religions do bad things. I'll be the first to tell you, for example, that the Catholic Church has a lot of priests, because of the celibacy rules, who end up in homosexuality and end up in abusing children. But let me flip that around on you for just a moment. What system has even more pederasts than the Roman Catholic Church by 10 times over?
The school system.
That's right. So the point is, are we gonna, if we're looking for the real targets as to who the bad guys are, and it turns out that the bad guys are the kids teaching us God's not real, you monkey, sex good, and meanwhile we're going after the Catholic priests, maybe something's gone a little wrong there, and maybe we've done things a little incorrectly.
Well, that illustrates is that predators go where the prey is.
But then why aren't we arresting them in the right places?
Well, we do. Teachers are getting arrested constantly.
Not nearly as much. Now they are, because of the age of the internet, and priests have already been, like, the Catholic Church's name is garbage now.
Yeah.
So the point is, if the Catholic Church, if the teachers union got the reputation of the Catholic Church, half this country would be homeschooled or more.
And I'm not going to stand up for teachers unions. I think they're trash. I agree with you. I think that they need more scrutiny than they're getting. But
what about the entertainment industry? How many kids does that spit out?
But this is all whataboutism. You're saying that the church is better than Hollywood, and I'm saying that's a low hurdle.
Right, but you're also saying that the church is what we should focus on, when in fact even bigger sets of predators that are all around us are not worthy of even paying attention.
Again, we're back to whataboutism. These are worse predators. I'll agree with you. Actually, I think that the church is a better institution than the public school system, or than Hollywood. I agree with that. But
okay, well, again, I understand if you want to distinguish between the Roman Catholic Church or other churches, etc. But the point is, you can't broad brush religion as the bad guy, when in reality there's loads of bad guys.
There are lots of bad guys.
And if we're really concerned about the little ones who stumble, who was the first person who talked about how we should punish child molesters? I'm pretty sure that would be Jesus Christ, who said, if anyone should let these little ones stumble, we should take a millstone, hang it around their neck, and throw them into the sea. The only sin in the entire scriptures where Jesus Christ literally says you got to kill the guy is molesting children. So the point is that when we are talking about this, there's a standard of sin in the New Testament. And this is something that I tried to make a point, and you kind of said in your intro, well, all you have to do is say sorry before the end. That's the deathbed confession hypothesis. I don't even think most Protestants believe that, because a lot of the time they'll say that while that's possible, that there's some sort of need for progress after sanctification, after salvation, which I, of course, Orthodox believe you have to be baptized, so on and so forth. But I think I'd be misrepresenting Protestants to say, oh yeah, just say sorry at the end. That's what they believe, and that's what I think a lot of Protestants would just.
And you can correct me where I'm wrong. If I recall correctly, Jesus's own words are, to get into heaven, you have to follow him or believe it. Something that
you see,
right?
you said it. Whether you realize that you were going to say
Didn't Jesus say, if anyone believe in me, that's enough? But then you said, follow me.
Okay.
Following
So-
is a work, a lifelong work that we have to do to change our lives. Jesus doesn't call us just, hey guys, believe in me and you'll be fine. He calls us to repent. Repentance, metanoia, the Greek metanoia literally means a turning around. And the point is, we are supposed to turn from our fallen ways. And the reason why we do that is because in the end, our turning around towards the creator of us, of everything, brings us to union with the creation of the universe. We find our place. Like I know that you mentioned, for example, that the constants are interesting to us finite beings. I think you may have missed my point. The cosmological constant is such that if you alter it by 1, what happens is this: if it's the rate of expansion of the universe is what the constant is. If you're off by 1, what'll end up happening is there is not enough gravity to keep atoms together. The Earth and all planets will collapse on itself.
That's
and if
amazing.
it's 1 over, then there will be too much energy, and then nothing can come together. It literally, we would collapse into goo.
Also amazing.
So the whole point is that these things are not just cool things to us. If it was not exactly that, and that number is higher than winning the Powerball, assuming the Powerball is not corrupted, 28 times in a row. 28 times in a row. And that's the constant that maintains our universe.
Okay. So take the steps. Take me then to how you conclude that means that God exists.
How if again,
all you described is you just described your amazement again, and that was my point. Is that it's fine to me, like it is amazing. I'll give you that, but that doesn't lead to necessarily the conclusion.
Let
that
me
you
ask you
draw.
a question.
Sure.
Because there is a non-zero possibility that a quantum event could occur under your seat, and the chair behind you could simply collapse into nothing. That's a higher possibility than the cosmological constant. Did you sit down doubting perhaps that the chair would work?
I don't know.
Right. So the point is, there's a level of credulity.
I had some doubts my chair was going to work. I'm gonna be honest. I had that concern the whole day.
Me too.
Yeah,
Not,
that's real
not
concern.
for the
Yeah,
reasons I mentioned, guys. That's just because we're not healthy.
Yeah, that's probably a lot to do with it. But let's see here for that.
So the point is that we make general assumptions about reality all the time. And this is not something that we can make a general assumption about. If that number is off by 1, this has been scientifically tested in the 20th century. The cosmological constant won't work. GPS, for example, if that number was off by 1, wouldn't work. The Mars rover, are you familiar with the Mars rover?
Yeah.
The calculations required to send the Mars rover into space autonomously require that constant. If it's off by 1, no Mars rover, doesn't go anywhere. So the point I'm trying to make is, if you're trying to establish that you lack sufficient probability for things that have been proven to work versus establishing that nothing's certain when you're dealing with, frankly, billions of uncertainties all over us, then eventually the standard starts looking weird. If you find a Rembrandt in a cave, you can't just sit there. No sane person sits there and goes, I wonder how the paint particles got together.
Right, but we know what we know what a
doesn't
painting. But we know what a painting is, right? We've got tons of examples of other paintings.
That's exactly my point.
But none of us have seen the formation of any universe ever. And just like an ant, you would not expect an ant to be able to understand calculus. It just can't do it. That doesn't mean calculus isn't a thing that is demonstrated in the universe. That means that the ant doesn't have the capacity to understand it because it's a frickin' ant. We're ants on that scale. I think that whatever caused Earth, or maybe it was here forever. I don't know. I think that we may not even have the capacity to understand it.
Wait, hold on. You believe that creation was permanent? Like that's steady state thinking. By the way, that's discarded theory. That's
okay.
Like scientifically, that's garbage.
My point is it's our human hubris that makes us think that we do know or could know, and then insist on filling in the gaps.
Well,
it's psychologically uncomfortable to have unknowns.
Well, I think it's definitely psychologically uncomfortable for people who don't want to accept any evidence. I've pointed to three different kinds of physical evidence that exists based on scientific concepts. I can point to another 10.
But none of it was evidence for God. All it was mathematical improbabilities. They're
all of it's evidence for a creator. It is impossible for any of that stuff to happen randomly at all.
It's not.
And how do you prove it?
Well, let me ask this. So, okay, so you see the argument against Christian God. I guess what he's kind of arguing is that basically, I guess like the Sims or like the theory that like any significant level of science is like high enough to be magic and is essentially a god. Like kind of like maybe train of thought, but not quite. Like, do you disagree with like the creator concept, like as a whole, Dusty? Like there's no possible way. Maybe like we're like in the Matrix or something, and that's basically God.
So
Right.
I personally am agnostic. I'm not atheist. I believe that atheism is also a religious belief because it's something that you don't know and you can't prove, and you're filling in the gaps, right? I think that the only intellectually honest position is agnosticism, because we don't know what we don't know. I believe that.
But what about what we do know?
Well, hold on, just real quick. I just want to like clarify real quick. So, like, say, like, I don't know, like, I don't know if it's just Stargate, but say the Asgard had made, humans. Would that be like enough for you to be like, there's a god, like those are gods?
Who made humans?
I don't know. The Greys, the aliens or something. Would that be a god, or would you just be like, no, those are species that are just advanced, or or is it essentially?
I mean, I don't think that they've. I mean,
they don't fit the concept.
They don't fit the concept, right?
Okay.
I think that I'm specifically talking about a single creator entity that created everything and is all good and all knowing, right? So I assume that that's the Abrahamic for all the Abrahamic religions, right? Yeah.
Well, I haven't even established that standard. I haven't even established all good or all knowing. I've just established that there is a creator because of the evidence of its design.
An absence of explanation is not evidence of your conclusion. You don't know.
It's not an absence of explanation. I'm the one providing the math, buddy.
I know, but like again, I'll say this again: a mathematical improbability does not conclude that therefore it had to be God.
Okay, but you accept that mathematical improbability
Yes.
for walking around and
Yes.
doing everything
There
you do
are
in your daily life.
there are lots of amazing improbable things. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, but
I'm
then
with
when
you
we
there.
get to when we get to the level of something that is a universal standard without which our universe would literally collapse on itself, and it has a numerical standard higher than winning the Powerball 28 times in a row.
Right.
You're saying that's uncertain.
What I'm doing is I'm agreeing with you that we're observing a phenomenon that's improbable, right? I agree with you. That's amazing. It's improbable. It's super improbable. Now that we've both observed this thing and we agree that it's amazing, super duper improbable. Now take this now
different ways.
now after observing this, I need you then to now construct how that leads to God. It doesn't lead to God. It just shows that our own. It just shows our own.
While I would love to have that discussion with you, the argument here is, does God exist? And if what you're saying is, sure, I can even accept that some kind of creator being might exist, but you have to explain to me while it's yours, your debate's already over. And I'm more than happy to have that discussion.
Your job is to your side is that God does exist.
Well, yes.
And all you said is we've got amazing things here.
No, what I've said is we have things that are obvious evidence of a designer. And I'm not saying what that designer is. I'm not saying it's Jesus Christ. I did answer your questions on Jesus Christ. And of course, I believe that that is the case. But what I'm saying is that when the topic is God real? And the evidence for design is everywhere. And that while a 5-year-old can recognize a tree, grown-up flow state can recognize that the universe shows evidence of design in multiple ways that are indisputable. Then basically, we concede the argument. Is God real? We can say we know he's real. We don't know, or it's real. We don't know what it is. And we can have the second argument or debate as to what that is. And I will make my case for the Christian God. But in that case, it'd be better to simply cede and say, let's go to the next one.
Well, before we do that, I'm going to turn it over.
Well, we're not doing that.
Before we do any of that, I'm going to read some super chats, and I'm going to turn it back over to Flo here. So real quick, guys, we got audio to Avil. I'm sorry, I got a blurry photo. Avil 04280 for $5. What y'all are doing is really nice. Thank you so much. Raging Patriot 76er, $2 audio is no good. We fixed it. Thank you so much. Abers09, this may be the first time I've seen someone concede their position in the first 3 seconds of the opening statement. Thank you so much. Horse got infinite reoccurring big bangs. Eventually, one will create Earth's conditions. If God created us in their own image, does he also have lower back pain? The answer is, if he doesn't, we're going to have a powwow about it when I get there. All right. So listen, guys, thank you so much for the super chats. We're going to get going more into this debate. Please keep sending them. It's super helpful. We really appreciate all the love and support. Dusty, it was to you. Go ahead.
Okay. So again, these phenomena that we observe in nature, we are applying human traits to the experience. Have you ever held a snake, a pet snake?
Yes.
Did
Well,
it,
I've also held
did it
non-pet
squeeze? Did it squeeze? It wrapped around you and squeezed you, I assume.
Well, small ones, garden snakes. Will
Yeah.
do that, yeah.
That's not because it loves you. A
Yeah,
lot of little
I know.
kids will hold a snake and say, "Oh, it's hugging me because it likes me."
Right, and our job as parents is to say, no, that's
Right.
a general sign that
Be-
it's going to try to eat you.
Right, because we have a better capacity to suss out what is the case and what is not the case than little kids do. So you've referred to little kids a couple times now, holding them up as ideals of wonder and awe that we should emulate.
No,
The-
what I'm saying is that you were saying little kids don't have any understanding of anything, and I was trying to explain why Christ refers to little kids, and it is because of that wonder and awe. The point is, we lose something when we stop seeing the inherent beauty and difficulty of a tree. When, and again, I want to keep this as broad and scientific as possible, but when you're looking at what our Lord says about every hair on your head being numbered, when you look at a tree, you don't know how many leaves are on it. But there's a difference between you and the child who might wonder how many leaves there are. For us, being more reasonable, we've simply given up on the question when in fact our creator has an accounting of how many leaves there are on that tree. That's an amazing thing when you think about it. So in some sense, yes, children have a very imperfect understanding of the world, but in other senses, we are supposed to go back to thinking like children when we establish things like wonder.
And that's part of the tells of religion being predatory, is when it wants you to think like a child and it wants you to not employ critical thinking. God gave us.
Can I ask you a question? Do you think children think anything useful?
I do not think that adults should look at children as models of behavior to emulate. That's why they're
What
children.
about innocence?
What about innocence?
Well,
we're not talking about innocence. We're talking about, do you think that kids think better than adults?
In some ways, they do because they're clearer.
Then
Sometimes you can.
then why is it they're not in charge of their parents?
I mean, there's a few
'Cause
answers.
do
I
they
can
make
give you.
better decisions? They don't make better decisions.
It's not an issue of better decisions. I didn't say that children are perfect thinkers. What I'm saying is that children have an understanding of wonder. And it's always, I hate to say this, but it's always, when I talk about things like this with grown-ups, the deadness of the lack of imagination always strikes me on the part of the adults. Like, the point is, there are good things about being a kid.
I would say
mean,
it's the opposite. I think
so
that
did
there's.
you have a happy childhood?
I did have a happy childhood.
Okay.
It was-
Why?
Why?
Yeah, you didn't know shit.
I didn't know shit. I didn't need to know
Excuse
shit.
my language.
I didn't need to know shit. Everything was taken care of.
So that's
Yeah.
it. Okay. So basically, your view is that as a child you were just completely ignorant. You had no concepts of anything, and
No.
you just.
I think that children do not make better informed decisions than adults. That's why they
claiming that they did.
Right. And I don't think that childhood worldviews or psychology is something to emulate. I do think I'll agree that there are a lot of adults that get jaded and callous, and I think that's a bummer.
I'd say that they lose imagination.
I'll agree with you there, and I think that that's a bummer. However, I would disagree that belief in God is actually imaginative. I would think that an agnosticism, not knowing, actually is a lot more. There's a lot more opportunities there. Belief in God is just, it's very simple explanation. It's about like Big Bang.
Okay, now I know that you're kind of separating agnosticism from like belief in theism, etc. That one is more creative than the other. I need remind you, however, that until the 20th century, virtually all great scientific minds in the West were Christians. So the idea that this is like that, like for example, do you know who the father of genetics is?
Remind me.
Gregor Mendel.
Okay.
He was a Benedictine monk, etc., who was practicing how to find more efficient ways of growing beans, and in so doing, discovered the foundations of modern genetics.
Right.
The point is, he was looking for something useful, and he used his imagination. These things do not necessarily disappear when one becomes a believer. Sometimes they are inspired by being a believer. Sometimes knowing that the heavens declare the glory of God inspires us to search for solutions in that creation.
And did you say he was a monk? Did you?
Yeah,
Okay.
he was a Roman Catholic monk.
So probably that I would guess that monk, that lifestyle allows you to have time to devote to things like this, don't you think?
Well, I mean, okay.
More than like how did his religious belief contribute to his discovery of?
Well, I would say that his religious belief made him notice things about creation and wonder if they could be manipulated, because that is the job God gives to Adam.
But wonder's
to
not
till the
wonder's
garden.
wonder's not a religious feature.
How do you know?
Because I have wonder too, and I'm not religious.
Well, yeah, but
I like if there's
you
one thing
don't
I know
wonder
that it's not because of religion.
Well, you don't wonder if your chair is going to sink into a black hole, but it's a non-zero
I
possibility. It could still happen.
It could still happen, but I don't have to wonder because I've sat on a lot of chairs.
Yeah. Okay.
But I've not seen
But
any.
you have a
I've not seen
therefore-
any any universes be created. I've not seen any
So
God.
you would now let me ask you a question. If you have not seen any universes created, then how can you expect any other standard than the one universe we have?
I'm not expecting any standard. What do you mean? I'm saying that there's things that we don't
The
know.
constants
Mhm.
show that it is evidence of a creator because of the fact that it can only be done in one specific way that is so improbable, once again, that moving it would be like winning the Powerball 28 times over and failing.
Well, this is actually interesting. You just said, okay, you've never seen any universes created. What if there was an example of humans creating a universe? Would that prove there is a God or isn't a God? What do y'all think here?
I think that would just be proof of humans pretending that they are a god. I believe well, we've heard of what's known as simulation theory.
Sure.
And simulation theory posits the idea that maybe we're not, there's no God. Maybe we're all just part of a giant video game.
Sure.
And basically the creator is a giant gamer.
Yeah.
Like that's just personal.
That's just
like-
theology.
exactly
That's
what
theology
I'm
for
saying.
nerds. That's just
Fantasy.
theology for nerds.
But what about you? What do you think if, like, say we created a pocket universe in a laboratory? Would that prove or disprove God?
It still doesn't say where we came from. It just says what we
What
did.
if you just made a really, really complete world in Minecraft?
Sure. Okay. Again, sorry. Thank you. Appreciate it. I look like an idiot now. All right. Go ahead.
I think a better question would be if God exists and if God created everything, why the big peekaboo? Why the big hide and seek game?
I don't think it's been a big peekaboo at all. I think God has been around for the whole time. Let me give you an example, because I'm sure that we could all sit around and talk about different kinds of miracles. I'm going to talk about my own personal experience that I saw with someone else's miracles. It had nothing to do with it, because I, for the most part, grew up and lived, even in my weird conversion, as a skeptic. Most people talk about, oh, God healed me from this. And I'd be like, yeah, maybe you just felt better. There's placebo effect, so on and so forth.
Right.
There's a case where we had this real holy monk who lived in Alaska, and he died around 96. And so a few years ago, somebody had gone to his old monastic hut in Alaska, and they saw that he had this old altar cross. In any case, they brought out the old altar cross, and for some reason, somebody with cancer asked for a blessing with that cross. And so they blessed the person with the cross. They didn't think there's lots of Orthodox in Alaska, so that blessing people with a cross is normal.
Mm-hmm.
But that person had stage 4 cancer, and it disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what we could argue, we don't know what that means, but what ended up happening was there were a lot of cancer victims in that area, and they all started asking for it, and they all went to the doctors, and the doctors said, you're stage 4, you're stage 3, you're stage 4, lung, throat, you name it, gone.
Mm-hmm.
Almost immediately after touching this man's cross. Now, I'm in the middle of a council meeting of the church here where the bishop is literally talking to various Alaskan doctors, verifying, is this really what happened? Is this what happened in this case with this guy, in this case with this guy, in this case with this guy? Eventually, you have to start asking. I myself, because I have tested and played with games about what is an answer and what is not, That's a tough one.
So what are
guys.
they doing with where's the cross now?
It's in Alaska.
Are they continuing to cure cancer with it?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
What's it called?
You explain it.
I can't explain it. I've never heard of it. I don't.
Well, yeah, it's fine. It's called spontaneous healing of cancer, and if you want to know more about it, you
want to
just
know
ask my bishop.
What's the cross called? Or is there?
It's an altar cross. It doesn't
Okay.
have it was just a monk's cross.
So why hasn't this thing blown up? Why aren't people? Why doesn't?
Well, you don't know.
Why haven't I heard about this until now?
Because of the fact that nobody knows about orthodoxy, but I guarantee you there's a whole bunch of Christian miracles going on all over the place that you haven't paid attention to. And I'm not talking about those frauds on TV who hire an actor to faint when you touch them. I'm talking about like the real stuff where people lose real diseases and real things happen. Any Christian in this room of any faith tradition can probably point you to some gotcha stuff they read about in books, gotcha stuff they heard about from people, so on and so forth. Those are the claims you need to investigate, and you honestly need to investigate them by the thousands.
Well, why? Hold on. Why?
Because again, evidence of a pattern
we don't
requires
we don't have to go down every rabbit hole. At some point, you can go, okay, I don't know if you believe in the Shroud of Turin. At some point, I can go, okay, the Shroud of Turin's
a what?
The Shroud of Turin.
Oh, the Shroud of Turin. I absolutely do.
Okay, that's a scam relic, right?
No, it's not.
I've looked into that. It's a scam relic.
No, it's not.
Okay, that's fine.
You realize that the last carbon dating they did on it, they determined it couldn't be other than 2,000 years old, that it had bacteria on it that were 1,700 years old.
I realize that they have kept testing and testing and testing, and eventually they found somebody who would say it might be older than that. But the vast majority of the tests do say it's not that old.
No.
Yes,
they
do.
That's just cherry picking.
No, it's not.
Yes,
It's not.
it is.
And even I know that you're not Catholic, but even the Roman Catholic Church's position on it has not changed. They've said it's a.
The Roman Catholic Church famously does not declare anything to be real or not real because of the fact that they don't want to deal with the legal claims. Remember that Roman Catholicism has seers who think that the Mother of God speaks to them from the sun and ends up blinding believers every other year. There's a reason the Pope doesn't want to verify those things. It's called legal liability. If you're saying like, "Oh, Mary spoke to me from the sun," and then you get like, cornea burning, then like your family decides to sue the Vatican, like there's a reason that they don't.
But there's no legal liability in confirming a relic.
No, there isn't. But that's why I'm saying that if you look, the majority of the studies that have been done and recent ones, I'm talking.
Well, they
about
did,
most recent,
and they did make
because I know which study you're talking about. That's from 1978. Dude.
Right. They did make a claim about the Shroud of Turin though, and they have not changed it.
Well, they didn't
They
say
said it was not authentic.
No, they said that it is not verifiable. They didn't say it's not authentic. I know that case. Yeah. Now,
So-
I'm not going to argue. Now, if your entire case, if I'm pointing to people being spontaneously healed by Christian relics, and your entire case is, well, maybe the Shroud of Turin is 13th century. If the Shroud of Turin is 13th century, let's just end this on that. How was it painted?
How was it painted? What do you mean? How was it painted?
How was it painted?
I would assume with paint.
Okay, well, no.
I don't know what you're asking me.
The pigments on the shroud are of unknown origin to this day.
Okay.
It's not paint.
Okay.
So what is it?
It's a fraud. It's a fraud relic.
Oh, so it's made out of fraud paint. We just don't know what that is.
Furthermore, you think that was Jesus the only person to get crucified and then
What?
wrapped? Was Jesus the only one to get crucified by the Romans?
No.
Of course he was not.
Was he the only one that counted?
even if I were to grant you, which I'm not doing, even if I were to grant and say, okay, this is a cloth of somebody that is 2,000 years old who was crucified.
You do realize that most studies that have been done on the Shroud of Turin show that the process is similar to something like laser etching. Are you familiar with how a laser printer works?
Yeah, and I've heard people make that claim,
Right.
but that doesn't make the cloth older than it is.
Okay, well, even in the 13th century, did they have like laser printers that they just printed on cloth?
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah,
But
they didn't have
again, you're drawing conclusions out of well, I don't know this, so it must be proof of God.
Wait. How are you not doing that when you're going, I
I'm
don't
sa-
know what made it, but it's fake?
I don't need to know what made it to know that it's not the age it's claimed to be.
How? How can you prove that? You're basing it off
Carbon
of one study?
dating, how we prove ages
Again,
of things. That's
carbon
how we
dating-
prove the age of things.
Well, here's the fun part. Carbon dating on 6 different parts of that shroud showed different ages, wildly different ages. Explain to me how they patchworked it
I
out
will
over
explain
centuries.
it because people like you who want to
I made the shroud.
who want to believe in the conclusion that they already have will keep poking and poking until they find a researcher who's willing to give them what they want.
Yeah, but you do realize you're just operating off of the doubt of the gaps. You're simply saying, well, we don't have an explanation for it, therefore don't believe it. You're doing the exact same thing you're claiming.
We don't have an explanation. Yeah, we do not have reason to believe this. All you're doing is pointing to our to the things that we don't know, which is where I agree
exactly
with
what you're
you.
doing.
Which is where I agree with you. Right. But you're saying we don't know how this could happen. So therefore God, and I'm saying we don't know how this we don't know how this could happen. So that's what we don't know.
No, actually you started with the shroud and said we don't know how this happened, so therefore not God. I started with these are impossible scientific constants that if they're not followed, the universe will collapse on itself. Therefore, designer. And you said, no, maybe not.
Let me just pause you real quick. It's getting a little bit loud here real quick. Thank you so much. I'm just going to read a couple super chats real quick, and then I'm going to turn it right back over to you. We got Horse God with $5. Infinite reoccurring Big Bangs. Eventually one will create Earth conditions if God created us in his own image. Oh, yeah, we just read that one. Sorry.
Infinite monkeys.
Yeah, the infinite monkeys. Also, can we count on how many Christian straw man Dusty built during this? I lost count. How many have you built?
Several.
Several. Okay. All right. Is that the technical? No. All right. So go ahead. I'm sorry. Continue.
Yeah. So basically, one thing that I will say, and this is something that you mentioned, that if this creator God was perfect, supposedly, that everything he produces by nature should be perfect.
Correct.
Right. That's the free will question. The assumption that a perfect being would not necessarily want to allow imperfection.
Correct.
However, that doesn't follow. If a perfect being wanted to have a being that was flawed to strive to perfection, then they would want an imperfect being in the universe. So your assumption is baked in, like a perfect being must reproduce a perfect result, which is a great argument for between the Father and the Son.
I was pairing the perfection with the all loving claim, right?
Okay.
So if he's all loving, then he would not want to create imperfect beings, knowing that some of them will fail and then be tortured for eternity.
Well, not necessarily. We don't know the nature of the torture for eternity, but more importantly, you are assuming that your finite being understanding of perfection is perfection.
I'm assuming that my understanding of love means that you don't torture somebody for eternity. Yes, I am.
I would.
Do you agree with
you.
that?
Well, I don't know. How do you feel about what should we do with child molesters? Oh, but I thought you didn't want to hurt anyone. That's not love.
I didn't say I don't want to hurt anyone. There's lots of people I want to hurt.
Oh, okay.
I did.
But is that perfect love?
I'm not offering perfect love.
Okay, but if you were and people did perfect evil, would you not have something to respond with?
I don't offer perfect love, and I
So therefore, how can you speak for God if you don't offer perfect love?
You're the only one claiming to speak for God. I'm saying that
I'm
there's
not claiming to
inconsistencies
speak
here.
for God. I'm simply saying that God is real.
I can speak for parental love, and I can say that if we treated our kids like God treats humans, supposedly, where it puts them in games, otherwise they die and get tortured.
What are you talking about? Explain.
What I'm talking about is the Christian paradigm in which you are born into a game that you don't know how you're playing it or how to win, and if you lose, you die.
Okay.
That's not loving parents. That's literally the plot of the movie Saw.
Okay, well, fun fact: I've never watched the movie Saw, and
you'd like it.
No, I wouldn't. I've seen clips. I've read the wiki. I find those movies a waste of time and designed to introduce despair into humans.
I agree.
That's bad.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not saying it's a good movie. I'm just saying it does. The plot does follow your.
But the point is that plot is not proper parenting. I would argue most people don't think proper parenting is represented in Saw, and I would argue that that's not the way God sees His creation. We can have a discussion on the nature of the question of people who are outside Christ. What happens to them? If there are differences in what is hell or Hades, what happens to people after they die? But all of those presuppose a creator.
And the internal contradictions within that worldview is a good reason not to believe the tenets of that worldview.
Okay, but you're not dealing with the internal contradictions. That the delicacy of the universe is such that if you took it as seriously as you claim to take the claims of Christians, You would be questioning whether you could sit down on the chair.
Well-
You would be questioning whether your microphone could work. You'd be questioning whether your cell phone would blow up in your hand. You'd be questioning whether that pen that you're holding isn't going to just jump out and hit you in the eye. The point is, you simply have no idea when you're dealing with such levels of uncertainty versus certainty. And if you're willing to say, well, that doesn't matter, then really you should be questioning whether you can walk, whether your next step is going to send you through the floor like a cartoon. You know, I mean, the point is, the reason that you don't do that is because you understand that certain things are finite, graspable, observable, etc. One such example is the fine-tuning of the universe, the electromagnetic standard, the strong gravitational force. These things scientifically have been shown in the 20th century to be very specific in how they work and to be very specific in how they hold the universe together. None of those things can be random. And if we try to randomize them, we've already seen scientifically the universe collapses. So that is evidence that something as the physicist had put out more, I believe I mentioned earlier. He said a super intelligence has monkeyed with physics, because he, being an atheist, when he saw that the production of carbon had to be 7.65 million electron volts, because of the fact that if it was not 7.65 million, if it was off by one, the stars wouldn't have enough energy to produce carbon. If it was over by one, they again wouldn't have enough energy to produce carbon. It was exactly that number. Without that, the stars couldn't produce carbon, and no carbon, no humans, no life.
The fact that physics is amazing, or that I'm ignorant of physics, none of that is relevant to religion. The religious claims are not nearly as complicated as physics ones. I don't understand quantum physics. I'll be the first to say that.
Well, isn't that amazing?
It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing.
No, you know what's amazing is the fact that our creator has left people a way to understand what he wants without having to be a quantum physicist.
Faith.
What?
Faith.
Oh, I think you said faith. Okay.
Faith, right? Faith.
Well,
that's
faith,
what it's called upon.
Yeah. And why is that bad?
Faith, the belief in things that you don't have sufficient
Amen.
evidence to actually believe properly?
Well, I would say that that's an incomplete definition, that faith is the substance of things that are unknown, but that we can perceive.
Yeah.
But more importantly, here's my point.
Faith is a tool for people who want to take advantage of you. The two professions.
It's very simple.
The two professions that
are you really
suggest
going to spout
the
cliches at me?
Yes, the
Okay.
two industries that suggest that their clients operate according to faith are religion and drug dealers. Trust me, try it. You'll like it.
And strip clubs.
Yeah, and strip clubs and the pharmaceutical industry and Hollywood and the music industry and every major industry. You have made my point that I established at the beginning, that in the absence of God, these companies form so that they can take over what was originally a place for God with consumerism. And you're basically saying it's good.
These things formed with God. Christianity is still the biggest religion on earth.
Technically, it's competing with Islam. Well, they're both around 2 billion followers each.
So it's not the absence of God that created these things. These things happened while God was president.
To be fair, Trump is working to get those Islam numbers down with the bombing in Iran.
I want to believe that. The only reason I somewhat disagree is because even though he is bombing Iran, he is allowing all of them to move into Europe. So,
I'm sorry I got sidetracked there. Continue about it.
All right. The point I'm trying to make is that you're establishing the points that I made at the very outset, which is in the absence of belief in God, people use other methods, other secular methods to fill the void, to manipulate people.
Yes.
My point is that people who believe in God are above manipulation because of the fact that they can be critical about men while believing in God.
Did you just say that? Hold on. Did you just say that again about being above manipulation?
I'm saying that it allows people to be above manipulation. I am not a Roman Catholic, but I want to ask, is anyone in the room a Roman Catholic? 1, 2. Okay. The point is that the two people I brought up in this example, they're Roman Catholics. They probably know about the priest scandal, right?
Right.
but they're able to make a distinction between some priests being gay
Mm-hmm.
and Jesus having nothing to do with that. So you see, they're able to make that distinction.
Oh, we're doing the few bad apples thing.
Well, it is
It's just a few bad
technically
apples.
a few bad apples. It's literally statistically a few bad apples.
Right.
Lower than the public school
So,
system.
but how are these people not manipulatable or able to be manipulated?
I'm saying that they're less manipulatable because they can clarify that there can be problems in a situation.
They're not
organization.
No, they're just carrying water. They're just carrying water.
They're just carrying water.
They're just carrying water.
Okay.
And you're praising them. You're saying that they're not as easy to be manipulated. But look at what do you think about Kenneth Copeland?
I have a very low opinion of him. Why?
Absolutely. He's a complete con artist. He's got a huge audience that sends him tons of money. Those are all very, very manipulatable Christians. Don't you agree?
What do you think about vaccines?
I think that they're poison.
Huh. But they were recommended by our government.
So,
and our government said that people who didn't believe in the vaccines or didn't trust the vaccines probably should go to jail.
Yeah, I think that's fucked up the government. I am no government fan.
Oh, okay. Oh, you don't trust the government?
Correct.
Why not?
Because a long history of them demonstrating that they're abusive of their position.
But you're still a loyal American, I assume, correct?
I consider myself an American. I'm not a government fan.
No, you don't have to be a government fan. Never had to be. But you see, you've just made my point that you can be within an organization while being critical of it.
Touché.
Well, there is a difference, though, just out of curiosity, how you deal with that, right? One is he's born into America, as opposed to at some point you choose the denomination that you're a part of. Would you agree that that is an important distinction between the two? It's not like you have to choose to be an American.
Well, I would argue that no, it's not a big distinction, because whether you're born into it, you start to learn about it and you're critical about it, or you move to a religious body and you realize problems with it and you're critical about it. The point is the establishment of critical thinking can occur in a religious concept.
But I guess the difference I'm asking is, right, so when I look at it, right, if I want to renounce my church and go to a different one, I can just leave, and then I can go to another church. Some church on a promise of a letter. I can go to a different denomination. I can just not be a Christian. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard not to be not an American, right? You'd have to renounce citizenship, pay a fee, et cetera, et cetera. You don't think there's a
well, I mean, if you really hated America that much in terms of the land that you live in, it makes sense that you would leave.
Okay. Do you think that's an important distinction?
I think that being born into, I think that almost everybody stays in the religion that they were born into. Very few people shift religion.
I don't know that that's true. Statistically, I think that's changed a lot.
Okay. But as far as the frictions or the cost of changing that thing, yeah, I think it's significant. You can just drop church or just go down the street to a new one. But yeah, becoming not an American, that's a massive difference. Mm-hmm.
But the point is not whether or not it's the standard is harder or easier. The point is that you can act critically of an organization of which you are part of, and religion gives you that. Ironically, consumerism doesn't give you that.
What do you mean?
Okay, people who replace their religious fervor with interest in Taylor Swift. There's a lot more. Swifties are real.
They're nuts. They're nuts.
Right. Now the point is, because of the nature of it, ideological conformity is not just easier, but encouraged. So in some sense, the accusations you make towards religion of being cultish, if you will, seem to happen more when people stop paying attention to God and start paying attention to material crap.
I don't think that there's anything about religion that moves people away from materialism. In fact, I think that a good example is the Mormons. A good example is the Mormons. They're very materialistic, very wealthy.
Yeah. Okay. I would argue that many Anabaptist groups are as well. Sometimes like the Amish or the Mennonites, while they have policies that are very pro-familial with each other towards the out group, I would say their business practices are sometimes predatory.
Right.
So, but the point I'm trying to make is that that said, that again comes from that whole in-group, out-group thing. But all of the critical pieces in terms of questioning what we believe, in terms of trying to figure out right and wrong, every philosopher on this matter, up until the 20th century, with almost no exceptions, was a Christian.
That's not true. That's not true at all.
Okay,
there's a lot of historical criticisms of Christianity by philosophers. You
Okay.
know that they're there.
I know that they're
Yeah.
there, and most of them
So-
are 20th century. Some, like Voltaire, will go back a couple of hundred years. Humanist critiques of Christianity have existed. That's not a
There's-
big deal to me, because sometimes the critiques are based on straw men.
There were lots of, and I can't think, I don't have any names off the top of my head. They're all, Latin names. There was a lot of criticisms of early Christianity in the 3rd, 4th centuries when it was
Criticisms of early Christianity.
yes, there was a lot of philosophical criticisms of Christianity, and I don't remember who
Like
wrote them.
Marcus Aurelius.
No, but I do like him.
Well, he did books criticizing Christianity.
So there you go. So yeah,
But
exactly.
he was a pagan.
But
he
you
wasn't
tried,
a Christian self-criticizing.
What?
He was a pagan talking about how stupid Christians were.
right? Of course, somebody criticizing Christianity is probably not going to be a Christian.
Not necessarily. We've done more self-criticism than our opponents, I would argue. But none of this has to do with the fact that when you are dealing with the evidences in the creation of the universe itself that are now obvious to us in the age of spectroscopy and other sciences, to deny the existence of a God. I'm not asking you to believe in my God. I'm not asking you to believe Jesus is Lord. It will help you if you do, but I am asking you to at least accept that the scientific worldview that you live on operates on one that is based on a creator, because it can't be any other way. What's the word I'm looking for? It can't be any other way numerically. It's not possible. You're talking about
You mean you don't know any other way to explain it?
No, it's not an issue of don't know it.
It is in fact possible that there could be other ways. You're assuming that you have knowledge of 100% of the
The
possibilities.
reason why
And
I'm
back
saying, the reason
back
why
to the ants.
No, the reason why you've missed. I've stated this about 10 times and you've missed this. Is that the reason I know it can't be any other way is because scientifically it's been shown that if you change any of the variables, Earth goes bye-bye. The universe goes bye-bye.
I understand that. I haven't missed that at all. I haven't missed it at all.
It's not that there's any other way we haven't found yet. It's that any other way we know of destroys the universe. That's the difference.
That again does not. Okay, this mathematical phenomenon is amazing. I've given you that. Now,
It's
God.
it's not just mathematical, it's scientific. It's based on physics.
Well, right. It's
Cosmology.
It's mathematical. That's not scientific proof of God. It's not.
No,
Otherwise,
it's scientific proof of creation because it is fine-tuned, because the universe cannot fine-tune
just
itself.
because you don't know how something got there or got that way does not mean that God did it.
But I do know how something got there. I've been explaining it to you the whole time. You're the one going, big numbers can't explain. And I'm sitting here going, it can literally be explained.
You're explaining a scientific phenomenon through faith. You're just making the claim. You haven't.
I'm literally the only one putting up numbers, and I'm the one explaining through faith.
Yes. Okay. Give me aside from your fascination with big numbers or amazing numbers or your wonder, right?
Or the universe blowing up if it doesn't work this way.
Right. Again, right. Yes. It's a very good number. Now, how do we?
It's not just a number.
It is literally a number.
These
It's
are
literally
what are known
numbers.
as constants.
What you're saying is I don't understand it, so therefore God. And
No,
you're jumping a lot of things.
You've missed the point. I'm saying I do understand it, so therefore God, because any other answer blows up the universe.
So how come there are so many scientists who believe in the Big Bang?
Because the Big Bang sounds like a cosmology that works, and even many Christians believe in the Big Bang because it is literally creation out of nothing.
Without a God, there's no God under Big Bang. There's no God under Big Bang, is there?
Yeah, I mean, would you argue that let there? Let me just try this. You know, saying "let there be light" doesn't count as the Big Bang. Boom, let there be light. There it is. Like that.
He's like, did you hear him say, "Let there be light"?
I'm just, yeah. I mean,
Were
I'm-
you there?
I mean, but you're here promoting us. There's specific attributes to your God. The debate isn't actually about creationism. It's about God.
No, I know. That's
Right.
all it's about. And the fact that I can show you evidence of creation and all you can do is go, but coincidence, though, tells me that you do not understand the fundamental problem that physicists are relying on and that many of them are turning to belief about.
Many of them are not.
Okay. I'd challenge you
Mhm.
to ask in this age of AI, say what prominent scientists ended up becoming Christians or believed in Christ. I can list off names like Werner Heisenberg, who's like one of the fathers of quantum mechanics, who famously said, "The first sip of the water of science will make you an atheist, but God is waiting for you at the bottom of the glass."
Okay.
The point is that there are more scientists than you realize who do believe in God. And that's once you remember that there are more scientists outside of America, then you will realize that there's lots of scientists who believe in God and don't make that big of a deal of it. The point I'm trying to make is that the idea that has been inculcated by American media companies, etc., that believers stupid, non-believers smart and buy things is wrong. It's programming. And when you get past it, you realize that there's nothing, there's no conflict between a Christian being a Christian and a Christian being a scientist.
Religion is programming as well. You can say that it's programming to not believe in God, but there's Sunday school, right? Does your church have Sunday school for kids?
No.
It doesn't?
No.
Orthodox don't do that?
Some do, but most traditionally don't, because the teaching is in the liturgy. It's in the icons, the scripture readings, etc. The kids pick it up. Remember, we don't freak out if kids are playing in our churches. If they're just sitting around and on the floor or something, it doesn't bother us. So it's just a different kind of worship, because our worship is kind of static and facing in one direction. But that's just Orthodox. The point I'm trying to make is that to see when people say Sunday school or teaching kids CC, that's religious indoctrination. You know how I hear that? I hear, I don't like your religious indoctrination. I'd prefer they have my religious indoctrination. Because you see, if you don't,
So you
teach your-
acknowledge it's indoctrination.
Okay, if I teach my
You
kids
acknowledge
look,
that, right?
if I teach my kids look both ways before crossing the street, is that indoctrination?
Yeah.
Is it helpful to the kids, or should I not do it? Should I
Okay.
just say good
You're
luck?
you're just, but I just want you to say, yes, you acknowledge that religions do indoctrinate kids.
I never said that they don't, but I'm
Okay.
saying that it's a good thing if it's not manipulative.
Telling kids that they're going to go to hell for eternity if they don't stay in the religion and contribute to it is abusive, I would say.
Unless it's true, in which case
Unless
you're
it's-
helping them. Like we haven't gotten into the debate about hell. I would like to, once we get into the debate about Christ, which is not the point of this debate, because this debate is just about, is God real? But if you've seated, is God real? I'd be glad to talk to you about Jesus Christ, and I'd be glad to talk to you about hell.
I have not seated that God is real.
I
have not seated that God
understand,
is
and
real.
that's okay. I enjoy it
there-
when people don't see
there-
it, but they have no
there are-
logical reason.
I know enough about your belief to know that there are very specific attributes of God, correct?
That's not the point of the debate.
Okay, so God could be anything then. Just universe come from somewhere. Is that what you're
Okay,
saying?
I will.
Good.
Here, look. You ever hear of the flying spaghetti monster?
Yes, absolutely.
I will cede to you if I say that it kind of looks like it might be a flying spaghetti monster. Will you then cede the debate?
Okay, if you can prove to me that this flying spaghetti,
I don't want to prove it to you.
you can't.
What if I showed you a Greek statue proving I'm Dionysus?
You do kind of look like him.
Now I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Could be.
The reason that this has been debated for for more than that, for thousands of years and continues to be
Yeah,
debated.
you said 2000.
I did say, because I was thinking about
those
Christian.
are the important ones. The AD.
The reason it's been debated for thousands of years and it continues to be debated is because actually there is not proof. There never has been. And religions don't actually call for proof. They call for faith.
Okay, but in this debate, from the outset, I pointed to real constants in physics. I pointed to real things happening, to real numerical values,
Yes.
to real what ifs if it doesn't match the system.
Right.
I have pointed to the science.
Right.
And you've responded to me with numbers big, bro.
That's
That's not an answer.
That does explain what you're doing. You're
Well-
saying these are amazing. These are amazing numbers. And I'm saying, yes, they are amazing numbers. I give you that.
Well, let me just call here. Since we're doing the numbers thing again, let me just go ahead. We're about at that time anyway here. We're going to go ahead the closings. We want to thank you for all the support so much. Thank you for this debate. And so far, I think people. I believe you started us off, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. So you're going to go ahead and start us off with the negative, and then we're going to go to you. Make sure you tell everybody where to find you, who you are, and all that good jazz. Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
And thank you for having me on. This has been fun. Again, so most of the debate was looping around his amazement at big numbers in physics. I agree that there's a lot of amazing things that we cannot explain. And I think that we do not benefit by claiming to know things that we, in fact, don't know. At no point did he ever bridge the gap to say, this is amazing, and this is how I know it came from God. He just said, this is amazing, so I assume it must be God. Again, that's not evidence to the positive. That just illustrates that you have a finite perspective and a finite worldview. Whether or not God created the universe, the fact is that we are smaller than the universe that we live in, and we should be amazed by everything. We came from it. So, anyways, good talk. I yield the rest.
All right. Thank you so much. Where to find you, who you are?
Oh, Powder Dusty, at the Powder Dusty on YouTube, Kick, Rumble, and X.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Father Joseph, you're up.
Yeah, okay. So I've got 5 minutes here. I'm going to just quickly state this. It was really fun talking to my opponent, but I think that this ending of this debate is exactly endemic of the problem. I started this by trying to make a scientific case for God, pointing to a number of constants of physics to make very clear that a creator is the only logical conclusion you can draw. Your response here, and you used it throughout the debate, is to say that what I was saying was that God is amazing and math is amazing. I never used the word amazing in my intro. I didn't think any of it's amazing. All of it is science. All of it can be demonstrated through basic physics and through the knowledge of physics that we have. As I started from the beginning, and it's why I kept saying maybe you should cede, is that you started by saying I can't prove that God doesn't exist. Well, then you're not up for the topic because I'm trying to prove that it does. But more importantly, the point is, you had a lot of interesting thoughts on religion, and we talked about different things like the nature of Christianity and stuff, none of which had to do with whether we had a creator. So I'm going to reiterate those points very clearly. Science demonstrates that a creator exists. If you look at just the improbabilities, the probabilities, and what happens if everything that is fine-tuned in the universe doesn't happen exactly that way, you don't have a universe. So the point is, all the other stuff, it was fun talking about free will, cultic control, fine, but none of it was relevant to the question. The question was, is God real? My point was the evidence from science says yes, and that's it.
And where to find you and who you are?
My name is Father Joseph Swaden. My website's nftu.net, and my channel is nftu.
Thank you so much. All right, I'll have our participants just walk over there. We're going to do one more final post-fight interview here with y'all. And then right after we do that with Glenn, we're going to be coming right back over here for a closing statement with me, Grid, and Glenn closing out the event. So thank you so much. Can we get a round of applause for our competitors here today? Woo! Thank y'all. Thank you. Thank you. All right, chat. Thank you so much. This was Father Joseph and Dusty here on Is God Real? That was fantastic. We really had a good one there, I think. We are going to be going over to Glenn, I believe, right now, and then we're going to come back over here right afterwards.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was the final debate. Now, did you ladies see what you wanted to see in the debate?
Saw exactly what I wanted to see. I was absolutely hoping he would take it the fine-tuning direction
Mhm.
because I've yet to find an argument against the fine-tuning of the universe. It's very clear. And I honestly don't know if I've seen someone build that many straw men in one debate. Build them and knock them down over and over again.
What did you think about the debate? Like, what was like your favorite part?
I definitely don't like it. There was a lot of more humor in it than I was
Yeah.
expecting. It seems like they might have been naturally expressed. So I thought that her and I were definitely going back and forth. There was a lot of good debates going on between them. I enjoyed it.
Well, how about we get one of our debaters, Flow State?
Glenn,
We'll get one of our debaters to come over here. Get over here, Flo. Get over here, Flo. All right. Tell me, how did the debate go?
It was fun. It was fun. It was a little frustrating. We kind of got stuck on the whole, you know where we got stuck.
Yeah.
Can you prove, can your amazement at this prove this? And I don't think that we ever got there, but yeah, it was a good talk.
It was good. It was good. What do you think you could do better at moving forward with your debates?
That I could do better.
Yeah.
I haven't even looked, man. I was out debating LSP.
I didn't really plan to get stuck right there. So I don't really know, because I didn't think that would be the sticking point.
Yeah.
I thought the shrouded turn part was kind of fun, because like I just can't believe that that he thinks that's real. But no, I don't know. What do you think I could do better?
Have a better argument? No, I'm kidding.
Asking a Christian.
I would say develop more steel mans. I think you didn't have enough steel mans. I think there was a lot of straw manning there, right? Even though you had good questions that would side with it, I just don't think there was enough steel manning there.
Okay.
That would just be my
Sure.
But I think other than that, I think even your straw mans were good though. Like your straw mans did lead to questions that needed to provide clarity and answers.
Right.
But I just don't think there was enough steel mans.
Fair enough.
So what do you guys think? What do you think? What do you say?
I agree. I was like, that is a lot of strong men. I think you built arguments against Christianity.
I
Right?
primarily did,
But you
yes.
didn't build any arguments against whether
Correct.
God doesn't exist.
Correct. Yeah, and that is something that I think I made a mistake on. Is it's a lot easier to defend an abstract concept of a creator than it is a specific Christian God. So I did actually prepare for the Christian thing, but
What do you think?
I would try to say honestly, maybe a little bit random, but I felt like it came full circle from what he was saying at the beginning, and maybe go back and watch it and just tap into a little bit of the wonder he was talking about, and see how you would participate everybody with that. I would be curious to see you do that, just because that was a lot of fun, and like you said, the strawmans, maybe if we did more skill.
Wow.
But it was fun. It was great.
I know you're gonna go smoke right now, so
I am going to.
don't bother Joseph.
Okay. Thanks.
So we got some notable people here, notable friends here. Rob Noor's in the building. Come over here, Rob. Come say hi. I'm with the great Rob.
VIP, baby. VIP. What's up, man?
How you doing, bro?
I'm doing good. Doing good.
Hello, everyone. Rob, you're here for DebateCon.
Yeah.
Talk about DebateCon. What can people expect for tomorrow? Because today was just kind of like the prelims, like the opening act for, what you guys are doing.
Yeah.
So what can people expect from you tomorrow at DebateCon?
Tomorrow's religion debate. I think that for us, it's like the Super Bowl for the Crucible. We want to make sure that the people who are coming have the best experience possible. That means that we're trying to make sure that they're comfortable getting there, comfortable with the food, comfortable with the booth, and most importantly, that we're kicking the left's ass, which we will do. So I'll be debating Loner Bucks, Rachel's debating Not So Erudite, and Andrew's debating Dinesh D'Souza, which is fun because it's always nice to see him debate a right-winger. But that's all going to be Sunday. Saturday, we all got the day off to watch some Jay Dyer crush some religious debates. So yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun.
I had Dinesh D'Souza on my show, and as soon as he got to Zionism, he did not want to talk about it. He was like, he's like, I gotta go. I'm like, all right.
What's so funny with Andrew, like he debates Owen Schroyer and he starts off, he's like, I'm not a Zionist. Don't send Israel another $1. And then everybody clips the one segment where he's like, I don't really care about what's going over in Palestine. Zionist. And it's like, so it'll be fun to watch how they spin him debating for 2 hours, Zionism bad. What he really means is he's paid by Israel. So,
For me, like I said, being a Christian Zionist is an oxymoron.
Right. Oh, I agree. I agree.
It's like, actually, Misfit Patriot, I was supposed to debate him on that. And I still haven't got to debate him, but he's dodging me. I was like, come on, man, let's have this debate.
He's quite the character, isn't he? I've never debated him, but I saw Andrew debate him.
And Guyliner is just, I'm not really sure if Guyliner is the thing.
Yeah, right. Yeah. No, it's been a while though. We used to hang around. We used to I used to pop into your show like late at night. A couple nights I did. Yeah,
I'm changing it up. I'm doing more interviews now. So me and Jim are doing a lot of like relationship focus. Trying to this whole red pill feminism. Like to me, they both ended up to no children, no families. If we're trying to bring back the nuclear family, we have to mend bridges there, and that's what we're trying to do. Trying to build that bridge back for the men and women.
Yeah, I mean the red pill people have a point, but the solution's what I disagree.
Yeah. It's like their descriptions of the problem are solid.
Correct.
It's the prescriptions that are failing.
Exactly. That's exactly how I feel. So I got married somehow. I found some lady, I duped some woman, but I'm happily married. We were married in 2014, and it's fun because it's all like the whole dating scene and stuff now. I don't even know. I got a lot of people that are younger that'll watch me. And like, I have zero advice. I'm like, I don't know, go to church, find a wife, have kids. Like, that's it. That's all I have, you know? I was lucky. But yeah, I'm glad to hear that, man.
Yeah, man.
Because I think that there needs, some of the red pill stuff's like nihilistic. It's so black.
It is.
And it's like, there is, you can find a good woman and have a good relationship.
Here's the thing, like, I mean, you got women like Ruth. You got women like Esther, right? That I have a past, right? So you can't negate, like, you can't just like, outright just count somebody from the past. I have a past. You have a past.
Mhm.
So our past is not what we should be judged by. It's what we have done since that time.
Yeah.
So like, I think what the red pill does, like, and it does a really poor job of that, it doesn't show grace.
Right.
Right. And if we're Christians, we're saying, hey, God gave us grace. Like, we cannot earn our salvation, right? You know, so if we can earn our salvation for He's given us grace. We should also demonstrate that same grace, sure, with other people. You know, and I think that's where the red pill is going wrong. It's like saying all women are bad, all women are this, and it's like, no, they're not all bad. And like the course that we have right now is called Build a Bitch. Wives don't come pre-made, they're built.
Yeah.
So, like, it's based off a husband's leadership. So if you have a bad wife, I'm looking at the husband and be like, why are you leaving?
That's
her
true.
bad?
That's absolutely true. Yeah.
So
I always say my number one job is to be a provider and steer the direction of my wife and my son. Like, and so for me, that's the most important thing. People get it so confused. Like, everyone's like, I want to do this great thing in life. Probably there's 1 in a million of us that'll do something that's like people will remember 100 years from now. The rest of us, be a good husband, be a good father. That's it. And
Like,
if
your
you do that,
legacy-
it's a life well lived.
your legacy should be, you should work about how your family views you, how your friends do you when you're gone. Not if the world views you a certain way.
That's right. That's right.
But it's good seeing you.
It's always a pleasure. It's always a pleasure. Hopefully we'll talk soon. Thanks, everyone. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it, man.
Father Joseph.
You guys have a good one.
Father Joseph is taking selfies right now. I never known a priest to be taking selfies. All right, Father Joseph, how was the debate?
I think it went well. I think I think the whole point is, I think God is demonstrable, even if you have to get into all the other things with, our Lord, etc. But when it comes right down to it, you can demonstrate God from science. And the whole point of my openings and other statements was just use raw science. Don't touch anything else. And I think it worked well.
Yeah, I thought like a lot of us got the questions that we wanted answered. You said you heard exactly what you wanted to hear at this debate. Tell Father Joseph what that was.
He did. He asked me before the debate. He's like, "What would you like to hear?" Like, I think if he brings fine tuning, it's over.
The fine tuning argument is purely scientific.
Yeah. So it was a very, very good job. Well done. I agreed every minute of the way.
Dima, what about you? What did you like about
I
Father
really
Joseph?
like like you said, how you were able to keep it, scientific almost, and almost keep some facts. That it sounds like I haven't been to your church, or just more part of that, but it does sound like you're not focused on the indoctrination of it, and what we're on purpose and getting everybody on the right path. So for that, I love hearing that.
That's my goal for everyone.
Your life history. Did Father Joseph give you that historical account, like the way you wanted it? Or
That was the goal for me, at least, just to hear it out of that. So I definitely learned that, like you say, science, scientific facts, basically. That's where I think society has fallen off, and we have kind of lost track. We don't focus on our grace, and we don't focus on our humble, and maybe going that route is the way to go. Yes, I would say so.
I agree. Father Joseph, thank you so much, sir. It's a blessing having you here.
Thank you.
All right. Grid 1 needs to go over there with Gibbs. Grid 1, you got to run. All right. And I got to run over there too. So I got to go.
All right. Well, Grid.
Sit down.
Yeah.
Sit down. Sit down.
Well,
Good. You gotta sit down. Good. You gotta sit down. Griddle cakes. That's my pet name.
yeah. All right, folks. Thank you so much for attending GridCon 2. I'm sitting down with Glenn and Grid. Grid is our host. What did you think? How did you think the event went, Grid?
There you go.
Sorry, I left my mic on mute. I have to say this has been some of the best debates I've seen live or on YouTube's in a long time. Every single debate was great, good energy, very, very solid work by everyone. The guys that didn't do so well, the guys that lost, normally they probably would have won. You know what I'm saying? Like the debates were that good. They were high caliber, a lot of energy. I felt really good about it.
You know
do
what?
think,
I'm
Glenn?
already hearing because like this event has been such a success. I'm already hearing about wins debate con, GRIDCON 3.
Yeah.
And we've already been talking about it low key. Okay. So Gibbs, you want to tell them what we're talking about and what we're thinking about?
So it's looking like we're going to be playing GRIDCON 3 probably sometime in either late January, early February. We're going to be going to what? I believe it's Orlando is what we're looking at.
Yep.
Orlando area.
So, yeah.
Probably
Or-
somewhere in Florida, somewhere warm, where that's easy for people to fly into and out of.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we've been talking a lot. I know we're trying to expand it. I know we're going to be reaching out to new crowds, new communities that are not like in the debate sphere. We're going to be bringing you something new and exciting. We're actually going to try to take this to the next level, I believe. Really try to like make it a con experience. Really give you that epitome of this is where debate is going. Let's make this mainstream, and that's really continue to be our goal. I think we've been talking about that. What did you say, Glenn? Grid? What do y'all?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I really like being part of the modern day debate weekends. I enjoy being part of the lead up to it, and but it is time for us to kind of grow. It's time to do something a little different. My man is absolutely right. We need a much better con. We need something where we have First Amendment guys, and we've got reviewers, we've got all of the different types of content creators that come in, network with each other, make connections, build their audience.
You know what I was thinking? Like, like during the con, like we could even have because we work with more men. Like you and I talk to a lot of men these days, right? And helping guys out. We could even have like a meet up with a bunch of guys afterwards, and talking about man problems, things that guys are going through during the convention. The debates could be going on, and then you can have a breakout session where so-and-so is going to be answering questions about dating, or so-and-so is going to be talking about marriage, or so-and-so is going to be talking about patriarchy. And these are like little sit-in classes, like little 20-minute lectures that people, get into.
Yeah, I think that's something to think about. Obviously it's going to really increase the cost and the moving parts, and we're going to have to involve more people.
Oh, yeah.
And it's going to become a thing. But overall, I think we, as a group, I'm not just trying to forward, the men's movement, although that I certainly personally try to do that. I think we ought to have. I would love the Unfuck America tour to come set up and have a booth there and be able to talk to people. We get a future feminists of America. I don't know that that's a real thing, but I'm just saying. We could have future feminists of America have their booth there. They could hand out pamphlets. Maybe they're pink, maybe they're purple. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Are they going to wear are they going to have vagina hats?
They could do that.
I will totally buy
cool.
a vagina hat.
I would buy a vagina hat. I mean, really, I think what you're trying to say is we're not bashing any of these other events, but what we're really looking forward to is to take this the next level. We want to take that next step. We want to make this an event that people want to go to. People want to go to TwitchCon because everybody's there. People want to go to DreamCon because everybody's there. We want to make this an industry standard, an industry leader. That's really, I think, what our goal is and what we're talking about this year. And I'm pretty excited for what we're cooking up, just based off.
Oh yeah,
what we've all seen. I did the first one in Nashville. I did that basically on my own with all my own gear and everything. I had my man Gibbs stepped up huge as a moderator. We had a lot of volunteer help to set up and tear down, which we have again this year. This year I had Glenn here to help out. He's done a lot with the production. Gibbs helped out a lot as well. You guys look at the quality of the camera. You look at the qualities of the sound. You look at the people we have. We've got 2 people back behind the computer right now, focusing and making sure everything looks right. It takes a whole team to do these things.
And we appreciate all the help from all those people.
Absolutely appreciate every single person that has volunteered, even a slice of their time. Going forward, it's got to go even more, and we're going to up the equipment more. It's going to be more professional. That's my entire goal throughout my entire career. I was telling Gibbs before this, I've run a lot of events. We used to run events where we would have, we would get paid by organizations and actually corporations to host events for their top guys, top sellers, top earners, top whatever, account reps. And mean, I got paid a lot of money. I paid $25,000 once to host an event for a company I cannot name, where all they did was drive my car around the track with a pro driver.
Nice.
And, yeah, and there's a level of professionalism that you are expected to achieve, and that's where we're going to go. We have to do it. We have to be better. We have every single one of these has to be better than the last one. It has to. We have to move forward. We can stumble. Okay, we have problems. We had tech problems today.
Oh yeah,
we can stumble, but we have to 100% be better every single event, bigger every single event. It's not that we're trying to divorce ourselves from a modern day debate weekend. It's just I want to try it. I want to see what happens. We have when we get even better equipment, where we have more help, where we have a professional eye on everything. And I think that it's worth doing, and I think it's worth doing right. And this was part of that. I could have called this event off. I should have bailed, because I've been in 4 states in the last 5 days.
Yeah, I saw you a week ago.
Yeah, right.
In studio at my place.
I'm not lying. I've been all over the country. I'm tired. I'm beat up. I haven't even streamed myself in like 2 weeks. The reality is, this has to happen. It's for you guys. It's for all the people who showed up. Big shout out to everyone who came out live. It's
I want to
behind the camera.
I want to give a shout out to my boys that you know who you are. I'm not gonna say your names because I don't want to dox you guys. Okay,
do it now.
But you guys
They've
know
already
who you
been
guys
done.
are. You guys came out strong. You came out willing to help, and you guys didn't have a question. Like, as soon as they, hey, we need this, you guys said, all right, we're on it. I appreciate you guys so much. You guys have no idea how much that means to us. If it wasn't for you guys, a lot of the stuff would not get done. Like, we wouldn't have our food here.
That's true.
Some of you would not have shirts on right now. Okay. We know we had to cover up Jake's indecent chest hairs. So we got him covered up. Modesty. All right. But hey, what do you guys say? Want to wrap it up?
Yeah, I mean, I want to say one last thing. Yeah, I agree. And with everything you're saying, and like another thing is like the making memories, making it. Like this is a good one, right? I've had 2 of my oldest friends from college come in here. They stepped up and helped out. It's been a turbulent time getting here for these events. If you run any events before, like we're replacing people last minute. We replaced 2 girls here this morning. Like it's great. Like literally 7 a.m. I'm like, hey, who's gonna be awake here just to help me out? And like I'm not joking. You can ask me. We got stuff done, and we provided a professional event. I'm very pleased with how this went.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we can wrap it up. What any closing thoughts? Yeah.
I'll say, you know what? GRIDCON 2 was a hit. Thank you all for watching that are at home watching. Hey, can we get a live? Can we get a live?
Yeah. Any closing thoughts, Greg?
Ladies and gentlemen, have a great night.
All right. Well, for the rest of us, thank you so much. We're closing off. Thank you. And have a safe trip home. And hope to see you again next year, later this year, going on. Woo!